Chapter 201 Encounter. Wait. Irika waved to stop the two teammates. What's wrong? Baraka asked, puzzled. Look over there. Irika pointed in a direction. Baraka looked over and saw a ninja who looked about 8 or 9 years old wearing a Konoha ninja uniform and two of his peers asking the residents something. There are Konoha ninjas here, but why is there only one person wearing a forehead protector and a uniform? Baraka was a little puzzled. Either they both don't wear it and hide their identities, or they agree to wear it together. What does it mean that these two don't wear it and one wears it? Sensing the sight, Kakashi also looked in the direction of Baraka and the others. Seeing the skin color of the few people, Kakashi instantly became alert. This didn't look like a tanned color. Be careful, we may have encountered the ninja who injured the giant eagle. They are not wearing forehead protectors. Kakashi whispered to Might Guy and Obito. So dark, are these people the Cloud Village ninjas we met last time? Although Kakashi did not point out the direction, the Cloud Village trio with different skin colors was soon seen by Obito. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. Kakashi replied. He didn't say it too firmly. The last Cloud Village disguised itself as the Rock Village from the beginning, and this time it might be the Rock Village disguised as the Cloud Village. Seeing that Kakashi and the others had discovered it, Irika directly drew out the sharp sword on his back. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire are currently at war. Seeing the ninjas from the hostile ninja village, they still don't look very strong, so naturally they have to fight. Lead them to the nearby mountain. Fighting here will affect the residents. Obito looked around and said. There are wooden houses here. If any of them are affected by his fire escape, they will definitely be burned. What Obito said makes sense. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and agreed. Well, if we fight on the mountain, the noises produced by various ninjutsu will be more conspicuous, which will make it easier for Miyu teacher to know the situation. Kakashi thought about it and nodded in approval of Obito's strategy. If the enemy is too strong and directly burns the mountain with fire escape, Miyu will definitely know that something is wrong. The three of them did not hesitate. They jumped onto the house with their legs, and then ran towards the mountain on the house. Chase! Irika immediately ordered, then he jumped onto the house next to him and chased after Obito and the others. During the period, the two sides also had a contest of throwing ninja tools on the roof, but the level of the three Kumigakure was very average, not as good as Kakashi and Obito, and they had to pay attention to dodge the shuriken when chasing. When they reached the halfway point of the mountain, Obito, Kakashi, and Might Guy stopped together. Run, why don't you run? Baraka clenched his fist, then touched the blood marks on his face that had just been scratched by the shuriken, and his expression became a little ferocious. He was very angry at this time, and was injured by a group of children whose hair had not yet grown. I'll deal with the one with the sword, and Kai will deal with the stronger Kumigakure, and Obito, you stop the remaining one. Kakashi quickly distributed with a calm face. Irika, who was holding a sword, looked like the leader, and might be the strongest. Originally, they should let their strongest Might Guy deal with it, but the other party seemed to be good at swordsmanship. Kakashi was worried that Might Guy would suffer a loss, so he thought of him who was good at swordsmanship to deal with it. Why is it as if I'm going to deal with the weakest one? Obito couldn't help complaining, and then he turned to stop the remaining one. Of course, he was just talking, but in fact his eyes were already fixed on Hero. The enemy's strength is unknown at present, just like everyone else. At this age, they should graduate in no more than 2 years. Let's deal with them quickly. Maybe there is a stronger Konoha ninja nearby. Irika said, holding the sword tightly in his hand. Generally, such a small team that looks small as a whole has an experienced ninja leading the team, and they may be acting separately. How long will it take to deal with a group of brats? Deal with them in 3 minutes and then go to kill the leader. Baraka said fiercely. Irika nodded, holding the sword, and rushed up first. The moment Irika moved, the two teammates also rushed up together. Kakashi quickly pulled out the white fang short blade and slashed with Irika. Obito quickly threw out several shurikens to restrict Haro's actions. Might Guy also directly entered the state of rock breathing and rushed towards Baroka. Konoha whirlwind. The speed displayed by Might Guy was beyond Baroka's expectation. Baroka was careless and kicked Might Guy hard into a tree. Baroka, what are you doing? Don't be careless. Irika found that his teammate was kicked into a tree in an instant, frowning and scolding. However, Irika soon had no time to care about his teammates, because he found that the knife skills of the child in front of him who was less than 10 years old were very sharp, and it was not as easy to deal with as he imagined. He needed to deal with it with all his strength. Damn, it's so fast. Baroka cursed with a red face. He was not shy, but blushing. He stood in front of him and said fierce words, but he was kicked away before he even touched him. It was really embarrassing. Is it so fast? My youth has just begun to burn. Might Guy laughed, and then quickly attacked Baroka. Not to mention the 8 gates, he didn't even use full concentration breathing. After suffering a loss once, Baroka knew that the Konoha ninja in front of him was not simple, and he couldn't judge by age. Bang bang bang. The two of them continued to fight in close combat. Although Baroka looked taller and had more muscles, Might Guy had been doing a lot of physical training for a long time, and had also practiced the strongest rock breathing for physical blessing. For a while, it was hard to tell who was better. Has this person been training since his mother's womb? He has such a strong physique. Baroka was extremely shocked. You know, he often practices lightning ninjutsu and is stronger than normal physical ninjas, but he can't suppress a child under 10 years old. Baroka couldn't calm down anymore, and directly burst out chakra to use the lightning attribute to change the nature, and smashed his fist with lightning towards Might Guy. Seeing that Baroka still had a hand, Might Guy was not panicked, but became more excited. A stronger enemy is more worth defeating, and will make his youth burn more fiercely. Swoosh! Might Guy used the shaving technique to avoid Baroka's lightning ninjutsu. Boom! Baroka's fist carrying lightning slammed into the tree, breaking it directly. Rock breathing, breathe with full concentration. 8 gates, open, open. After finding out the strength of his opponent, Might Guy went straight into full strength, greatly improving his physical ability, ready to defeat the enemy in one go. Chapter 202 Shocked Cloud Hidden People. The sudden increase in chakra from the 8 gates, and the extremely strong physique from full concentration breathing, the simultaneous use of the two made Might Guy's momentum suddenly surge. Impossible, wasn't that his full strength just now? Baroka looked at the exploding Might Guy with some disbelief. He felt that even if he had started training before he was born, he couldn't be stronger. But reality will not change because of Baroka's thoughts. Might Guy rushed to Baroka at an extremely fast speed and punched him hard. Baroka was completely unable to react. He only saw Might Guy move, and the next moment he appeared in front of him. Bang! Under Might Guy's powerful punch, Baroka was instantly knocked back by a punch. Why can he be so fast? How strong is he? Baroka, who was knocked away, couldn't help but have such a question in his mind. He practiced the thunder-style ninjutsu that can strengthen his body, and he was a born strong man from the land of thunder. He was crushed by a child under 10 years old in terms of physical strength. He didn't understand why. Konoha's strong tornado. Might Guy didn't give Baroka more time to doubt his life. After knocking him away with a punch, Might Guy burst out with power and jumped up quickly to kick Baroka with a whirlwind kick. Boom! The huge force hit Baroka, his eyes suddenly widened, his pupils dilated extremely, and the whole person flew out at a high speed like a cannonball, breaking one tree after another, and fainted directly. Successfully solved. Might Guy couldn't help laughing and gave himself a thumbs up. While Might Guy quickly solved his opponent, Obito also opened fire at full power. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal and spit out a huge fireball more than 3 meters high towards Halo. You can actually use such a fire escape at this age. Did you meet a genius team? Looking at the huge fireball that was coming with great momentum, Halo was very surprised. First, Baruka was kicked away by the kid in the green tights, and then the silly kid with goggles used a powerful fire escape. Halo was in trouble. The flying speed of the fireball was not fast, so Halo had no intention of taking it head-on, and immediately used the body flash technique to dodge. Swish, swish, swish. After using the fire escape, Obito immediately threw out a large number of shurikens to block a retreat direction. Halo saw the incoming shurikens and did not hesitate, and immediately changed direction. The fireball hit the ground, leaving a charred hole, but Halo had no time to care about the aftermath of the fire escape, because Obito rushed up. Breathing of fire, breathe with all your concentration. Obito burst out the power of breathing techniques and rushed forward. Seeing that Obito, a ninjutsu-type ninja, dared to rush forward, Hero was instantly overjoyed. At this age, he has already practiced fire escape so well, it is impossible that he is also strong in physical skills. Bang! Bang! The two sides engaged in a fierce physical battle with fists hitting flesh. But what Hero didn't expect was that Obito's strength and speed were not worse than his adult ninja. Even because Obito got the upper hand, he actually suppressed him. The enemy this time seems a little weak. Obito muttered. He felt that his ninjutsu was okay, and his taijutsu was just average. He rushed up to find an opportunity to use the red claw of the balsam flower to launch a surprise attack, but he ended up suppressing the opponent and making him unable to fight. Obito was really a little uncomfortable. During the training battle, he was usually the one who lost in the taijutsu confrontation. Hero couldn't hold it in when he heard what Obito said. He was ridiculed in front of him for being weak, and he was still a child under 10 years old. Damn kid, let me show you the true strength of our Kumagakuer ninja. The furious Hajime didn't care about the consumption of chakra, and directly used various lightning ninjutsu. Lightning ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra, because the lightning ninjutsu of Kumagakuer basically requires the activation of the body, which means that while condensing lightning outside, it also requires the consumption of chakra inside the body. Of course, the consumption is large and the output is strong, and the destructive power of lightning ninjutsu is top to top. Even if he used lightning ninjutsu, in Obito's eyes, Hajime was not as good as Might Guy with rock breathing and 8 gates. He easily dodged Hajime's attack with a shave, and Obito seized Hajime's flaw and made a single-handed seal with his left hand behind his back, and quickly threw out 4 flaming kunao. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. The kunao with orange-red flames pierced the air quickly and arrived in front of Hajime. How is it possible? There is no seal. Hero, who had no time to dodge, was shocked. He didn't even see Obito make a seal, but he actually used this advanced fire escape. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a thick flame enveloped Hero. After the flame disappeared and the explosion smoke dissipated, Obito went forward to check the situation and found that Hero was dead. 4 kunao were stuck in Hero's chest, and his whole body was covered with traces of severe flame burns. Although he had no breath, Hero's eyes were still open, and he kept a shocked expression. This skill finally came in handy. Obito couldn't help but complain. At the beginning, he spent a lot of energy to practice the one-handed seal of the Balsam Claw Red, but it hardly played a big role in the usual training battles, and was only slightly better than the fireball that forced people to move. After solving the enemies he was responsible for, Obito found that the enemies on Might Guy's side were also solved, and only the enemy Kakashi was responsible for was still fighting with Kakashi. Kakashi's swordsmanship was sharp, and his opponent Iruka also had a very simple lightning swordsmanship. The blue electric light covered the sharp sword, and every slash was powerful, so Kakashi didn't dare to take it hard, and fell into a disadvantage for a while. Kakashi, you are so slow, Kai and I have already solved it. Obito said with a smile, his body tense, ready to rush up to help Kakashi at any time. Stop talking nonsense, come up and help quickly, this guy is quite strong. Kakashi said quickly while dodging. Kakashi didn't want to solve it alone. Why would he fight alone when he could solve it safely in a group fight? Konoha tornado. Might Guy rushed out from the side and kicked a whirlwind kick, forcing Irika to stop. Dodge the attack. 3 geniuses? What bad luck! Irika secretly thought that he was unlucky. He didn't think that his teammates were too weak, but that Kakashi and others were too strong. He knew the strength of his teammates very well. They were all experienced chunin, but they were solved so quickly. At least one must be replaced. Irika was angry. It was difficult to escape. He had to take someone with him even if he died. It would be a good deal to replace a Konoha genius, and it would be a good deal to hurt one more person. Chapter 203 Mission End, Contract Summoning Beast. After Might Guy launched the attack, Obito stared at Irika. Seeing that Irika wanted to dodge, Obito immediately rushed up. At this time, Irika had made up his mind to exchange 1-for-1, so facing Obito's attack, Irika did not dodge or evade and directly resisted. He endured the pain and swung the lightning sword towards Obito. Obito didn't expect Irika to counterattack after taking his punch. He had no time to react to the extremely fast lightning sword. Clang! At this moment, a short blade appeared in front of Obito and blocked the incoming lightning sword. And Might Guy quickly kicked Irika again. Be careful, prevent the enemy from exchanging injuries. Kakashi stared at Irika and reminded him. Unlike Obito and Might Guy, who had no mission experience, he had encountered such a situation before. The enemy saw that he was cornered and counterattacked regardless of life and death. I know, I won't suffer the same loss twice in the same place, thank you. When Obito said the last thank you, his voice became extremely small. Although these 2 words are not difficult to pronounce, when Obito thought about saying it to Kakashi, he felt that these 2 words were simply the most difficult words in the world to pronounce, but this time Kakashi did save him from injury, so Obito still said it. I don't know if it was because he was too focused on the battle or he didn't hear it at all. Kakashi didn't respond to Obito, but focused on dealing with Irika. Irika's strength is not weak, and his desperate desire to trade injuries has greatly increased Irika's danger. However, facing the siege of 3 people at the same time, Irika gradually became powerless. Although he wanted to trade injuries, he couldn't take Obito's fireball, and Kakashi and Might Guy wouldn't let him dodge too easily. Gradually, Irika's injuries became more and more, while Kakashi and the other 2 only had physical strength and chakra consumption. Konoha Big Cyclone. Might Guy seized the opportunity and kicked Irika away. Lightning Release, Pseudo Darkness. Kakashi immediately used his strongest and fastest long-range lightning release. The thick lightning spear rushed towards Irika, who was blown away at a high speed, and directly blasted a charred blood hole in Irika's body. Hey, it's finally solved. Kakashi sighed and relaxed a little. The main feature of high-level lightning release like pseudo-darkness is high consumption and high power. If you are hit by such a move, you will be half dead if you don't die. The enemy this time is really bad. We solved it without Teacher Muyu's help. Seeing that Irika was killed by Kakashi's lightning release, Obito showed a relaxed smile. He was already thinking about how to tell Nohara-Lin about the wonderful mission experience of the genius ninja trainee Uchiha Obito when he returned. First, he saw through the difficulties of the client, then touched the big head of the huge black eagle, and then quickly solved the enemy ninja village ninja, and then helped Kakashi who couldn't beat him to solve the last enemy together. Obito thought about it and changed the last paragraph to Kakashi's enemy was strong, and everyone solved it together. After all, Kakashi helped him this time. Their strength is not bad. It is a very normal ninja team. Kakashi shook his head and said. Obito and Might Guy rarely see official ninjas, but Kakashi has seen them all, whether from his own village or from the enemy. He knows that it's not that the opponent is too weak, but that their team is really strong. Based on Kakashi's experience, if the Jonin teacher is removed, the overall strength of their team can beat Kakashi's previous class. Miyu, who has been watching the battle, nodded secretly in her heart. Obito and Might Guy's strength has gradually grown, and Kakashi is also an experienced Chunin. The three of them can try to challenge the Jonin with ordinary strength together. Everyone performed well, and the usual training was not in vain. Miyu walked out and said with a smile. Teacher Miyu. Obito saw Miyu and smiled and greeted her. Hearing Miyu's words, Kakashi showed a thoughtful look, and then asked. Teacher Miyu, were you next to me just now? Miyu did not hide it, nodded and replied, when I left, I was worried that you would encounter enemies, so I split a shadow clone to follow you. As a result, you solved the enemy without me taking action. Hehe, Teacher Miyu, how is my fire escape performance? Obito walked in front of Miyu and laughed. Miyu rubbed Obito's hair and praised with a smile, you have a good ability to seize opportunities, and you didn't waste chakra to release ineffective ninjutsu. In the past, Obito always wanted to rely on the Great Fireball to output, but he was defeated repeatedly and always lost to Might Guy. Now Obito finally uses the Great Fireball as a means to force him to move, and does not expect to rely on the Great Fireball to solve the enemy. After getting the evaluation he wanted, Obito showed full Miyu didn't favor one person alone. He always treated his disciples equally. Miyu then praised Might Guy and Kakashi for their timely support and good cooperation. Miyu sealed the three bodies in the scroll. 3 Chunins must be a medium difficulty B-level mission. These cloud-hidden ninjas are entrusted by the mayor to deal with the giant eagle. Miyu told the disciples the intelligence he had found. When the 3 disciples heard Miyu say that the mayor forced the villagers to collect money to drive away the giant eagle in order to seize land and forcibly buy the daughters of the residents, they all showed shocked expressions. Even Kakashi, who was always calm, was very surprised. He didn't understand why the mayor was like this. Since he was the mayor, the more prosperous the place, the better. Why did he rob the residents? How can there be such bad people in the world? I wouldn't have killed those cloud-hidden ninjas earlier. This saved his life. Obito showed an indignant expression. He is no longer worthy of being called a human. Might Guy showed a strong attack power. Seeing the reaction of his disciples, Miyu showed a genuine smile. It was not easy to maintain a relatively normal outlook in this world. Teacher Miyu, why don't we use the transformation technique to disguise and teach the mayor a lesson? Obito suggested. Miyu shook his head and said, you don't have to do it. He is destined to be punished for doing such a heartless thing. It would be too easy to beat him up. The idea of the previous cloud-hidden ninja was very good. By the way, Teacher Miyu, the description of the mission that the giant eagle harassed the people was indeed false. Dehei did not cause trouble to the people. Only the mayor's family who took the initiative to cause trouble was harassed. Obito told Miyu the information he had collected. Miyu nodded, and then he and his disciples lived in the mountains for a week. Since eating Miyu's roasted pig at noon, the black giant eagle could never forget the taste. At night, when Miyu and others were eating, the black giant eagle caught some prey and threw it there, and then looked at Miyu eagerly. Miyu ignored the giant eagle at first, wanting to test its character. The giant eagle thought that it didn't have enough prey, so it caught some more, but Miyu still didn't give it to it. Looking at the delicious food but not being able to eat it, the giant eagle lowered its head and rubbed it against Miyu, then looked at Miyu eagerly. If it was a cat, it would definitely look pitiful, but it was a giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. This scene only made Miyu feel like a muscular girl with a height of 2 meters was acting cute. Although the picture was a bit abstract, Yu was still satisfied with the character of the giant eagle. He just wanted to find a means of transportation and didn't expect the giant eagle to be useful in combat. The battle of high-level ninjas was not something that this kind of wild ninja beast that couldn't speak could participate in. Then Yu tested whether the black giant eagle could understand human language and issued some orders. Yu found that the giant eagle had a decent IQ and could basically understand it. In addition to brushing the favorability of the summoned beasts on a daily basis, Yu's main body mainly trained with his disciples during these 7 days, while the shadow clone collected some of the evil deeds done by the mayor at the foot of the mountain. Ninjas really crush ordinary people, and just a transformation technique can provide great convenience. On the 8th day, Yu was ready to leave with his disciples, and then leave a shadow clone to deal with the rest. Yu threw a roasted wild boar to the black giant eagle. The giant eagle was instantly overjoyed. Although he didn't know why he didn't have to do anything today to have food, it was good to have food. The black giant eagle started eating immediately. Eat slowly, save some for the next meal, you may not be able to eat it in the future. Yu said with a smile. Hearing that he couldn't eat it in the future, the black giant eagle stopped eating and looked at Yu in panic. Don't do this! The black giant eagle quickly pushed the remaining roasted pig to Yu with his claws, so that he could eat less. It thought that it ate too much and was disliked by Yu. It's not that I think you eat too much, but I'm leaving here. Yu explained. The black giant eagle breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't think it ate too much. It cooed twice and rubbed its head against Yu. The black giant eagle wanted to go with Yu. This place was not its home. It just escaped from being injured in other places. However, there were many wild animals here, and there were residents feeding it, so it stayed here. It's not safe here now. It didn't forget that there were a few villains who could emit lightning who wanted to catch it. In addition, Yu's food was delicious, so it might as well follow Yu. If you want to follow me, just nod your head. Hearing Yu's words, the giant eagle nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. With the giant eagle's consent, the next step was simple, and the contract was signed soon. Since you are my summoning beast, I have to give you a name. Yu showed a thoughtful expression. Why not call it War Eagle, a fighting giant eagle? Obito participated in the naming with great interest. The black giant eagle shook his head quickly, it didn't sound good at all. How about Konoha Fierce Eagle, Konoha's Fierce Giant Eagle? Might Guy laughed and gave a thumbs up to express his thoughts. The black giant eagle pushed Might Guy with his wings, which was even worse. Kakashi was a little speechless. What a mess of names! He thought about it and said, how about calling it Blackbird, it matches the color very well. Yu felt that the names of his disciples were really abstract. It's okay to name Black Hawk Blackbird. Let's call him Black Feather. Yu thought for a while and said. Although there is no deep meaning, it is better than Dehei or Blackbird. Black Feather rubbed Yu and was quite satisfied with the name Yu. Then Yu took his disciples and clients to explain that the mission had been completed and Black Hawk would not appear in Kawakita town again, so they returned directly to Konoha. After Yu left, the second shadow clone began to act. He spread all the evil things done by the mayor, and then disguised himself as a warrior who saw injustice and drew his sword to help the mayor. In fact, Yu knew that this could not fundamentally solve the problem. Without Master Huang, there was still Master Lu, but he really couldn't cure it at present. To promote that level of change, his strength was still far from enough. In this deformed world, Yu believed that there were similar scenes in many places. Although the level of technological development in the Naruto world was not low, it was still a feudal system. Yu would not go out of his way to look for places he could not see, but if he did not solve the things that happened right in front of him, then Yu's reading of the books in the previous world would be in vain. Chapter 204 Super Intern. After returning to Konoha, Yu first took his disciples back to the Hokage building to deliver the task. There was an accident during this mission, and we met 3 cloud-hidden ninjas. Yu said to the registered ninja. Last time, we went directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen because the matter involved was relatively large. This time, there were only 3 chunins, not even jonins, so there was no need to go to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. Another accident. The registered ninja showed a surprised expression. He remembered that not long ago, Yu and others had an accident when they did a C-level mission, which directly turned into an A-level mission. This time, there was an accident again. What a unlucky guy. In total, they did 2 C-level missions, and both of them had accidents. He couldn't comment. Yu handed the scroll that sealed the 3 cloud-hidden ninjas to the registered ninja, and by the way, he talked about the strength of the ninjas he met. Let's make it a B-level mission first. I'll send these bodies for inspection. The registered ninja thought for a while and said. As for the reward, we can only pay the commission that comes with the mission itself. The additional reward can only be estimated and distributed after the inspection is completed. Yu nodded without objection. In fact, he didn't care much about money, and the secret medicine in the system mall was not expensive. Since the secret medicine for cultivation can be bought, each of Yu's disciples takes the secret medicine for cultivation once every half a month. Look, we can complete A-level and B-level tasks at will. Let us take on tasks above C-level in the future. Obito and the registered ninja chatted. I think you want me to lose my job. The registered ninja said speechlessly. You, an intern ninja who is not even a genin, are already given special privileges by the Sandaime-sama to do C-level tasks. Other interns can only do D-level tasks, and don't even think about higher-level tasks. The registered ninja said mercilessly. Rules are rules. Even if Yu's class really has the ability to complete B-level tasks, he will not accept B-level tasks from Yu's class. If they are completed, he will not have any credit. If something goes wrong, it will be his fault. Pa. Yu apologized to the registered ninja, then knocked on Obito's head and said. Don't cause trouble to others. It's good to do C-level tasks. So far, we haven't completed a C-level task. Don't waste the opportunity given by the 3rd generation. Kakashi was speechless. They really didn't complete a C-level task because one became A-level and the other became B-level. Obito and Might Guy should be the only 2 who have completed A-level tasks before graduation. It's hard to say who will come after them, but it must be unprecedented. A-level tasks, even Kakashi rarely gets to touch this level of tasks, and there are not many opportunities. Hehe, I'm just thinking of doing 2 low-level tasks to waste your strength, Teacher Yu. Obito said as if he was thinking about Yu. Pa. Yu answered with actions. This method doesn't work. After leaving the Hokage building, Yu divided the money equally among the disciples and said. We won't gather for training today. We'll take a day off and gather as usual tomorrow. But if anyone can't stay idle and wants to practice, they can go to the forest to practice. I'll be there later. The 3 disciples nodded. Kakashi was originally going to go home to rest. Studying with Yu was a bit tiring. He practiced almost every day and practiced when he had nothing to do during missions. But seeing the direction Obito and Might Guy were going, Kakashi finally went to the South Forest to practice. Obito worked so hard, what reason did he have to go home to rest? Looking at Kakashi on the left and Might Guy on the right, Obito thought it was not good. Wouldn't they rest? Why were they so anxious to practice? Obito went to the South Forest just because Nohara-rin would be practicing there at this time. He wanted to chat with Nohara-rin and talk about his experience on this mission. But if both Might Guy and Kakashi have to practice more, then Obito will definitely not be able to sit still. Might Guy doesn't care, but Kakashi is the target he is preparing to challenge in the near future. Obito doesn't want to lose to Kakashi. Haha, Everyone's youth is very enthusiastic today. Youth means more practice. Might Guy laughed and gave a thumbs up to the two. They are indeed his good friends. Their diligence is about to catch up with him. Obito. Kakashi. On the other side, Miyu looked at the harvest of this mission. Disciple Might Guy works hard to complete the commission mission, get growth reward chakra plus 200, led by the teacher himself, get extra chakra plus 100. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commissioned mission, get growth reward chakra plus 200, led by the teacher himself, get extra chakra plus 100. Disciple Hatake Kakashi worked hard to complete the commissioned mission, get growth reward chakra plus 200, led by the teacher himself, get extra chakra plus 100. The total chakra income of this mission is 900 points. To be honest, it is much more than Miyu expected. He thought it would be at most 400 or 500. Because the enemy encountered in this mission is far less powerful than the last Cloud Hidden Elite team. Last time, there were not only 2 Jonin, but one of them was even an elite Jonin with a blood limit. The total reward of the last mission was actually 1,350 chakra points, only 450 more chakra points than this time. There is no doubt that if it is based on the strength of the opponent, the reward should not be so different. Miyu showed a thoughtful expression and found a possibility. Although the enemies in the last mission were very strong, they were basically solved by Miyu. Only 2 ninjas were solved by the disciples themselves. Although there was not even 1 Jonin in this mission, but only 3 Chunin, all the enemies were solved by the disciples, and Miyu only protected them in secret. The greater the role played by the disciples in the mission, the higher the reward. Miyu guessed. If so, even if he accepted the S-level mission, the final reward would not be too exaggerated, because in the S-level mission, Obito and his team were destined to be Miyu's pendants. Miyu's class killed people in the advanced mission, Miyu was responsible for killing people and Obito and his team were responsible for killing people. Then Miyu took a look at the current panel. Name, Hanya Miyu. Chakra, 38,300. The increase is very good, it is close to 40,000. According to the calculation of Zyoka when the data was not updated, there are 15.3 Zyoka, which is one step closer to his small goal of 50,000 chakra. Miyu returned to his home in the main city and walked to the street where the house was located. Miyu did not go in directly, but opened his eyes to look at Minato's house. Minato was not at home. Then Miyu found a letter protected by a seal at the door of his house. Miyu lifted the seal and took out the letter. He found that it was left by Minato. Miyu walked into the house while opening the envelope to check the contents. Chapter 205 The idea of developing a new breathing method. Minato's letter was relatively concise, and there was nothing too important. It could be condensed into one sentence, which was probably "I'm going to the battlefield to perform the mission. Please take care of Kushina's food." Of course, the actual content was definitely not so straightforward. It would be more euphemistic, and there would be a thank you or something. Although Minato's letter did not tell anything too important, Minato's going to the battlefield was of certain significance to Miyu. It may be that the exploratory attack has ended, and the two sides of the war have officially started fighting. Although the Third Ninja World War will last about 4 or 5 years, it is not so serious that the first 4 years will be spent on testing and the last year will quickly reach a climax. However, this has little to do with Miyu now. As a special Jonin with teaching expertise, he will basically not be assigned war missions to fight on the battlefield unless the 10,000 Iwagakure army attacks the border. Being a teacher in a ninja school has only this advantage. Unless it is the worst moment, it is not the teacher's turn to go to the battlefield. After reading Minato's letter, Miyu also began to sort out his next improvement plan. First is Obito, who will soon be able to explode gold coins. It is only 21 days away from Obito's birthday. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be another perfect skill. After Might Guy's birthday, Yu directly asked Obito what birthday gift he wanted. Obito usually talks a lot, but when Yu really asked him, Obito couldn't say a few words. In the end, he said that anything Yu gave would be fine. Obito's answer was within Yu's expectations. It was not because Obito had a weird personality, but because Yu was too nice to them. In this case, Obito would feel even more embarrassed to bother Yu. The reason why Yu asked even though she knew the answer was to make Obito feel that teacher Yu cares about me and is very attentive to my birthday gift, so as to facilitate the final emotional explosion. Obito can get a reward for an exam about 10 days after his birthday. Yes, he must return to school to take the exam during the internship. This is the rule set by Yu. This is the last ordinary exam that Obito and his friends can take. The next final exam is the graduation exam, which only tests the 3 body techniques. In addition to the fixed items such as birthday gold coins and exams, Yu's improvement plan is mainly the training plan for his disciples. After all, the improvement of his disciples is equal to his improvement. Obito's breathing method has already gone a distance from the entry level. Yu is going to give him a new breathing method special training, and move towards the next level of breathing method. The so-called Chongzhong means to maintain full concentration breathing for 24 hours a day, even when sleeping. Of course, this full concentration breathing is not the extreme full concentration breathing, but relatively concentrated, equivalent to a slightly weakened full concentration breathing. Completing this step physical training will lead to qualitative changes, and the effect of breathing techniques will be greatly enhanced. In addition to the new training of breathing techniques, Yu is trying to find a way to let Obito open the Sharingan. There are too many benefits to opening the Sharingan, including powerful dynamic vision and illusion amplification, and it can also increase chakra. This is why the Uchiha clan has so many jonins. As long as they open the Sharingan and survive, they will be jonins if they develop normally. Although Shisui was able to open his eyes on his birthday last time, Yu doesn't think Obito can also open his eyes on his birthday. Shisui's trust level 3 is much later than Obito and Might Guy, but he is the first to reach level 4. The emotional outburst that night was too great, which led to the Sharingan. And Obito may be the one with the highest trust among his disciples, and he doesn't have such a big room for explosion. Yu's current idea is to make it a little difficult for Obito and others when they meet the enemy next time, to stimulate them. As for Might Guy, he still focuses on the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and reaches the level of opening 3 gates first. Shisui can join Obito in the regular training of Breath of Fire, and then train the Sharingan to enhance Haki. As for Kakashi, first make him a little more normal, and then focus on Breath of Thunder and supplement with Armament Haki. After sorting out the things to do next, Yu went to the South Forest. When Yu arrived, she found that it was the same as usual, and all the disciples were practicing. Yu was a little surprised to see the 5 disciples in neat order. Although Obito was not lazy, he was not as enthusiastic about practice as Might Guy, and he really took a break when he had a break. It seems that everyone is very motivated today. Yu praised with a smile. Might Guy showed his 2 rows of white teeth and gave a thumbs up to affirm. Kakashi continued to do various breathing exercises silently without giving any comments. Obito forced a smile to show his approval. Seeing that the disciples were all enthusiastic about practicing, Yu quickly started today's teaching. Since Might Guy and Obito had not yet mastered the changes in the nature of yin release, they did not start the formal practice of Armament Haki. At present, Obito's proficiency in yin-style transformation has reached about 70 points, which means victory is in sight. Might Guy's proficiency is much lower, with only more than 20 points, and he still needs to work hard for a long time. Kakashi has finally broken through 10 points of proficiency in thunder breathing through unremitting efforts. He can now use breathing to enhance his physical ability. Although the enhancement is average, it is a breakthrough from nothing to something. Shisui has also achieved some results in Armament Haki. After 20 days of hard training, his proficiency in armament haki has finally reached 12 points, and he has gradually found some feelings. Nohara Rin's chakra control has reached a higher level, and her explosive power has reached a higher level. At the same time, her study of Palm Immortal technique is also on the right track. In order to further enhance Nohara Rin's strength, Mu Yu is trying to develop a new breathing method to teach Nohara Rin. He has mastered 3 major breathing methods, one of which has reached the perfect level. He can be said to be quite knowledgeable in this regard. Not to mention developing a stronger one, it is possible to develop a breathing method of similar level. However, his knowledge of medical ninjutsu was not enough, so he certainly could not develop the medical breathing. But Mu Yu had a water attribute chakra property change with a proficiency of more than 7,000. He could develop a water breathing for Nohara Rin, whose natural attribute happened to be water. Having mastered the water breathing and super strength, Nohara Rin should not be easily abducted during the war. When the training was over, Obito could not wait to run to Nohara Rin to share his experience. Xiaolin, you can never imagine how exciting our mission experience was. 2 C-level missions, one became A-level and one became B-level. Every time we encountered powerful ninja enemies. Obito said excitedly, which made him feel very suffocated. Then Obito vividly described the scene of his rapid victory over the powerful enemy. Nohara Rin smiled and applauded. It's really exciting. You 3 are so good. It's just like when teachers talk about their mission experiences. Hehe, it's also teacher Mu Yu who is good. It seems that other interns can only take on odd jobs in the village. Looking at Nohara Rin's smiling face, Obito was satisfied and felt that this trip was worth it. Kakashi was going to leave directly after the end, but he stopped when he heard Obito and Nohara Rin talking. Obito left after he finished talking. If Obito had something to say, he would have told the story of how Obito almost got hurt by carelessness, but what Obito said this time was basically the truth. I have a headache and diarrhea, so I can't write. There will be less updates today. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 206, Start practicing in the normal state. Every time you reach a new level of breathing method, there will be a qualitative change. The next level of proficient use of full concentration breathing is full concentration breathing that never stops, so that your body can maintain a state of full concentration breathing every minute and every second. Mu Yu began to practice breathing method in the normal state with Shisui and Obito. In the world of Demon Slayer, mastering the Changzhong is the foundation of becoming a pillar, and it is a very critical practice that can greatly enhance physical ability. The Changzhong of the breathing method of the Hokage is equally important. If you can master the Changzhong, the ability to accelerate the change of nature will be permanent, which means that your nature change will be stronger than normal, and it will also greatly enhance your physical ability. Mu Yu's body is getting stronger and stronger, and it has a lot to do with the Changzhong of the rock breathing. Keep full concentration breathing all day long. How can I do this? I can't do it even if I am exhausted. Obito thought about his state when he used the full concentration breathing method, which was a little hard to imagine. Shisui looked at Mu Yu, his expression was also a little puzzled. How could the full concentration breathing, as a means of burst, be practiced to last for 24 hours? It's not as difficult as you think. You can do it by practicing more. Mu Yu smiled. With Obito's compatibility with the breath of fire, there is no problem in the regular practice. But I can only maintain full concentration breathing for 4 minutes now. Obito felt that Mu Yu's more practice might mean practicing for more than 10 years. The regular practice of breathing method does not require you to be in extreme breathing all the time, but relatively concentrated. Assuming that your extreme breathing can increase your strength by 100, you only need to do 70 or 80 in the regular practice. Mu Yu said. So that's the case, but that wouldn't be enough chakra, right? Obito understood a little, and then continued to ask. The native breathing method of Naruto can only achieve the greatest effect when chakra is added. When there is no battle, you cannot add chakra, or maintain a trace amount of chakra output. There will be special training for this. Mu Yu answered. It is best to add chakra, which will enhance the effect better and will not need to be adjusted during the battle. After all, the disciples have limited chakra now, so they can only practice the beggar version of the youth version. After Mu Yu explained, Shisui understood the meaning of Changzhong, which is essentially to increase the upper limit of their breathing method. If they can maintain the breathing method with an output of 80 all day, then their real breathing limit will definitely not be 100, but may be several times higher. First, enter the full concentration breathing state without using chakra. After the explanation, Mu Yu began to lead the students to conduct formal Changzhong training. Obito and Shisui both followed Mu Yu's instructions to enter the full concentration breathing state. Snap! Obito's head was hit, and Mu Yu retracted his hand and said, "Don't use chakra." Mu Yu clearly saw through the white eyes that Obito was consuming chakra to use breathing methods. Hehe, I'm used to it, and I used it subconsciously. Obito scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He made a mistake in the first step. Generally, when using full concentration breathing, one aims to defeat the enemy in one breath, so naturally one can do it as strong as possible. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise. Obito and Shisui looked over and saw Mu Yuing's clone moving several stones of different sizes and placing them here. The small one was about the same height as Obito, and the large one was more than 3 meters high. Come on, start practicing, hold these stones and do deep squats until you can't maintain full concentration breathing anymore. Mu Yu smiled and pointed to the huge stone next to him. Is it this difficult right from the start? Obito was a little dumbfounded. He remembered that when he first started practicing the breathing method, he inhaled and exhaled on the spot. This kind of practice was very strong. Shisui walked up to them calmly and tried them one by one. Finally, he picked a stone that was about the same height as Obito and lifted it up to start squatting. The stone looked heavy, but it was a state of full concentration breathing. Even without adding chakra, it could significantly improve physical ability. Seeing Shisui start practicing directly, Obito quickly walked up to pick a stone that was bigger than the one Shisui picked and started practicing. It was not that he was competitive and had to choose a stone bigger than Shisui, but the one Shisui took was the smallest. However, when lifting the stone to squat, it is not as heavy as Obito imagined. Of course, this is just the beginning. As time goes by, after 5 minutes, Obito feels a little tired, and he begins to be unable to maintain full concentration breathing. Maintaining full concentration breathing is a strenuous task in itself. It is not only physically exhausting, but also requires a high degree of mental concentration. Finally, Obito put the stone down in 5.5 minutes, while Shisui took half a minute less than Obito and put the stone down in 5 minutes. You maintained full concentration breathing for 5.5 minutes. You see, you can actually hold on a little longer than you thought. Mu Yu praised with a smile. Obito's fatigue was instantly swept away, revealing a silly smile. Mu Yu always gives positive feedback in time. Shisui, you are also very good. You are a little younger and will suffer a little. Mu Yu touched Shisui's hair and comforted him. Shisui smiled faintly. Mu Yu did not give the two of them time to rest. After 3 minutes, Mu Yu asked them to enter the breathing state again and exert all the breathing power they could. Next is running, and you can't stop until you can't maintain the breathing method anymore. Mu Yu said. The training in Changzhong is actually to let the body remember the breathing method, so that you can maintain full concentration breathing all day, and even consciously perform full concentration breathing when sleeping. So the training intensity in Changzhong is very high, which is completely different from the training in the entry stage. That is, Mu Yu has a secret medicine for training, otherwise he might slow down the training. This intensity is higher than that of Might Guy before. By the end of the training, Obito's legs were weak and his head was dizzy. He couldn't tell the east from the west. He felt that his body no longer belonged to him, as if his soul could float to the sky at any time. "I'm so tired." Obito sighed sincerely. He felt that the previous training was weaker than today's. He had no idea how many times he had used full concentration breathing, and he couldn't even tell whether it was normal breathing or full concentration breathing. A series of basic training such as running, weighted squats, weighted push-ups, etc., plus the condition of maintaining full concentration breathing, instantly became extremely tiring. Even Shisui couldn't maintain a calm expression, and his face was full of fatigue. Miyu smiled faintly and didn't say anything. This was nothing, just some basic training, and there would be more intensive training later. That's it for today. I feel like I need to adjust my schedule. It's not good to sleep at 3 o'clock every day. Ahem, Kakashi, good evening. The former teammate didn't know if Kakashi heard it, but Kakashi didn't say anything, just pretended not to hear it and said hello. Yeah, good evening. Kakashi nodded expressionlessly and replied, then continued to walk towards home. How embarrassing, I don't know if he heard it. It doesn't matter whether he heard it or not, anyway, he probably doesn't have a good impression of us. Kakashi, who has good hearing, can still hear some subtle conversations even if he walks a distance, but he has no intention to pay attention to this. Kakashi didn't get angry because the two former teammates talked about him behind his back. If he would get angry about this, then he would be angry to death when his father committed suicide, because at that time he could feel strange eyes wherever he went. And they were indeed right. For Kakashi, the priority of the mission is the highest. When they are performing the mission, Kakashi still puts the mission first even if they are injured. During this time as Miyu's disciple, except for the beginning, Kakashi seldom thought about what it means to be a qualified ninja, and whether a ninja should put the mission first. Because Miyu's training intensity was full, either learning advanced ninjutsu such as pseudo dark purple lightning or secret forbidden ninjutsu such as thunder breathing armament haki, under high intensity training, it was difficult to have the energy to think about other things. And there was also Obito in the team who was crazy about pulling his emotions, so Kakashi had to use the remaining part of his energy to fight against Obito. The words of the two former teammates made Kakashi fall into thinking about the mission, ninja, and teammates again. The reason why my father was blamed by everyone was because of the failure of the mission, so the ninja who could complete the mission was a qualified ninja. Kakashi thought in his heart. Then Kakashi shook his head again. He thought of Miyu's words. White Fang implemented his own ninja way and was not a failed ninja. Although he had not known Miyu for a long time, Kakashi admired Miyu very much, not only because Miyu was very strong, but also because Miyu was excellent in all aspects of being a teacher, which was different from all the teachers he had met before. So Kakashi was willing to listen to and believe what Miyu said. A trace of confusion appeared in Kakashi's eyes. On one hand, it was an established fact that his father was blamed for the failure of the mission and eventually committed suicide. On the other hand, it was the recognition from the teacher he admired, telling him that White Fang was actually a respectable ninja. Kakashi thought about it, ate dinner, and thought about it until 11 o'clock in the evening, but he still couldn't think of anything. Lying in bed, Kakashi didn't fall asleep for a long time. Even if he was very sleepy, he wanted to sleep, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he couldn't help thinking about those things, which made him unable to fall asleep. In the end, Kakashi didn't know when he fell asleep, but when he woke up and saw the big sun outside, Kakashi knew one thing: he was late. Kakashi quickly finished washing up, then took some food and stuffed it into his mouth and rushed to the south forest. When Kakashi arrived, other disciples were already practicing. Obito and Shisui were sweating while running with full concentration breathing. Might Guy was scratching his head and practicing the yin escape nature change. There were injured fish and broken trees next to Nohara Lin. While running, Obito happened to pass by Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi who was late, Obito wiped away the tiredness on his face and laughed. Hey, isn't this Kakashi? Why are you 2.5 hours late today? Did you also go to help the old man? After saying this, Obito felt refreshed instantly, and his body didn't seem so tired. In the past, he was always criticized by Kakashi for being late, but this time it was finally his turn. It's just that I slept late. Kakashi explained expressionlessly, and then walked to Miyu. Tisk, you're still so arrogant even though you're late. Obito muttered and continued to practice. Mr. Miyu, I'm sorry. Kakashi apologized, I didn't sleep well yesterday, so I got up late today. It's okay to be late occasionally, after all, there are always accidents, let's start practicing. Miyu said with a smile. Kakashi nodded, and then began to practice thunder breathing under Miyu's guidance. I don't know if it's because I didn't sleep well yesterday or something else, but Kakashi couldn't feel anything when practicing breathing today. After practicing in the morning, he didn't feel any progress, and it was even more so when practicing armament haki in the afternoon. In the morning, he could explain that he was 2.5 hours late and didn't have enough time to practice, but in the afternoon, he really didn't know what he was practicing. Usually, Miyu would talk and demonstrate, and he would practice automatically in his mind, but not today. Although Miyu didn't know what happened to Kakashi, he noticed something was wrong when he saw Kakashi's performance. Kakashi, your mind is confused. Miyu said. Armament haki is yin escape, which is related to mental strength. If the mental state is not good, practicing will be twice as effective. Sorry, Teacher Miyu, I'm not in a good state today. I'll try to adjust it tomorrow. Kakashi said with an apologetic look. Miyu taught him so seriously, but he couldn't even concentrate on studying. Kakashi felt a little guilty. Do your best and remember to believe in yourself. Miyu said with a warm smile. Thank you. Feeling the warm breath on Miyu's body, Kakashi felt a little relieved. Because he was late during the day and his training had not made any progress, Kakashi practiced breathing techniques in his own yard at night to make up for it. However, the training was still not going well, and Kakashi could not find that feeling. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Kakashi took a bath and went to bed. As soon as he lay on the bed, Kakashi subconsciously remembered the accusations his father had suffered in the past and the disapproval of his teammates. Then he remembered Obito's words and Miyu's words. His mind was very messy. Sometimes ninjas must abide by the rules and complete the task even if they sacrifice their companions. Sometimes companions are the most important and must be protected. Protect the safety of companions. Sleep, sleep. Kakashi kept repeating the word sleep in his heart. He heard that this method can cure insomnia, and he would suggest it to himself and then feel sleepy. I don't know if the method is useless or Kakashi himself, he still can't fall asleep. At this time, Kakashi glanced at the time and it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. With a slight sigh, Kakashi tried to sleep again. Late. When he woke up the next day, Kakashi saw the scorching sun outside and knew that he was late again today. He quickly packed up and went to the South Forest to start training. Kakashi, you are late for 2.5 hours again. You didn't stay up late to practice until the early morning. Obito looked at Kakashi with a suspicious face. He suspected that Kakashi was secretly tricking him. Someone like Kakashi could be late twice in a row, and the time he was late was so long. No. Kakashi answered briefly without expression, and walked to Miyu to explain. Teacher Miyu, I'm sorry, I couldn't sleep again last night. Kakashi explained. Miyu asked with concern, is there anything wrong with your health? Why did you suddenly suffer from insomnia? Thank you for your concern, Teacher Miyu. I am in good health. Kakashi's heart warmed and he shook his head and replied. As for insomnia, it may be that I have been thinking too much recently. Miyu patted Kakashi's shoulder and smiled and said, health is the most important. If there is anything, just tell me. Don't think it's troublesome to me. For a teacher, there is no such thing as trouble for the disciples. Kakashi nodded slightly, feeling relieved. Maybe the extra training last night had some effect. He made some progress after practicing breathing this morning, but he still couldn't find the feeling of armament haki in the afternoon. After the afternoon training, Kakashi went to buy an alarm clock. He must not be late again tomorrow. Kakashi didn't practice tonight. He finished washing up at 8 o'clock and went to bed. Kakashi's idea was that since he could not fall asleep until 3 o'clock in the morning if he went to bed at 11 o'clock, he would go to bed at 8 o'clock. Even if he didn't fall asleep for 4 hours, he would fall asleep at 12 o'clock. But when Kakashi lay down on the bed, he found that he couldn't fall asleep even if he didn't think about those things. Then there were various things. He opened and closed his eyes, and couldn't help thinking about all kinds of things in his mind. This time, not only was he thinking about the relationship between the ninja missions, Kakashi was also thinking about whether he should save his teammates or continue the mission if Might Guy and Obito were in danger in the next mission. Ding ding ding. Kakashi heard a crisp sound while he was drowsy, and he woke up instantly when he thought about going to Mu to practice. It might be because he slept too little. Kakashi could feel the pain in his eyes just by opening his eyes. Kakashi closed his eyes and finished washing, then had breakfast and quickly went to the South Forest to practice. This time Kakashi was not late, and he was not the last one to arrive. Hey, Kakashi, you are not late today. Obito was a little surprised when he saw Kakashi's figure after arriving. Don't treat me like you. Kakashi said lightly. I am late because I help the elderly. I will not be late because I sleep late. Obito retorted. Although Kakashi was not late today, he was not in good spirits due to lack of sleep, and the effect of training was a bit poor. Mu could see that Kakashi's autism had become a bit serious again. In fact, I know that Kakashi's problem has not been completely solved, but because there are his few friends here, and Mu is a warm and caring teacher, plus the heavy training tasks, Kakashi's problem is suppressed. Mu can also understand Kakashi. When Bai Fang committed suicide, Kakashi was even 7 years old. Such a young child, his father who he admired committed suicide at home because of accusations. It would be strange if he was not depressed and autistic. It takes strong medicine to cure it. Mu thought in his heart. It is difficult to gently heal the shadow of Kakashi's level. Maybe one day he will be upset because of something. Mu felt that Kakashi was facing a life and death crisis. He knew his truest thoughts and felt the brilliance of humanity from his companions. Only in this way could he be completely cured physically and mentally. Kakashi, how did you become so weak? You are so tired from this little training. If you come to practice my current training, I guess you will be exhausted to death. Obito noticed that Kakashi seemed particularly tired. I'm just not in good condition. Kakashi adjusted his expression and said calmly, but the fatigue in his eyes was still difficult to conceal. Kakashi, come back with me later, I'll make some food for you to regulate your body. Mu said. Obito saw that he could still eat even though he was not in good condition, so he laughed and said, Teacher Mu, I'm actually in a bad condition too, why don't we? Pa. Mu's fingers accurately hit Obito's head, then rubbed Obito's hair and said, just say you want to eat together. I want to eat together. Obito touched the place where he was hit and said quickly. Everyone come together. Mu said to all the disciples. No disciple would dislike Mu's food, and everyone agreed, but except Kakashi and Shisui, the others had to go home and talk to their families. After dinner, Obito and Kakashi started to quarrel with each other. Obito said Kakashi was too weak and could not do it after a little training. Kakashi said that Obito's brain was almost rusty and it was hard to imagine that he could get less than 20 points in theory. Obito, if you want to show your concern, you can be more direct. Nohara-rin started to smooth things over with a gentle smile. Nohara-rin said to Kakashi, "Don't look at Obito like this, he actually cares about you very much. He went back to discuss with me yesterday whether you were sick and said that a genius like you would be late." Kakashi showed a surprised expression. Obito actually said he was a genius, which made Kakashi doubt the truth of the matter. Seeing Nohara-rin actually revealing his past, Obito's face quickly turned red, and he waved his hands and said, "Xiaolin, you must have remembered it wrongly. How could I say such a thing?" Seeing Obito's reaction, Kakashi felt that what Nohara-rin said might be true. "My dear friend, your youth is indeed not as passionate as before recently," Might Guy said seriously. Kakashi didn't know how to answer. He was also a little annoyed with himself. He actually delayed his normal training because of such a thing. After everyone left, Miyu stopped Kakashi and said, "Why don't you sleep at my house today? I have something to talk to you about." Kakashi hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "Kakashi, if you don't mind, share your recent troubles with me. Although I may not be able to help you solve them, it will always be better to say them out." After taking Kakashi to the living room, Miyu asked. Kakashi was silent for a while, then said, "Teacher Miyu, do you really think that Baya is a qualified ninja, not a loser?" Kakashi stared into Miyu's eyes, wanting to ensure the authenticity of Miyu's answer. "No matter how many times you ask, I have only one answer. Baya is a qualified ninja who has implemented his own ninja way." Miyu looked into Kakashi's eyes and said seriously. "Then why do people blame him? Even the rescued companions are blaming him." Kakashi asked with a confused look. The fundamental reason why he was entangled in whether the ninja was qualified or not was that he could not let go of his father's death. Because White Fang's ninja way conflicts with the rules of the village, for the village, of course, interests come first, so to ensure the success rate of the mission, the ninja who can complete the mission is the good ninja of the village. But White Fang is different. He has his own beliefs in his heart. For him, the lives of his companions are far more important than any mission. Right and wrong are originally a very subjective issue. For me or White Fang, I will think that I have done the right thing, but for others, there are different judgments. Of course, the reason why White Fang has been criticized so much is not only because the mission failed, but also because he is Konoha White Fang. Miyu replied. "It is not a mission for one person, of course, all the mistakes cannot be blamed on one person. White Fang is just the most famous ninja in that mission. Bya is too straightforward. If it were Miyu, he would be the culprit of the mission failure. He is the hero of Konoha who tried to rescue his companions when the mission failed. Being more famous means that you have to bear everyone's blame." Miyu's answer was too realistic and dark, and Kakashi found it difficult to accept it for a while. Reality is always crueler than we imagine, but you don't have to think too much. I believe that even if you give if Baya had a chance to start over, he would still choose to save his teammates, and then try his best to complete the mission. Miyu said earnestly. Other people's ideas are theirs after all. Just be clear in your conscience and stick to your beliefs. Did Baya commit suicide because he was scolded for not being able to bear the psychological pressure? Miyu didn't think so. He thought Baya committed suicide because his beliefs collapsed. There were too many messages received tonight, and Kakashi thought he would not be able to sleep again, but he slept very well today. Since I usually live here alone, there is only one bed. Fortunately, you are still young, so you shouldn't feel crowded. Miyu said this and pulled Kakashi to the bed to sleep. It was the first time that Kakashi slept in the same bed with someone other than his family, but he felt inexplicably relieved. After all, it's teacher Miyu. Kakashi thought to himself, and fell asleep quickly after he felt sleepy. Because it was a big chapter that was updated a little bit, there is another chapter later. Chapter 208 Trust Level Improvement. In the early morning, Kakashi woke up, but this time it was not because of the alarm clock, nor the habit caused by the biological clock, but because he smelled a very fragrant smell and woke up. Before opening his eyes, Kakashi was very confused, why there was such a fragrance. When he opened his eyes and saw the unfamiliar ceiling, Kakashi remembered that he did not go home yesterday but lived in Miyu's house. Maybe because he had a good sleep yesterday, Kakashi felt that his body was much more relaxed and more energetic. Then Kakashi walked out of the room and went to the first floor. "You woke up, and I just made breakfast, let's eat together." Miyu, who brought the breakfast to the table, happened to see Kakashi coming downstairs, so she smiled and said, thank you for your trouble." Kakashi thanked Miyu. Kakashi glanced at the table. He didn't know why they cooked more because he was there. The breakfast was very rich, with sweet-looking red bean rice, steaming miso soup, thick omelette, and grilled fish. "I'm starting," Kakashi said after sitting at the table. It has been a long time since he said this sentence while eating breakfast, because this sentence is not to tell the food that I want to eat you, but to tell the people who eat together that it is time to eat. Naturally, there is no need to shout when eating alone. The messy thoughts in Kakashi's mind disappeared after eating Miyu's breakfast. At this moment, he only felt that this was delicious, that was delicious, and everything was delicious. The whole person was immersed in the world of food. After finishing all the dishes in front of him and drinking the steaming miso soup, Kakashi only felt warm and comfortable. After eating, seeing the empty plates in front of him, Kakashi realized that he had eaten so much without realizing it. Disciple Hatake Kakashi's trust level has been improved, and the current trust level is 3. It seems that you like my cooking very much. Miyu stood up and prepared to collect things and said with a smile. It was worth his effort. The trust level finally went up. Because your cooking is so delicious, teacher Miyu, Kakashi said seriously. It's hard to say which ninja is the strongest in the ninja world now, but if someone says that someone can cook better than Miyu, Kakashi will be the first to object. This is a dish of illusion level. Let me clean it up. Kakashi took the initiative to ask for help. It's Miyu's effort to enlighten him, and it's a rich breakfast. Kakashi feels a little uncomfortable if he doesn't do something. Then I'll trouble you, Kakashi. Miyu didn't refuse and said with a smile. Sometimes accepting other people's kindness can make both parties closer and deepen trust. After washing the dishes, Kakashi and Miyu went to the South Forest to practice together. Miyu's treatment effect is not bad. Today, Kakashi has neither mental problems nor physical fatigue, and has temporarily returned to normal. Is this the reason you say I'm weak? I can't even stand straight after just one day of training. Looking at Obito after practicing full concentration breathing, Kakashi showed his aggressiveness. What do you know? You don't know how tiring it is to maintain full concentration breathing. Obito was so tired that his words were a little incoherent. No matter how tired you are, it's still training. Can't you be stronger? Kakashi wanted to settle the accounts of the past few days at once. Obito rolled his eyes and slumped on the ground, looking like he was fainted by someone who didn't know how to breathe. Miyu nodded in her heart. This was also a sign of recovery. It would not be a big problem if she could think about fighting against Obito. Everyone, take a good rest after you go back. We have to do the mission tomorrow, Miyu announced. Originally, Miyu planned to take the disciples to practice until after Obito's birthday before doing the mission, but with Kakashi's condition, Miyu felt that she had to solve Kakashi's problem first. Kakashi's problem is difficult to solve in the village, and she has to go outside to seek a little help. Miyu doesn't expect to be able to solve it in one mission. After all, there have been 2 accidents in a row. Even if he is a cheater, he should not have 3 accidents in a row, so she has to do more missions to find opportunities. Okay, I have to do another mission. Obito's eyes lit up and he stood up with difficulty. Every mission he completed now became a topic of conversation with Nohara Rin, and also a capital for bragging when he returned to the ninja school in the future. When other students were discussing what kind of miscellaneous tasks they had done, he showed his experience in A-level and B-level tasks. Obito didn't dare to imagine how envious those students would be. "Everyone, be careful and don't get hurt," Nohara Rin gently reminded. "Don't worry, Xiaolin, with me and teacher Muyu here, there will be no problem." Obito patted his chest and said, "Obito, are you underestimating my youth? When the time comes, I will use my most passionate youth to protect my companions." Might Guy laughed with shining white teeth. "Then I'll change it. With teacher Muyu, me and Kai here, there will be no problem." Obito thought for a while and said, "Might Guy is really strong now. Except for Shisui who opened the Sharingan, everyone who sees him will have a headache. He is really hard to deal with." Kakashi. "Teacher Muyu and Kai are indeed reliable. Forget it. If I hadn't supported you in time in the last mission, you would have been seriously injured." Seeing Obito taking the initiative to provoke trouble, Kakashi said bluntly, "You are too reckless in battle and think too little." The opponent didn't even notice that he was exchanging injuries for injuries. "Obito, be cautious in battle," Nohara Rin said with some concern. "I was helping him, so this happened." Obito was also full of fire, and even recounted the past that Kakashi did nothing for 10 minutes in the previous mission. "Very energetic, but you should save more energy for tomorrow's mission." After watching for a while, Muyu smiled and stopped the argument between the two. Seeing Muyu speak, the two temporarily stopped fighting. The next morning, Muyu led the disciples to the Hokage building to accept the mission. "Is there a sea-level mission in River Country today?" Muyu asked directly. River Country was affected by the war between Kumagakure and Sand Village, so it is easier to find opportunities. In fact, it is easier to find opportunities in Grass Country, because River Country was only affected, and the war between Kumagakure and Sand Village was mainly in the country of Wind Country, while in Grass Country, Rock Village and Konoha were fighting, which was equivalent to the main battlefield. However, because of this, Grass Country is basically full of war missions now, and Muyu's class cannot accept it because of the interns. "Kawa no Kuni, let me see." The registered ninja began to look through the task list. There is a subjugation of the bandits near Sankawa town, and the other is to protect the client back to the capital of the Kawa no Kuni. Although only 2 chapters were updated today, there is a 5K chapter, so the total number of words is 7K. Chapter 209 Kakashi, absolutely impossible. Then let's subjugate the bandits in Sankawa town. Muyu thought for a while and said. He has seen the map of Kawa no Kuni, which is closer to the Wind Kingdom than the capital Sankawa town, so the possibility of encountering opportunities is greater. The registered ninja quickly completed the procedures and handed Muyu a piece of paper. It's still the country of the last mission. Obito curiously leaned over to take a look and said. What's wrong, don't you like Kawa no Kuni? Muyu put the information away and asked. Obito scratched his hair with his right hand, and then replied. I don't think I hate him. It's just that the mayor of the last mission left me with a very bad impression, but there should be very few such bad people. The mayor of the last mission really disgusted Obito. It was difficult for him to understand why people were so bad. Isn't it better for everyone to get along with each other in a friendly manner? Such people should be punished by the iron fist of youth. Might Guy still remembered the mayor of the last mission. It was the first time he realized that people could be so bad. He thought that those who laughed at his father were too much, but compared to what the mayor did, it was nothing. It's normal to dislike that kind of people. I don't like that kind of people either. Muyu smiled and touched the heads of the two and walked out of the Hokage building with his disciples. There was one thing he didn't say, that is, there will definitely be many such people in the world. This is a feudal system. The reason why Obito felt that there were few such people was because he had lived in Konoha since he was a child. Konoha's transcendent status and harmonious atmosphere gave Obito this illusion. Does any one of you want to go back to get something? If so, go back and get it. We will set off directly later. Miyu asked. The three disciples shook their heads. Because Miyu reminded them yesterday, they came here after packing up their things. Then let's set off now, finish the task early and come back early. Miyu said directly. Don't you have a client this time? Obito asked curiously. Of course, there are clients for the mission, but the client is not in Konoha, but in the country of River. Miyu said. Except for the escort mission, the client must be in Konoha. For other missions, the client does not need to be in Konoha all the time. The commission money is in place. Miyu feels that this is good. Having a client will reduce their speed. If there is no client, they will arrive quickly. Let's set off. I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know what kind of enemy I will encounter. I won't encounter any Raikage or Tsuchikage, I'm kidding. The third time doing the mission, Obito began to imagine the enemies he would encounter in this mission. Kakashi's mouth twitched, a little bit unable to hold it in. They were going to subdue the bandits, not the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village. They also met the Raikage and the Tsuchikage. Why didn't they meet the Six Paths Sage? It's a little more reasonable to dream. We need to deal with the bandits, not the ninja village. Kakashi couldn't help but say. Since it's a dream, why should it be reasonable? It's a joke. Although the mission is to subdue the bandits, it's normal to meet ninjas. The last mission was to drive away wild beasts, but it was different to meet ninjas. Obito retorted. Obito's answer made Kakashi speechless. It was not normal to meet ninjas in a sea-level mission. However, considering that Obito had only done 2 sea-level missions and both had accidents, it was not surprising to have such thoughts. You will know when you finish this mission. We were unlucky the first 2 times. It is impossible for ninjas to appear in this mission. Kakashi said. He felt that even if he was unlucky, it was time to end the 2 consecutive sea-level missions. My dear friend, you can't be too sure. Didn't Teacher Miyu say that it is wartime now, and accidents are more likely to happen? Might Guy touched his chin and said. Might Guy's thoughts were the same as Obito's. It was normal to encounter ninjas on missions. Kakashi didn't say anything. He felt that Obito and Might Guy had such an illusion because they had done fewer missions. Before joining Miyu's class, he had done dozens of sea-level missions without any accidents. Hurry up with all your strength. Before leaving the land of fire, everyone should use breathing to hurry up. If you can use full concentration breathing, use full concentration breathing. Miyu said with a smile. For Miyu, doing sea-level missions is actually training disciples in a different place, and the necessary training will not be reduced. Kakashi, how about we compete to see who can run faster and farther? Obito challenged. He was still very confident in this aspect, because his full concentration breathing was the strongest among the disciples, and Kakashi had just learned the breathing method not long ago. Not interested. Kakashi replied indifferently, he saw through Obito's little thoughts at a glance. The fiery youth should compete more, Obito, I will come with you. Might Guy said excitedly. Mr. Miyu, can you be our referee? Obito agreed and asked Miyu. Although Kakashi was not lord to him, Might Guy beat Kakashi in the previous battle, so beating Might Guy can be considered as defeating Kakashi. Actually, Obito wanted to have a real-life sparring match with Kakashi a few days ago, but Miyu just started the Chongzhong teaching, so Obito thought about completing the new teaching and becoming stronger before fighting Kakashi. Now he was not 100% sure of defeating Kakashi. Miyu smiled and nodded, then shouted, Ready, 3, 2, 1, start. Rock breathing, breathe with full concentration. Flame breathing, breathe with full concentration. Obito and Might Guy instantly opened fire, rushing forward at a speed like a cannonball being fired. Although Kakashi did not participate in the competition, he also silently used the breathing method to run at full speed. Obito started a little faster, but was soon surpassed by Might Guy and left behind. Oh no, I forgot that Akai's rock breathing has a much stronger physical increase. Looking at Might Guy who was getting farther and farther away, Obito remembered that rock breathing and flame breathing are not the same. However, in order to win, Obito also fought hard, and used the state of Chongzhong training to catch up. We must hurry up and learn the lightning breathing, and we can't fall behind too much. Kakashi thought to himself as he watched the two people running wildly. Although he was defeated by Might Guy once, Kakashi didn't want to be defeated all the time. Hoo, I made a mistake. Next time I should compete with you in fire style, Kai. Obito said with a heavy breath. Although he ran very hard, he couldn't catch up with Might Guy at all. Might Guy's endurance was much stronger than his. That may take a long time, because I don't know how to use fire style at all now. Might Guy replied with a big laugh. If we want to compete in fire style, he must know how to use it. Nothing he has mastered now has anything to do with fire. After leaving the land of fire, Yu stopped such extreme training. Although his strength can cover the bottom line in most cases, it is still better to be safe. Chapter 210 The Raikage is here. Sanchuan town is located in the western part of the land of rivers. When Yu led his disciples here, he could clearly feel that the vegetation was much sparser. The forests that were everywhere in the land of fire were rare here. The scenery here is very rare. Obito said with interest. He was tired of the land of fire, which was full of green trees. The northern part of the land of rivers made him feel a little novel. If you go a little further west, you can still see the desert, but we have to complete the mission first. Yu said with a smile. It's not good to live in the desert, but just to see the scenery. Okay, complete the mission and go to see the scenery. Obito was a little excited. It would be great if I had a camera, so I could take pictures and show them to Xiaolin. Obito suddenly thought of Noharalin who was far away in Konoha. Obito only regretted that he couldn't do A-level tasks every day. He didn't have enough money, and cameras were not cheap. Although he had earned some money doing tasks since the internship, he and other disciples planned to buy gifts for teacher Yu, and also gave a lot of money to his grandmother, so there was not much money that he could really spend freely. Then Yu took them to find the client who lived in Sanchuan town to learn more about the information. The client was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, but from the client's words, Yu knew that this was also a commissioned task initiated by fundraising, and the main participants were residents of Sanchuan town and some nearby villages. This group of bandits has often robbed houses near our town and Siya Mountain in recent months, but their whereabouts are strange. Last time we asked the samurai to come but couldn't find them, and finally returned empty-handed. The middle-aged client sighed. Don't worry, uncle, we ninjas are more powerful than samurai, there are many of them. It's easy to deal with these bandits. Obito said immediately after hearing this. The middle-aged man looked at Obito carefully and shook his head in his heart. He looked silly and unreliable, just like an ordinary child. The middle-aged man felt that apart from the adult Yu, only the masked and silent child looked like a decent person. We will deal with it soon. Yu said with a smile. It's just a group of bandits. Yu didn't take it seriously. No matter how good they were at hiding, they could not escape his white eyes. Then I'll trouble the ninjas. Please solve it as soon as possible. We are fine here, but the villages near Mount Siya are even more worried every day. The middle-aged man bowed. According to the middle-aged man's instructions, Yu and others went to Mount Siya, not far from Sanchuan town. Mount Siya is higher than the mountain in Kawakita town where they went last time, and it looks more dangerous. But for ninjas like Yu, no matter how dangerous the mountain is, it can't stop them from moving forward. After all, they can rely on chakra to climb walls and run over roofs. When they got to the mountain, Mu and others did find some traces of life, but they didn't see a single person. Could it be that those bandits happened to go to other places to rob today? Might Guy looked around and didn't see anyone, and he was a little confused. There are indeed people, but they are all hiding. Mu shook her head and said, "These bandits do have something. It seems that they got the news in advance and dispersed and hid in advance. If they met ordinary ninjas and happened to have no dog-like summoning beasts or means of finding people, they might have been fooled by them. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and met Mu. Mu was not open, but not closed at all. Before going up the mountain, Mu opened her white eyes and looked all the way. Something is wrong, why are you moving so fast? Kakashi noticed something wrong. If they were hiding in a hurry, there should be traces along the way. I found some people, let's catch them and ask them first. Mu said. Then Mu took his disciples to find the bandits he found. Some bandits saw that Obito and Kakashi looked like children and wanted to kidnap them to threaten Mu. Some were kicked out of their front teeth by Might Guy, and some were burned by Obito and screamed. Who is your leader and where are the others hiding? Mu asked with a cold face. The bandits looked at each other without saying anything. If you don't tell me, I'll treat you to a fireball. Obito threatened with a flame in his hand. Interrogate them separately, there are always people who don't want to die. Mu said with a smile. Then Mu divided the bandits into 6 groups for separate interrogations. 3 disciples interrogated one each, and Mu split 2 shadow clones to interrogate 3. We will not betray our brothers. Faced with Mu's question, the bandit refused to cooperate. At this time, Mu's shadow clone came over and said, "My people have confessed, and there are some bandits hiding in the secret passages in the cave and." The bandit, who had originally looked determined, was dumbfounded in an instant, because he knew that there were really people hiding there, so the bandit hurriedly said, "I will tell you everything, spare my life, there are 4 hiding in the secret passages in the cave, and." The bandit was afraid that he would lose his value if he spoke too slowly, so he directly told all the hiding places he knew in one breath. Mu's face did not change, in fact, it was all acting. He was locked up and not interrogated at all. That place was discovered by Mu but he did not do anything, waiting for this moment. Others have already said these, if it's just these, you can die. Mu took out a kunai and walked forward to stab the bandit's neck. Don't do it, sir, I still have information here, and there are villagers cooperating with us to pass on information, so that we can rob accurately and avoid encirclement. The bandit got angry when he saw the sharp kunai, and quickly turned his brain and said. Mu stopped moving. He was not too surprised by this answer. Not to mention cooperating with bandits, it was normal for a village to turn into bandits in difficult times. However, Mu did not believe it directly. He followed the same method with the remaining bandits and finally concluded that the bandit who was interrogated at the beginning did not lie. After arresting all the bandits, Mu interrogated them separately and asked them to identify each other's crimes. If the crime was light enough and the report was meritorious, they could be spared from death. In the end, Mu killed most of the bandits, and took the remaining bandits to arrest people in nearby villages who cooperated with the bandits, and sent them to the client together. This is the situation. You can decide how to deal with them. Mu said to the client. Thank you so much. The client was surprised and thanked. He did not expect Mu and others to be so fast. They came here one day and dealt with the bandits who gave them a headache. These bandits are so hateful. They have hands and feet but don't go to work. They want to rob and harm people. After walking out of Sanchuan town, Obito said with an indignant look on his face. When Mu interrogated the bandits about their crimes, he was furious. Some people not only robbed money but also did not let people go. Yet, it really makes people angry. The passionate young man Might Guy was also very angry after hearing so many dark topics. Kakashi remained silent. He had also done the task of conquering bandits before, but he always found them and killed them directly, so he was not as angry as today. Since you are angry, you should practice harder in the future. It takes a lot of strength to make the world a better place. Mu Yu looked up at the sky and said. Then Mu Yu, as he said before, led his disciples to the west, and came to a desert full of yellow sand. At a glance, Obito saw golden sand everywhere, without even a tree. Apart from the yellow of the ground and the blue of the sky, there was no other color. It's amazing that there is so much sand. Obito exclaimed, and the anger in his heart was soothed by nature. Then Obito curiously put his hand into the sand and found it was surprisingly hot, so he pulled Might Guy and Kakashi to burn their hands. Just when Mu Yu was thinking about whether to take his students to practice nearby for a few days before going back, he suddenly found that yellow fog suddenly rose in the desert and someone was running fast. Mu Yu directly opened his Byakugan to observe, but after seeing the person clearly, Mu Yu was a little surprised. Obito's mouth was indeed a little interesting. The Raikage really came, but it was the future Raikage. Chapter 211 The Combination that has not grown up. Name, AI. Chakra, 87,000. Potential, S. Skills, Lightning Chakra Mode, Mastery, 5,000/15,000, Lightning Chakra Nature Change, 4,500/15,000, Lightning Abuse Level Chomai, Mastery. There is no doubt that the 4th generation AI is no longer a so-called genius, but a grown-up strongman. He has a highly proficient mastery level Lightning Chakra mode and is proficient in various ninjutsu. Among the many panels that Mu Yu has seen, he is also a very strong one. Mu Yu is not surprised that the 4th generation AI has this panel, because the 4th generation AI is a few years older than Minato and needs to practice for a few more years. Then Mu Yu quickly identified the panels of several people next to the 4th generation AI. As the son of the 3rd generation Raikage, he certainly cannot walk on the battlefield alone. Name, Killer Bee. Chakra, 23,000. Potential, S. Skills, Lightning Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 100/15,000, Supersonic Thunder Blade, Mastery, Thunder Plow Hot Blade, Mastery. Kirabi didn't look big at this time, about 13 or 14 years old, the smallest one in the crowd, and according to the panel, he didn't become the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. However, based on this panel, Mu Yu can only say that Killer Bee is also a genius that should not be underestimated. Even if he doesn't have the 8 tails, it doesn't affect his becoming a strong man. Name, Berkeley. Chakra, 7,100. Skills, Lightning Chakra Nature Change, Mastery. Name, Modem. Chakra, 6,500. Skills, Chakra Perception, Mastery, Lightning Chakra Nature Change, Mastery. In addition to the 2 strange Jonins he couldn't recognize, there were 2 good Chunins with chakras in the early 4000s. If the leader was the 3rd Raikage, Mu Yu would have summoned the spirit and run away without saying anything, but she met the 4th Raikage who had not yet grown to the peak. Mu Yu was not afraid, but also had some small surprises. Because Killer is still young and has not become the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, the combination is now led by the 4th Raikage. Although the 4th Raikage's chakra is more than twice that of Mu Yu is not very weak to the 4th Raikage. Although Mu Yu's chakra is not good, he has many skills, perfect thunder breathing, perfect armed color domineering, and a lot of proficient skills. Mu Yu has seen many people with more chakra than him, but she has never seen one with higher skill proficiency than him. Mu Yu thought quickly in his mind and finally decided to meet this young version of the 4th Raikage to increase his combat experience and put some pressure on his disciples. Hurry up and use the transformation technique to become a ninja from the Sand Village and follow me. Yu cancelled his white eyes and took off his glasses, then used the transformation technique to become Aizen wearing a Sand Village uniform and put on black framed glasses. He was sure to leave, but he was not sure to destroy the elite team led by the fourth Raikage, so hiding his identity was a must. Although they didn't know what happened, out of trust in Yu, the three disciples did it. Their faces changed casually, but the forehead guards and uniforms were all from Sand Village. Then Yu led the disciples to run towards the east. The desert was too empty and it was not easy to run. They seem to have discovered us. Those chakras are moving quickly. Modem said after noticing the actions of Yu and others. Want to run? Impossible, just use it for Bai to practice. The fourth AI said calmly and turned to look at Kirabi. Bai, you have to hurry up and practice. Your thunder plow hot knife is too much worse than mine. Okay, I will grow up as soon as possible to cooperate with you, big brother, and beat those enemy village ninjas to admiration, and finally all surrender to our cloud village. Kirabi shouted passionately. Ha ha ha. The fourth AI laughed with satisfaction. How strange, their speed has suddenly become so fast. Modem suddenly found that Yu and the others' speed increased again. I'll go over and stop them first. The fourth generation AI said indifferently, no matter how fast they are, they can't be faster than him. Tsitsizizizi. A large amount of lightning immediately emerged from the sturdy body of the fourth generation AI, and the powerful lightning instantly enveloped his entire body, as if he was wearing a lightning armor. After using the lightning chakra mode, the fourth generation AI's body was activated and greatly enhanced. He stepped out and instantly disappeared in front of Kirabi and others. On the other side Yu picked up the disciples and ran to the nearest forest. Let's go into the forest first. Yu put the disciples down and said. No one of you can leave. Just then, a blue flash came at a high speed, like a lightning parallel to the ground. What is this? Obito couldn't see the figure of the fourth generation AI at all, he only felt a lightning strike. Kakashi quickly took out a few shurikens and shot at the lightning, but missed directly, the speed of the lightning was too fast. Finally, the lightning passed over several people and stopped in front of the forest. The fourth generation AI released the lightning chakra mode, looked at everyone, and felt a little disappointed. He remembered the appearance of those Sand Village strongmen, but there was no one here. What a fast speed! Seeing that the fourth generation AI suddenly appeared in front of him, Kakashi was very surprised. He was sure that the sturdy young man with dark skin and light yellow hair in front of him was not easy to mess with. Kakashi had only felt that speed on Yu. For a moment, he didn't know who was faster, Yu or this enemy, because the speed of both parties exceeded his understanding and could not be compared at all. Tell me your mission, I can leave you a whole body. The fourth generation AI said calmly. Who would tell you, come if you have the ability. Obito couldn't stand the words of the fourth generation AI. He didn't believe that his life would be in danger with teacher Yu here. Yu stretched out his hand to signal all the disciples to stand behind him. The fourth generation AI was different from the enemies he had met before. He was strong and fast. You seem very confident, but sometimes overconfidence is not a good thing. Yu said with a smile on his face. Because I have the capital to be confident. The fourth generation AI glanced at the distance, and Killer Bee and the others were about to come. If it's not for practice, I can finish you off at any time. Are you sure? Yu adjusted his glasses, inhaled a lot of air into his body to strengthen his own abilities, and his chakra burst out, and his momentum suddenly changed. Whoosh! Yu flashed behind the fourth generation AI, and the dark-armed color domineering covered Yu's right fist, and finally swung a punch. Although the fourth generation AI underestimated the enemy because he didn't know Yu's strength, he reacted very quickly and instantly turned on the lightning chakra mode. The shining blue lightning covered himself and swung a fist carrying a lot of lightning. A black and a blue fist collided violently. At this time, Killer Bee and other Kumagakure also arrived. I can't find out what the 4th generation Raikage was called before he became Raikage, so let's call him the 4th generation AI for the time being. Chapter 212 The Unknown Aizen. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the aftermath of the collision of the two fists rolled up the mud and sand on the ground and pressed it towards the surroundings. The ground under the feet of the two people gradually began to crack because they could not bear the huge force. The 4th generation AI felt the power coming from his arm, and his originally relaxed and careless expression became a little solemn. Bang! The 4th generation AI, who punched hastily, failed to resist Mu Yu's punch and was quickly repelled more than 10 meters away by the powerful force. With such power and speed, could he be a hidden strongman in Sand Village? The 4th generation AI frowned slightly. The people who came to Union happened to see the 4th generation AI and Mu Yu being repelled by the fist fight. Kirabi saw his eldest brother being punched back more than 10 meters, his eyes widened and his mouth opened, with an unbelievable look on his face. Big brother actually lost in the physical duel. Kirabi rubbed his eyes and felt that he was in an illusion. This is his elder brother, the son of the 3rd Raikage, who has mastered the super strong lightning chakra mode and has been designated as the elder brother of the next Raikage. Everyone, pay attention, this guy has strong chakra. As Mu Yu did not use the transparent world to hide himself, Modem also felt the strong chakra on Mu Yu. You go first, I will find you later. Mu Yu quickly said to Obito and others. With Obito and others' current strength, it is too dangerous to fight him in the same battlefield. Mu Yu decided to divide the battlefield into two, stop the opponents that Obito and others could not defeat even with their explosives, and let Obito and others play the rest. If Obito and others failed to defeat the opponent, Mu Yu would burst out with all his strength and run away with them. Teacher, I want to fight with you. Due to the performance of the 4th generation AI at the beginning, Obito also knew that the enemy this time was not simple, and he didn't want Mu Yu to face the strong enemy alone. Yes, how can a passionate youth retreat? Might Guy said with determination, he also wanted to fight with Mu Yu. Although Kakashi did not speak, he silently drew out the white fang short blade behind him, ready to fight at any time. Mu Yu touched the heads of several people and said with a smile, I am very happy that you have this intention, but this is not escape or retreat, but strategy. The enemy is very strong this time. It is difficult for me to take care of you in the battle with him. I will stop most of the enemies. At that time, there may be a small number of enemies to chase you, which can also reduce my pressure. All listen to orders. There is only one mission, not to destroy the enemy, not to obtain intelligence, but to survive. Mu Yu said with a serious expression. Just when Mu Yu was making the next arrangements for the disciples, the 4th generation AI stopped Berkeley, who wanted to rush forward with his sword. This person is very strong. You are not opponents. Let me and Bai come. The 4th generation AI patted the ash on his body and said domineeringly. Berkeley is very. He stopped obediently. Although he was older than the 4th generation AI, the 4th generation AI's strength and status were far superior to his. Don't worry about me. Although the enemy is strong, I am not a weak person either. Mu Yu patted Obito on the shoulder and said with a warm smile. Let's go. We will only hinder the teacher here. Kakashi said calmly. The speed displayed by the enemy was too terrifying. If they were caught by the enemy and threatened Mu Yu in the battle, Mu Yu would be in trouble. Obito was not indecisive, he was just a little stubborn. He soon thought that he might become a burden to Mu Yu. He silently prayed for Mu Yu in his heart and ran towards the forest with Kakashi Might Guy. They might become Mu Yu's flaw here, but leaving could attract some firepower and reduce Mu Yu's pressure. Become stronger, and never turn your back to teacher Mu Yu like this next time. Obito clenched his fists with unwillingness. Mu Yu didn't care about his reputation as the last in the class, and took him in as a disciple and taught him carefully. Because of his request, Miyu remade a training plan to help him win the first place in the junior ninjutsu competition, allowing him to be on par with Kakashi for the first time. When the training state was not good, Miyu never blamed him, but patiently comforted and encouraged him, allowing him to surpass himself again and again, and finally he became the first in the ninja school from the last in the class. Even Kakashi, the genius who was once unattainable, became within reach, and surpassing was just around the corner. This teacher who was so good to him, now facing a strong enemy, he can only become a burden. Obito really didn't reconcile. At this moment, he was extremely eager for strength, and he hated why he didn't use all the time he could practice, so that he might be able to help teacher Miyu more. Might Guy's face no longer had the optimism of the past, and his emotional eyes could not help but shed tears. If my 8 gates of ninjutsu can open the 8th gate, and the breathing method can reach the level of opening the stripes, I will definitely help teacher Miyu defeat these enemies. Might Guy hated his own powerlessness. The more warm daily life with Miyu in his mind, the more painful his heart was at this moment. Miyu looked at his smile when he was eating voraciously, Miyu's sincere praise after his breathing method improved, and the words of trust that still echoed in his ears turned into sharp blades piercing his body, stimulating his nerves. Bang! While running, Might Guy couldn't help but punch a big tree next to him, and the huge force directly broke the tree. Maybe I really will bring misfortune, as they said. Kakashi's eyes were a little dim. The teacher who would enlighten students when they were unhappy, the teacher who would quietly prepare a hearty breakfast in the morning, the teacher who would teach students all kinds of powerful ninjutsu secrets without reservation, the mysterious and powerful Miyu who always smiled warmly might be sacrificed. Kakashi was the most pessimistic one among the three. The strong teacher Miyu gave the order to survive, which showed that the enemy was really strong. Go chase those guys, don't let them run away. Watching Kakashi and others run into the forest, the 4th generation AI said to Berkeley. Follow me. Berkeley shouted to a Chunin. Then the 4th generation AI rubbed his fists and walked forward, ready to fight with Miyu again, and at the same time prevent Miyu from killing Berkeley with a critical hit. Tell me your name, you shouldn't be an unknown person with your strength. The 4th generation AI did not attack directly but asked. Aizen. Miyu answered calmly. He used the transformation technique, of course he had to hide his identity, how could he take the initiative to report his real name? Aizen. The 4th generation AI thought seriously, and then found that he had never heard of a strong man named Aizen. I underestimated you just now, but it will be different next time. The 4th generation AI did not dwell on the name, and gathered strength to prepare for action. To explain the broken chapter yesterday, you can look at the update time of that chapter, 1:30 in the morning. Actually, I was going to update 2 chapters yesterday, because this plot is definitely not much to write with 2,000 to 3,000 words, but a reader said that he didn't have much time to live and wanted to read more chapters. I didn't know if it was true or not, so I stayed up until 1:30 to rush out a chapter. Actually, my condition was very bad yesterday. I only wrote 4,000 words in the afternoon and evening. I was really dizzy when I wrote 1:30, and I just posted it when I reached 2,000 words. Also, I would like to ask that book friend here if you are joking. If it is true, I will try to write more to satisfy you in the next few days. If it is false, please don't make such jokes in the future. It is really scary to see it in the background. I wanted to write a long chapter, but there are too many people scolding me in the background, so I'll post it here to explain. I mentioned before that I've been insomniac for some reason and haven't been in a good mood recently. I was really tired when I saw the comments this morning. I didn't want to stay up all night. Chapter 213 The Collision Between Ninjutsu. The dazzling blue lightning bloomed on the 4th generation AI. He used a lot of chakra to activate his body to enhance his strength and speed, and activated his nerves to enhance his reaction ability. Swoosh! The fourth generation AI turned into a blue lightning and rushed towards Mu Yu. Thunder level. After approaching Mu Yu, the fourth generation AI immediately raised his right hand, chakra burst out, and a large amount of lightning concentrated on the palm of his hand, striking towards Mu Yu. The fourth generation AI was so fast that even the cloud-hidden man with him didn't react. He only felt that the fourth generation AI appeared in front of Mu Yu and chopped with a knife. Mu Yu, who has the Byakugan, knows better how fast the fourth generation AI is. With this level of speed, it is extremely difficult for the Byakugan to catch his tracks. During the Fourth Ninja World War, the fourth generation Raikage burst out with all his strength, which even Sasuke's Mangeki Sharingan could not observe. However, in addition to the Byakugan, Mu Yu also has the transparent world, and the fourth generation AI's actions are within his expectations. Thunder breathing, pattern, open. Mu Yu immediately entered the pattern state of thunder breathing, absorbing a large amount of surrounding air, strengthening his physical ability, and at the same time changing the nature to transform a large amount of thunder attribute chakra. The shining blue lightning turned into a thunder armor on Mu Yu's body. The first time facing such a strong enemy as the fourth generation AI, Mu Yu was very careful and directly prepared to use the pattern of thunder breathing to fight against the fourth generation AI's thunder chakra mode. Thunder release, finger gun. A large amount of lightning burst out from Mu Yu's palm and quickly wrapped around his fingers. Then Mu Yu poured all his strength into his fingers and pointed out a powerful finger. Crackling. Boom boom. The palm wrapped in lightning and the fingers wrapped in lightning collided with each other. The powerful lightning hit each other, and the arcs that splashed out burned the surrounding ground black. The terrifying aftermath made the surrounding ground explode, and the burst of airflow blew the hair of the surrounding Union. Lightning chakra mode? How is it possible? Seeing Mu Yu also covered in lightning and fighting with the fourth generation AI in ninjutsu, Modem was very shocked. From his perspective, the scene just now was like this. AI's figure suddenly disappeared, and Mu Yu instantly entered the lightning chakra mode, and then the two people's moves collided. Nani, you actually know my brother's moves, Baka Yalu. Kiribi was also shocked by the ability that Mu Yu suddenly showed. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the ground under the feet of the two could no longer withstand this force and exploded directly. Mu Yu and the fourth generation AI each retreated more than 2 meters. Tick tick. Red blood dripped onto the ground. The fourth generation AI raised his hand and took a look. There was a trace of blood on the palm of his right hand. The fourth generation AI's expression gradually became serious. He was injured. He was injured in the process of fighting with a sand ninja with the lightning release ninjutsu. Hell stab? It hasn't reached that level yet. The fourth generation AI immediately thought of his father's strongest spear, but soon he shook his head. If it was his father's Ikakan-te, it would not be just a little blood. Who are you? You can actually practice the lightning release chakra mode to this level. The fourth generation AI stared at Mu Yu and asked. I've already told you. Mu Yu replied indifferently. It must be said that the fourth generation AI's strength is indeed terrifying. Just now, he had used the transparent world to exert 100% of his physical strength, but the result was only a small victory. Mu Yu did not use the breathing method and the armed color domineering together. Although this would allow him to gain a great advantage and injure the fourth generation AI, it was too wasteful of chakra. If he consumed too much chakra and failed to kill, Mu Yu would be in trouble, because there was a powerful killer bee over there. And Mu Yu had to save chakra to prevent his disciples from getting into trouble. He kept watching his disciples with his white eyes. If his disciples were to fail, he would go over to support them with full firepower. His main goal was not to fight for Konoha and make achievements, but to train his disciples. In order to save unnecessary chakra consumption, Mu Yu did not even use the fastest speed of Thunder Breath to launch an attack, but waited for the fourth generation AI to take the initiative to attack. Under the activated cells of the Thunder Chakra mode, the small wound on the palm quickly scabbed and stopped bleeding. The fourth generation AI looked serious and prepared to launch the next attack. Although he was at a disadvantage in 2 consecutive battles, the fourth generation AI still believed that he could win. He still had a stronger thunder release ninjutsu that he had not yet used. Thunder, Bomb! The fourth generation AI burst out again and rushed towards Mu Yu at high speed. He used lightning to activate his whole body with all his strength. His light yellow hair stood up faintly under this powerful stimulation. The fourth generation AI wanted to lift Mu Yu up and then smash her down, but just after he rushed in front of Mu Yu, a blue light flashed in his eyes, and Mu Yu disappeared in front of him instantly. Swish! Just when Mu Yu was about to attack the fourth generation AI, a short blade wrapped with lightning stabbed at him. Mu Yu kicked the fourth generation AI at high speed and then dodged the lightning blade sideways. "You are faster than my brother, idiot, bastard." Kirabi, who was in a throwing posture, didn't expect Mu Yu to react so quickly that he could dodge like this. Because he had to dodge Kirabi's sneak attack, Mu Yu didn't use much force in that kick. The fourth generation AI quickly got up, but his expression was very bad. Mu Yu did not take the initiative to attack. The fourth generation AI thought that Mu Yu was not as fast as him. What the fourth generation AI did not expect was that Mu Yu's speed was even more exaggerated than his strength. The fourth generation AI frowned. If it was Mu Yu, he would also have dark skin and strong muscles. He would doubt whether the third generation Reikage had an illegitimate child outside. Thunder Plow Hot Knife. The fourth generation AI calmed down. He would ask about the illegitimate child when he returned. The most important thing now was to defeat the enemy. The successive defeats made the fourth generation AI regard Mu Yu as the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. In order to save the situation, he directly used his strongest ninjutsu. The Thunder Plow Blade is a secret ninjutsu of the Hidden Cloud Village. It is extremely fast and powerful. It can be said to be the pinnacle of the Hidden Cloud Village's thunder release ninjutsu. The Absolute Bull Thunder Plow Blade performed by 2 people has a terrifying power that will kill anyone who hits it. The fourth generation AI has killed many Sand Hidden Cloud Village with the Absolute Bull Thunder Plow Blade, but the opponent is Mu Yu, and he is not going to cooperate with Kirabi to use the Absolute Bull Thunder Plow Blade. The Absolute Bull Thunder Plow Blade requires the user to maintain the same strength. When the fourth generation AI uses it, he basically reduces his strength significantly to cooperate with Kirabi. The current opponent is not those weak and ordinary ninjas, but a strong man who is also very proficient in the Thunder Release Chakra mode. The terrifying momentum rises from the fourth generation AI. He uses the Thunder Release Chakra mode to the extreme, and the crackling sound of lightning continues. At this moment, his strength and defense have reached the peak that can be strengthened. When the fourth generation AI started running, even Mu Yu's Byakugan could only see a ball of powerful chakra moving quickly, and could not see the fourth generation AI's figure. Whoosh! The fourth generation AI using the Thunder Plow Hot Knife was like a heavy tank with the speed of an airplane. The strong wind brought by the sudden rush broke the big tree behind Mu Yu. Facing the aggressive fourth generation AI, Mu Yu's face remained unchanged and he did not dodge. He could only say that the fourth generation AI was unlucky to have run into him. Most people in the ninja world could not withstand this collision and could only dodge. The power of the lightning chakra mode is strong, and with the power brought by the extreme speed charge acceleration, it can directly smash ordinary ninjas into pieces. However, Mu Yu is not among most people. In the state of thunder breathing marks, he can greatly enhance his strength by activating his body, and the transparent world allows him to exert his strength 100%. In addition, with the perfect level armament haki that he can control freely, if the chakra is sufficient, Mu Yu is least afraid of a head-on collision. Mu Yu continued to breathe with extreme concentration, and a large amount of lightning gathered on his arm, strengthening his arm's strength. Then all the strength of his body gathered on his right arm. The powerful force made the arm muscles and meridians bulge, looking very powerful. Then the dark armament haki covered Mu Yu's fist, and there was even colorless armament haki energy wrapped around Mu Yu's fist. Since the 4th generation AI gave him a chance, he would not be polite. Thunder breathing a serious punch. Mu Yu rushed out suddenly, raised his black fist wrapped in lightning and smashed it towards the 4th generation AI. The powerful power brought by the activated flesh of the thunder breathing pattern, the strengthening of armament haki, and the transparent world of the extreme intention of the breathing method, the three powers were used together, and Mu Yu's attack caused a huge shock wave just by swinging it. A large amount of mud and sand was blown up, and the strong wind carried sand and soil everywhere. Except for Kirabi wearing sunglasses, the other two cloud-hidden men could only use their hands to block their eyes and squint to prevent the wind and sand from entering their eyes. How can there be such a terrifying power? Modem showed an extremely shocked expression. He could sense how terrifying Mu Yu's momentum was at this moment. Could it be? A terrible idea appeared in Modem's mind. He quickly shook his head and kept saying to himself in his heart, "Impossible, how could our candidate Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village lose to an unknown little character? That's the child of the 3rd Raikage." Even the 3rd generation praised that he would soon have the strength to serve as Raikage. But no matter how Modem hypnotized himself, he couldn't change the reality. Even without the perception of ninjutsu, the Hidden Cloud Chunin also sensed that the power of Mu Yu's punch was not simple. At this moment, he had to use chakra to stand firm, otherwise he would be pushed back by the powerful storm. "Brother!" Kirabi was no longer in the mood to rap. He was very confident in the 4th generation AI, but the power Mu Yu showed at this moment was too exaggerated. Boom! Mu Yu's black fist entangled by the lightning escape faced the 4th generation AI who was colliding at high speed. A huge explosion sounded, and the terrifying lightning turned the surrounding land black. The next second, the ground around the two people with a radius of more than 20 meters collapsed directly, and a huge pit appeared. The next moment, with a loud bang, the sturdy body of the 4th generation AI flew backwards in an instant. Kirabi rushed up to help the 4th generation AI offset this force, but overestimated his own strength and flew backwards for a distance, but also successfully resolved part of the force. "It's really stronger." Although he had guessed it long ago, when the fact really happened in front of him, Modem's forehead was covered with cold sweat. In his eyes, the 4th generation AI was already an inhuman monster. Under the lightning chakra mode, even he, a perceptive senior ninja, could not observe the speed, and this monster actually lost, and the opponent was not a 5 shadow or a well-known strong man in the ninja world. Ahem! The 4th generation AI coughed violently, spit out a mouthful of blood, stood up with the help of Kirabi, and looked at Mu Yu with disbelief on his face. He had thought that Mu Yu would burst out with an extremely fast speed to dodge the attack, but he didn't expect Mu Yu to be able to directly hit him head-on. "You have to know that this is the top ninjutsu of Kyumigakuer, Thunder Plow Hot Blade, which is a powerful ninjutsu he has practiced since he was a child." Just now, before Mu Yu made a move, the 4th generation AI thought that except for his father, all other ninjas had only two choices, to avoid or be seriously injured. But the power that Mu Yu burst out in an instant was beyond his imagination. Not only did he withstand his collision, but he even punched him so hard that he couldn't maintain the lightning chakra mode. In addition to being shocked, Modem also knew that Mu Yu was in danger, and Quick Lithe Seal and another Kyumigakuer Chunin released lightning release at Mu Yu. But how could their ninjutsu hit Mu Yu who was in the state of thunder breathing? Mu Yu dodged the two attacks easily, then raised her hands and grasped them in the air. Two lightning spears appeared in Mu Yu's hands in an instant, and then swung them towards the Kyumigakuer ninja. Swish! The Kyumigakuer Chunin was directly pierced by the lightning spear, his body was charred by electricity, and he died immediately. Modem's speed was not faster than the lightning spear, but the 4th generation AI took action and entered the lightning release chakra mode again to save Modem. The rescued modem could not hide the horror in his eyes. You can perform this level of lightning release ninjutsu without seals. Muyu became more terrifying in modem's heart. Seeing that the 4th generation AI was injured and was still anxious to save modem, Muyu thought that the status of special talents was different. In the heart of the 4th generation AI, I am afraid that as long as Kirabe and modem did not die, it would not be a big problem if everyone else died. The 4th generation AI exhaled a long breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, protected modem and Killer Bee, and distanced himself from Muyu. Seeing this, Muyu quickly lifted the thunder breathing pattern mode, used the transparent world to hide his breath, maintained an unfathomable appearance on the surface, and then began to seize the time to refine chakra. Although his chakra refining speed did not match his strength, he could recover as much as he could. His skills were strong, but they also consumed a lot. Explode all the potential in your body. Muyu paid attention to the 4th generation AI and others while observing the battle on Obito's side through the white eyes. His situation was not bad. Although he consumed a lot of chakra, he successfully injured the 4th generation AI. Next, Muyu could leave whenever he wanted. But the situation on the disciples' side was not very good. The one chasing after him was a Jonin with 7,100 points of chakra mastery level lightning nature change, and a 4,000 chakra Chunin expert, which put a lot of pressure on Obito and others. I wrote 4K thinking that I should finish the battle on one side first, so I am a little late. There is more to come later. Chapter 214, The Pressure of a Jounin. Swoosh! Just as Kakashi and the others were trying their best to sprint towards the north, a figure with lightning on his feet caught up with them. Berkeley was extremely fast, and every time Obito looked back, he could see him getting closer. Swish! 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 Obito and Kakashi simultaneously took out shuriken from their ninja tool bags and shot them at Berkeley. Berkeley quickly drew out the sharp sword on his back and chopped off all the shuriken that were attacking him. Then, with a lightning flash, he passed Kakashi and the other two and appeared in front of them. Be careful of this guy, he might be a Jounin, Kakashi said solemnly as he drew out the white fang short blade. Although the assessment factor of ninja level is not only strength, under normal circumstances, high-level ninjas basically have the strength to crush low-level ninjas. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. Special examples are like Obito and Might Guy, who are only trainee ninjas and not even genin, but their strength has surpassed many Chunin. If there were 7 or 8 Chunin, Kakashi would not be too worried, but it is different for Jonin. Every ninja who can be promoted to Jonin is 1 in 100. They are the backbone of any ninja village. It is no exaggeration to say that normal Jonin can kill normal Chunin like chickens, and they have almost no ability to resist. The Jonin are proficient in ninja body illusion, have no obvious shortcomings, have rich mission experience and combat experience, and each Jonin can be called an elite. Haha, I am indeed a Jonin from the hidden cloud village. If you know what's good for you, surrender quickly. Otherwise, it will be very painful to be cut by my thunder sword. Berkeley laughed and said, not taking Kakashi and others seriously. Although Kakashi and others used the transformation technique, in order to make it more difficult to be discovered, they only changed their appearance and dress, but did not change their height. They still looked like children around 9 years old. Obito and Might Guy both silently entered the state of breathing. Surrender was impossible. Since they couldn't leave, they had to fight. Due to Berkeley's blocking of the road, the cloud-hidden ninja quickly caught up and surrounded Kakashi and the other two with a two-sided force. Kakashi's thoughts turned quickly, and he quickly whispered. Akai, you deal with the cloud-hidden ninja behind, and Obito and I will deal with this stronger one together. You try your best to quickly eliminate the opponent to help us. Although they haven't fought yet, judging from the speed of pursuit, Kakashi guessed that the person behind is weaker. Kakashi's idea is that Might Guy, who is the strongest and has the highest burst power among them, will quickly eliminate an enemy, and then the three of them will besiege the ninja who is suspected to be the cloud-hidden ninja. Conserve chakra and physical strength, try to deal with it, and wait for Akai to solve the enemy and we will work together." Kakashi immediately whispered to Obito. Even Obito had no objection to Kakashi giving orders like a captain, because Kakashi was indeed more experienced than them in being a ninja. "It seems that you choose to die in pain, go." Berkeley saw his men coming, raised his sword and shouted, and then rushed out instantly. Hearing Berkeley's order, although they had just arrived, the cloud-hidden ninja immediately rushed towards Kakashi and others. Might Guy and the other two looked at each other and nodded. Might Guy ran towards the cloud-hidden ninja, while Kakashi and Obito dealt with Berkeley. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing. Might Guy instantly entered the state of full concentration breathing, inhaling a large amount of air into his body, and the air carried chakra throughout his body wandering strengthens Might Guy's body. 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, first gate, open, open. Might Guy immediately opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu, opened the gate of his body, and his body chakra surged. Then he used more chakra to use breathing techniques to strengthen his body, and his body strength increased again. In just one breath, Might Guy's momentum surged, and even the Kumagaku Chunin who rushed up looked at him sideways. Sand Village Great Cyclone. Might Guy kicked out a very fast cyclone kick, and the strong wind caused by the kick made the leaves rustle. The Kumagaku Chunin burst out chakra and punched Might Guy's cyclone kick. Bang! A dull sound of flesh collision sounded, and the Kumagaku Chunin retreated 2.5 steps, while Might Guy retreated 2 steps. To have this strength at this age, he is still a genius. The Kumagaku Chunin showed excitement, and geniuses are more worthy of defeat. Oops, the enemy is stronger than expected. Might Guy's expression gradually became serious. Although the kick just now was not his full strength, the opposite Cloud Ninja did not use any special moves. Although Might Guy is confident in himself and thinks he can still defeat the opponent, Kakashi wants to defeat him quickly and then support him. Might Guy glanced at Obito and Kakashi with his peripheral vision. Although it was 2-1, the two were beaten back by Berkeley and were completely suppressed. Might Guy felt the burden on his shoulders. If he could not quickly solve the enemies on his side, Obito and Kakashi would soon be injured. The enemies on their side were too strong. Might Guy kept concentrating his breathing. At this moment, his eyes were extremely determined. He ran at a high speed and poured all his strength into his legs. At this moment, his task was far beyond the previous one, so he had to show the corresponding strength. Super Sand Village Strong Tornado. Might Guy roared, staring at the Cloud Village Chunin, and concentrated all his strength on one point. This kick was even stronger than the kick that defeated Kakashi. Thunderstorm Kick. The Cloud Village Chunin condensed a large amount of chakra on his feet and then changed the nature of the thunder attribute to enhance the strength of his feet, and then kicked out fiercely. Bang! The 2 feet carrying huge power collided with each other and triggered a strong storm. The nearest tree was bent a little. This blow made both of them retreat 4 steps. Might Guy clenched his fists. The worst situation happened. The enemy on his side was not weak at all and could not be quickly resolved. At this moment, the situation on Obito and Kakashi's side was already very grim. Might Guy and the Cloud Village Chunin were evenly matched, and their side was a purely one-sided battle. Kakashi's swordsmanship had no advantage over Berkeley, because Berkeley's movements were much faster than his. If it weren't for Obito who was in full concentration, he couldn't fight Berkeley head-on. Kakashi and Obito wanted to deal with him, but Berkeley's ninjutsu was too fast, so they could only bite the bullet and hold on. Kakashi dealt with a wave of attacks with difficulty, and quickly checked the status of Might Guy with his peripheral vision. This made him a little desperate. The enemy on Might Guy's side was also strong, and Might Guy couldn't quickly deal with the opponent. How can I win? Kakashi couldn't help thinking in his heart. But as soon as this idea came into his mind, he didn't have much energy to think about it, because Berkeley's sword stabbed again. Is this a Jonin? Obito felt the huge pressure from Berkeley and had a deeper impression of Muyu's strength. Muyu had killed one of his opponents, who could only be beaten and run away with his head in his arms, with the ninjutsu before. Then Obito started to worry about Muyu again. How strong would the opponent who made Muyu look so solemn be? Berkeley's strong sense of oppression made Obito withdraw from his thoughts. After facing the Jonin, he realized how exaggerated the strength of the Jonin was. Today I wrote about 8.2k. For better updates tomorrow, I'll stop here today. I'll try to go to bed early. Chapter 215 Shumen, Open. Bang bang. Might Guy launched several attacks at high speed, exerting his strength to the extreme, but still failed to achieve results. The strength of the Kumagaku Chunin who fought with him was not inferior to him, and he even had more combat experience. If it weren't for the slight advantage in speed, the situation might be worse. Might Guy's heart became a little impatient. He had to defeat his opponent quickly, otherwise Kakashi and Obito would be in danger. The more anxious he was to defeat his opponent, the more Might Guy was caught by the Kumagaku Chunin and was beaten back more than a meter. When Might Guy retreated, he glanced at Kakashi and Obito. Under Berkeley's relentless pressure, the two were beaten very badly and had injuries on their bodies. Power, I need stronger power to open more doors. Might Guy knew that this was the most critical moment. If he didn't quickly deal with the enemy in front of him, then it would not be him who dealt with the enemy and then besieged Berkeley with Kakashi and Obito, but Berkeley who dealt with Kakashi and Obito and the Cloud-Hidden Ninja came to deal with him together. The first 3 gates of the 8 gate, it will be faster than the later gates. Might Guy followed Muyu's instructions and focused on the 8 gates. Now it has been nearly a month since he successfully opened the first gate. He tried to open the second gate before this mission, but failed. Might Guy didn't care too much at the time. His father practiced for 20 years before succeeding in the forbidden technique, which was certainly not so easy to practice. But now it is different. Facing this dangerous moment, he must try to open the second gate again, and he must succeed. He needs the power of more gates. This forbidden technique will hurt the body when it is used beyond one's ability, so you must set self-restraint. Might Guy recalled the words of his father when he taught him the 8 gates. Might Guy knew that even if he opened the second gate, it would probably not be as unaffected as the first gate, but now was the time to release his self-restraint. No matter what the price, he had to gain stronger power. The real victory is not to defeat the strong, but to protect your important things until the last moment. Might Guy silently recited what his father had said, and he agreed with it in his heart. Might Guy's eyes glared and he roared, his whole body bursting with chakra, trying to open the second gate of the 8 gates to gain stronger power. Realizing Might Guy's movement, the Cloud-Hidden Ninja retreated cautiously to the back, looking at Might Guy with a vigilant face. Maybe the practice of the 8 gates is not enough, or it may be that the time from opening the first gate is still too short. Might Guy tried his best to open the second gate but couldn't open it, and his momentum slowly declined. I was scared by you, a little kid, and nothing happened after a while of screaming. The Cloud-Hidden Ninja, who thought Might Guy was going to wave his hand with something terrifying, rushed up and gave Might Guy a thunder fist and complained. It's a pity that he retreated a little distance cautiously, but it turned out to be a bluff. Might Guy used the razor limit to dodge the attack, and his heart gradually sank. Without being able to open more doors to gain stronger power, he would not be able to quickly defeat the enemy in front of him. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise, and Might Guy looked out of the corner of his eye and saw Obito's body slamming hard into the tree, causing the tree to vibrate and the branches and leaves to tremble continuously. Is there really no way? Might Guy clenched his fists tightly, and he tried hard to find the key that could open the door to victory. Then Might Guy suddenly had an idea, and he thought of a way to forcefully open the second door. The most important thing about breathing is breathing, which absorbs the power from the outside world to strengthen yourself, and allows the air to carry chakra to strengthen your body. The memory of Mu teaching breathing slowly emerged in Might Guy's mind. The essence of the 8 gates is the 8 restrictions located in the human body's chakra meridian system, which inhibit and control the chakra in the body. The breathing method can absorb the power from the outside world to strengthen the body, and can drive the chakra to travel around the body to strengthen various parts. If ordinary methods cannot open the second door, then he will use breathing methods to borrow external forces to forcefully break through the restrictions. Might Guy didn't know what the consequences would be if he opened the second gate forcefully, but he knew that now was the time to release all restrictions, and he would do it no matter what the consequences were. Obito, Kakashi, this time, I will protect you. Might Guy's expression was extremely resolute. At this moment, his breathing was more concentrated than ever before. The air he absorbed carried the chakra towards the chakra points in his head. The second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu was located at the head of the human body. Ah! Might Guy only felt a sharp pain in his head. He clenched his fists tightly, and his nails did not feel any pain when they pierced into the flesh. Again. The cloud-hidden ninja was speechless when he saw that Might Guy had fallen into the same state as before. He would not be fooled this time. Thunderbolt kick. The cloud-hidden ninja directly condensed a large amount of chakra to change its nature. The shining blue lightning enveloped his right leg, and then rushed towards Might Guy at a high speed. Although the 8 gates are just adjectives, not that there are really 8 gates in the human body guarding the chakra meridians, but when Might Guy used his full strength to use breathing to forcefully break through the second gate, he seemed to really hear the sound of a door opening. This opened not only the second gate of the 8 gates, but also his victory gate. After opening the second restriction, Might Guy felt a sense of clarity in his mind. The fatigue caused by the previous battle disappeared, and the chakra in his body became more. He became stronger after opening the second gate. The second gate of the 8 gates, the rest gate, open. Might Guy's momentum suddenly increased. He stared at the attacking Kumagakure Chunin. He wanted to quickly solve the enemy in front of him. If it is the second gate plus full concentration breathing, I should be able to use that move. Might Guy began to gather strength and prepare to use the physical skills he developed. When Mu taught Might Guy physical skills, he often encouraged Might Guy to integrate the knowledge he learned to develop his own physical skills. Although Might Guy felt that the physical skills taught by Mu were very suitable for him, he felt that what Mu said made sense, so he tried it. Might Guy's idea was to combine the shave and the whirlwind kick, borrowing the momentum of fast running to use the multiple bursts of shave to kick out a powerful kick. Might Guy named this move Noon Leopard because it has the explosive power of a leopard and he came up with it at noon. However, because his physical strength was not enough before, Might Guy tried many times but failed to say it. Feeling the power that continuously emerged in his body, Might Guy felt that he could definitely do it this time. I was going to leave it to Kakashi, so let me try it on you first. Might Guy absorbed the power from his concentrated breathing and the power obtained from opening the restrictions. He poured all the power into his legs and then charged towards the Kumagakure ninja. Noon Leopard. Accompanied by Might Guy's roar, the Kumagakure Chunin immediately noticed that Might Guy had changed, his momentum became stronger, and his speed became faster. What's going on? How come he really became stronger after shouting a few words? The Kumagakure ninja was a little confused. This was not right. Might Guy rushed towards the Kumagakure ninja at full speed, and the Kumagakure ninja had already consumed a lot of chakra to use the ninjutsu. He didn't want to give up just like that, so he kept charging. The moment the two sides met, they quickly kicked out their legs, and their feet collided with each other. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the chakra that erupted from Might Guy's body when he kicked vaguely formed the shape of a leopard's head, and the kick that Might Guy kicked out was a swift pounce of a leopard with its fangs bared. On one side was the full-strength ninjutsu of the cloud-hidden ninja, and on the other side was the ultimate kick that Might Guy used all his physical skills to kick out. Boom! The stalemate did not last too long. The next moment, the cloud-hidden ninja instantly flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, breaking more than a dozen large trees before stopping. The foot that kicked against Might Guy could not withstand such a strong force and burst into blood, and the whole leg was stained red with blood. How is it possible that he has mastered such a powerful physical skill? This was the last thought of the cloud-hidden ninja before he lost consciousness. He didn't understand why Might Guy was so strong. Might Guy looked like he was about 9 years old. And when the battle started, Might Guy's strength was obviously not much different from his, but he shouted a few words about protection and guarding and his strength soared instantly. Huff! Might Guy gasped, and the leg that just used the noon leopard trembled slightly. This level of power was still a bit difficult for him now. The huge movement on Might Guy's side also attracted Kakashi, Obito, and even Berkeley. Ah, he has become stronger again. Kakashi was shocked by Might Guy's powerful kick, which was much stronger than the kick that defeated him at the beginning. Ah, you did a good job. Obito couldn't help cheering for Might Guy in his heart. If Might Guy didn't come again, he and Kakashi would really be unable to hold on. Might Guy didn't care about his own state now. He glanced at the cloud-hidden ninja who didn't know whether he was unconscious or what, and immediately rushed towards Kakashi, Obito, and the others. You are still hiding your strength, but it's just a futile struggle. Berkeley didn't panic when he saw his men being defeated by Might Guy. He admitted that these brats were indeed quite capable, but he was not a newly promoted jonin. Berkeley had been a jonin for 10 years and was an experienced old jonin. He had already mastered everything he could master, and the rest was just limited by his talent and could not be improved. Be careful of his lightning ninjutsu and lightning swordsmanship, they are too powerful. Kakashi quickly retreated and met up with Might Guy and then reminded him. Might Guy nodded and looked at Berkeley with a serious face. It only took a short while for Kakashi and Obito to be so embarrassed. He was indeed a strong enemy who needed to be extremely careful. This chapter is 3K, and today I will keep 8K and strive for 10K. Chapter 216 Bloody Eyes. It's finally time to fight back, Kakashi, don't hold back. Obito felt a little relieved and couldn't help but speak. He was ready to use ninjutsu at any time. I should be the one to say this. Use all your chakra and don't release ineffective ninjutsu. Kakashi clenched the white fang short blade in his hand, his eyes fixed on Berkeley not far away. Today our youth is burning very hot. Might Guy gave a thumbs up to himself, Kakashi and Obito. Then the three looked at each other and nodded. Might Guy made a gesture of preparing to charge and shouted, then, let's go. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal and spit out a large amount of flames to form a huge 4-meter-high fireball and smashed it towards Berkeley. Although Might Guy's kick just now was very strong, Obito still didn't think Might Guy could collide head-on with Berkeley, so Obito wanted to create a suitable attacking opportunity for Might Guy. The 4-meter-high fireball looked very powerful. Although Berkeley was not unstoppable, he didn't want to resist this kind of fire-style ninjutsu that could be dodged, so he immediately dodged to the right. Kakashi would not let Berkeley dodge so easily. He immediately threw out a large number of shurikens and jumped onto the trees to approach Berkeley. Facing the incoming shurikens, Berkeley raised the sword in his hand, gathered chakra in his palm to change its nature, and the silver-white sword was immediately covered by blue lightning. Swish! Berkeley swung out the sword carrying lightning and instantly resolved the incoming shurikens. If it's only this level, the battle will end soon. Berkeley grinned. 3 children of this age actually have such strength, they are all geniuses. Killing geniuses in war is more valuable than killing ordinary ninjas. The one who wants the big one. Swoosh! At this moment, Kakashi, holding a kunai, rushed up at a burst speed and stabbed Berkeley from the side. Clang! Berkeley turned around calmly and used his sword to block Kakashi's thrust. Just when Berkeley was about to kick Kakashi away, a strong wind came from his body, and Might Guy seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Sand Village Great Tornado. Might Guy burst out his chakra and poured the power into his legs, kicking out a very fast tornado kick. Zzz. Berkeley's expression remained unchanged, and he quickly condensed his chakra. Suddenly, lightning flashed on his feet. He pushed Kakashi 5 meters away, and then a lightning body appeared behind Might Guy to avoid Might Guy's kick, and an elbow hit Might Guy and made him fall forward. Just when Berkeley was about to take advantage of the victory and use the Thunder Sword to attack Might Guy, Kakashi's real body suddenly rushed out. Purple lightning. Kakashi gathered a large amount of chakra in his palm and quickly changed the nature of the lightning chakra. An extremely shining purple lightning appeared in Kakashi's hand and changed into a blade-like shape through the shape change. Kakashi rushed towards Berkeley at a high speed with the acceleration of the purple lightning. The speed of the purple lightning was not as fast as Chidori, but it did not mean that the speed of the purple lightning could not be improved at all. It was just that the improvement was not as great as Chidori, which was more suitable for ordinary people without Sharingan. Berkeley did not change direction, but rotated his body to let the lightning sword move in the direction of Kakashi. But what surprised Berkeley was that Kakashi changed his moves directly in mid-air, and the shining purple lightning blade in his hand turned into several lightning bolts and struck him. Although Kakashi's purple lightning was so flexible that Berkeley was surprised, he had encountered similar situations in his ninja career. He instantly burst out a large amount of chakra, the lightning in his hand was fierce, and the blue lightning on the sword became more intense, emitting a powerful lightning to block most of the purple lightning. Then Berkeley quickly adjusted his body to dodge the remaining lightning. Might Guy quickly got up and charged towards Berkeley again, and the repelled Kakashi's shadow clone followed him. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Obito had already prepared the next fire style ninjutsu. Obito gathered a large amount of chakra in his throat and compressed it to change its shape into the shape of a fire dragon, and finally spit out a ferocious fire dragon with sharp teeth. After releasing the Great Dragon Fire Technique, Obito felt a sense of emptiness in his body. The Great Dragon Fire was not like the Great Fireball, and it consumed much more chakra. Facing the extremely tight attack rhythm of the three people, Berkeley also showed a serious expression. He waved his sword to dissuade the rushing Might Guy, dodged and grabbed the attacking shadow clone Kakashi and threw him directly at the Great Dragon Fire. Boom! The Great Dragon Fire exploded directly and engulfed the shadow clone Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi's real body pulled out his white fangs and chopped towards Berkeley's vitals. Thunder Sword. Dazzling yellow lightning appeared on Berkeley's sword, and the sword in Berkeley's hand vibrated at a very fast frequency. Berkeley swung his sword to block Kakashi's attack while dodging Might Guy's attack. The huge power from Berkeley's sword made Kakashi frown, and he looked at the dangerous Thunder Sword with fear, and Kakashi quickly retreated. This guy is probably not weak among the Jonin. Kakashi thought about the countermeasures in his heart. Berkeley perfectly fits Kakashi's impression of Jonin. He has no shortcomings in ninjutsu and taijutsu. He has rich combat experience and can transform everything he has mastered into combat power. He is too difficult to deal with. Even the strongest Might Guy among them could only barely keep himself from being injured in a head-on collision with Berkeley. Since most of his chakra was consumed, Obito also took out a kunai and joined the battlefield. Berkeley, who was fighting 1 against 3, still showed no signs of decline. He was extremely fast, and Kakashi, who was so fast that he could hardly catch his figure. Just when Berkeley and Might Guy were fighting, Obito thought he had seized the opportunity, and immediately took out 2 more kunai, put his left hand behind his back and secretly made a seal with one hand. Fire Style, Phoenix Claw Red. Obito concentrated his chakra and used Fire Style ninjutsu again, and 3 kunai with flames stabbed at Berkeley. Just when Obito thought that the hope of winning was just around the corner, he didn't know that Berkeley had actually been paying attention to him and waiting for an opportunity to appear. Berkeley's feet were covered by a lot of lightning, and he disappeared in front of Obito in an instant, and the 3 kunao with flames also fell directly. So fast! Obito's pupils shrank suddenly, and the next moment Berkeley appeared directly beside him and swung the sword. Clang! Kakashi appeared at the limit and used the white fang short blade to resist the sword that was coming. But how could the surprise attack planned by Berkeley end here? The chakra that had been condensed long ago burst out, and the sharp sword flashed with lightning in an instant. Kakashi could not resist Berkeley's terrifying lightning sword technique, and a bloody scratch appeared on his left leg. Kakashi! Obito couldn't help but shout in worry, and began to blame himself in his heart. If he had been more cautious, it wouldn't have become like this. Sand Village Strong Power Cyclone. Seeing this, Might Guy burst out and kicked Berkeley directly, preventing Berkeley from continuing to hurt Kakashi, while Obito held Kakashi and retreated to the back. Feeling the numbness from his left leg, Kakashi knew that something was wrong. Being cut by a sword was nothing, but if he was paralyzed by lightning, it would mean temporarily losing his combat effectiveness. The 3 of them were so difficult to deal with. If only Obito and Might Guy and the other 2, there is definitely no hope of winning. Obito, put me down and go with Kai. If you use up all your chakra, I should be able to hold out for a while. If you use all your strength to use breathing techniques to retreat separately, you may be able to get away. Kakashi thought for a while and said. It's just that his left leg can't move temporarily. If he has chakra, one leg can barely move, and he can also make hand seals. At the moment, Kakashi can no longer see the hope of winning. If the 3 of them are in their prime, there will be a chance to win, but in this state, it is difficult for him to participate in the battle. Instead of being defeated one by one, it's better for him to fight to keep Obito and Might Guy alive. Anyway, he will definitely not be able to walk with his paralyzed legs. After saying that, Kakashi broke free from Obito's arm and stood on the ground with one foot. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think Uchiha Obito and Might Guy are the kind of people who will abandon their teammates? Obito couldn't help but roar, his eyes gradually turned red. Have you forgotten Muyu's mission? To survive, this is not abandoning teammates, but making the right choice. Kakashi shook his head and said. It's hard for me to fight with you now. Instead of both of us dying here, it's better to sacrifice me and let the 2 of you survive. Kakashi was very calm when he said this. He had chosen to continue the mission regardless of his teammates' injuries before, and he was prepared for this. If teammates can be sacrificed to complete the mission, then of course, he can also sacrifice himself. Kakashi is not afraid of death. Before the age of 7, he did not understand death, but after the age of 7, he is not afraid of death. If there is an afterlife, go ask your father if he regrets making such a choice. Kakashi thought to himself. Kakashi, who do you think you are? Obito lowered his head and clenched his fists. Muyu asked them to leave, and Obito accepted it, because the battlefield over there was too advanced, and if they stayed, they would only become Muyu's flaws and affect Muyu's battle. This time, the enemy was just a jonin that Muyu teacher could kill with one ninjutsu. He was not much stronger than them even though he had practiced for decades longer than them. Facing such an enemy, should we abandon our teammates? No. Obito roared in his heart. This was a companion who was injured to save him. If he abandoned his companion in this situation, it would be the same as dying, because it was no longer Uchiha Obito who would do this. Obito's pent-up emotions because of Muyu's cover broke out completely. He was unwilling to be so weak and unable to help Muyu in the battle. He was unwilling to be looked down upon by Kakashi, who actually asked him to abandon his companions and run away. He was unwilling, he was really unwilling. The extreme emotions caused a special chakra to appear in Obito's brain. Under the effect of the special chakra, Obito's eyes completely turned blood red, and 2 Megatama patterns appeared in his eyes. The moment the Sharingan appeared, the world in Obito's eyes changed, becoming clearer and easier to observe. This is Obito was stunned for a moment, and instantly thought of the answer he gave when he asked Shisui about his feelings when he opened his eyes. It was exactly the same as his answer at this moment, and the effect was even better. Kakashi, you narcissistic guy, do you think you can't do it without you? There are only two people. Without you, I can defeat the enemy just like Kai. Just watch here. Obito raised his head and stared at Kakashi with blood-red eyes. Obito, you actually... Looking at Obito's blood-red eyes, Kakashi showed a shocked expression. Obito actually opened the Uchiha Sharingan at this time. Kakashi knew the reputation of the Uchiha Sharingan. As long as the Uchiha who opened the Sharingan grew up normally, they would be Jonin, which greatly improved the strength of the ninja. Obito immediately turned around and ran towards Berkeley. Without the help of Kakashi and Obito, Might Guy, who faced Berkeley alone, soon fell into a disadvantage. Is this the power of persistence? Kakashi remembered Muyu's words and murmured in his mouth. This chapter is 3.4K, the next one will be posted as early as 12 o'clock, and the later one may be posted around 1 o'clock. Chapter 217 Cutting off the lightning of the past. The appearance of Sharingan replenished a lot of chakra for Obito, but because Might Guy and Berkeley were fighting, Obito did not use fire escape attack, but concentrated his breathing and took out the kunai to meet him. Although Berkeley was ready to deal with the strongest Might Guy first, he actually paid some attention to Obito to prevent Obito from sneaking attack. After all, his strength was much stronger than Might Guy, and he could suppress Might Guy even so. Sharingan, it turns out that you are not ninjas from Sand Village, but ninjas from Konoha. Berkeley, who kicked Might Guy back, showed a surprised expression. Immediately, Berkeley sighed with regret. What a pity, it would be better if it was the Byakugan. Kumagami is not greedy for Sharingan, this thing is only strong for Uchiha, but Byakugan is different. The strength of Byakugan in battle is actually not as good as its strategic position. Perception ninjas are very popular in any ninja village. Only those with perception can learn perception ninjutsu, but the Byakugan is not perception, but a wide range of perspective. It is equivalent to turning on the perspective cheat when fighting. If Berkeley brings a Byakugan to the village, even if it is just one, he will not have to worry about the rest of his life. This is much more meritorious than killing the enemy village ninja. Come and try if you have the ability. Obito said provocatively. As you wish. Lightning flashed on Berkeley's legs, and he rushed towards Obito at a very fast speed. Without opening the riding wheel before he opened his eyes, Obito could not see Berkeley who used the lightning body, and could only see a figure vaguely in the lightning. When he opened the two Megatama Sharingan, Obito could clearly see Berkeley running towards him, and even the dust on Berkeley's body was clearly visible to Obito. Is this the power of the Sharingan? No wonder Shisui defeated Kakashi so easily after using the Sharingan. If it were now, he would definitely be able to defeat Kakashi 100%. Obito couldn't help thinking in his heart. However, Obito did not take it lightly because of opening the Sharingan, because he had defeated Hyuga who had the Byakugan before he opened the Sharingan. Sometimes you can't catch or dodge just by seeing it. Kakashi, today I will show you what the real breathing method is. When Kakashi helped him block the sword and was injured, Obito could feel his breathing more concentrated than ever before, and his heart was burning. He wanted to avenge Kakashi and defeat the enemy in front of him with fire. Breathing of flames, breathing with full concentration. Obito stared closely with his two Megatama Sharingan, taking in a large amount of oxygen into his body, strengthening his physical ability and the speed of nature change. Swish! Berkeley appeared in front of Obito and quickly swung his sword at Obito's chest. But something Berkeley didn't expect happened. Obito easily dodged sideways and used kunai to counterattack him. Clang! Berkeley quickly changed his moves and blocked the incoming kunai. Dang dang! The two of them fought very quickly. Although Obito's kunai was not particularly powerful, he successfully withstood Berkeley's attack with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. As expected of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, its strength has become so strong all of a sudden. Berkeley was a little shocked by Obito's increase in strength. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. Since he had been exposed, Might Guy simply shouted and kicked Berkeley hard. Berkeley was in a bit of a pickle now. He could easily deal with either Might Guy or Obito alone, but it was difficult to deal with both of them at the same time. Might Guy was fast, strong, and quick to move. Obito had strong insight and could see through his moves, and he also mastered a fire escape technique that could be released without a seal. Most importantly, his condition was also slowly declining. Berkeley's chakra was not much, and even a little less than his combat ability. Berkeley wanted to deal with Might Guy first, but Obito could see through his moves. He shouted to Might Guy every time, asking him to be careful, and harassed him with attacks, causing his attacks to be ineffective. It was even more difficult to deal with Obito first. The powerful insight of the Sharingan made it difficult for him to succeed in a surprise attack, and Might Guy's support was fast. Berkeley would rather deal with 2 Obitos or 2 Might Guys than 1 Might Guy and 1 Obito. One of them had strong insight and the other was strong in frontal combat, which together had caused a qualitative change. Kakashi, who was watching the battle, was also surprised by the combined strength of the two. They were not just random people, but senior ninjas who could lead the team to perform important tasks. What were Obito and Might Guy's identities? They were not even official ninjas, but just small trainee ninjas who had not even graduated. Completely surpassed, they are the real geniuses. Kakashi thought. Compared to him who graduated early, the current Might Guy and Obito are more in line with the definition of genius. Once he and Obito teamed up and were beaten by Berkeley and had almost no power to fight back, but now Might Guy and Obito who opened the Sharingan can suppress Berkeley together. Thunder Sword. Berkeley, who felt bad, decided to fight desperately. He used chakra in various ninjutsu without hesitation and launched a crazy counterattack. The strength of a desperate senior ninja is terrifying. Obito and Might Guy were both injured, but they were minor injuries that had no impact. Fire Style, Phoenix Claw Red. While Berkeley was about to launch a fierce counterattack, Obito quickly threw out 4 flaming shurikens and stabbed Berkeley. The flaming shurikens were extremely fast, and Berkeley had to use the thunder body to dodge. Right. Might Guy, who had been ready for a long time, charged instantly. Noon Leopard. Might Guy used all the power he absorbed to strengthen his body, and all the chakra of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu was poured into his legs. He used all the remaining power to kick out the last kick of his limit. Full concentrated breathing is an explosive means, and the second gate that was forcibly broken is even more so. After fighting for so long, Might Guy has almost reached his limit. Roar. Might Guy, who was moving forward at a high speed, seemed to have really transformed into a powerful leopard. After running to the right distance, he pounced forward directly. His feet were the sharp fangs of the leopard, tearing anyone he touched into pieces. Facing the coordinated attack of the two, Berkeley had no time to dodge. He could only consume a lot of chakra to strengthen his body, hoping to withstand the attack. Bang! A huge collision sounded, and Berkeley flew backwards at a high speed. The place where he stood had cracks because of Might Guy's powerful force. Boom! Berkeley knocked down more than 10 trees in a row like a cannonball. The tree stopped. After the kick, Might Guy couldn't hold on any longer. It was his limit to support himself with his hands on the ground to prevent himself from falling. The hot sweat on his forehead kept dripping onto the ground. Akai, are you okay? Obito quickly helped Might Guy sit beside the tree and asked worriedly. Might Guy suppressed the pain in his body, showed a bright smile, and gave a thumbs up. Of course it's okay to hunt a beast successfully. You should pay attention to the enemy. Might Guy knew the importance of finishing off the enemy. He was not able to fight anymore. Obito nodded. While he was supporting Might Guy, he was also observing Berkeley with his peripheral vision. Damn! Damn it, am I going to lose to a few little devils? Berkeley trembled, extremely unwilling. He has been a ninja for 24 years. He became a ninja and served the Hidden Cloud village at the age of 9. He became a jonin at the age of 23. Until today, he has done countless A-level tasks, and even some S-level tasks. He had thought about the day when he would die at the hands of a strong man. This was normal for ninjas, because war was cruel and even shadows were not 100% safe. But he did not expect that he would fall into the hands of 3 little kids under 10 years old. The combined age of the 3 of them was not as old as him. Berkeley wanted to stand up unwillingly. He still had a little chakra, so he could still fight and at least kill one person on the opposite side. The first time he wanted to stand up, he failed. The second time he almost stood up, but fell down again. It was not until the third time that Berkeley succeeded and stood up tremblingly. Obito silently took out a few shuriken. Just when Obito was about to finish Berkeley off with ninja tools, Kakashi moved, and Kakashi also stood up. He held the white fang short blade tightly in his hand, and there was no more confusion in his eyes. Implement your own ninja way, strengthen your beliefs. Muyu's words kept ringing in Kakashi's ears. Kakashi still didn't know what kind of ninja could always be praised by everyone, and he didn't know whether the mission or the companions were more important to the village. But now Kakashi understands one thing, that is, companions are more important to him. If Kakashi wants to sacrifice Might Guy and Obito for the mission, Kakashi would rather not do this mission. You can blame him if you want. Even at such a critical moment, Obito and Might Guy never thought of abandoning him. Even if he was injured and unable to move, they would do everything to kill the enemy and protect his safety. Even if Kakashi took the initiative to ask, the two never abandoned him. They never gave up, not themselves and not him. Looking at Might Guy who almost fell after the last kick, Kakashi's eyes could not help but become a little misty. His teammates were fighting with all their might, but he could only be a burden. Hatake Kakashi, what are you doing? What have you done in the past 2 years? Kakashi kept questioning himself in his heart. Obviously, he was once the most talented one, the one who graduated at the age of 5 and became a 6-year-old chunin, but now he can only watch Obito and Might Guy fight. He was so decadent in the past 2 years that Kakashi regretted it now. Thinking of Might Guy's expectations of him, Kakashi felt that he was a little unworthy, as Might Guy was so brilliant now. Is it really going to continue like this? Kakashi asked himself in his heart. Kakashi answered his inner questions with his body. His breathing was more concentrated than ever before, and the paralyzed leg seemed to have consciousness. He stood up slowly and held the white fang short blade tightly. He didn't want to be the Hatake Kakashi who was in a daze all day and immersed in the past. He wanted to be the Hatake Kakashi who cherished his companions and had the reputation of a genius. Kakashi closed his eyes slightly, and his mind was full of the memory of Muyu teaching him the breathing of thunder. At this moment, all those scattered memories were connected together. Not only Muyu, but also the scene of his father teaching him swordsmanship when he was alive kept appearing, and finally the two were combined together. Thunder breath, thunderbolt. After a quick and concentrated breath, Kakashi felt a power he had never felt before. Then the chakra on Kakashi's hands and feet burst, and dazzling lightning appeared on his feet and hands. Kakashi poured most of his strength into his uninjured right leg, and instantly turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared on the spot. I want. Berkeley just stood firm and immediately saw a dazzling lightning rushing towards him. He wanted to resist, but now his condition was worse than ever, his chest had sunken in, and there was not much chakra left. The next moment, Berkeley lost consciousness forever. The lightning disappeared, and Kakashi appeared behind Berkeley, with the white fang short blade in his hand flashing white light under the sunlight. Plop! Berkeley's body was directly broken into 2 pieces and fell to the ground, with blood gushing out of his body. Kakashi exhaled a breath. He cut off not only the enemy's body, but also the nightmare that had been haunting him for the past 2 years. Kakashi, have you learned the breathing of thunder? Obito asked in surprise when he saw Kakashi's sudden speed increase. Haha, you are indeed a close friend. I am looking forward to the next battle with you. Might Guy congratulated Kakashi. Kakashi nodded calmly, and then said, then you have to be careful. Geniuses like me can improve their strength very quickly. Genius Kakashi, return. This chapter is 3.6, and the 3 chapters add up to exactly 10k. Chapter 218 Unexpected Gains. Disciple Uchiha Obito's trust level has been increased, and the current trust level is 4. Disciple Uchiha Obito's emotions are too intense, and the 6 bloodlines are stimulated to open the 2 Magatama Sharingan, and his strength is improved. He gets a reward. The purity of the Byakugan is improved. Disciple Uchiha Obito's chakra plus 500, and the apprentice returns to the master to get chakra plus 2000. Obito's outburst directly brought a series of system reports to Miyu. When Miyu's Byakugan purity increased, Miyu found that she could see farther and her observation ability was stronger. Although the Byakugan does not have a level like 1 Magatama and 2 Magatama, not all Byakugan abilities are the same. The ability of the Byakugan can also be improved through training. In addition, purity is also one of the influencing factors. Miyu is quite satisfied with this. The Byakugan is indeed a very convenient ability. With the transparent world, it can also play a significant role in battle. In addition to the improvement of the Byakugan, the chakra that Obito awakened the Sharingan also made Miyu happy, and he directly returned 2000 chakra points in one wave. Although Kakashi and Might Guy did not send a system broadcast, Miyu could see that they had made considerable progress. If they practiced for a while longer, they might be able to trigger the improvement reward. Seeing that the disciples broke through the disciples and solved the enemies one after another, Miyu did not waste time with the 4th generation AI and the others. Water Style, Mist Hidden Technique. After forming a seal and spitting out a large amount of thick fog, Miyu directly burst out the thunder breath and disappeared in front of the 4th generation AI and the others, rushing into the forest. His goal had been achieved, and he didn't have much chakra left, so it was safest to take his disciples back to Konoha. The thick fog obscured the vision of the 4th generation AI and the others. The 4th generation AI frowned, feeling that Miyu's identity was even stranger. Isn't this the water style of Mist Hidden technique of Mist Hidden? Could it be that he is actually the Mist Hidden technique disguised as the Sand Hidden technique, and the Mist Hidden technique also wants to come and share a piece of the pie? The 4th generation AI kept guessing in his mind. Kakashi and the others were not very far away from him. Under the extremely fast breathing of thunder, Miyu appeared in front of the disciples just after the battle ended and before they had time to say a few more words. Teacher Miyu. Seeing Miyu's figure, Obito rushed up excitedly and hugged Miyu. Then Obito asked worriedly, Teacher Miyu, are you okay? Did you defeat those Cloud Hidden clan? When Might Guy saw Miyu intact, he also squeezed out the last bit of strength to stand up, slowly walked towards Miyu, gave Miyu a thumbs up, and laughed from the bottom of his heart. It's worthy of being Teacher Miyu. Even the strongest enemy can be defeated. Kakashi flashed over to support Might Guy, looked at Miyu and Obito, and Might Guy said what they should say. I'm fine. Although it can't be called a complete defeat, it can be regarded as a small advantage. You can trust your teacher more. I said I would come to you. Miyu said with a smile. Then Miyu sealed the severed body of the Kumagakuer Jounin into a scroll, and then cut off the head of the shocked Kumagakuer Chunin and sealed it into a scroll, and used ninjutsu to summon Heiyu. Summoning technique. A flash of white smoke passed by, and a black giant eagle appeared in front of the few people. Go up quickly, it's dangerous here, let's go back to Konoha first. Miyu said quickly. The 3 of them had just experienced a tragic life and death battle, and knew that now was not the time to talk nonsense, so they quickly jumped onto the back of the giant eagle. "Hey you, fly in that direction." In order to prevent this summoned beast, which had not been raised for a long time, from not knowing the way, Mu Yu deliberately pointed the way manually. Hey Yu responded to Mu Yu with a loud eagle cry, then flapped his wings and took off, flying towards Konoha. On the broad eagle's back, Mu Yu used the palm fairy technique to heal the disciples. Among the three, Obito was the least injured, with only a few scratches and falls. The next one was Kakashi, whose left leg was slashed by a sword. The most serious one was Might Guy, whose right leg muscles were seriously injured and his body was overdrawn and overly tired. "Akai, don't do any excessive training for the next week. I will arrange special rehabilitation training for you," Mu Yu said. "You have to rest for a week." Might Guy couldn't help but said in surprise. Snap! Mu Yu knocked on Might Guy's head with 2 fingers together and said, "This is the shortest deadline. Do you want to bargain with the teacher?" Might Guy's operation put too much pressure on his body. Using breathing method to force the 8 gates to be opened is equivalent to stepping on his left foot to go up to the sky with his right foot, and he really went up. Although the improvement is great, it is equivalent to falling from the sky after it is lifted, which is very harmful to the body. If it weren't for the secret medicine for cultivation, Might Guy's injury would normally take more than a month to recover. Youth also needs a balance between work and rest. Might Guy immediately changed his words. "Mr. Mu Yu, who is the big black guy? He is only slightly stronger than you?" Obito asked curiously. After fighting with the Jounin of Kumagakure, Obito knew how difficult it was to deal with the Jounin. Mu Yu could easily deal with the Jounin, so his strength must be at another level. The son of the 3rd Raikage, if nothing unexpected happens, should be the next Raikage. Mu Yu replied. In fact, at this point in time, the 4th AI had already gained considerable fame, but Kakashi had been a ninja for a relatively short time and Obito and the others had not even become ninjas yet, so that's why I didn't know the 4th generation AI. Ah, the next Raikage. Doesn't that mean that you, Mr. Mu Yu, have gained an advantage in the battle with the Raikage? Obito said with a look of shock. Although he thought that the immortal Mu Yu was omnipotent, he was still surprised to hear such explosive news. Although he was a candidate Raikage, he was still a shadow, a very remarkable ninja. So he was a candidate Raikage, no wonder he showed that expression. Kakashi nodded in his heart. He always thought that Mu Yu's strength was unfathomable, but the enemy was a candidate Raikage, no wonder Mu Yu was so cautious at the beginning. Your span is too big. Although he is strong, he is still a long way from the 3rd generation Raikage. Mu Yu rubbed Obito's head and said with a smile. This time he was going to meet the 3rd generation Raikage, and Mu Yu didn't even want to fight and ran away directly. Teacher Mu Yu, you didn't see that we defeated a Kumagakure Jounin together this time. After Mu Yu finished talking about his opponent, Obito couldn't help but tell them about their results. Mu Yu smiled and pretended to listen. That guy is really hard to deal with. The 3 of us surrounded him and couldn't take him down. Fortunately, I opened the Sharingan. As he said that, Obito opened the Sharingan and his eyes turned blood red. Perhaps because Kakashi helped block a sword, Obito didn't say that Kakashi wanted to give up halfway, but just said that Kakashi was injured and couldn't move. You all performed very well. It's not easy to defeat a Jounin. If you tell others, maybe others will think you are bragging. Mu Yu smiled and praised. This is indeed an unimaginable record. You know, except for Might Guy, Obito and Kakashi are not even 9 years old. Although they killed the Jounin together, it was still a very shocking record. This was a Jounin, and according to the panel, the Jounin of Kumagakure was one of the more powerful ones. If the 3 of Might Guy were assigned to the same class after graduation, Mu Yu felt that the instructor would be shocked when doing the bell-grabbing training. If it was a Jounin with ordinary strength, he would be taught a lesson by the students. However, with their strength and performance, Miyu felt that even if it was not Minato, it would not be an ordinary Jonin. No matter what others say, it can't change the fact that our youth is burning more and more vigorously. Might Guy said with a passionate face. Although the injury was the most serious, Might Guy did not regret his actions. On the contrary, he was very happy because he used his own power to protect the existence he wanted to protect, and he won a real victory. Miyu took a look at the current panels of several disciples. Might Guy's rock breathing proficiency has reached 40 points for entry, Obito's flame breathing proficiency has reached 130 points for entry, and Kakashi's thunder breathing has reached 54 points for pre-entry, all of which have made considerable progress. In addition to the improvement in skill proficiency on the panel, there are also invisible improvements, such as combat experience. Except for Kakashi, Might Guy, and Obito Donayuroti have much combat experience. This time they suffered a hard battle, which can be regarded as a severe exercise of their combat experience weakness. I must let Xylan take a good look at my Sharingan when I go back. After Obito completely relaxed, he began to think about what he would do after returning to Konoha. This time he defeated a senior ninja, and Obito seemed to have seen no Harolin's surprise and admiration. I still have to challenge Kakashi. Obito thought of a more important thing. This time with the Sharingan, Obito is not afraid even if Kakashi has mastered some of the lightning breathing. He can see through the actions of the senior ninjas in Kumagakure, so how could he be afraid of Kakashi? Kakashi has a very special position in Obito's heart. Kakashi was the genius he yearned for when he was at the bottom of the class, and he was also his good friend. After finding that he was slowly catching up with Kakashi, Obito was really happy. It was with this kind of mood that Obito was particularly angry when he saw Kakashi give up. That was the genius Kakashi he was chasing. This time, it's your turn to catch up with me. When Obito thought that Kakashi would lose to him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and his body couldn't help shaking. Don't keep shaking with a silly smile, Kakashi said with a dark face. The black feather was not particularly big. Although the four of them didn't sit close to each other, they were still close. Who is smiling silly? Damn Kakashi, I'll make you look bad when I return to Konoha. Obito's smile became a little restrained, and he glared at Kakashi. You can ask Akai if you are stupid or not, Kakashi said lightly. Akai, you come to judge, I believe what you say. Obito looked at Might Guy. Might Guy glanced at Kakashi, then at Obito, recalled Obito's smile just now, and then said seriously. Obito, your smile just now was indeed a little silly. He also gestured with his thumb and index finger. Ah, Kai, you too. Obito widened his eyes. He didn't expect that his good brother who had just fought hard against the enemy would backstab him. Just a little bit, Might Guy said with a guilty conscience. How much benefit did Kakashi give you? Obito showed a heartbroken expression. He firmly refused to admit that his smile was silly. If you don't believe it, you can ask Teacher Miyu. Looking at Obito's reaction, Kakashi smiled and said. Teacher Miyu, I believe in you the most. Obito looked at Miyu with expectation. Miyu looked up at the sky. It was really nice to ride a summoned beast in the sky to enjoy the scenery. At this time, silence is better than words. Although Miyu didn't speak, it seemed that everyone got the answer, and Obito didn't ask any more questions. After flying into the land of fire for a while, Miyu let Kuroba land, and then took his disciples to hunt and eat a hot meal. The four people and the bird feasted. After eating and drinking, Miyu didn't waste Obito's high spirits and began to teach Obito illusion. You taught your disciples magic tree binding kill. Because of your disciples' great gratitude, you were rewarded with a super critical hit and obtained the fire attribute chakra nature change, perfect level. A large number of fire escape training memories kept appearing in Miyu's mind, and his understanding of fire reached a whole new level. Another big reward explosion, Miyu smiled. In his opinion, the perfect level of fire attribute nature change is not worse than the other two perfect skills. It makes Muyu's fire escape extremely high. Even those fire escapes with low proficiency can have a good power under the blessing of perfect level nature change, and it adds more possibilities for flames. Muyu didn't understand the flames like Amaterasu before, but after receiving the memory of perfect level nature change, he understood a little. The emotions are so high this time, I shouldn't be able to get perfect level skills on my birthday. Muyu thought in his heart. The harvest of this mission was beyond Muyu's expectations. He originally wanted to solve Kakashi's problem and stimulate Obito to open his eyes, but he didn't expect that the trust level would go up directly. The disciples made a lot of progress in this mission, but Muyu's strength improved more, and Obito's training mission will be settled soon. Although Obito was triggered late, he was also settled late. Muyu felt that the reward should not be much different from Might Cabe, and then it would be 2000 chakras plus mastery level skills. Don't tell anyone about the encounter with the candidate Raikage. Just think that we only met a Jonin and a Chunin. Muyu reminded before returning to Muyu. He didn't want to try so hard to disguise himself and then be exposed by his disciples' careless words. Why, Muyu teacher, you didn't lose? Obito asked with a puzzled look. If he achieved such a record, it would spread throughout Konoha on the day he returned to Konoha, and spread throughout the land of fire the next day. Muyu teacher doesn't want to be famous. Kakashi speculated that if this record was spread, Muyu would become famous instantly. I don't want others to know my strength for the time being. Muyu nodded in agreement. After reconciling the experience of this mission with the three disciples, Muyu returned to Konoha with the disciples. This chapter is 4K. I don't know if it's because of eye fatigue or something else. My eyes are swollen. I have to take a break after writing for a while. I can only say that I will try my best today. Also recommend a friend's King of Fighters fanfiction. Book title, Mastering Time from the King of Fighters. It's quite rare fanfiction. If you are interested, you can take a look. Chapter 219 Another A-level mission. It was noon when Muyu and others returned to Konoha. I'll take care of the mission. You all worked hard on this mission. Take a day off today and have a good sleep at home. Muyu said with a smile. This time he didn't say that he could practice if he couldn't stay idle, because this mission was too difficult for the three disciples. It's really tiring. Obito stretched and felt tired. After a big battle, sleeping outside and trying to travel, Obito was already very tired physically and mentally. He planned to take a nap before telling Nohara-rin about his heroic victory over the Jonin. Anyway, it was still early, and he could go to Nohara-rin in the evening even if he slept for the whole afternoon. But it was also very rewarding. Might Guy showed his 2 rows of white teeth and gave a thumbs up with a bright smile. Kakashi nodded. This mission was really tiring and dangerous, but he also gained a lot. Kakashi and Obito went home to sleep directly. Might Guy still had the energy to exercise, but he was restricted by Muyu and could only go home to rest honestly. After watching the disciples leave, Muyu went to the Hokage building. This time, Muyu did not explain the situation to the registered ninjas in the mission hall, but went directly to the Hokage's office. After all, he brought back a corpse of a Jonin, and showing his face in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen more often would help improve his strength in Sarutobi Hiruzen's subconscious mind. Dong dong. Muyu knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from inside the door. Sandame-sama. Muyu greeted respectfully. The class I led suffered an accident in the most recent mission, and met a Kumegakure Jonin in the river country. Muyu said directly. Kawegakure, Sandagakure is at war with Kumegakure, so it's normal for Kumegakure ninjas to appear there. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, stroking his beard. Although the third Kazekage is missing, Sand Village is one of the 5 major ninja villages after all, and it is not that easy to deal with. Maybe Sand Village is concentrating its strength to drive Kumagakure out of Wind Country. In this case, the intensity of the war will escalate again. Sand Village definitely does not want to fight on its home ground, because the people of Wind Country originally live in one of the few oases in the desert. If the war destroys the oasis, it will be a big loss. Since Kumagakure has launched a war, it will not be so easy to give up. Sand Village will increase its strength and they will send more forces. 1 Jonin and 1 Chunin, right? Then change it to an A-level mission. In addition to the normal commission, the village can give a bonus of 350,000 taels. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and said, "It's not just because there are fewer Chunins. One reason why the reward was close to the S-level mission last time was that Mu also brought there comes a valuable intelligence." Mu nodded. The original commission amount of the mission was 50,000 taels, which added up to 400,000 taels. Each person can get more than 100,000 taels, which is not bad. Mu, you have brought out 2 monster students for me. They have 2 A-level missions and 1 B-level mission before they graduate. The third generation saw the resume of Mu's class and complained. This resume is exciting enough for a genin who has graduated for a few years, because A-level missions are not something that normal genin can touch. Their efforts and strength are worthy of such a resume, and they have also made great efforts in the mission. Mu said with a serious face. They are really good. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the performance of Might Guy and Obito in the summer special training and nodded. Although the students have made some progress in this holiday training, they are much worse than yours. The students all said that the gap between the special training teacher and you is too big. If the teachers in the ninja school are as good as you, Mu, I won't have to worry about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned the holiday training. I'll try it again during the first holiday of the new school year. Mu thought for a while and said. Although his strength is getting stronger and stronger, he will not give up on the ninja school. Because the ninja school can quickly brush various ninjutsu, and brushing it again can increase proficiency. If the chakra is sufficient, it can also quickly enhance strength. After the report, Mu quickly walked out of the Hokage building and prepared to go to the South Forest to train Shisui and Nohara Rin. Although Obito and the others rested, he still had 2 disciples training with the shadow clones. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to complete the commission task, and received a growth reward of plus 460 chakras, and was led by the teacher himself to receive an additional chakra of plus 230. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commission task, and received a growth reward of plus 460 chakras, and was led by the teacher himself to receive an additional chakra of plus 230. Disciple Hitaki Kakashi worked hard to complete the commission task, and received a growth reward of plus 460 chakras, and was led by the teacher himself to receive an additional chakra of plus 230. The income from the task settlement surprised Mu a little. He thought it would only be a few hundred, because this task was different from the previous one. Before, the enemy was encountered during the task and then defeated. This time, after completing the task, he took the disciples to see the desert and encountered the enemy. Strictly speaking, the task was completed at that time. Is it because the interval between the time of encountering the enemy and the time of completing the task is very short? Or is it okay as long as the task is not handed over? Mu couldn't help but speculate. If it was the latter, he would take a C-level task and go around looking for enemy village ninjas to fight. The total income of the 3 disciples' missions was 2,070 chakra points, 70 more than the instant gain of Obito opening the Sharingan. Mu glanced at his own panel. Name, Hanya Mu. Chakra, 43,000. The large amount of chakra brought by the return of the apprentice and the mission directly made Mu's chakra reach 43,000 points. Mu felt a little more secure. Until today, he had been traveling through the Naruto world for almost 10 months. With 43,000 chakras plus his badge of perfect and mastery level skills, as long as he acted cautiously, his life would be guaranteed. Mu, good afternoon, are you back from the mission? A lively voice called Mu. Mu looked back and saw Kushina waving at him with a surprised smile. Well, I just finished handing over the mission. Are you shopping? Mu responded with a smile. Yes, I've been bored to death recently. Minato is not here, and there is no food for you. Kushina sighed and said. She can only stay in a house with a whirlpool staircase and a powerful sealing technique for most of the day. She can occasionally go out for a walk, but she can't go too far because there is a large barrier outside that suppresses the chakra of the tailed beasts. She can only walk within the barrier. At first, Kushina was in a good mood because Minato would come to accompany her every day, practice sealing techniques with her, and bring her meals cooked by Mu. As a result, Minato is now on a mission, and Mu occasionally goes out of the village, which makes Kushina feel that life is becoming more and more tasteless. Why don't I rent a kitchen to make something for you now? It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. Mu thought for a while and said. He didn't ask Kushina to go home with him. If Kushina could go directly to his house for a meal, she wouldn't have to ask Minato to take her all the time. Haha, Mu, can you read minds? I was just thinking about the taste of your cooking. Kushina said with a smile. Then I'll trouble you. Kushina agreed to Mu's kindness directly. She is a person who likes to be straightforward. Mu found a restaurant that seemed to have no business to rent a kitchen. The boss didn't want to agree at first. Although there were no customers, he also had to save face. It was nothing to lend the kitchen to customers. But Kushina gave too much, plus Mu and Kushina's forehead protectors, the boss finally lent it. Smelling the fragrance of Mu's food, the boss swallowed his saliva and kept comforting himself in his heart that it must only smell good and taste average. But looking at Kushina's crazy eating, the boss knew that the taste must be good. Mr. Ninja, can you cook a dish for me? I can pay 500 taels. The boss couldn't help but order dishes from customers in his restaurant. Mu shook his head and refused the boss. His cooking skills were not for making money. How about letting you use the kitchen for free this time? The boss couldn't resist the temptation when he saw Kushina eating so deliciously. I don't know if it's been a while since I've eaten his food or Kushina has a good appetite today. Most of the 4 dishes made by Mu were quickly eaten by Kushina. I don't need you to do it for free. As long as you are willing to lend me the kitchen when you are not busy in the future. Mu replied. Kushina didn't have enough food here. He would cook a little more and cook the boss's food by the way. Okay. The boss was still curious about what the delicious food tasted like. Mu cooked a few more home-cooked dishes and gave one to the boss. When the boss took the first bite, his first feeling was that he was not worthy of opening a restaurant. When he came to his senses again, the dish in front of him was empty. The boss was moved by money at first, but now he just wants Mu to come more often so that he can also eat some. Well, I'm alive. After finishing the meal, Kushina made a happy sound. When I was away, did other girls go to Minato's house? Kushina suddenly asked cautiously. It seems not. Mu recalled. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief and explained, Minato is too popular. There are always a lot of female ninjas around him. Kushina, you should be more confident in yourself. Minato always leaves a letter to remind me not to forget Kushina's meal when he is on a mission. Mu said with a smile. Ah, he makes me seem to only know how to eat. Kushina complained, but a smile appeared on her face. After chatting about family matters for a while, Kushina asked about Mu's successful practice of the sealing technique. At present, the 5-finger seal and the contract seal have been successfully cultivated. The 5-element seal feels a little short, but it should be successfully cultivated in about a month. Mu said. You are faster than I thought. It seems that you are practicing very hard. Kushina was a little surprised after hearing Muyu's successful cultivation. I dare not live up to the teachings of teacher Kushina, Muyu said in a joking tone. In this case, the strongest sealing ninja in Konoha, teacher Kushina, will teach you a super strong sealing technique that is stronger than the 5-element seal. Muyu's words made Kushina very useful, and she immediately put on a teacher's appearance. Stronger than the 5-element seal. Muyu showed a curious look. Yes, that is the top sealing technique of our Uzumaki clan, the 4-symbol seal. Kushina showed a proud expression. 3.2k I really can't write anymore. I really want to write but my eyes are too swollen. I'll stop here today. Sorry, I shouldn't have stopped here. Chapter 220 Thunder Breathing Sword Technique. It is impossible to teach the sealing technique in the hotel. Kushina plans to take Muyu to the house where the vortex sealing technique is arranged. The house is very spacious. In addition to the room for her to rest, there are many rooms for training. When Kushina led the way halfway, 2 Anbu ninjas wearing animal masks and black robes suddenly appeared and said, "Do you want to take him to that place? That is not allowed. Why are there so many rules? What will happen if you take him there?" Kushina said unhappily with her hands on her hips. Facing the 2 Anbu who have been monitoring her, Kushina didn't want to give them a good face. And I didn't see you say anything when Minato was there. Namikaze Minato was specially allowed. The situation is different. The Anbu ninja said calmly. There are many reasons why Minato was allowed. Not only was Minato close to Kushina, but he was also Jiraiya's favorite disciple. The Konoha high-level officials were of course willing to give him trust. When Muyu saw the 2 Anbu suddenly appear, a slightly surprised expression appeared on his face. Of course, this was his fake. Muyu had already observed him with his Byakugan. The reason why Muyu accelerated his practice of the seal technique in public was to use these 2 cameras to create the image of a talented ninja. Since there are difficulties, let's change places. There should be some quiet places nearby. Muyu said with a gentle smile. If you say so, Muyu, that's fine. Kushina's anger subsided a little. She was not afraid of the Anbu, but she had to consider Muyu. It was not good to conflict with the Anbu after all. The face under the Anbu mask also relaxed a little. It felt that Muyu was a sensible person. They didn't want to conflict with the Jinchuriki, but if they didn't stop him, they would be ineffective. After finding a cool and deserted place, Kushina began to explain the 4-symbol seal to Muyu. The 4-symbol seal is a sealing technique with a very high upper limit. The stronger the strength, the stronger the 4-symbol seal. It also has great possibilities. Some other powerful sealing techniques are developed based on the 4-symbol seal. Muyu nodded. He recalled his memory about this ninjutsu. It seemed to be true. Minato improved the 4-symbol seal. W's can become the 8-diagram seal. There is also the inner 4-symbol seal, a ninjutsu that kills both parties. Let's not talk about the fact that the inner 4-symbol seal has no results. The 8-diagram seal is strong. The first layer of the 4 symbols is used to seal the 9 tails. The second layer of the 4 symbols can seal the leaked 9 tails chakra. Transformed into the Jinchuriki's own chakra. What a concept! Even if Naruto doesn't practice anything, he can rely on the 8 diagrams to seal the chakra. The teaching lasted about 3 hours. I'm going back. I'll give you the practice scroll of the 4-symbol seal next time we meet. Kushina stood up and explained. She has a limited time to go out every day and can't stay outside all the time. What do you want to eat in the evening? I'll go prepare the ingredients first. Muyu asked with a smile. Kushina's eyes lit up, and after thinking for a while, she said, braised pork, squirrel mandarin fish, magic mapo tofu. Goodbye, you must practice the sealing technique well, otherwise it will be terrible when Kushina teacher gets angry. Thinking of having delicious food to eat in the evening, Kushina raised her arms and said goodbye to Miyu with a happy face. Goodbye. Miyu smiled and nodded. Then Miyu split a shadow clone to buy vegetables, and the main body went to the South Forest to teach students. Teacher Miyu. Shisui, who was practicing, stopped temporarily and greeted Miyu. He couldn't tell whether it was a shadow clone by his eyesight, but the Miyu who came in the middle of practice was usually the real body. Miyu smiled and nodded in response, and then began to instruct. When the practice time was almost up, Miyu asked the two to stop practicing and rest and chat. Teacher Miyu, did your mission go smoothly this time? Nohara-Lin asked curiously. Because she didn't see Obito and Might Guy coming here this time. Generally, if they have time after completing the mission, they will come here. There were some twists and turns, but the result was not bad. Miyu thought for a while and answered. The process was difficult, but everyone gained something. I feel much more at ease after listening to what you said, Teacher Miyu. I have always been worried that Obito and Kakashi would have a dispute during the mission. Nohara-Lin looked relieved and smiled. They both care about each other, but they are unwilling to say it out loud. Nohara-Lin sighed. In her perspective, both of them are tsundere, and even if they are worried that the other party will only say something offensive, maybe they enjoy it. Miyu said with a smile. He felt that if one day Kakashi's words to Obito were not aggressive, Obito might not be used to it. Oh, is that so? Nohara-Rin was a little surprised. I guessed. If that's the case, then Kakashi and Obito get along very well every day. Nohara-Rin put her hands together and smiled softly. Miyu glanced at Nohara-Rin. In his previous life, he was also curious about who Nohara-Rin liked. She cared about Obito very much, helped him deal with various things, and quickly helped bandage when she was injured. She cared about Kakashi very much. After Kakashi was promoted to a Jonin, he quickly gathered his friends to help celebrate. He didn't know who Nohara-Rin liked at the age of 12, but based on his observations over the past few months, Miyu found that Nohara-Rin didn't like anyone at the age of 8, and neither Kakashi nor Obito had reached the level of love. Nohara-Rin cares for Obito like a younger brother, and is concerned about Obito's safety and helps him when he is reckless. As for Kakashi, Nohara-Rin has a little girl's admiration plus a good friend's feeling. If you have to say who she likes, Miyu thinks Kakashi has a better chance now, because Nohara-Rin's feelings for Obito are a bit like family affection. Although they are very close, it is unlikely that they will be together. However, Miyu's simple speculation is that he can't say what will happen in the future, because the three of them are too young now, and it is uncertain what will happen in the future. Maybe Nohara-Rin will not like either of them in the future. In the evening, Kakashi woke up from the bed, made a simple dinner for himself, and took a walk after eating. Kakashi began to practice thunder breathing. Obito's Sharingan put a lot of pressure on him, and Might Guy was also waiting for him to challenge him. Kakashi wished he could travel back and use the time he had spent playing badly before to practice. Kakashi placed a wooden stake for training in the yard, then walked to the edge of the yard, pulled out the white fang short blade, got ready and closed his eyes. He was recalling the move he used during the mission, which was a breathing and swordsmanship that he created by combining the Hotaki swordsmanship and the breath of thunder. Hey! Kakashi's breathing rhythm slowly changed, allowing the air to condense chakra on his feet. Thunderbolt! Swish! Kakashi suddenly opened his eyes, the chakra on his feet exploded, thunder sounded, and the whole person rushed out like a flash of lightning. Pa! The wooden stake instantly split into two and fell to the ground, and the cut was extremely smooth. This move needs to be improved. Kakashi stood there and thought for a while before coming to a conclusion. I didn't have time to analyze too much when I used it for the first time, and now I used it again. Kakashi found a problem. Speed. The speed of this move is too fast. Although speed is a good thing, it is not entirely a good thing if the speed is so fast that it exceeds your reaction. If someone sees through the nature and trajectory of his skill while charging in a straight line, he will become quite passive, not only difficult to hit, but also very dangerous. After thinking for a while, Kakashi came up with a solution. If the thunderbolt flash could turn, it would become much more flexible. Let's ask Teacher Miyu when we practice tomorrow. Then Kakashi thought of Miyu, whose speed was faster than his thunderbolt flash, but Miyu obviously didn't have this problem. When they practiced until 10 o'clock, Kakashi washed up and went to bed. The next day, I slept so comfortably. Obito stretched and felt refreshed. Why is it still so bright? I feel like I slept for a long time. Looking at the sunlight coming in through the window, Obito scratched his head. When he saw the time, Obito was stunned, and saw that the hour hand was pointing at the number 9. Looking at the big sun outside, Obito knew that it was definitely not 9 o'clock in the evening, and he came back at noon. That is to say, I slept from noon yesterday to 9 o'clock in the morning. Obito's eyes widened. He didn't expect that he could sleep so well. He slept almost all day. For a while, Obito thought a lot. He regretted not waking up at night and sharing his heroic achievements with Nohara-Lin. No, it's not a pity for this time. I'm late. Obito suddenly remembered that he still had to practice normally today. Grandma, why didn't you wake me up? Obito quickly went downstairs and asked. Seeing you so tired, I thought of letting you sleep a little longer. Grandma said with a kind smile. Faced with his relatives who cared about him, Obito couldn't say a word of blame, so he took a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth and ran towards the south forest. When Obito arrived, Miyu had been practicing with his disciples for a while. You're late on the first day after the mission. Kakashi, who was learning armament haki, laughed at him at the first time. Obito usually doesn't come late for no reason. He should have gone to help the elderly, right? Nohara-Rin said softly. Nohara-Rin's words made Obito scratch his head a little embarrassed. In the past, he was indeed late because of helping people, but today was not the case. Hehe, I accidentally overslept. Obito didn't lie to defend himself, but told the truth with an embarrassed look. It's okay, after all, this mission is too tiring, let's start practicing. Miyu smiled and said. Obito showed a relaxed smile, he knew Miyu would not care about such a small matter. Kakashi, I want to challenge you. At noon, Obito couldn't wait to challenge Kakashi. I bought the eye drops recommended by the reader group online, I hope it works, today I can probably only 6k7. Chapter 221 The Power of the Double Megatama Sharingan. How about it, do you dare to compete with me? Obito said provocatively. Do you think I, who has always been the winner, am afraid of the challenge of the loser? Kakashi couldn't help saying. Although he was not sure about the battle, seeing Obito so arrogant, Kakashi was upset. That's all in the past, I am the stronger one now. Obito said confidently with his arms folded across his chest. He opened his double Megatama Sharingan, and his breathing of flames improved again. He had improved a lot in this mission. He was confident that he could challenge Shisui, not to mention Kakashi. You should wait until you really beat me before you say this. Kakashi said lightly. Seeing that the two were getting more and more tense, Miyu served as the referee and gathered all the disciples to watch the game. It's not bad to compete occasionally. Miyu said with a smile. He was very optimistic about Obito this time. Now Obito not only surpassed Kakashi on paper, but also performed well in the battle with the Cloud Village Jonin. He is no longer the battle rookie he was before. Obito and Kakashi stood face to face and made the seal of opposition. Obito, Kakashi, both of you should work hard. Nohara-Rin waved her little fist and cheered for both of them. Obito heard what Nohara-Rin said, thinking that he must beat Kakashi hard this time to let Nohara-Rin know his true strength. The battle begins. Miyu announced quickly. Bang! As soon as Miyu finished speaking, Obito and Kakashi punched out instantly, and their fists collided. "Kakashi, your fist is not strong enough." Obito laughed and quickly changed his breathing rhythm, entering the state of breathing of fire and pushing Kakashi back at once. Kakashi's expression did not change at all. With the help of Obito's power and the big tree next to him, he suddenly flew up and punched Obito. The two have very different styles of physical skills. Obito's various moves are open and closed, and the main focus is on strong bricks, while Kakashi relies more on skills in fighting. The two sides fought fiercely, almost always colliding, but always in a state of equilibrium. Youth should be like this. This fist-to-flesh fight made Might Guy's blood boil, and he wished he could go on the field to fight Kakashi instead of Obito. Looking at Might Guy's eagerness, Miyu put two fingers together and waved them in front of Might Guy's eyes. Youth also needs to be cultivated well. Might Guy suddenly remembered that he was still in the recuperation period, and even intense exercise was not allowed. Breathing of fire, breathing with full concentration. After a tentative attack, Obito directly opened up and entered an extremely concentrated breathing state, absorbing a large amount of oxygen in the air to strengthen himself. After using full concentration breathing, Obito's physical ability instantly improved, both speed and strength have been greatly improved, and Kakashi was suppressed instantly. Breathing of thunder. Kakashi also entered the state of breathing of thunder, although not as much as Obito, but it can also be strengthened a little. Swish! Kakashi quickly pulled out the white fang short blade and swung it at Obito at a high speed. With a whoosh, Obito used the razor dodge. Although he is stronger, he can't use his body to resist Kakashi's sword. After retreating, Obito immediately began to form a seal. After forming a seal, he quickly took out a large number of shurikens from the ninja tool bag and stabbed Kakashi. The strongest effect of the breath of fire is the blessing of fire escape, not the physical ability. Fire escape, balsam pour red. The strongest fire escape that Obito has mastered is balsam pour red, which not only has a large range, but also has considerable power. It has the sharpness of shuriken and the high temperature of flame. Obito spit out a large ball of flames, and the shuriken turned into small fireballs after passing through the flames and flew towards Kakashi. Lightning escape, false dark. Kakashi's hands moved quickly, a large amount of chakra condensed in his throat and then quickly completed the nature change, and finally turned into a lightning spear and was spit out by Kakashi. Boom boom! The lightning that was traveling at high speed soon collided with the large number of small fireballs of the Impatience Claw Red. A huge explosion sounded, and the airflow caused by the explosion made Obito and Kakashi's hair float backwards, and a burnt mark appeared on the ground. They are both so powerful. Nohara sighed as she watched the two people fighting against each other in ninjutsu. Compared with Obito and Kakashi, she seems to be a little biased now, and her combat ability mainly relies on physical skills. Even the complete Impatience Claw Red blessed by my breath of fire was blocked. It seems that I have to use the Sharingan. Obito decided to use all his strength. Originally, he wanted to see if he could defeat Kakashi without the Sharingan. Now it seems that without the Sharingan, they are likely to be evenly matched. Obito concentrated his chakra on his eyes, and the color of his eyes quickly changed to blood red, and two Megatama patterns appeared in his eyes. Finally used it. Kakashi stared at Obito cautiously, alert to Obito's surprise attack, and at the same time planned how he should counterattack later. Although he knew that he had a low chance of winning, Kakashi did not give up. Obito could talk about a mistake in a mission for a month. If he lost here, Obito would have to remind Kakashi every day that he lost. Sharingan, it's still 2 Megatama. Shisui said with surprise when he saw Obito's eyes. Since Obito slept all day yesterday and only practiced all morning today, except for Miyu and others who were on the mission together, Shisui and Nohara didn't know that Obito had opened his eyes, and it was 2 Megatama. Shisui was very shocked. Obito didn't have Sharingan before the mission, but now he can use Sharingan, which can only mean that Obito opened it during the mission, and the time was so short that Sharingan could not be trained and upgraded, which means that Obito's Sharingan opened and it was 2 Megatama. As an Uchiha, Shisui knew what this meant, which meant that Obito was very talented in Sharingan. Shisui felt a deep sense of danger. His Sharingan was still 1 Megatama. That's the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Nohara Rin was not as surprised as Shisui. She knew about Sharingan because Obito often said that he would definitely beat Kakashi if he had Sharingan. She didn't know the meaning of Sharingan, nor the value of opening the 2 Megatama. Swish, swish, swish. After opening Sharingan, Obito became very confident. He casually took out a shuriken and threw it at Kakashi, and then took out a kunai and charged at Kakashi. Kakashi dodged the shuriken, but Obito seized the opportunity and the two sides started a new round of fighting. Clang! Kakashi's white fang short blade kept colliding with Obito's kunai. Although Obito had not learned any special swordsmanship, he successfully left a few scratches on Kakashi's clothes with the powerful insight of Sharingan and the physical ability provided by breathing method. What a strong insight ability, all the attacks were seen through. Kakashi frowned. Before, he saw that Obito had not been able to defeat the Kumigakure Jonin in close combat even with the Sharingan, and thought that he could narrow the gap between the two with his swordsmanship advantage. In the actual battle, the improvement brought by the Sharingan was much greater than he imagined. Purple lightning. Kakashi knew that he could not continue to entangle with Obito like this, so he burst chakra in his hand, and shining purple lightning appeared in Kakashi's hand. Obito immediately dodged and retreated to the back. He knew the power of this ninjutsu. However, Obito did not expect that this was a feint by Kakashi. The two ninjutsu, Purple Lightning and Pseudo-Darkness, consumed too much chakra. He had used Pseudo-Darkness once before, and if he used Purple Lightning again, Kakashi would be almost exhausted. Frightened Obito away, Kakashi quickly retreated to the dense forest. If he was not an opponent in the front, he would use tactics. Kakashi hid behind a tree, and Obito lost Kakashi's vision for a short time. Obito quickly jumped to a high place and used his Sharingan to observe the surroundings, but there was no sign of Kakashi moving. It seems he is hiding there. Obito nodded, and then quickly formed a seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito concentrated his chakra in his throat and exhaled a large amount of flames in one breath. The flames quickly formed a 3-meter-high fireball and smashed it towards the tree where Kakashi was hiding. Obito knew that Kakashi was particularly shady, so he directly used the great fireball with low power consumption to test him. If he didn't come out, he would have to take his great fireball. Things happened as Obito expected, and Kakashi ran out decisively. And Obito seized this opportunity to attack Kakashi. Puff! The kunai slashed across Kakashi's body, and the Kakashi that Obito attacked directly turned into smoke and dissipated. Thunder-breathing thunderbolt flash. Kakashi, who had quietly escaped with earth escape, appeared. He tried his best to concentrate his breathing, then burst chakra on his feet and smashed Obito with the handle of the knife. Kakashi was as fast as lightning at this time, and Nohara Rin couldn't see Kakashi's body clearly. Haha, I've been waiting for this move of yours. Obito was not worried but happy. He had known that Kakashi was not so easy to deal with, and he had been on guard. The extremely fast Kakashi in Nohara Rin's eyes was not too fast in Obito's 2 Megatama Sharingan. Obito concentrated his breathing extremely, then dodged Kakashi's slash sideways. When he noticed that Kakashi's body paused, he dodged and used a kunai to resist Kakashi. Obito wins. Yu announced the result directly. This time Kakashi was the real body. The final result was as he expected. Leading a pair of double Megatama Sharingan really had a great advantage. Haha, I won this time. Obito couldn't help but cheer. After 4 years, he finally defeated the genius he had always admired. He was not the last place Uchiha Obito, but the genius Uchiha Obito, because he defeated the genius Hitaki Kakashi. Hard work will bring a good harvest. Looking at Obito's cheering, the emotional Might Guy suddenly empathized with the moment of surprise when he defeated Kakashi for the first time. At that moment, he really felt that all his efforts were not in vain, and everything was rewarded. I hope I can fall asleep early today. If I can fall asleep before 1 o'clock, I should have enough energy to do it. Chapter 222 Obito's Training Mission Settlement. I really lost. After being blocked by Obito's Kunao and Miyu announced Obito's victory, Kakashi's eyes were dazed. Just half a year ago, Obito came to him to help practice his body skills. Kakashi could kill Obito instantly with a single kick. Half a year is very long, which is exactly 181 days. Half a year is very short, so short that Kakashi still feels that he defeated Obito several times very easily not long ago. Kakashi, who has never lost to his peers, lost 3 times in more than a month. He lost to Might Guy, who regarded him as his nemesis and worked hard, and he lost to Uchiha Shisui, who was even more talented than him. Today, he lost to Uchiha Obito, who had lost to him countless times. In these 3 times, Kakashi lost and accepted, because his opponent did not win by luck in these 3 battles, and defeated him by real strength. But accepting does not mean that he has lost his desire for victory. In fact, he is very unwilling to accept his defeat. Might Guy and Obito were obviously much worse than him at the beginning, and Shisui was obviously 2 years younger than him. Don't be too proud. You only beat me once, but I have beaten you countless times. I will win back soon. Looking at Obito's arrogant smile, Kakashi patted the dust on his body and said lightly. He admitted his failure, but he did not allow himself to fail all the time. He knew the reason for his failure. He was too lax in the past 2 years. He was always entangled in the so-called mission and the rules of ninjas, and did not practice well. It's different now. Kakashi is only ready to be himself. He does not seek to be recognized by everyone. He just needs to implement his beliefs. Stop talking big. You have no chance of winning against me who has the Sharingan. Obito didn't care about Kakashi's harsh words and continued to smile proudly. Although he only won once, he felt that this time was more valuable than all the previous wins Kakashi had won. Then you wait and see. Kakashi's mouth corners under the mask slightly raised. This time is different. He wants Obito and Might Guy to see the growth rate of genius. With his extraordinary talent and Miyu's teaching, Kakashi believes that his strength will soon improve. Miyu smiled at the 2 people who were full of fighting spirit. It's good to have fighting spirit and goals, and your strength will improve quickly. Disciple Uchiha Obito completed the training mission and received rewards: Chakra plus 2500, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Mastery Level, Fire Style, Phoenix Claw Red, Proficient Level. Another 2500 Chakra reward. Now Miyu is only 4000 Chakra away from his small goal of 50,000. Although it is a great fireball, Miyu does not think it is too much for mastery level ninjutsu. Disciple Uchiha Obito gets an optional life mission. Life mission, it is not the one who becomes Hokage that can be recognized by everyone, but the one who is recognized by everyone can become Hokage. Main goal, become the Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village. Mission progress, 0. Mission reward, depends on the completion of the mission and the growth of strength during the mission, and a settlement is made every 10% progress increase. Note 1, Uchiha Obito automatically fails after betraying the village, and automatically fails after Konoha is destroyed. Note 2, life missions are extremely difficult. Once it is determined that you can only proceed to the next life mission after completing it, please choose carefully. Note 3, the greater the difficulty, the higher the reward. Miyu looked at Obito's life mission and fell into thought. This mission is not very difficult to say, but it is not easy to say. If Minato becomes the 4th Hokage and does not die unexpectedly, in addition to the targeted Uchiha headed by Danzo, the Uchiha clan and Konoha will be eliminated, and Obito still has a chance to become Hokage. Miyu thought about it and accepted the task. Although he felt that Obito should be able to trigger some tasks to end the war and bring peace to the ninja world in the future, this task can be linked with Shisui's task. If Obito becomes Hokage, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha will be easy to resolve. And Miyu feels that the progress of this task will increase faster. If the position of Hokage is the end point, Obito's position upgrade and gaining public support on the battlefield should be able to increase the progress of the task, because these are essential steps to become Hokage. In addition to Obito, who triggered the life task, Kakashi also successfully triggered the training task. Disciple Hatake Kakashi sets training tasks. Training tasks: defeat Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shisui, and Might Guy in battle to become the strongest among Miyu's disciples. Rewards: depends on the completion of the task and the growth of strength during the task. It was the first time that Miyu saw a task to fight 3 people, but he thought about it and realized that this task was actually to win the first place in the competition within the Miyu team. Miyu could only say that this task was a bit difficult. Although the gap between the few people was not big now, Kakashi worked hard to practice, and Obito and Might Guy would not be lazy for no reason. Unless Kakashi suddenly had some special understanding of breathing methods, it would be difficult to overtake in a short time. Xiaolin, I was awesome just now, wasn't I? Obito couldn't help but run to Nohara-lin and asked. Very awesome, I even defeated Kakashi. If my classmates knew about it, they would be shocked. Nohara-lin praised with surprise. If it weren't for the precedent of Might Guy, Nohara-lin would be even more surprised. Because Kakashi's performance in the ninja school was really overwhelming, which left a deep impression on Nohara-rin. It's not something worth spreading. After all, I have opened the Sharingan now, and it is natural to defeat Kakashi. Hearing Nohara-rin's praise, Obito became even more proud, and the whole person was floating. The power of the Sharingan, Obito, when I can open the second gate normally, I also want to experience the power of the Sharingan. Might Guy said with a passionate face. Obito's originally floating mentality stabilized again. If the opponent is Might Guy, he feels that it is not easy to win. Although Kakashi's burst speed is fast, it is only a matter of a moment, while Might Guy, who opens the 8 gates and rock breathing, maintains high speed and high power throughout the whole process. Haha, let's talk about it later. I also want to get more familiar with the power of the Sharingan. Obito did not explicitly refuse or agree. Wouldn't it seem that he was afraid of Might Guy if he refused in front of Nohara-rin, but if he agreed directly, it would really be embarrassing. The second gate. Shisui, who was standing by, felt more and more urgent the more he listened. He felt that after returning from a mission, Kakashi and the other 3 had undergone a small transformation. After resting until 1:30 p.m., they began to practice again. Obito and Shisui practiced focusing on breathing, Might Guy was doing rehabilitation training, and Kakashi was still working hard to get started. Teacher Miyu, I developed a move combining the breath of thunder and my family swordsmanship, but it has many shortcomings. Can you help me take a look? Kakashi asked Miyu during the practice. One of the reasons why he lost to Obito this time was that the Thunderbolt Flash had too many flaws. As long as the opponent could see through the trajectory of the move, it would be almost impossible to work, and the speed that did not match the reaction would cause him to be unable to react to the enemy's counterattack. Use it once and show me. Miyu nodded and said. Thank you. Kakashi thanked him and took out the White Fang short blade to change his breathing rhythm and prepare to attack. Thunderbolt Flash. Swish. Lightning exploded on Kakashi's feet, and a thunderous roar sounded. Kakashi immediately rushed out like a lightning parallel to the ground. Boom! The big tree that Kakashi targeted immediately collapsed. Are you a little slow in reaction? Miyu thought for a while and asked. Miyu felt that Kakashi might have some talent in this aspect. He had given the purple lightning that did not require the Sharingan to Kakashi, but Kakashi came up with a skill that he could not react to. Well, and I feel that the trajectory of this move is too simple. If it is seen through, it will not work. Kakashi nodded and said. It doesn't matter about the attack trajectory. This will wait until you burst out stronger. If one flash doesn't work, you can flash 3 or 6 times in a row. The reaction problem is more important. Miyu said the key point of the problem. There are 2 fundamental solutions. One is to master the technique of using the lightning attribute chakra to change the nature of nerves, so that the reaction can be enhanced. The second is to master the extreme transparent world of breathing. When you reach the level of Changzhong in thunder breathing, you can learn to strengthen nerves. Changzhong. This word is not unfamiliar to Kakashi, because Obito and Shisui are practicing in this aspect. Then how can we master the transparent world? Kakashi thought for a while and asked. As far as he knows, Obito and his friends have been practicing breathing for half a year, and they have just started the practice of Changzhong. It is unknown when they can complete the practice. In other words, if he wants to reach the level of Changzhong, it may take a year. Kakashi dare not think about how arrogant Obito can be in this year. I can't say. It depends on your personal understanding. Some people may not be able to master the breathing method for a lifetime, and some people may master it naturally. Miyu said. The reason why he only explained the reason why Huashen didn't explain the transparent world is because it is too difficult. This requires practicing the forbidden breathing method to the perfect level to comprehend the ability, and the difficulty of improving the proficiency of skills is different. For example, the difficulty of property change is not the same level as ninjutsu, and the difficulty of high-level ninjutsu and low-level ninjutsu is another level. When the thunder breathing is really practiced to the perfect level, Kakashi's problem has been solved long ago, not to mention Thunderbolt Flash. Thunderbolt Flash 10 is no problem at all. Of course, Miyu, who is familiar with the breathing method, also knows that it is possible to comprehend the transparent world without the perfect level breathing method, but Miyu feels that this is more difficult than the perfect level breathing method. This is no longer a question of whether the personality is compatible or not, but it is possible only with a strong talent for breathing method. Is it so difficult? Maybe I can't master it in my lifetime. Miyu's answer surprised Kakashi. Otherwise, how can it be called the ultimate meaning of breathing method? Miyu smiled and prepared to let Kakashi see the effect of the transparent world. Attack me! Kakashi swung at Miyu without hesitation. You are going to cut my left arm. Miyu said the moment Kakashi swung his knife, and dodged Kakashi's attack just in time. Your target is the thigh. You are going to stab my heart. Then Miyu accurately said the various attacks Kakashi was going to make as if she could predict the future, and although the speed was not fast, Kakashi could not touch the corner of Miyu's clothes. Kakashi's expression became more and more surprised. The ability shown by Miyu was too exaggerated. It was not relying on physical fitness and a large amount of chakra, but just relying on extreme reaction to easily avoid all his attacks. This is just one of the abilities of the transparent world. The transparent world can also see through the enemy's weaknesses and exert 100% of its own strength. Miyu explained. Kakashi could feel the power of this ability just by listening to Miyu's description, and couldn't help but yearn for it. If you can master this powerful ability, Obito's Sharingan is nothing. If one day you feel transparent in your brain, and you can see and control every muscle and every blood vessel in your body, then you have entered the state of the transparent world. Miyu briefly described the feeling of opening the transparent world. Kakashi showed a serious expression and remembered what Miyu said. Although it cannot be cured in a short time, there are still ways to alleviate it to a certain extent. You can do special training to enhance your reaction ability. Miyu continued. Reaction ability can be enhanced through acquired training, but this has an upper limit. It is definitely unrealistic to expect training to reach the level of Minato and the 4th generation of Rai. It can only be said that reaction ability is enhanced to a certain extent. Then in battle, if it is not the right time, try not to use it, and don't use it too much in one battle. Use it once or twice. Miyu gave advice. Obito can control Kakashi's Thunderbolt Flash because he has the Sharingan, and secondly, Obito has seen it once before and knows certain information. Thank you for your advice. I know what to do now. Kakashi nodded again to express his gratitude. Come on, as long as you tap into your own talents, you will be able to master the transparent world one day. Miyu encouraged. It doesn't cost anything to say good things. Miyu likes to encourage her disciples more. Although it is difficult, maybe it will work. In order to defeat Obito as soon as possible, Kakashi was very motivated to practice. After asking the questions, he devoted himself to the practice of thunder breathing. Teacher Miyu, I also want to go on missions with you next school year. After the training, Shisui found Miyu and said, I feel I also need to go out of the village to train. Shisui explained. Seeing Obito and the others go out to do missions and their strength increased greatly, Shisui couldn't sit still. If I am still in charge of the interns at that time, there will be no problem. Miyu agreed. Shisui does need real combat to grow, and if everything goes well, his chakra should be more than 70,000 in the 3rd semester of the next school year, and his safety will be more guaranteed. 4K, and there should be another 3K next. I am considering whether to buy some melatonin. It seems that I can't keep up with the time. I went to bed at 11:30 yesterday and didn't fall asleep until 2 o'clock. Chapter 223 Changes of the People. I'm back. Might Guy shouted with full energy after walking to the door of his house. Welcome home, did you spend a youthful day today? Might Guy asked when he heard Might Guy's voice. Of course. Might Guy smiled brightly and gave himself a thumbs up. All the recovery training was completed perfectly today. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my son. Might Guy laughed proudly. Come and eat, for your early recovery, I prepared a big meal for you today. Might Guy walked to the dining table curiously and took a look. He saw that the table was filled with a whole table of various meats and medicinal soup made from precious medicinal materials. This table must have cost a lot of money. Might Guy couldn't help but say. He felt that the cost of this meal might be equal to the previous month's expenses. Nothing it is important to have a healthy and strong body. Now I am a Chunin, I can make more money, Kai, just eat as much as you want. Mighty said proudly. Now his situation is different from before. In the past, he was not only a genin, but also had a bad reputation, which led to no missions to do. Because of showing strength and being promoted to Chunin, Sarutobi Hiruzen specially allowed him to perform B-level and below missions alone. A B-level mission with the lowest commission has 80,000 taels before tax, and the highest can be 200,000 taels. I will not disappoint your expectations, father. Might Guy showed a serious expression at the table full of food, and then began to eat very quickly. Although the food made by Might Guy was not as delicious as Miyu's, it was also a food that Might Guy never got tired of. At the end of the meal, Might Guy did not eat rice, but took a mouthful of medicinal soup and a mouthful of meat. Finally, after 2 burps, all the dishes on the table were cleared. By the way, the mission commission was issued today, and I don't have much money to spend, so I'll give it to you, Dad, to use. Might Guy took out 110,000 taels and handed it to Might Guy. Kai, you are so sensible. You suffered so much in the past. Might Guy couldn't help but sigh. He always felt that he owed Kai a little. Unlike other children with ninja parents, he could only help Might Guy very limitedly, and the only 8 gates of ninja was an extremely dangerous forbidden technique. I don't feel any hardship, and it's getting better slowly, isn't it? Might Guy said with a smile. Yes, youth is about looking forward. Might Guy said with a big laugh without too much sigh. This mission is also thanks to the 8 gates of ninja taught by you, father, and teacher Mu, which gave me the power to protect my companions. Might Guy talked about his experience in the last mission. It was originally just an ordinary sea-level mission, but we met a group of very strong Kumagakure ninjas on the road. I opened the second gate of the 8 gates of ninja and defeated the Jonin enemies with my companions. It's quite amazing to defeat the Jonin enemies, even if it's a joint victory. Might Guy showed a surprised expression when listening to Might Guy's description. The Jonin are the elites of each village, and they can only be promoted if their strength and merits meet the requirements. I'm proud of you. The emotional Might Guy hugged Might Guy and cried with joy. He had full confidence in Might Guy, but he didn't expect that Might Guy would embark on the path of becoming an excellent ninja so quickly. You know, he has not defeated the record of the Jonin until now. It's all thanks to you, father, and teacher Mu. Without you, I can't have such strength. Might Guy said seriously. No, most of it is due to your efforts and the excellent teaching of teacher Mu. I just contributed a little bit. Might Guy corrected. He knew that Might Guy's current strength was mainly due to Mu's teaching and Might Guy's own efforts, and it had little to do with him. Kai, if you have the opportunity in the future, you must repay teacher Mu's kindness. Youth should be more affectionate and righteous. Might Guy said with a serious face. Of course, I will never forget teacher Mu's kindness to me. Might Guy shed tears of emotion and said excitedly. He did not forget that he was still the last in the class when he was in the 3rd grade. Without Mu's help, he would not be able to reach this point in a short time. After dinner, Obito went to Nohara-rin's house to invite Nohara-rin to go out and play together. Hello, uncle and aunt. Obito greeted with a smile when he entered the door. Is it little Obito, are you here to play with Xiaolin? I called her down. Nohara-rin's family knew this little boy who often played with Nohara-rin. Xiaolin, little Obito is here to play with you, come down quickly. Nohara-rin hurried downstairs after hearing the voice. I heard that there seems to be some activities recently. Xiaolin, do you want to go and play together? Obito invited Nohara-rin with a smile. Okay, you are so tired from this mission, you should relax a little. Nohara-rin agreed with a smile. Let's go find Kakashi and Kai together, they may also want to go out and play. Nohara-rin continued. Obito wanted to say that they didn't want to, but after saying it, it became, okay, let's go ask. At Obito's suggestion, they went to Might Guy's house first. Play? Just have fun, I want to do recovery training. Might Guy rejected the invitation of the two. Then I wish you a speedy recovery, Kai. Nohara-rin said softly. Thank you for your support. Might Guy gave Nohara-rin a thumbs up and continued to exercise. Or let's go play directly, I feel Kakashi should also practice. Obito took the opportunity to speak. Obito, this is not good, how do you know the other person's thoughts without asking? Nohara-rin chuckled and shook her finger at Obito. Obito looked carefully and found that Nohara-rin's eyes were so deep and clear, which made people's heart beat. Obito, what are you looking at? Seeing Obito suddenly in a daze, Nohara-rin came forward with a curious look to check the situation. Nohara-rin's face was getting closer and closer, and Obito felt that the crystal clearness was attracting him more and more. When he could clearly see himself in Nohara-rin's eyes, Obito woke up, quickly stepped back and said with a slightly red face, too close, Xiaolin, why did you suddenly get so close? It's because you are in a daze, Obito, and you don't listen to me. It's reasonable to be scared. Nohara-rin put her hands on her waist and smiled slightly raised, with a little pride in his smile. Finally, the two of them went to Kakashi's house. When they arrived, Kakashi was training in the yard to improve his reaction ability. You see, I said Kakashi wanted to practice. Xiaolin, let's go. Seeing Kakashi practicing, Obito's eyes flashed with a light. Since you are here, how can you leave without asking? Nohara-Lin said helplessly to Obito, who couldn't wait to leave. Kakashi noticed the two of them, stopped and asked, "What's wrong, is there anything? Didn't you just complete a very tiring task recently? I think everyone can get together to play games and relax." Nohara-Lin explained with a smile. Because he wanted to solve his Thunderbolt Flash problem as soon as possible, Kakashi originally wanted to refuse, but Obito said it first. "Kakashi, I know you want to practice, we won't disturb you, we will leave immediately," Obito said with an "I understand you" look. Kakashi changed his mind. Obito didn't want him to go, but he insisted on going. So Kakashi said calmly, "Let's go play together." "Xiaolin, you heard it," Kakashi refused. Obito quickly said to Nohara-Lin. Nohara-Lin imitated Miyu and knocked Obito's forehead with her index and middle fingers together, then said, "Obito, you have to listen to others carefully." How could Kakashi refuse? He agreed. Ah! Obito was a little dumbfounded. According to Kakashi's habits, this shouldn't be the case. "Kakashi, are you sure you want to stop practicing and play with us?" Obito couldn't help asking again. "I'm sure. Didn't Miyu teacher also say that practice should be a combination of work and rest?" Kakashi answered affirmatively. Looking at Obito's depressed expression, Kakashi felt happy in his heart, and his mood after losing the battle during the day suddenly improved. "You deserve to be defeated by me if you don't practice well." Walking on the road, Obito couldn't help muttering. It was so hard to have a chance to be alone with Nohara-Rin, but it was ruined. Then they went to the street where the event was held to have fun. Because of the resentment in his heart, Obito's main action in the next step was that I could be uncomfortable, but I must not let Kakashi be happy. At a large goldfish catching stall, the three of them competed to catch goldfish to see who could catch more. At first, they were all catching their own fish. Later, Obito saw that Nohara-Rin often observed how Kakashi caught fish, so he burst into dissatisfaction and followed Kakashi to catch goldfish. If Miyu hadn't forbidden him to use Sharingan outside, Obito would have been ready to open Sharingan to catch goldfish. With Obito's obstruction, Kakashi, who was leading at the beginning, gradually fell behind, and finally Nohara-Rin won. Then the three of them went to a stall where shuriken shooting was used to win rewards. This time, the three of them were together. Obito used the Uchiha shuriken throwing technique to bounce Kakashi's shuriken away while letting his own shuriken hit the target. Feeling Obito's malice, Kakashi was not polite. His shuriken throwing was not bad either. In the tit-for-tat situation, both of their shurikens missed. "How can you play games like this?" Nohara-Rin smiled helplessly. Teacher Miyu said that occasional competition is conducive to improving strength. Obito brought Miyu out. "Indeed," Kakashi said lightly. Then Obito and Kakashi had to compete in everything, which made Nohara-Rin feel redundant. It's just like what Teacher Miyu said, they enjoy it. Nohara-Rin watched the two of them constantly bickering, but never showed boredom, and couldn't help but smile. 3K, 7K today, keep working hard tomorrow. Chapter 224 Preparations for Obito's Gold Coins. On Sunday, Miyu gave the disciples a day off. Before that, he made an appointment with Kushina for the next meeting through the ninja who brought food over, and agreed to meet Kushina on the weekend. The meeting time agreed by the two was 9 o'clock in the morning. Miyu arrived at the designated place 10 minutes in advance. It had nothing to do with who the person was. This was Miyu's own habit. He liked to arrive at the place a little earlier. With these extra 10 minutes, he would not be late even if he encountered an accident. That is because in Konoha, traveling depends entirely on one's legs. There is no car here and there is no traffic jam. Otherwise, Mu Yu might have left more preparation time. When Mu Yu arrived, he did not see Kushina. About 5 minutes later, Mu Yu saw Kushina hurriedly walking. "Hey, Mu Yu, you are already here. Am I late?" Kushina was a little surprised to see Mu Yu standing there. She thought that as a teacher, she had to arrive first, so she planned to arrive a little earlier. Unexpectedly, Mu Yu still arrived before her. "Is the clock broken?" Kushina scratched her head and thought to herself. "You are not late. You are earlier than the scheduled time, but I came a little earlier than you," Mu Yu said with a smile. Although he himself has the habit of arriving early, he never expects others to do the same. He just hopes that those who are traveling with him will not be late. "Ahem, student Mu Yu, you are quite diligent. You should be like this when you study later." Kushina coughed twice and began to get into the state. "Teacher, I am very strict. If Minato doesn't study hard, I will punish him," Kushina said with a straight face. It's a pity that Kushina doesn't seem to have this talent. She looked serious with a straight face, and she seemed to want to laugh. "Teacher Kushina, don't worry, I will definitely study hard. Considering your hard work in teaching, I specially brought some desserts I made for you to try." Mu Yu took out a box and handed it to Kushina with a smile. Hearing that it was a dessert made by Mu Yu herself, Kushina's eyes lit up, and the idea of being a teacher ran away. She quickly took the box and thanked. "Mu Yu, you are so versatile, you can even make desserts. Thank you so much." After thanking her, Kushina couldn't wait to open the box, but it was not a waffle or a daifuku or a cake as she imagined, but a square white pastry. "What kind of dessert is this?" Kushina asked curiously. Although she had never seen this kind of dessert, she knew that the taste of this dessert would definitely not be bad when she smelled the fragrance. "This is osmanthus cake, I tried to make it myself, and it is not sold in dessert shops outside," Mu Yu explained. "Great." Kushina gave Mu Yu a thumbs up, then picked up a piece and ate it. As soon as she took a bite, Kushina felt the sweet and glutinous taste of the osmanthus cake. It was sweet but not greasy. Then the fragrance of osmanthus made her feel a little cool in her mouth. In a trance, Kushina felt as if she was in the hot summer, and then jumped into the cool flower pond, wrapped in the fragrance and coolness of the flowers. "It's delicious." Kushina came back to her senses and gave a comment. "It's good that it tastes good. I'm worried that you won't be used to it," Mu Yu said with a smile. "What a cunning student. Do you think I'll take the benefit and then be embarrassed to punish you?" Kushina said jokingly with a smile on her face. "Then will you take it, teacher?" "Of course I will," Kushina answered quickly. "You can joke, but you can't return the dessert. You can't eat such delicious food in one go. Save it for when you go back," Kushina thought to herself. Then the two walked towards the last teaching location. Walking on the road, Kushina struggled in her heart. Such a delicious dessert, one piece doesn't taste good at all, just eat another piece, anyway there are more than 10 pieces. Finally, Kushina decided to try another piece. After eating it, Kushina felt the unprecedented deliciousness again. "I've eaten 2 pieces, it's okay to eat another piece." Kushina couldn't help eating another piece. One piece after another. When she was about to reach the destination, Kushina habitually grabbed the box and found that she didn't touch anything. She looked inside and it was empty. "What's wrong?" Seeing Kushina suddenly stop, Mu Yu asked. "Haha, nothing." Kushina silently closed the box and laughed awkwardly. She couldn't say that she was just thinking about how to eat more osmanthus cakes. Even for a thick nerve like Kushina, it's not easy to bother others just after eating. Kushina's sealing technique class has started. Student Mu Yu, please answer what power is used to maintain the 4-symbol seal. Kushina began to teach the sealing technique. The cyclic power of the 4 symbols. Mu Yu answered. Then will the sealing power of the 4-symbol seal remain unchanged? No, it will weaken over time and need to be reinforced again. Yu continued to answer. Very good, it seems that you have not forgotten the knowledge I taught you. Kushina nodded with satisfaction. Then Kushina asked a few more questions to confirm that Yu had mastered the previous content, and then Kushina began to teach new content. Yu quickly immersed herself in Kushina's teaching. Kushina's teaching was conventional, but the knowledge of sealing techniques was really profound. Coupled with her own talent for sealing techniques, Yu's progress in sealing techniques increased rapidly when she followed Kushina to learn. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu's proficiency in the 4-symbol seal had reached 50 points before entry. When it was time for lunch, Yu invited Kushina to dinner directly, at the same restaurant as last time, and lent the kitchen to Kushina to cook a sumptuous lunch. Although the food sent over was delicious, the hot dishes that were just made tasted better. Kushina said happily. After lunch, Kushina's free time was almost up. After handing the training scroll to Yu, she and the Anbu returned to the Uzumaki sealing house. After saying goodbye to Kushina, Yu went to see the progress of his shadow clone forging. Obito said that he liked anything, but Yu knew from the envious look in Obito's eyes on Shisui's birthday that Obito must also want a ninja tool forged by Yu himself. However, in order to distinguish the two disciples, Yu made it according to the standard kunao this time, instead of giving another short blade. Although it was a standard kunao, Yu planned to express his intentions through details, such as engraving a complex dragon pattern on the kunao, engraving Obito's name on both sides of the kunao, and engraving the Uchiha family crest on the handle. When Yu arrived, he found that the kunao was basically completed, but it lacked some in-depth details. There is plenty of time, there are still 6 days. Yu nodded in his heart. The last time, the mood was already very high, directly upgraded to the trust level 4, and also exploded the perfect level reward. Yu felt that it would be difficult for this birthday to have such a big explosion. He felt that it was good to get a mastery level reward, because even if there was no reward, he had to prepare gifts carefully. First, he couldn't let the disciples feel that he favored the disciples who had birthdays before, and second, Obito also gave him gifts. Then Yu went to Asuma's house to teach. Today, I will teach you the nature change of wind escape. Yu smiled and said the new content he was going to teach Asuma. I knew that you, Yu teacher, would master wind escape quickly. Asuma said happily. It's okay, it's smoother than I thought. Yu said simply and modestly and then began to teach. For the nature change of wind, try to imagine it to be thin and sharp. Yu picked a leaf, condensed chakra in his hand and quickly changed its nature, and the leaf was cut into several pieces in an instant. Or a shock wave like an airflow. Yu quickly formed a seal, condensed the chakra in his throat, and then opened his mouth to spit out a series of transparent shock waves, which penetrated the trees or stones touched by the shock waves. Wind attribute chakra is like a blade, and cutting and penetrating are its strengths. Asuma's eyes widened as he watched the hard stone being penetrated by Yu. Yu's wind escape was even more powerful than he had imagined. He actually mastered this level of wind escape after learning for a few months. Teacher Yu, let me tell you, how can you know if you are good at it if you don't learn it? You are really a wind escape genius. Asuma was happy for Yu and himself. Yu's strength has increased, and his future wind escape teacher has also been settled. It's just a coincidence. Yu said with a smile. In this case, from Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, he is a ninja who can fight with 3 attributes of ninjutsu. Teacher Yu, you just lack resources. Maybe you can also learn the nature changes of thunder and earth. Asuma thought that Yu's strength should be even stronger. Let's continue to study what we have already mastered. Yu knocked Asuma's head and smiled. After learning the wind attribute chakra nature change with Yu for an afternoon, Asuma felt that it was more useful than learning with the Jonin teacher for 10 days. When the training was over and they were about to part, Asuma said with a look of regret. I should have graduated a year later, so that I could have the opportunity to intern with you, Miyu. It's the same if you work hard to practice with me now. If I have time, I will notify you in advance. After the internship period, I should have more time for tutoring. Miyu thought for a while and said. After sending Asuma home, Miyu returned to his home in the main city. He first prepared dinner, and after dinner, he studied the four-symbol seal for a while, and then developed the water breathing. After all, the breathing method is a forbidden technique. Even if Miyu has learned 3 breathing methods, it feels very difficult to develop the water breathing. After all, the water breathing that other breathing methods have must also have the ability to improve physical strength and accelerate the speed of water attribute chakra nature change. 3K, I was delayed by something, so I might get less today, but there will be more later. Chapter 225 Chunin is not as good as intern. What kind of gift will they prepare for me? Obito couldn't help thinking during the lunch break. It's less than a week before his birthday, and he thinks Miyu Yuanlin and the others should have prepared gifts for him. Akaji's gift should be a tights sportswear. Obito speculated. It's not that he thinks Might Guy doesn't care about gifts and gives tights to everyone. Obito thinks Might Guy just likes tights too much. He hasn't seen Might Guy wear other clothes, and he suspects that all of Might Guy's wardrobe is this style of clothes. Because he likes it, he also wants to recommend it to his friends. Obito can understand this feeling. But if Might Guy really gave it to him, Obito would definitely keep it well and not wear it. He understands Might Guy's feelings, but he can't accept Might Guy's unique taste. If he wears this kind of clothes, Kakashi will laugh him to death. For Rin, it should be something she made herself. Obito recalled the gifts Nohara Rin gave to Shisui and Might Guy. Nohara Rin's gift to Shisui was a handicraft she made herself, and the one she gave to Might Guy was a painting she drew herself. In fact, Obito felt that it would be good if Nohara Rin drew them when they went out together yesterday, provided that Kakashi was not drawn, and only he and Nohara Rin could be drawn. Shisui and Kakashi should have something they can use. He remembered that Shisui gave him exercise tools on Might Guy's birthday last time, and Kakashi gave him a secret training medicine. Although the secret training medicine is valuable, Obito feels that it is better to give him a tights like Might Guy, because the secret training medicine must be eaten, and it will be gone after eating. He still prefers some gifts that can be left behind. I wonder what gift Miyu teacher will give me. Obito couldn't help showing an expectant expression. If you want to say the most anticipated gift, it must be Miyu's gift. Obito felt that Miyu gave every disciple a birthday gift that was very thoughtful. In order to give a gift to Shisui, he personally learned forging and bought precious materials to make a short blade. On Might Guy's birthday, he helped Might Guy's father become a Chunin. The gift was a physical skill scroll created with Might Guy's father. Hehe, will Miyu teacher directly say that he is the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage, and then tell me that I will definitely become a Hokage? Thinking about it, Obito couldn't help but he began to dream a dream that he himself thought was a little unrealistic. Obito, what are you thinking about? You are smiling so happily. Nohara Rin's voice brought Obito back to reality. Nothing, it's just my birthday, I can eat cake, I feel very happy. Obito said with a laugh. It's really good to celebrate birthdays. Everyone is happily gathering together to play. Nohara Rin sat next to Obito, hugged her legs with her hands, looked up at the sky and smiled. Xiaolin, do you think there is something wrong with my smile? Obito thought of Kakashi's ridicule of him before, so he asked Nohara Rin. No problem, Obito, your smile is very unique, and you look very kind. Nohara Rin replied with a soft smile. With Nohara Rin's praise, Obito instantly regarded Kakashi's words as slander out of thin air. In his eyes, Nohara Rin's words are much more authoritative than Kakashi. Haha, Xiaolin, your smile is also very unique, and you look very gentle." Obito couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. "I think everyone has a good smile, unlike Kakashi, who is too ashamed to face people. He mocks others even though he is not good enough." While praising others, Obito did not forget to step on Kakashi. Kakashi was about to ask Miyu a question, but happened to hear Obito's slander of him. He stopped and said lightly, "I am just telling the truth. I think you are just jealous of my kind smile." With Nohara-rin's praise, Obito was full of confidence. "Hee." Kakashi sneered twice and said nothing. "Look at you, you wear a mask all day long, you must not be confident about your face." Because Kakashi destroyed his and Nohara-rin's world of two people yesterday, Obito showed his aggressiveness. "So I am a chunin, and you are not even a formal ninja. Hiding your true face is the basic skill of a ninja." Kakashi attacked Obito from his identity. "There are no enemies here, why should you hide, and what's wrong with being a chunin? You can't beat me." At the end, Obito showed a smug smile. Kakashi's eyebrows jumped. When he was defeated by Obito, he knew this day would come. The ninja level is not only based on strength, but also on the mastery of various knowledge, intelligence collection ability, and trap-making ability. With your level, you will never pass the theoretical test of the first stage of the Chunin exam without the help of teammates. Kakashi thought for a while and said, "Now that he can't win in actual combat, he can use his rich theoretical knowledge to stun Obito. I'm not even a formal ninja. What's the point of you telling me these things? Anyway, I'm better than you." Obito seized a pain point and attacked fiercely. Kakashi was speechless for a while. "I have to work hard to practice and win back quickly," Kakashi thought in his heart. He really couldn't stand this anger. The sooner he won back, the less anger he would suffer. Thinking of this, Kakashi ignored Obito and went to Miyu to ask about the problems encountered in practicing thunder breathing. Although it was rest time, Miyu would not stop the diligent disciple from practicing. Miyu answered all the questions for Kakashi and demonstrated. After being taught by Miyu, Kakashi quickly formed a picture in his mind and understood most of it instantly. "So that's how it is." Kakashi showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "Don't think of solving problems by yourself when you encounter them. You can ask me whether it's about training or other things," Miyu said with a warm smile. "Well, thank you for your advice." Kakashi nodded and thanked him, and then began to practice thunder breathing. Miyu took a look at Kakashi's thunder breathing proficiency, which increased very well, more than 60 points. Since the last time he had an epiphany in the battle with the senior ninja, Kakashi's thunder breathing has made great progress. If he continues at this pace, he may be able to break Obito's record for the entry of breathing. Thunder escape, earth escape, swordsmanship and breathing. Miyu thought about Kakashi's development focus. In the original work, Kakashi copied thousands of ninjutsu because of the Sharingan and was known as the copy ninja. He definitely didn't want Kakashi to go down this path. According to Miyu's understanding, learning 1,000 ninjutsu is not as good as practicing 10 ninjutsu to the mastery level. Of course, it does not mean to learn only 10 ninjutsu, it is just a metaphor. It is better to learn systematically and deeply than to learn miscellaneous things, except for those who cheat like him. That's it for today. I am really sorry that I wasted my time due to personal matters. I also recommend a book by a friend. Title: Immortality, Gaining Experience from Obtaining the Dao Fruit of the Earthly Evil. Introduction: The sky changes, the Dao fruit collapses, the immortals and Buddhas are dead, and the demons and evil spirits are in chaos. The 72 earthly evils manifested in the world and condensed into Dao fruits. Those who took the Dao fruits can start practicing the sequence. Those who hold the sequence can drive away the spirits, carry mountains, and ban water, and can also use the wind to spread fog and pray for clear weather and rain. But the way of heaven is polluted, and practicing the sequence will also have disasters. Wang Chongsheng woke up from a dream and came to this bizarre world, reborn from a little Taoist priest who died after blindly swallowing Tao fruit. A loving mother pities the world, the gates of hell open, and the drought demon burns the sky. The hardships of this world are beyond words. Fortunately, Wang Chongsheng still has a golden finger. Complete morning class, Taoist experience +1. As long as you do Taoist related work, you can get experience and improve your professional level and attributes. Rely on the panel to improve attributes, meet the requirements of containing Dao fruit, master the art of Disha and even Tian Gang. Complete the practice of sword control, Disha Dao fruit swordsmanship experience +1. Practice the mystery of sword and lotus string, control the sword with the soul, and kill people invisibly where the white light rises. Complete the practice of thunder method, Tian Gang Dao fruit master the 5 thunders experience +1. Thunder is the command of heaven. Drive thunder and lightning, cure evil spirits and subdue demons. Time flies, unknowingly, Wang Chongsheng has become a world-famous great demon-killing immortal. Chapter 226, Rolling Mountains and Seas and Birthdays. Practice breathing method for another 4 hours after dinner, and improve the concentration of breathing as soon as possible. On the way home, Kakashi was still thinking about practice. At present, Kakashi is mainly studying lightning breathing and minoring in armament haki and lightning chakra nature change. He believes that mastering the breathing method is the most important thing, and armament haki and nature change can be put aside for the time being. Because the breathing method can improve the efficiency of exercise and make the body stronger, his Thunderbolt Flash also needs the breathing method to reach the normal level to solve the shortcomings. Although armament haki and nature change are very strong, these two have not improved Kakashi much at present. No matter how powerful the nature change is, Kakashi does not have so much chakra to transform. The same is true for armament haki. He basically uses purple lightning once in battle, and uses armament haki to strengthen purple lightning. That really means that most of the chakra is gone after one move. Recently, there have been more war commissions, and the locations are all in the land of grass. I don't know what the situation is like on the front line. I heard that Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, led the team to the front line. With a strong man like him, there will definitely be no problem. It seems that the teacher has the idea of going to the battlefield recently. Maybe the next mission will be a war mission. Then maybe we can see Jiraiya fighting. War, that is much more dangerous than the usual missions. We must take care of each other at that time. Of course, we are companions. On the street, Kakashi heard a slightly familiar voice. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw his 2 former teammates. Kakashi thought about it and walked forward. Kakashi's unconcealed actions made his 2 former teammates discover him. Did he hear it that time, and then he became more and more angry at home and planned revenge. The former teammates couldn't help but guess what Kakashi wanted to do when he walked towards them. Thinking of this, the former teammates couldn't help but tense up their muscles and looked at Kakashi cautiously. Although he thought Kakashi was cold-blooded, he had to admit that Kakashi was indeed a genius. He was much younger than them but not weaker in strength. I'm sorry for what happened before. Kakashi apologized. When he teamed up with the 2, Kakashi had acted several times without caring about the status of his teammates in order to complete the mission. At that time, he believed that the duty of a ninja was to complete the mission. As long as the mission was completed, the sacrifice of his companions was worth it. If the mission was not completed, even if he protected his teammates, he would be blamed. Although the relationship with his 2 former teammates was not like that of Might Guy and Obito, the enlightened Kakashi has now determined his beliefs. He will not escape and admit his mistakes before. Hey! Kakashi's apology caught the 2 off guard. They thought Kakashi was looking for trouble and were stunned for a while. After speaking, seeing that the 2 were a little at a loss, Kakashi continued to walk towards home. He not only apologized to his former teammates, but also made a formal farewell to his former self. Next, he will work hard to practice and implement his beliefs and protect the companions he wants to protect. Who would understand why you suddenly say this? After Kakashi left, the two teammates still didn't understand what happened. It's really strange. Is he apologizing for the previous mission? This is a big change. In Obito's eager anticipation, the time finally arrived on February 10th, his birthday. However, even if it was his birthday, he had to train normally without a holiday. Celebrating his birthday was a matter of the evening. Obito practiced armament haki for the first 2 hours in the morning. Currently, except for Nohara-rin and Might Guy, the other 3 disciples have already started practicing armament haki. Nohara-rin has no need to practice for the time being, while Might Guy's yin-style nature changes slowly and has not yet reached the level of practicing armament haki. After practicing armament haki for 2 hours, he continued to practice the breathing method until the end of today's practice time. There will be a break in the middle, but the practice content will not change. You must feel bored practicing various basic projects every day. Miyu did not rush the two to start practicing, but asked with a smile. It's quite boring. It's the same as the physical training at the beginning, except that you have to keep your breathing fully focused. Obito agreed. It's training after all. Shisui replied. The training itself is definitely not interesting. The motivation for him to persevere and complete various trainings with high quality is the improvement after completing the training and Miyu's praise. Then let's do something interesting and challenging today. Miyu said with a smile. Looking at Miyu's smile, Obito didn't know why he had a bad premonition, so he quickly said. Actually, I think what Shisui said makes sense. There is no such thing as boring or not boring in training. I can do anything. I believe that the training arranged by teacher Miyu is definitely the most suitable for us. After listening to Miyu's words, Shisui expressed a new idea. Obito. This makes him look stupid. You are not going to use that horrible training method. Thinking of the dark time he had spent in the past, Obito couldn't help but shudder. If there is a choice, Obito would rather fight with the Jonin again than go back to that kind of day. The punishment training of doing questions is what Obito thinks is the most terrifying training. For a time, he lost the sense of time, as if every day is Friday, and then there is endless time to do questions. This is not Obito's opinion alone. Even Might Guy, who thinks he has a will as strong as iron and rock, once said that if he were asked to do questions, he would rather choose to exercise for a day. The training is very simple, just avoid my attack. You can use any means, whether it is the Sharingan or using ninjutsu to attack me. If you are hit by me once, you need to do 2 questions. If you dodge successfully, 2 questions will be offset. If you fail to dodge once until the end, the number of questions you need to do will increase by 10%. Miyu said the training rules with a smile. Mr. Miyu, how much will you control your strength? If you use all your strength, how can we dodge your attack? Obito asked. The gap between them and Miyu is too big. If Miyu bursts out at full speed, they can't even see Miyu's shadow, so how can they dodge? It's the shadow clone who will train with you. I won't give the shadow clone too much chakra. It will be about the same level as you. As long as your breathing method improves a little, you can dodge. Miyu smiled and nodded. In addition, the training time will last for 6 minutes. Within 6 minutes, my shadow clone will attack at any time. Miyu stated the time limit. This training not only aims to enhance the burst of the two, but also to make them more durable. The essence of the training of breathing method is just like this, to make the breathing more concentrated, and at the same time to enhance the duration of breathing method, so as to achieve the state of full concentration all day long. It lasted for 6 minutes. Obito couldn't help but sigh, as if he saw a mountain of questions rushing towards him. I have to dodge it successfully at any cost, otherwise I will lose a lot. Obito thought silently in his heart. Obito is very experienced in this kind of thing. Don't look at it as only 10%. If you accumulate 100 questions by then, you will have 10 more questions out of thin air. If you can't finish them by then, you will have 10 more questions out of thin air. Shisui didn't feel much, isn't it just doing questions? He always got full marks in exams. Shadow clone technique. Miyu quickly formed a seal to separate two shadow clones. You can enter the state of full concentration breathing. The training will start in 5 seconds. 5, 4. Flame breathing, full concentration breathing. Obito and Shisui entered the breathing state at the same time. Obito even opened his Sharingan directly. His eyes turned blood red, and two black Megatama rotated in his eyes. 2, 1, training begins. Miyu's two shadow clones rushed out quickly, attacking Obito and Shisui respectively. Obito could see through his Sharingan that Miyu's speed was indeed controlled, and there was no situation where he was much faster. While running, he took out a large number of shurikens from his ninja tool bag and threw them at Miyu. He didn't even aim, just hoping to disturb Miyu a little. Although it was a shadow clone, Obito's little trick obviously couldn't disturb Miyu. He directly used Wind Escape to blow the shuriken back. On the contrary, Obito's movement speed temporarily decreased because of the shuriken that dodged back. Pa! The shadow clone Miyu's finger accurately hit Obito's forehead. 2 questions. Shadow clone Miyu said with a smile. It was a mistake. I should have focused on running. Obito felt that he had made a wrong decision. Since I have the Sharingan, why don't I try to see if I can dodge it head-on? Obito decided to believe in the power of the Sharingan. Obito concentrated his breathing and focused all his attention on Miyu's two hands. If I can see it, maybe it will work. Obito was secretly happy when he found that he could observe the trajectory of Miyu's attack. Snap! A crisp knocking sound rang out, and Miyu's fingers hit Obito's head again, but on the side, and Obito, who was dodging, was stunned. Damn it, I almost dodged it. Obito was a little unwilling. Obito, who was not giving up, wanted to continue trying. Snap! 6 questions. Shadow clone Miyu said leisurely. Whoosh! Obito ran away directly. Although he wanted to try again in his heart, one mistake would mean 2 questions, and Obito didn't want to bear this painful price. What a weird move, I can't feel the breath of the move at all. Shisui on the other side was caught up because the trees were too dense and he couldn't sprint, and was also hit by Miyu. Although he was not opposed to doing questions, the fewer questions meant the better the training results. Shisui definitely wanted fewer questions, so he also opened his Sharingan and his eyes turned blood red. Pa! Shisui watched Miyu's finger hit his head at the limit. I can't dodge it at all. The attack speed just exceeds my dodge speed by a little bit. Shisui immediately concluded that it was impossible to dodge Miyu's attack under normal circumstances. It should be that teacher Miyu deliberately maintained this speed. Shisui guessed in his heart. How could it be possible so many coincidences just happened to be a little faster, probably to put pressure on them to break through. After figuring this out, Shisui quickly dodged away and distanced himself from Miyu. After the 6-minute training time was over, Miyu announced the training results. Obito was hit a total of 25 times, dodged 0 times, plus the penalty for not dodging, a total of 55 questions. When Obito heard the number 55, his eyes almost blacked out and he fell down. The short 6-minute training brought him an unknown amount of pain. Shisui was hit a total of 21 times, dodged 0 times, and needed to do 46 questions. Miyu then said Shisui's results. Shisui also did not complete the breakthrough of the breathing method, but Shisui was more cautious, so it was slightly less. Hey, I still didn't dodge the attack. Shisui exhaled a breath of regret. Miyu smiled and didn't say anything. He even used the transparent world. As long as he didn't break through, he couldn't think of successfully dodging. Actually, he still let it go. He didn't attack much in the beginning. The main reason was that Shisui and Obito were not durable now. After 5 minutes, their condition dropped sharply. Most of the questions were generated in the last minute. Otherwise, if they slowed down so much and didn't attack, it would be obvious that they let it go. Training must not be like this. Take a break and do normal training. There will be another such training the day after tomorrow. Come on and train hard. Miyu said with a gentle smile. The day after tomorrow. Obito felt the bad news coming, as if countless test questions had been pressed on his shoulders. Breathing method, get stronger quickly. When his physical strength recovered a little, Obito quickly started training and prayed in his heart. On this day, Obito practiced the breathing of fire with all his heart and soul. He tried his best to maintain the state of full concentration breathing. Even if he didn't have much physical strength, he had to keep using the breathing method until his physical strength was completely exhausted. Shisui was no less serious than Obito. He failed to dodge successfully once, which made Shisui very dissatisfied with himself. He is Miyu's first disciple and the strongest disciple. He is the undefeated first in the internal competition among Miyu disciples. His progress should be ahead. At least we should dodge successfully once. Shisui said silently in his heart. When the training was over, Obito and Shisui were too tired to stand up. They maintained the breathing method again and again until they were exhausted, and then rested and practiced until they were exhausted. Obito, are you okay? Today is your birthday. Is it okay to practice so hard? Nohara-rin saw Obito slumped beside a tree and asked worriedly. Yes, today is my birthday. Obito remembered that he had a birthday today. Today he had been living in fear of the topic and forgot about it. It's okay, I'll just take a rest. Obito said that it was not a big problem. It was not the first day of regular training. At dinner time, Miyu brought all the disciples to Obito's house to celebrate Obito's birthday. 4K, and more to come. It's not bad, Obito works hard in all aspects, he is really kind, he is a student I am proud of. Miyu praised with a smile, and then took a sip of tea. Before he became a psychopath, Obito was indeed kind-hearted. Grandma. Obito couldn't help shouting, what do you mean he will fail, he is obviously very reliable. I remember when Obito was 3 years old, he was still. Grandma, do you have clothes hanging outside that you forgot to collect? Let's go collect them together, otherwise it will be bad if it rains. Obito's forehead was sweating, and he spoke quickly. If he said this, he would automatically learn to burrow into the soil. It seems that I forgot. Obito's grandmother thought about it and found that she seemed to have forgotten something. I can go by myself, Obito, you stay and chat with the teacher and friends. Grandma said with a smile. Obito originally wanted to help, but his grandmother refused again and again. Thinking that the clothes were in the yard, Obito sat down and continued to chat with everyone as his grandmother said. What's 3 years old? Might Guy touched his chin with a look of curiosity. Nothing, I just didn't learn to write when I was 3 years old. Obito answered casually. I thought Obito and his grandmother had a good relationship before, life must be very warm. Nohara-rin smiled softly. Hehe, after all, it was my grandma who raised me. Obito scratched his head and said with a silly smile. Kakashi originally wanted to ask what he was doing at the age of 3, because Obito's answer made him feel perfunctory, but thinking that today was Obito's birthday, he decided to give up asking for the time being and ask when necessary. Shisui was a little unable to fit into this topic, because he was not raised by his immediate family. After he began to remember, his grandparents, father and mother were all gone. Obito, do you want to guess what gifts everyone has prepared for you? Miyu noticed the silence of Shisui and Kakashi, so she smiled and said. I don't know if the ninja world is too cruel or they are all unlucky. Among these people, 4 of them have lost both parents. Might Guy has a father but no mother, and only Nohara Rin has both parents. Akai, yours should be a tights. Obito first guessed the best guess, Might Guy. As expected of you, Obito, you actually guessed it right. Might Guy said with a look of shock. Because you always like to give this, Kai. Kakashi couldn't help but complain. Since he met Might Guy in school, he always saw Might Guy wearing that green tights. He changed to a bigger size when he grew taller. Is that true? Might Guy touched his head and fell into thought. Since Kakashi said the point to complain first, Obito guessed the next person. For Xylan, is it the flowers she planted herself? Obito asked uncertainly. No. Nohara Rin shook her head to indicate that Obito guessed wrong. Is it a handicraft made by hand? Obito continued to guess. This range is too large, this won't work. Nohara Rin smiled and shook her head again. Forget it, I can't guess it. I'll wait until you give it to me, Xylan. Obito scratched his hair and decided to guess the next person. Shisui, is your gift related to training? Obito asked first. No connection. Shisui shook his head slightly and replied. Is it a note that records the experience of training? Obito thought for a while and asked, after all, Shisui is a super genius. No, it's better to ask teacher Miyu directly. Shisui continued to reject Obito's guess. Failed to guess again, Obito had a headache, changed people again, and asked Kakashi. Kakashi, your gift must be related to training, right? It has nothing to do with training. Kakashi replied calmly. Obito felt itchy in his head. Why was it different from what he thought? Kakashi and Shisui were not pragmatic, why did they guess wrong one after another? Don't you want to guess my gift? Miyu asked with a smile. No, it feels so hard to guess, just keep it as a surprise. Obito gave up guessing the gift, but after this experience, he was more looking forward to the gifts of several people. The next step was to prepare dinner. Although Obito's grandmother said that Miyu's guest did not need to come to the kitchen to help, Miyu still successfully persuaded Obito's grandmother, and he cooked some dishes. Other disciples also helped as much as they could. Kakashi, who could cook, helped to process the ingredients, and those who could not do anything helped to wash the vegetables and dishes. I didn't expect that you, teacher, have this skill. If Obito can learn 1/3 of your cooking skills, I won't have to worry about him not being able to find a wife in the future. Grandma was instantly amazed after tasting Miyu's cooking. She didn't know Miyu's ninja strength, but this cooking level was indeed the most exaggerated she had ever seen in her life. Grandma, this is delicious, eat more. Obito felt a headache after hearing this, and quickly picked up some of Miyu's dishes and put them into Grandma's bowl, hoping that Grandma could enjoy the food and let him spend his birthday safely. It would be great if I could have a partner like Miyu, and I would be happy to eat every day. Nohara Rin tasted it and said with a happy smile. Teacher Miyu, I want to learn this. Obito shouted in his heart. Hearing Nohara Rin's words, Obito really wanted Miyu to add one more cooking to the training plan. After eating Miyu's dishes, I feel that my youth is burning more fiercely. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and said. Kakashi, who has a certain cooking skill, nodded. Miyu's dishes are so delicious that he suspects there is some special ninjutsu for cooking. Teacher Miyu's dishes can make people feel the thought of the ingredients firsthand. Shisui commented, and it was a pleasure for him to eat Miyu's dishes every time. It's good as long as everyone likes it. Miyu said with a warm smile. The chef skill helped him much more than some mastery level skills, it was really a magical skill to improve his favor ability. After dinner, he cleaned up the table, put the cake on it, and started giving gifts. Special tights, made specifically for you, wearing this will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Might Guy took out a green tights that was a little different from his and introduced it to Obito. "Thank you, Kai, I feel your kindness, I will treasure it well." Obito took the gift with a smile. He could see that Might Guy really wanted him to wear tights for training, but the death green color of the tights made Obito hesitate. "Here, happy birthday." Nohara-rin smiled and handed a piece of paper to Obito. "It's a hand-painted picture." Obito took it up curiously and looked at it carefully, and found that it was the scene they played together a few days ago. There was him and Kakashi competing for fishing, and they were competing in shuriken throwing. "Xiaolin, what are you doing? Why didn't you draw yourself in it?" Obito looked around and didn't see Nohara-rin, only him and Kakashi, so he asked in confusion. If there were only paintings of him and Kakashi, it would be better if there was only him alone. "Because you and Kakashi were just playing with each other that day and forgot about me, so there was no me," Nohara-rin said with a slightly puffed face, seeming a little annoyed. "Ah? Xiaolin, don't be angry, it's actually because..." Obito was dumbfounded, his hands gestured uncontrollably for a while, and then he didn't figure out how to explain it. Then Obito found that Nohara-rin smiled. Nohara-rin gently put her left hand in front of her mouth, took out a palm-sized sculpture with her right hand and handed it to Obito and said with a smile. "I'm not angry, I'm just kidding, this is the real birthday gift, Obito, don't you want to become a Hokage? I believe you will succeed, Obito, so I made a rock statue for you in advance." Obito looked at Nohara-rin's palm. Although the sculpture was not big, it was lifelike and perfectly portrayed his smile. Obito's mood instantly changed from being at a loss to being overjoyed, as if the cocky sculpture in Nohara-rin's palm had also turned a little pink. "Xiaolin, thank you so much, I will keep it well." Obito nodded heavily after taking the sculpture. Obito put the sculpture and the hand-painted painting together properly. Although there was no Nohara-rin in the painting, it was painted by Nohara-rin after all, so it had to be kept well. "Obito, happy birthday, this is my gift." Shisui handed Obito a silver kunao. "Isn't this what I gave you before, Shisui? You don't have to do this. Although this kunao has commemorative significance to me, it has a new meaning after giving it to you, Shisui." Obito waved his hand and said. When he gave the kunao to Shisui before, he was indeed a little reluctant, because this kunao was the first time he won first place, and it was under the observation of Kakashi and Nohara-rin. But it has been given as a gift, and the kunao has become a proof of his friendship with Shisui, and it would be bad to accept it again. "It's not yours, I won it when I won first place in the competition," Shisui explained. "Isn't the junior ninjutsu competition held once a year?" Obito was a little confused. There must be no problem for Shisui to participate in the competition at his age. Maybe the effect was better last time. Now it's twice a year. "I remember that you seemed to like this kunao, Obito. When I passed by and found it, I participated and won first place," Shisui answered with a relaxed smile on his face. Listening to Shisui's words, Obito felt that Shisui was not going to participate in the competition to win first place, but to the store to buy goods. "Thoughtful, I really like it, thank you very much." Obito thanked him. With Shisui's strength, there is nothing wrong with his words. If he participates in the junior ninjutsu competition now, he will go to buy goods. He can crush the whole audience with a fire escape. Now we both have the first prize kunao, which carries the bond between the two Uchiha geniuses. Obito waved his fist and laughed. Kakashi suppressed the desire to fight against Obito and gave his gift. "Happy birthday," Kakashi said lightly, and then handed a camera to Obito. Obito's eyes lit up when he saw Kakashi's gift. He really wanted a camera to record the scenery encountered in the mission and his daily life. "I don't know what to give. I saw that the store had a discount on cameras, so I bought one," Kakashi explained as if he was afraid that Obito might misunderstand him. Obito didn't know whether Kakashi's words were true or false. He said he wanted a camera in the last mission, but Kakashi gave him a camera as a gift. If it was Nohara-rin, he would definitely think that she was embarrassed to say it. If it was Kakashi, he couldn't say it. My gift is also a kunao, but I made it myself. With the experience from the last time, the appearance this time is much better. Miyu smiled and took out her gift, a white kunao with a dragon pattern engraved on it. Obito took the kunao and felt Miyu's seriousness about the gift before he even looked at it carefully. The shape of the kunao is basically the same as the standard kunao, but the appearance of this kunao is much better than the ordinary standard kunao. There are complex and handsome flying dragon patterns on both sides of the blade, and they are very detailed, and the expressions of the dragons are very vivid. After taking a closer look, Obito found that the two sides of the kunao were engraved with the word Obito, and the handle was engraved with the Uchiha family crest. Teacher Miyu, I'm really sorry to bother you. You spend so much time every day to help us train and prepare gifts so carefully. Such a complex kunao must have taken a long time. Obito thanked Miyu solemnly. In fact, when Shisui received the gift, he thought it would be nice if he also received a similar gift. Last time Miyu asked him what gift he wanted, he actually wanted to answer that he wanted a ninja tool forged by Miyu teacher himself. But when he thought that Miyu had given so much for him, Obito couldn't say it, so he said that he liked everything Miyu gave him. Fortunately, I actually used the shadow clone to make it. After all, there are indeed a lot of things to do. Miyu explained with a nonchalant smile. Obito was even more moved by Miyu's explanation. It's not like he doesn't know how to make a shadow clone, but he doesn't know what it is. Making a shadow clone is as tiring as making a main body. In the end, the tired feeling will return to the main body, and because the main body is still doing other things, it is even more tiring. Then Miyu took out 4 more photos and handed them to Obito and smiled. During the previous mission, Obito, don't you think it's a pity that you didn't bring a camera? I found a way to get a few photos of the place. You just need to record everything you want to record in the future. This photo was taken by Miyu after she returned to Konoha and bought a camera and asked her shadow clone to go to river country. The location is still the same, but there is only scenery and no people. Thank you so much, Teacher Miyu. I love your birthday present so much. Obito couldn't help but hug Miyu and said, with a little mist in his eyes. He really didn't expect that Miyu was still thinking about the desert scenery. You know, he just said it casually. A gorgeous kunao forged by himself, 4 photos, Obito can deeply feel Miyu's care for him. 4.2k, a total of 8.2k today. I feel a little dizzy when writing the end. If you see any mistakes, please leave a message, I will correct it tomorrow. Chapter 228 Six-Path Tin Staff. You gave me a beautiful kunao made by my own hands. I am very grateful for the reward. I got a big critical hit and got the reward 6-path tin staff. This time, the reward surprised Miyu. It was not a skill, but a physical reward. He had no experience in using long-handled weapons, but Miyu felt that as long as the weapon was hard enough and the strength was strong enough, there should be no problem in using it. He felt that this weapon should not be too bad. After all, Obito's mood was already very high just now. If it had not experienced a peak before, it would be easy to get a perfect level reward today. Blow out the candles and make a wish. Miyu smiled and touched Obito's head and said. Yet. Obito nodded in response, quietly wiped the mist from his eyes, and walked to the cake. Obito put his hands together, closed his eyes and silently said in his heart, if I can really make a wish come true, my wish is to make my 10 wishes come true. The first wish is to let this happy life continue until the end of my life, and the second is that Grandma can live a long and healthy life. The third one is to be the person that Xylan longs for, and the fourth one is. Just when Obito was thinking about whether the 10th wish should be 10 more wishes or 100 wishes, he noticed that he had been wishing for a long time. Then the 10th wish is that the previous wishes must come true. Obito said silently in his heart and smiled and opened his eyes. I have made a wish. Let's eat the cake. Obito said happily after opening his eyes. It seems that you are very serious about making a wish, Obito. You must have thought about it for a long time before deciding. Nohara Lin smiled softly. Hee, it's okay. Obito smiled and scratched his head. He was not thinking all the time, but making wishes all the time. Obito really has a reliable teacher and a group of good friends. Grandma Obito on the side looked at the friendly scene of several people and smiled from the bottom of her heart. Because Obito was raised by her alone, she has always been worried about Obito's growth. She doesn't expect Obito to become an excellent ninja or a famous ninja. She just hopes that Obito can grow up happily. It would be even better if he can hold his great-grandson before she dies. Because of Grandma Obito's presence, the birthday party was disbanded early to avoid disturbing the old man's rest. After the disbandment, Miyu went to the forest alone to test the quality of the new weapon. Miyu's thoughts moved, and a black tin staff appeared in his hand. This kind of physical prop rewarded by the system can be used at any time in the system space. Miyu looked at this so-called six-path tin staff. The staff body is very simple, just a black stick, with different patterns on both sides, one is the moon and the other is the sun. Miyu first tested the hardness of the six-path tin staff. He concentrated his breath and used the power of rock breathing to use the finger gun towards the six-path tin staff. Boom! The ground next to the six-path tin staff cracked directly, but the six-path tin staff itself did not have a single crack, which was no different from when Miyu just took it out. Seeing that the six-path tin staff was intact, Miyu increased his strength, opened the third gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, and opened the pattern of rock breathing at the same time. In fact, Miyu's aura had become very terrifying, and the airflow caused by the aura made the leaves rustle. Armed color finger gun. Finally, Miyu used the armament haki, and his whole body was covered with black armament haki, and he pointed at the six-path tin staff. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the ground around Miyu collapsed within dozens of meters. A large amount of dust continued to rise, and the big tree near Miyu was also crushed by the aftermath. After Miyu pointed a finger, he quickly cancelled the 8 gates and pattern mode, and used wind style to blow away the grey-yellow dust. The dust dissipated, and the pure black six-path tin staff came into Miyu's eyes. It still did not show any damage, and Miyu's attack just now did not even hit it, leaving a white mark. Miyu was very satisfied with the hardness of the six-path staff. Although the previous attack was not his limit, he also used a lot of strength. The aftermath of one finger could destroy the ground for dozens of meters, which shows how strong the finger was just now. However, such a strong force could not leave a trace on the six-path staff. The hardness of the six-path staff can be imagined. Miyu actually wanted to try whether the thunder-breathing mark and the armament haki that consumed 35,000 chakras could leave a mark on the six-path staff, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He felt insecure when he used too much chakra, and that would make too much noise. Then Miyu tried the chakra conductivity of the six-path tin staff. As a result, he injected lightning chakra into it. Although Miyu could feel the chakra inside, there was no lightning outside the six-path tin staff. Then Miyu tried to inject fire chakra, but there was no flame. This is a strange phenomenon, but the lack of special effects does not mean no enhancement. Miyu compared the changes of the six-path tin staff without chakra injection and with chakra injection. The pits made by the six-path tin staff after chakra injection are much larger than those without chakra injection. The more chakra injected, the stronger the destructive power. Miyu can only be said to be another chakra burner. Miyu then carried out the next test. When he was testing just now, he accidentally discovered that the six-path tin staff after chakra injection had a very strong characteristic. In order to verify his idea, Yu split a shadow clone and let the shadow clone cooperate with the test. Lightning Releasia Pseudo-Darkness. The shadow clone concentrated the chakra in his throat and spit out an extremely concentrated lightning spear towards Yu. Pseudo-Darkness has two attack modes. One is to attack with a concentrated point, which is suitable for situations where you are sure to hit the target. The other is to use the lightning escape to sweep a large area, which will reduce the power a lot, but has a wider range. The main body wants to test the strength of the weapon, so the shadow clone naturally chooses the more powerful concentrated lightning. Yu holds the six-path tin staff in his right hand, rotates the staff around, injects a large amount of chakra into the staff, and then quickly strikes the incoming lightning. The originally terrifying lightning was instantly deflated after it hit the six-path tin staff, and was directly dissipated by the six-path tin staff. Then the armed color used by the shadow clone, which consumed most of the chakra, was directly broken by the six-path tin staff after Yu injected chakra. After being attacked, the shadow clone turned into white smoke and dissipated. Could this six-path tin staff be transformed by the Seeking Dao Jade? Yu showed a thoughtful expression. The biggest feature of the Seeking Dao Jade is that it can ignore ninjutsu, and the six-path tin staff rewarded by the system can also break ninjutsu, which is in line with this feature. But after thinking carefully, Yu felt that there was something wrong. If it was the Seeking Dao Jade, the shadow clone should have disappeared directly after touching it, instead of having to inject chakra to have this effect. For this reason, Yu deliberately released a shadow clone to try it out. He touched the shadow clone with the six-path staff, but nothing happened. Without injecting chakra, the staff was just a hard fire stick without any special ability. Yu soon stopped worrying about this issue. It didn't matter whether the Seeking Dao Jade changed. The key point was that the six-path staff was hard and strong, much stronger than the high-purity chakra knife. The high-purity chakra knife only has the effect of extending the blade. The six-path staff rewarded by the system can directly dissipate the ninjutsu by injecting chakra. Yu thought that the only problem with the six-path staff was its shape. The shape was too unique and not low-key enough. This thing is exactly the same as the weapon in the six-path sage's portrait. If you really use this to fight, and then show super strength, there might be rumors of the reincarnation of the six-path sage. Yu put the six-path staff back into the system space. This is indeed a very powerful weapon, which can be regarded as promising in the future, but it is difficult to use it now. He is not weak now. He can deal with most ninjas without weapons. For the rest, except for the third-generation Reikage who is a tough guy in lightning ninjutsu, his own output is enough. It is better to save some chakra to prevent accidents than to use chakra to strengthen weapons. After all, the ninja world is not a place for single duels. It has always been that any means can be used as long as it can kill the opponent. After the test, Yu used Earth Escape to make the land flat, but there was really no way to deal with the fallen tree. He did not know Wood Escape at present. Fortunately, the forest area is very large, and the trees he lost in practice are just a drop in the bucket. I am not in a good state today. Probably not much. I haven't adjusted my work and rest schedule. I am very worried. Chapter 229 The Meaning of Learning. Happy times are always short. On the first morning after his birthday, Obito had this thought in his mind. Considering that it was your birthday yesterday, I didn't take out the training questions, but I will start doing the questions today. Yu smiled and handed 2 test papers to Obito. Yesterday he only asked Obito and Shisui to do the training, and did not give them the test papers after the end. Actually, I made a mistake when registering my birthday. Today is my birthday. Obito felt dizzy when he saw the white test paper and the clear black questions, and he didn't know what he was saying. Pop. Miyu's finger tapped Obito's forehead accurately and said, "Even if you have birthdays for the next 365 days, you have to do these questions. You have to go back to school to take the exam in 10 days. You don't want to go back to the time when you were only in the teens. There are no classes this semester, why do we have to take exams? Obito couldn't help but complain. Miyu's words reminded me that interns have to go back to school to take exams as usual. Maybe it's to test your internship results. Miyu smiled and replied. When the school announces the exam results, the internship results of all interns will also be announced, and the number of tasks you have completed will be written in the results column. Then Kai and I will definitely be the first. Obito couldn't help but smile proudly. According to the ninjas registered in the mission hall, other intern teams can only accept D-level missions. And D-level missions cannot be upgraded to C-level missions due to unexpected situations, so other people cannot even have C-level missions. He and Might Guy have a record of 2 A-level missions and 1 B-level mission. In this comparison, they are several versions ahead of their peers. There is no problem with the quality of the mission getting first place, but the quality of the mission will not add points to the theory. Miyu nodded and said that Obito's resume would definitely be a crushing level for interns. Hearing the word theory, Obito scratched his hair in worry. When others look at his mission results, they will find that he only got a dozen or 20 points in theory, which is really not good. You will have 3 days to complete these questions. After you finish, come to me to explain the questions. Miyu set the time for doing the questions. After talking to Obito, Miyu handed over Shisui's questions to Shisui. The two of them prepared different questions. Obito mainly prepared questions related to the knowledge learned in the ninja school, while Shisui prepared questions about history and politics. It was not a historical question about what happened in a few years. It was either after reading the following materials, describe the changes in the ninja world and their reasons when the ninja village era came, or combining the history of the Uchiha clan with the history of Konoha, describe the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. It was not realistic for him, an outsider, to solve the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha by himself. He needed the cooperation of the Uchiha clan. The best candidates were naturally his 2 disciples, Obito and Shisui. Miyu not only wanted to make them stronger than the original, but also to teach them more knowledge and broaden their thinking. The fundamental purpose of Miyu asking them to do questions was not to improve their theoretical test scores or to punish them, but to improve their knowledge level and their thinking ability. Shisui didn't care too much at first. It was just 2 test papers. He could just go back and let the shadow clone spend some time to finish them, until he accidentally saw a question on it. Looking at the meaningful question, Shisui looked at the questions on both test papers with a serious face. He felt that every question could cause him to think deeply and was very difficult to answer. Looking at the 2 test papers, Shisui's face was solemn. He felt that he had wronged Obito and the others. No wonder Obito and Might Guy were always afraid of doing exercises. If there were hundreds of such questions at a time, he would not be able to handle it. Miyu gave Shisui the same time, 3 days to finish the questions and then find him to explain the questions. If you feel that you can't finish it, then apply for installments. You can extend the time for doing the questions, but the number of questions must be increased. The two put the questions away and began to practice the breathing method, maintaining a state of full concentration in breathing during various basic exercises. Even if his head was sweating, his clothes were wet with sweat, and his eyes were blurred by the sweat, Obito insisted until he could not stand up and stopped. There will be a question doing exercise tomorrow. This time, I have to dodge it and take fewer questions, otherwise I will have to do it in installments again. This is the source of Obito's motivation to work so hard. 55 questions, he could still finish them in 3 days if he gritted his teeth, but if there were another 55 questions tomorrow, it would be different. And the experienced Obito knew very well that once the questions were divided into installments, they would accumulate more and more. If Miyu hadn't stopped to practice, he would not have been able to finish them at all. This guy, in order not to be caught up by me, he actually works so hard. Kakashi was surprised when he saw Obito working so hard during his break. Seeing Obito working so hard, Kakashi couldn't sit still, and started practicing thunder breathing before he had a good rest. Add 2.5 hours of practice time tonight. Kakashi made up his mind secretly. No one would choose to be lazy on Miyu's side, everyone practiced very seriously, so Kakashi, who wanted to overtake on the curve, decided to increase the extra practice time. Everyone's youth is very passionate today. Might Guy practiced more vigorously when he saw his friends practicing so passionately. Open the gate, open. Shoe gate, open. Excited, Might Guy suddenly found that he had finally completed the practice of the second gate, and successfully opened the second gate of the 8 gates under normal circumstances, instead of relying on the breathing method to force it open by stepping on the right foot with the left foot. Rock breathing, breathe with full concentration. Might Guy immediately adjusted his breathing to a highly concentrated state, continuously enhancing the strength of his body. It is this kind of power. Might Guy clenched his fists, and his face showed excitement. After the mission was over, he wanted to improve the noon leopard, but found that he was still a little short of strength without opening the second gate. Noon leopard. Might Guy ran at full speed, and the large amount of chakra generated by the 8 gates was used to strengthen his physical ability. His speed was getting faster and faster. When the speed reached the peak, Might Guy kicked a huge rock suddenly, like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge rock was directly kicked apart by this powerful force, stone powder filled the sky, and small gravel shot in all directions. After the kick, Might Guy felt extremely refreshed. The movement on Might Guy's side attracted everyone's attention. Can you use this move normally? Kakashi felt that Might Guy had become much stronger. Before, he had to force his body to be damaged and explode to have this kind of power, but now it's normal. What a fast speed, what a strong power. Might Guy's strength surprised Shisui. It was the first time he saw Might Guy use full concentration breathing and the second gate of the 8 gates at the same time. It feels very strong. Isn't that the move used in the last battle? If you get kicked, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. Obito saw the power displayed by Might Guy, and thought of Might Guy's previous statement that he wanted to fight him, and his eyelids couldn't help twitching. After a day of training, Obito dragged his tired body home. On the way, he saw the dumpling shop where he had eaten with no Hararin before, so he thought of buying some dumplings to replenish his energy. Obito, what's wrong with you? You look so tired. A familiar voice reached Obito's ears. Obito looked back and saw a man with 1,000 books in his mouth greeting him, and there was a man wearing sunglasses sitting next to him. Nothing, just a little tired from training. Obito bought 3 skewers of dumplings and sat at the table of Shiranui Genma with a plate. Although they were in different classes, they knew each other more or less in the same grade, and they became more familiar with each other after the summer special training. Who is your internship teacher? Is the training so fierce? Shiranui Genma asked curiously. It's teacher Miyu. It's not that he trains fiercely, I train myself. If you want to become stronger, you have to exercise. Obito put a bunch of dumplings into his mouth and explained. Wow, your internship teacher is teacher Miyu. You are so lucky. Shiranui Genma showed an envious expression. Anyone who has been taught by Miyu knows the gap between Miyu and ordinary teachers. They are not at the same level and it is difficult to compare. After practicing with teacher Miyu for so long, your strength must have increased a lot. Now your first place in actual combat must be very stable. Akai should not be able to beat you. Shiranui Genma said with a smile. He thought Obito could open the champagne in advance. Well, Akai and I are in the same class, and we are also interning with teacher Miyu. Obito was silent for a while and then said. He really had no idea whether he could beat Might Guy, because Miyu wouldn't let him open the Sharingan casually. If he couldn't use the Sharingan and Might Guy could use the 8 gates plus the breathing method, he would definitely lose. Oh, so Akai is interning with you. Shiranui Genma smiled awkwardly. That's another fight between dragons and tigers. I'm really looking forward to your fight. It's okay. How do you feel about the internship? Obito ate another bunch of dumplings and asked. It's just like that. It feels like some class time has turned into chores. Shiranui Genma complained. Yeah, I thought I could take on some tasks, but it turned out to be catching cats and dogs or picking up garbage and doing farm work. It's better to sit in the classroom and attend classes. Ebisu also complained. Obviously, they were not very satisfied with their internship life. Obito couldn't help but straighten his waist, slightly raised his head, and said. I feel it's okay, not as boring as you say. Compared with the two, Obito instantly felt that his internship life was extremely exciting. He met the alternate rakeage with Miyu, and worked together with his companions to defeat the enemy village ninja. No wonder your strength can improve so quickly, Obito. Not only is your training more serious than us, but you are more ninja-like when facing tasks. Shiranui Genma sighed. To be honest, he didn't want to do miscellaneous tasks. His idea was the same as Ebisu's. It's better to take theoretical classes. Hehe, it's just okay, not as good as you say. Hearing Shiranui Genma say that he has ninja style, Obito couldn't help but laugh. In fact, he was looking forward to Shiranui Genma and Ebisu asking him questions about the task, so that he could tell him about the 2A level tasks he had done, but they didn't ask until he finished eating the dumplings, which made him feel a little regretful. Chapter 230 The Fire in the Heart. Damn it, I don't want to do the questions. But if I don't do the questions, it will be embarrassing if my score is too low. At night, Obito looked at the 2 test papers on the table and felt a headache. There were 55 questions in total. If he finished them in 3 days, he had to do at least 18 questions every day. Shadow Clone Technique. Finally, Obito made a seal and split 2 shadow clones and said, you guys play rock paper scissors, and the loser chooses a test paper. After that, Obito picked up a test paper and a pen and pretended to do the questions. For Obito, it was very painful for the shadow clone to do the questions and for him to do the questions himself. Doing the questions himself was a continuous pain, while the shadow clone experienced huge pain in an instant. Obito chose the short pain. Because he was worried that the shadow clone would not cooperate, Obito not only split another clone to compete, but also pretended to be doing the questions himself. The shadow clone technique still has its merits. Obito thought to himself as he drew a Q version of Nohara Rin on the draft paper. Speaking of rock paper scissors, you can do the test yourself. I can't do it. One of Obito's shadow clones refused bluntly. While Obito was thinking about which step was wrong, another shadow clone said. Do you think I don't know your thoughts? You know, I am also Uchiha Obito. Obito was a little speechless. These 2 clones were actually going to play bad together. Obito couldn't help but say. Since you are also me, then help me with the test paper quickly. But now I am a shadow clone. It's not me who will be embarrassed. The shadow clone said indifferently. What's more, something happened that Obito couldn't hold back. The 2 shadow clones not only didn't help him with his questions, but also read the novels and ate the snacks he bought, while he, the original body, was doing the test paper. Obito couldn't help but open the full concentration breathing and snatched the novels and snacks from the 2 people. What are you doing? I'm reading it very excitingly. The shadow clone reading the novel scolded angrily. Do you want to fight? The shadow clone eating snacks rushed towards Obito with an unhappy face. The shadow clone reading the novel also rushed up without thinking about the big trouble. Obito punched and kicked the 2 shadow clones and dissipated them. Because they were used for doing test papers, he didn't give them too much chakra, and the 2 shadow clones had no fighting ability. Although Obito enjoyed the fight, he remembered that the shadow clones had memory feedback after the fight. The memory of punching the face and kicking the chest with a whirlwind kick instantly flowed back to his mind. Damn shadow clone technique, it doesn't work at all. Obito complained while lying on the bed. I don't want to do the test paper. After twisting on the bed for a while, Obito finally got up and sat on the chair to start doing the questions. Playing is playing, but Teacher Muyu's questions still need to be completed. The next day, Obito went to the South Forest to practice as usual. First, it was the time to practice armament haki. After practicing for 2.5 hours, he took a break, and then practiced the breathing method. You should not have forgotten the rules, it's still the same as last time. Muyu asked with a smile. No. Obito nodded with a heavy face. You have to do 2 questions every time you are hit. What annoyed him most was that he had to add 10% if he didn't dodge once. Today's training can't be like last time, otherwise the installment is inevitable. Obito made up his mind secretly. He noticed that Shisui didn't dodge successfully, but he had fewer questions than him, which meant that he still had a lot of room for improvement. If he was more cautious and successfully dodged once, he might only need to do about 30 questions. Teacher Muyu, what if you don't get hit once and dodge all the attacks? Obito asked curiously. Then cancel the unanswered questions according to the rules, or cancel the questions added later. Muyu thought for a while and answered. This is a pie in the sky, because it is difficult to achieve this effect in reality, because Muyu strengthens the intensity of training according to time. Unless the strength is greatly improved in a short period of time, it is impossible to dodge all the attacks. When Obito heard that he could cancel the questions, his eyes lit up. If he could pass the level several times, it would be equivalent to a death-free gold medal for several question-solving training. Begin. Muyu gave an order, and the 2 shadow clones began to move. And Shisui and Obito also entered the state of full concentration and breathing and started running at a high speed. Due to the lesson from the last time, Obito did not try to compete with Muyu's shadow clone on the spot, but tried to deal with it. He would only try to dodge the attack on the spot when he had no other choice. It's a little bit short every time, damn it, can't it be faster? Obito shouted in his heart. Although he had tried his best to dodge, he was still hit by Muyu at the right time. Time soon came to the 55 minutes when he was most likely to be hit. After 5 minutes of highly concentrated breathing, although Obito's breathing method was also considered to be fully concentrated breathing, it was no longer as concentrated as at the beginning. Realizing that Muyu's figure was getting closer, Obito knew that another attack was coming. Obito's Sharingan could clearly see Muyu's fingers approaching him, and it seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he could not avoid the fate of being hit. Body, move! Obito roared in his heart. This hit could not cause any harm to his body, but it could cause a heavy blow to his spirit. How could I only have this level, the breath of fire, fully concentrated breathing? Obito kept concentrating his breathing, instantly gained stronger physical ability, and narrowly avoided Muyu's knock. Looking at the finger less than 1 centimeter away from his head, Obito smiled with surprise. This was not just 2 questions that were avoided, but also 10% of the total questions. That's a small improvement. It seems that occasionally doing exercises is indeed the best solution, at least for Obito. Muyu was very satisfied with this. He thought that he would have to wait until the 4th time to dodge, but Obito completed it in the 2nd training. After the time was up, Muyu began to calculate the training results of the 2. Shisui was hit a total of 19 times, dodged 0 times, and needed to do 42 questions. Obito was hit a total of 19 times, dodged once, and needed to do 36 questions. Obito couldn't help showing the joy on his face. Although 36 questions were not a small number, it was a huge improvement over the first 55 questions. Sure enough, there is a big difference between dodging and not dodging. Obito thought to himself. He and Shisui were hit the same number of times, but because he dodged once, the difference between the two was exactly 6 questions. Obito actually successfully dodged the attack. Shisui showed a surprised expression after listening to the results of the two. He saw through the essence of this training during the first training. If he hadn't made a breakthrough, it would have been impossible to dodge Muyu's attack. That is to say, Obito had made a breakthrough in just the second training. Shisui felt a wave of pressure coming. With a higher level Sharingan than him and a stronger breath of fire, he could now defeat Obito with stronger ninjutsu and instant body movement technique. The time for this question is the same, and the next training will be in 3 days. Muyu said. The rhythm of the special training every 2 days is a bit tight. No matter how talented you are, it is impossible to break through so quickly every time. Muyu will slowly extend the training time. The intensive training at the beginning is to give enough pressure. No one had a birthday this time, so Muyu directly sent out the questions. After saving the questions, Shisui began to practice with all his heart. This special training really made him feel a sense of crisis. If the results were compared, he had already lost to Obito this time. I have to be stronger. As the first disciple of teacher Muyu, how can I lose to others? Shisui's belief supported him to complete one training after another using full concentration breathing. He has his own pride in his heart. Although he is the youngest disciple, his strength has always been the first in Muyu's class. He is also very fast in various trainings, and his speed of learning fire escape is much faster than Obito. Now he is surpassed by someone he could easily defeat, and Shisui is naturally unwilling. After the training, Shisui went home, had a meal, rested for a while, and then started training again. He kept doing this cycle until 11:30 p.m., when he washed and went to bed. In the next few days, Shisui kept this high-intensity training. He wanted to dodge Muyu's attack and become stronger. On the morning before the third training, Shisui's training made progress, but it was not the breathing method, but the armed color domineering. Shisui imagined that there was an invisible armor attached to himself, and then he punched hard. The part of the tree hit by him instantly burst, and a lot of wood chips flew everywhere. Is this the power of armed color? Shisui looked at his white little fist. The power of the punch just now was not right. If he used a lot of chakra to strengthen his fist, he could have this effect, but he didn't just now. Yes, you just wrapped the power of armed color around your fist. Muyu nodded and said. He used the appraisal to take a look at Shisui's armed color proficiency, which had reached 20 points of proficiency. Shisui punched again, but found that it returned to normal. When Shisui threw the third punch, the tree collapsed. You are still not proficient in it now. If you grasp this feeling and practice it for a while, you can use it initially. Muyu explained. Listening to Muyu's words, Shisui closed his eyes and carefully felt the feeling of using armament haki just now. However, this feeling is obviously not easy to find. Shisui still can't use armament haki stably after punching continuously. Obito and Kakashi, who were practicing next to him, looked at him sideways. They also joined the practice of armament haki one after another, but compared to Shisui, who was almost able to use it initially, they still had no idea of armament haki. Muyu could only say that it was normal. Not to mention Shisui's strong talent in Yindun, Kakashi, who started practicing armament haki second, started practicing armament haki half a month after Shisui practiced. Because Shisui had a breakthrough in armament haki, Muyu stopped practicing Shisui's breathing method today and let Shisui practice armament haki all day to find the feeling. Although the disciples don't have many opportunities to use armament haki in battle with their current chakra, it is a very powerful secret technique after all. It's a good thing to learn it early, and the chakra will gradually increase. There was no breathing method practiced during the day, so Shisui practiced breathing method by himself at night. Anyway, he was the only one at home, so the training would not disturb his family members' sleep. As for the neighbors, his training noise was not that loud. Why is Obito's breathing method progressing so much faster than mine? Shisui reflected on it during his break. Practicing at the same time and with the same teacher, his breathing method progress always lags behind Obito. Although Shisui couldn't see the proficiency directly through appraisal like Miyu, Shisui was also practicing flame breathing after all, and he could clearly feel that the gap between him and Obito in flame breathing was getting bigger and bigger. Since he successfully entered the door, Shisui felt that he had not made much progress in breathing method. If he were to fight again using only breathing method, Shisui was sure that he would lose to Obito. Breathing of flame, flame. Shisui thought of the step of realizing the breathing method. It was at that step that Obito's breathing of flame began to progress rapidly. Obito has the fire of enthusiasm to help others in his heart, but what kind of fire do I have in my heart? Shisui asked himself. Of course, the breathing method cannot improve by doing good deeds. After all, it is the breathing of flame and not the breathing method of merit. It is just that Obito's enthusiasm for helping others is very high, which stimulates the progress of the breathing method. Shisui seemed to know the reason why his breathing method was lagging behind, but he didn't know what kind of fire he had in his heart for a while. After reaching 11:30, Shisui still couldn't figure it out. For tomorrow's training, he quickly washed and went to bed, but maybe because of his messy mind, he didn't fall asleep quickly, and fell asleep in a daze after 2 o'clock. In the morning, he woke up relying on the biological clock, and went to the forest as usual to start training. Today, Miyu didn't disrupt his training plan specifically for him, and he was still the same as usual. First, start 2.5 hours of armament haki training and then start breathing training. Training begins. Seeing that Shisui and Obito were ready, Miyu announced the start of special training. 2 Miyu shadow clones rushed towards Shisui and Obito respectively. In order not to interfere with each other, Shisui and Obito ran in 2 directions. Shisui ran in the familiar south forest, still doubting his own breath of fire. I don't know if it was because he didn't sleep well yesterday or his mentality was wrong. Shisui's special training results today were worse than the second time. Shisui 46, Obito 34. Hearing the results, Shisui sighed. He knew his body best, he felt it during the special training. Obito's eyes flashed, although not much less, but twice is also progress. Obito, you start training, Shisui come over. Miyu said, he has a lot of experience in this kind of thing, usually it's a problem with the mind, need to talk. 4K, more later. Chapter 231 Breathing Method Possibilities. Sorry, Teacher Miyu, I'm not in a good state today. Shisui said apologetically. He felt that he was a little sorry for Miyu's careful teaching. Miyu smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Everyone has bad times. But I see you seem to have something on your mind. Can you tell me? Miyu looked into Shisui's eyes. Looking into Miyu's eyes, Shisui could deeply feel Miyu's concern for him. Since I mastered the breathing method, I haven't made much progress, but Obito doesn't seem to have this worry, so I thought carefully about the step of feeling the flame at the beginning. It seems that I don't have the same passion as Obito. Facing Miyu, Shisui did not hide his thoughts and told her what he thought yesterday. Maybe I'm not suitable for the breath of fire. Miyu put her hand on Shisui's head, rubbed Shisui's hair, and then said with a smile. I'm very sure you are suitable for practicing the breath of fire. Obito is so suitable for the breath of fire, but before he got started, he was not much ahead of Shisui. At most, he was ahead by more than 10 points of proficiency, which is enough to show that Shisui's compatibility with the breath of fire is not low. There are many reasons why Obito can lead by nearly 90 points of proficiency now. On the one hand, Obito's compatibility is indeed full, and on the other hand, Obito can follow him to do missions and fight real battles, and his progress will be faster. It's not that Miyu belittled Obito. At the beginning, the training efficiency of Shisui and Obito was really the difference between a genius and a slacker. It might take Obito 10 days or even more to achieve the results of Shisui's one day of learning ninjutsu. In fact, when Shisui was first accepted as a disciple, he was not particularly strong. After all, he was only 6 years old and had just started practicing. However, when practicing with Miyu, the gap between Shisui, Might Guy, and Obito became larger and larger, and this situation lasted for quite a long time. Under such a premise, it is actually easy to understand Shisui's mood. The speed of practicing important forbidden techniques is not as fast as the last one who was easily surpassed before, and his strength is also being slowly caught up. Shisui is indeed relatively precocious, calmer, and stronger than his peers, but he is still a 6-year-old child. In Miyu's previous life, he was generally just starting the first grade at this age. It is normal to doubt himself in this situation. And the breathing method must not doubt itself. Once you doubt yourself and deny yourself, the power of breathing will weaken. This is also the reason why Miyu feels that the breathing method has a little bit of yin done. This thing is really a bit idealistic and spiritual. This is also the reason why Obito and Might Guy can always break through the breathing method in battle, because they all have strong confidence in themselves and their beliefs will not waver. Fortunately, Miyu discovered it early enough, otherwise, with Obito's rapid progress, Shisui would definitely distrust his breathing method more. Obito's enthusiasm is indeed strong enough, but there may be a fire burning in your heart. Miyu said earnestly. Shisui, don't you have anything you want to do? Don't you have a dream? Recall the dream in your heart. Dream. Miyu's words made Shisui fall into memories. Although he is an orphan, Shisui's life has never been associated with poverty. Because his father is an excellent jonin of the Uchiha clan, and his grandfather Uchiha Kagami almost became a high-ranking official of Konoha, he is a very famous elite jonin of Konoha. If Shisui wants to live a life of idleness, he can live a life of worry-free food and clothing with the inheritance. Obviously, Shisui did not choose to live a life of idleness, he chose to become a genius ninja. Shisui has heard many people talk about his grandfather, saying that his grandfather is a genius ninja, who has the strength that the second-generation Hokage values at a young age. Some people say that his grandfather is the inheritor of the Will of Fire and has dedicated his life to Konoha. Some people say that his grandfather is a great Uchiha. If it weren't for an accident, the situation of Uchiha would have changed a lot. The reason why he wants to become a ninja has something to do with his grandfather. After learning the history of the Uchiha clan and feeling the rejection of the Uchiha clan by the villagers of Konoha, Shisui is determined to become a ninja like his grandfather and complete his unfinished business. We are all people with 2 eyes and 1 nose, why should we reject them, Uchiha? Shisui wants to change this situation. I want to change the current situation of Uchiha. We are all people of Konoha, and we can work together. Live in harmony. Shisui raised his head and looked into Miyu's eyes. Isn't this great? Just work towards this goal. I can feel the fire burning in your heart. Miyu pointed her finger at Shisui's chest and smiled. Shisui, you are a very kind and upright person. Remember your mood at the moment and don't question your dream. Miyu didn't dare to say what the Shisui in the original work was like, but the Shisui here is currently very upright and kind, but these 2 characteristics are a bit restrained, not as straightforward as Obito. Do you think you can't fulfill your dream? No. Shisui answered firmly. He might have hesitated in the past. Can he really accomplish what the grandfather that everyone praised couldn't accomplish? But now Shisui will only give a positive answer because he has the help of teacher Miyu. Enter full concentration and breathe, I'm going to attack. Miyu suddenly said, and then put 2 fingers together and hit Shisui. Shisui immediately focused his breathing to dodge, and he didn't even have time to open his Sharingan. Success! Shisui showed a surprised expression as he looked at the finger less than a centimeter away from him. Just a while ago, he couldn't dodge Miyu's attack even when he opened his Sharingan. Yes, you successfully dodged my attack, but this is not the special training time, and dodging it won't reduce the number of questions. Yu retracted his hand and said with a smile. It's okay. Shisui's voice was still surprised. The breathing method finally made a breakthrough, and he would be happy even if he had to do 100 more questions. Shisui thought about it, and 100 seemed a bit too much. Those questions were not simple, so he would be happy to add 20 more questions. The breathing method is not something that cannot be changed. If one day you have a better idea, you can change the breathing method. The one that suits you is the best, but you still have to be firm in your dreams and beliefs. Yu said with a serious expression. Shisui does have a good fit with the breath of fire, but it's hard to say whether it's the most suitable. The breathing method has a lot of possibilities and can be changed according to one's own abilities. Thank you, Teacher Yu, for your guidance. I will be firm in my belief. Shisui engraved Yu's words firmly in his mind and thanked Yu. Go practice. Yu said with a smile. The training effect is generally very good after the talk therapy. Full of motivation, Shisui nodded and quickly devoted himself to the training. When it was February 20th, because 4 of the 5 disciples were still students in the ninja school and needed to take exams, Yu simply gave them all a holiday, including Kakashi. Yu also went to the ninja school that he had not set foot in for a long time. Since he took the interns, his real body has not been to school. Chapter 232 Shocking Facts. The first day back to school was the exam for the theory class. Before the exam, the students in the class who did not go to the internship curiously asked about the internship experience of the interns. Obito, what do interns usually do? Is it the same as formal ninjas? A classmate asked Obito with a curious look. It should be similar. It is to do commissioned tasks. When not doing tasks, they practice with the teacher. Obito recalled and answered. Although they are all commissioned tasks, each mission is different. You will go to different countries to see different scenery. Obito still likes to go on missions. Although they encountered danger last time, they also successfully overcame the difficulties through their own efforts. The feeling of success after hard work is really a kind of pleasure from feet to head. They actually went abroad. The surrounding students showed shocked and envious expressions. Let alone going abroad, they have never been out of Konoha. They have been staying in Konoha since they were young. Interns can go abroad, but it's a pity that I was not selected. We are almost there. After passing the graduation exam in 2 months, we will be official ninjas. The surrounding students discussed it. Some people began to yearn for the ninja life after graduation because of Obito's words, and some people were curious about what other countries were like. Which countries did you go to? What is the difference between foreign countries and the land of fire? A student couldn't help but continue to ask. Before Obito answered, Uchiha Taiho, who heard the discussion here, expressed his doubts. Can't interns only do D-level tasks? D-level tasks are all tasks in the village. There are no tasks outside the village. How can you go abroad? He also participated in the internship, but the tasks he did were all miscellaneous tasks, such as catching cats and picking up garbage. Hearing that Obito also went to different countries to see the scenery, he seriously suspected that Obito was bragging, because the registered ninjas in the mission hall said that the intern team could only accept D-level tasks. Yes, I also participated in the internship. We intern ninjas can only do some miscellaneous tasks such as picking up garbage and doing farm work. Another student who participated in the internship stood up to confirm Uchiha Taiho's words. The total number of interns in the 4th grade is 30, and each class has 3 to 4 students selected. The number of interns in the 2nd class of the 4th grade is 4. Seeing that the 2 interns in the class said the opposite of Obito, the other students looked at Obito with confusion, and some of them even looked suspicious. Although Obito's performance this school year is very talented, due to his performance in the previous 3 years, they believe that there is indeed a possibility of bragging. Generally, the intern team can only do D-level tasks. Obito did not because of the classmates' suspicion. He was angry, but nodded and agreed with this statement. Seeing that Obito seemed to admit that he was bragging, Uchiha Taihuo nodded secretly in his heart. Obito was not too confused. He was not the only one in the class who participated in the internship. Then why did you say that you were going abroad to perform tasks? Some students who believed in Obito asked puzzledly. They originally wanted to see Obito's explanation, but Obito's words made them unable to understand. Is this admitting that he is a liar? But we are not an ordinary intern team. The third generation Hokage saw that our team is very strong and allowed us to accept C-level tasks. Obito couldn't help showing a proud smile. This is a special concession from the Hokage and their unique privilege. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely be unhappy if he was misunderstood, but this time Obito thought it was normal. Because this is the fact. The intern team is indeed not allowed to do tasks above D level. The registered ninja also told them so at the beginning. They can do C-level tasks because they performed too well and were considered by the Hokage to have the ability to do higher level tasks. Obito thought this was reasonable. Their teacher was Muyu, who was many times stronger than other teachers. He and Might Guy and Kakashi were also much stronger than their peers. Hokage-sama has given special permission. The students in the classroom were shocked by Obito's words. This was the Hokage that everyone in Konoha yearned for. Uchiha Taihuo was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect Obito to be so ruthless. He even gave the Hokage a special permission. This sounded even more fake than an intern ninja going abroad to perform a mission. Although he didn't agree with either of them, Uchiha Taihuo had to admit that the two together sounded a bit real. How many C-level missions have you completed, Obito? How many countries have you been to? The students who believed in Obito asked curiously. We have been to 2 countries, to the land of fields once and to the land of rivers twice, but if we really want to say how many C-level missions we have completed, we haven't completed a single C-level mission. Obito answered honestly. Although they accepted 3 C-level missions, the number of completed C-level missions in their resumes was 0, and all of them were upgraded after completion. Ah! It's impossible that all the missions failed. Obito's words confused the students around him again. It's impossible that all 3 missions failed. There was no failure, but there were accidents every time, which led to the upgrade of the mission. So when I accepted it, it was C-level, but when I handed it over, it was upgraded to B-level and A-level missions. Obito said lightly. Although most students didn't know what A-level and B-level missions meant, they felt it was very powerful when they heard the mission upgrade, and they shouted 6. But Uchiha Taihuo and another intern who knew a little bit didn't believe it. If Obito didn't say A-level and B-level missions, they might believe it a little. After all, Obito is really capable. But A-level missions are high-level missions that even Chunin rarely participate in. Forget it, I'm too lazy to expose him. We'll know after graduation. Uchiha Taihuo opened his mouth, but finally chose not to point out the unreasonableness of Obito's words, and chose to return to his seat to prepare for the exam. It would take a lot of effort to explain the exposure, and some people might not believe it and think he was jealous. It can be said that it is a thankless task. They can only be deceived because they are not good enough. If they have the ability and have participated in the internship, they will not be deceived by such an outrageous lie. The scenery of the river country is very different from that of our fire country. There is a large desert that can't see the edge at a glance. It's all sand and there are no green trees. Then Obito talked about the scenery he encountered during the mission. Feeling the envious and shocked eyes of others, Obito felt very happy. Obito stopped and walked to his seat reluctantly to prepare for the exam when the invigilator walked into the classroom. When the test paper was handed out, Obito was no longer as brave and fearless as he had just told the story. He felt that his head was big when he saw the black and white words on the paper. After doing the questions for a while, Obito couldn't help looking around, and then he saw Might Guy writing furiously. Oh no, wasn't Kai reading a book just now? Obito remembered that his teammates seemed to have been silent. Thinking of this, Obito also started to do the questions attentively. After the results were announced, their mission resumes would definitely shock everyone. At that time, whoever had the lowest cultural level between him and Might Guy would be embarrassed. At noon, many interns gathered together to discuss their internship life. Obito saw it and went over with Might Guy to join in the fun. The life of a ninja is not easy. It feels much more tiring than when I was in school. It's either miscellaneous tasks or training. Shiranui Genma sighed. Indeed, I heard that the newly graduated genin can only do miscellaneous tasks. I don't know how long they will do it. The intern next to him agreed. It's okay. I feel that the internship life is pretty good. Obito said with a smile. Of course you feel pretty good. Your instructor is Muyu teacher. Shiranui Genma couldn't help but touch Obito's body with his fist and scolded with a smile. It turns out that teacher Muyu is also responsible for guiding interns. You are so lucky, Obito. The interns all looked at Obito with envy. Except for Hyuga Karadu, all other interns have participated in Muyu's summer special training. They know how comfortable it is to be taught by Muyu. It was a completely different experience from other teachers. Because Obito is the first in the grade. Ebisu felt that this was not luck. Obito was a member of the Uchiha family and the first in the grade, so he must be taught by the best teacher. That's right, so it makes sense for Guy to intern with you. Shiranui Genma nodded in agreement. Since the final exam of the first semester of the 4th grade, it was basically Might Guy and Obito competing for the first place. By the way, who is your other teammate, Hyuga Karaman? Shiranui Genma asked curiously, but Hyuga Karaman was not here. In terms of strength, he thought Hyuga Karaman was the most qualified to be the third person. Hyuga Karaman not only won the first place in the first exam of the 4th grade, but also maintained the first place for a long time in the 2nd and 3rd grades. Both Obito and Might Guy shook their heads. Hey, it's not Hyuga Karaman, then who is it? Shiranui Genma was even more curious. The students next to them also looked at Obito and the others curiously, wondering in their hearts which one was lucky enough to enter this internship class with full gold content. Might Guy gave a name that none of them had expected. It's Kakashi. Might Guy answered truthfully. How could it be Kakashi? Didn't he graduate a long time ago? It seems that he became a chunin when we were in the 2nd grade. Shiranui Genma never expected that Kakashi would pop out of Might Guy's mouth. He thought that Obito's teammates would be outstanding students such as Hyuga Kamen, Uchiha Tetsuka, and Shizuan, but it turned out that they were not students of the ninja school at all. Yes, aren't we internships? Why are you teaming up with official ninjas? The students next to him were also very surprised. They were not unfamiliar with the name Kakashi, because Kakashi was once in the same grade as them. Even if they had never talked to Kakashi, they had heard of his genius deeds. I don't know, maybe this is the bond between my best friend and me. Might Guy smiled and showed his shining white teeth and raised his thumb. Shiranui Genma. Then Shiranui Genma looked at Obito, and Obito nodded in affirmation. Although he didn't know what was going on, Kakashi, who was already a chunin, did become their internship teammate. Then your configuration is too good. Teacher Muyu is a special jonin, and Kakashi is a chunin. You are the first in the grade. It feels like you are wrong to do miscellaneous tasks. A student exclaimed. You really guessed it right. The Hokage saw that we are too strong and allowed us to do C-level tasks. Obito said with a smile. When Obito said this, the students around him were even more envious, and no one questioned Obito's words. If it is said that the chunin teacher is with a few ordinary interns, it seems a bit fake to be specially allowed by the Hokage, but Obito's class configuration is too luxurious. The teacher is a special jonin, the teammates are genius Junins, and Might Guy and Obito have also defeated the official genin in the summer special training to prove their strength. Your treatment makes me feel like I am doing a fake internship. Shiranui Genma thought about his life in the past 2 months and couldn't help sighing. It's really annoying to compare with others. Tell us quickly about the C-rank mission and what kind of enemies you encountered. C-rank missions are just like that. They are either escorting clients or fighting wild beasts or bandits. Obito tried to suppress the corners of his mouth that were rising and pretended to be indifferent. Facing Kakashi, he was a newbie, but facing the interns in the school, he was a senior mission person. As for the enemy, it depends on luck. If you are unlucky, you may encounter ninja enemies. Generally, if there are jonin, it will be changed to A-rank mission. If there are only chunins, it is usually a B-rank mission. It seems that our luck is not very good. We encountered jonin enemies twice. What, you also encountered jonin in the mission? Twice. The students around showed extremely surprised expressions, and some even looked at Obito with a hint of doubt. Even if they are students, they know the value of jonin. This is easy to know, because ninja schools almost see jonin. Although Mu has a lot of contact with them, Mu is not actually a jonin, but a special jonin, which is one level lower. If you are a ninja family or a member of a ninja clan, you can better understand the value of a jonin. Even those powerful ninja clans generally don't have many jonin. You can survive when you encounter a jonin enemy? No, you can successfully complete the mission and come back? Teacher Mu is just a special jonin. An intern looked at Obito with suspicion and asked. It's not that he doesn't trust Obito's character, but Obito's words are too exaggerated. Jonin is indeed very strong, but that strength is not impossible to surpass. You can still defeat it with hard work. Might Guy smiled with his big white teeth. The memory of the 3 people working together to defeat the jonin is still deeply engraved in his mind. That time Might Guy really felt like he was facing death. Even with the 2 gates and full concentration breathing, he was not an opponent. He had to work together with Obito, who opened the Sharingan. Ninja level does not represent strength. I haven't graduated yet. It's different from defeating those formal ninjas. Although Teacher Mu is a special jonin, ordinary jonin is not his opponent at all. Obito retorted with a serious face. Mr. Mu's words may work. Shiranui Xianjian chose to believe that Mu had the strength to defeat the jonin. This is different. A genuine jonin is very strong. Although I like Mr. Mu, this is really hard to believe. The person who just questioned explained. His parents are both ninjas, and they were all chunin, so he knew how difficult it was to become a jonin. One must be strong and have no weaknesses, and must have achievements. Obito wanted to explain in detail, but the preparatory bell rang, so Obito said. You will know if it is true after a few days when you look at the results. Kai and I will have 2 A-level mission completion records, both of which were against jonin. After that, Obito and Might Guy quickly rushed back to the classroom. Seeing Obito's assurance, the questioning student began to waver. He also knew that the number of tasks completed by interns would be announced when the test results were announced, because the instructor used this to motivate them to do more tasks. It's impossible. If Teacher Mu is really that strong, he shouldn't be teaching in a ninja school. After making some reasonable speculations, he felt relieved again, thinking that he would not be slapped in the face. He believed that Mu was strong in teaching and educating people, not in fighting, otherwise he would not have become a special jonin in the ninja school. Chapter 233 Attempt to seal the 8 diagrams. During the practical exam on the second day, Mu's original body went to the exam site of the first grade class to check the situation. Although his original body has not been in school this semester, he has been promoted again and has an additional position as the deputy monitor of the teacher class. The only people with higher positions than him in the ninja school now are Sarutobi Hiruzen, the principal and Hokage, and Shimano Hisanobu, the monitor of the teacher class and the dean of teaching. His original body led the students to do the task, but he did not give up the first grade class directly, leaving a shadow clone to teach the first grade class. Although the shadow clone does not have the blessing of teaching skills, the knowledge in his mind also exists. The effect will be worse than the original body but much better than other teachers. Considering that the first graders learn things more simply, it will not be much different. The shadow clone is indeed a very convenient ninjutsu, but the fatigue will come back with it, which is very troublesome, so Mu releases it regularly to avoid being too strong all at once. Everyone looks very energetic. How did you do in the exam yesterday? Mu greeted the students with a smile. Good morning, Teacher Mu. I feel pretty good. Hongdu was the first to greet with a smile. Gang Zisha replied, it's just so-so. I feel like I did a little bit worse on the test. This was the answer from Shenyu Izumo. Almost, that's it. Shisui replied calmly. Compared with Mu's questions, the questions in the ninja school were too easy. Looking at this picture that was almost the same as before, Mu smiled. He had become much stronger in 2 months, but these students had not changed much. The invigilators who had just arrived also greeted Mu with a smile. Mu left after watching the first round of the first-year class. The progress was indeed a little lower than last semester, but it was still in a considerable state. He did not go to Obito's class to watch the battle between Obito and Might Guy. He just left a shadow clone to check the situation. The main body returned to his home in the main city of Konoha to practice the sealing technique, because the battle between Might Guy and Obito could be watched tomorrow. After returning home, Mu began to study the 4-symbol seal. Although his self-study speed was not as fast as learning from Kushina, it was still within an acceptable range, because the scroll of sealing technique given to him by Kushina also had Kushina's annotations. It is good to have a good teacher, but Kushina's identity prevented him from going there too often, even if he really just wanted to learn the sealing technique. Although Kushina and Minato have not yet married, they are already in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. If he looks for her too often, he may be misunderstood. Mu thinks Minato will believe him, but he can't guarantee whether Danzo will make trouble. What if Danzo sees that they have such a good relationship and suddenly asks him to dig Minato's corner to win over the Jinchuriki? It will be very embarrassing. Although it won't be a big deal even if he ignores Danzo, after all, he is now considered a member of the 3rd Hokage, but Mu is cautious and doesn't want to see this happen. Mu teaches his disciples during the day, and usually studies the sealing technique and develops the breathing method at night. Now his 4-symbol seal has reached the entry-level proficiency level of 150 points. Because he knew that Minato could stack the 4-symbol seal twice to become the 8-trigram seal, Mu tried to develop the 8-trigram seal, but the difficulty was beyond his imagination. The sealing technique is not like bread. If you put one piece on the ground, you can easily put another piece on it without affecting each other. In fact, if the same sealing technique is performed twice on a person at the same time, it is not that the sealing technique becomes stronger, but the second seal covers the first seal. If it is a different sealing technique with similar effects, it cannot enhance the sealing effect, and may even affect each other, making the effect worse. Minato must have made major improvements to the 4-symbol seal, otherwise it would be impossible to achieve the effect of the 8-trigram seal. Mu guessed after trying it. It was that improvement that gave the second 4-symbol seal the ability to convert chakra. Mu wanted to develop the 8-trigram seal a little bit. It was too powerful to be able to convert the chakra leaked from the tailed beast into his own chakra. He doesn't have a tailed beast on him now, but who can say what will happen in the future? If there is a chance, he doesn't mind putting a power bank in his body. The system helped him increase his chakra by nearly 40,000 in 10 months, but Mu felt that this was still too little, and it was definitely not comparable to those real chakra monsters. For example, the 9-tailed fox, whose chakra was so exaggerated that Mu couldn't even imagine how many digits it was. During the 4th Ninja World War, Naruto distributed the Nine Tails chakra to all the Ninja Coalition forces, and all the Ninja Coalition forces were instantly strengthened. Hinata could barely beat a split 10 tails, but after receiving the 9 tails chakra, she could beat the 10 tails body with the 8 diagrams palm. It is obvious that only by directly obtaining chakra that is twice the amount of one's own chakra can one suddenly become so much stronger. Naruto did not strengthen 1 or 2 people, but directly strengthened all the Ninja Coalition forces present. This is very scary. You should know that the unit of the Ninja Coalition forces is 10,000. Even if only 10 points of chakra are given to 10,000 people, it will take 100,000 points of chakra, so Yu will not be too surprised even if the Nine Tails identifies tens of millions or hundreds of millions of chakra. The Nine Tails is okay, after all, it was created by splitting the 10 tails, so it is normal to have more chakra. What Yu can't understand the most is Hashirama. Naruto and the complete 9 tails add up to about the same chakra as Hashirama. How much chakra does this have? Thinking in this way, Yu felt that his 40,000 chakras were pitifully few. He couldn't even give 5 points of chakra to 10,000 people. We need to keep working hard. Yu thought secretly in his heart. It is very hopeful that his disciples can develop to 100,000 chakras. The fourfold effect of trust level 4 is 400,000 chakras per person. It is not as good as those tailed beasts and cheaters, but it is much stronger than ordinary people. Studying the sealing technique until the evening, Yu made dinner and then studied the sealing technique for a while. After 8 o'clock, it was the time to develop the water breathing. He has a strong talent for sealing techniques, and he also needs to develop a sealing technique that can enhance his endurance, so Yu will spend more time on sealing techniques. On the morning of the third day of the exam, the grade actual battle began, and Yu went to the 4th grade examination room to see the battle situation. Obito's 9-year-old 2 Magatama Sharingan is still too dazzling, so Yu, like Shisui, forbids Obito to use the Sharingan casually, and can only use it during training or missions. In order to balance the combat power of the two and make the disciples more low-key, Yu banned Obito's Sharingan and also banned Might Guy from using the second gate of the 8 gates in the practical test of the ninja school. To be honest, opening the second gate of the 8 gates and concentrating on the breath of rock breathing can scare the Chunin teachers who are invigilating the exam. It is not a problem for Might Guy's Noon Leopard to kick a Chunin teacher to death. It doesn't matter if you show such strength in the Chunin exam, but it's too much to show such strength in the ninja school exam. The 16 people who participated in the grade practical battle are all students who have become trainee ninjas. Yes, the selection criteria seem to be mainly based on strength. Before the first battle started, the students had already started discussing the players. The first exam is about to start. Student number 1 Shiranui Genma and student number 2 Ebisu should be ready. The invigilator began to read the student list. Although we are friends, I will not show mercy. Shiranui Genma smiled and patted Ebisu. Same words to you. Ebisu said unceremoniously, and walked towards the examination space with Shiranui Genma. It was the developer of the confuse enemy technique. Someone among the students said. Ebisu's face suddenly darkened, and he looked back but couldn't find who it was. After the battle began, both sides used all their strength to attack each other. Although they had a good relationship, they would not give in the battle. However, compared with Shiranui Genma, Ebisu's strength was still a little worse, and he was finally defeated by Shiranui Genma. Shiranui Genma won. The invigilator announced. It feels that their strength is indeed stronger. It seems that internship is really useful. An acquaintance said after watching the performance of the two. In fact, this is a very normal thing in Yu's view, because although the other teachers are far inferior to Yu, they are also excellent teachers who have been carefully selected, and are much stronger than ordinary Chunin teachers. Besides, if they are taught as ninjas instead of students, there are more things to teach. In addition, they have more time for training, so it is normal to become stronger faster than in normal classes at the ninja school. The second exam, number 3 Uchiha Obito vs number 4 Hyuga Kamen. The invigilator quickly announced the next battle. It would be great if Might Guy and Obito met in advance. I came to the grade exam just to see their fight. Someone sighed. No one around refuted. Hyuga Kamen was indeed in the limelight for quite a long time, but no one would think that he was an opponent of Obito or Might Guy. Meeting one of these two people would mean elimination. Hyuga Kamen was not in a good mood when he heard those discussions. Although he also knew that he had a high probability of not being able to win, it was very hurtful to say it directly. The battle begins. The invigilator shouted when he saw the examinee make the seal of opposition. Hyuga Kamen immediately opened his white eyes and the meridians around his eyes bulged to prepare for the battle. He really wanted to defeat Uchiha Obito and then slap those people in the face. Breathing of flames, breathing with full concentration. Obito concentrated his breathing to absorb a large amount of oxygen to strengthen himself. The opponent was a student from a ninja school. Although he was once the top student in the grade, Obito and his teammates had defeated a Jonin together, so Obito didn't pay much attention to Hyuga Kamen and prepared to end the battle in one breath. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito spit out a 3-meter-high flaming fireball at Hyuga Kamen. Hyuga Kamen naturally couldn't take on this level of fire escape, and he tried to dodge with his chakra. Obito ran directly to where Hyuga Kamen was dodging. Hyuga Kamen's Byakugan could clearly see Obito running towards him. Swoosh! Obito used the razor to accelerate and appeared next to Hyuga Kamen, then poured power into his right arm, and used his breathing method to drive his chakra to throw a heavy punch. Hyuga Kamen could clearly see that the fist was constantly approaching him, and he tried hard to dodge, but his body's speed couldn't keep up with his insight, nor could it keep up with Obito's punching speed. Bang! Hyuga Kamen was directly knocked away by a punch, and then Obito threw a kunai at the side of Hyuga Kamen who fell at a high speed, and the meaning he wanted to express was very clear. Uchiha Obito wins. The invigilator announced Obito's victory directly. If this was a real battle, Hyuga Kamen would have been killed by Obito. It seems that Obito has improved a lot. He just killed Hyuga Kamen in 1 second with taijutsu. Shiranui Genma was overwhelmed when he saw Obito easily kill Hyuga Kamen. According to the rules, his next opponent is Obito. He didn't even have the confidence to beat Hyuga Kamen, let alone Obito who could kill Hyuga Kamen in 1 second. Other students were also a little surprised that Hyuga Kamen was killed by Obito with taijutsu. They thought that Hyuga Kamen would lose quickly, but they didn't expect that Obito would eliminate Hyuga Kamen with one kick without using much ninjutsu. With such taijutsu, it feels like Obito has a greater chance of winning this time. The onlookers sighed. Might Guy only knows taijutsu, while Obito's taijutsu has become stronger and he has mastered excellent fire escape, so he thinks Obito's chance of winning will be greater. Only 16 students participated in the grade actual combat, and the pace was much faster than the class actual combat. Miyu soon saw the battle between Obito and Might Guy. Due to the serial number, they did not meet in the finals this time, but met in the top 4. The entrance of the two heavyweight candidates made the students and teachers who were watching show serious expressions. Chapter 234, Unmatched Fire Release. You can leave after watching this battle. The winner must be the first. I heard that both of them went to practice with teacher Miyu. Obito's physical skills have obviously improved. Although Might Guy has not shown it, he should have improved as well. I just don't know if the improvement is as big as Obito's. The students watching the battle were looking forward to the battle between the two. Because Might Guy and Obito often win and lose in battles, and their strength is far superior to other students, it is full of highlights. Akai, you haven't forgotten the limit, right? Don't get excited and open the second gate directly. Obito reminded before the battle began. He can ensure that he does not open the Sharingan. He is worried that Might Guy will forget the limit and open the second gate because he is too excited. Don't underestimate me in this regard, I have taken it as a self-discipline. Might Guy smiled and gave himself a thumbs up. After a brief exchange, the two of them formed the seal of opposition and were ready to fight at any time. The invigilator saw that the two had already taken their positions, and shouted about 20 seconds later, "The battle begins." As soon as the invigilator finished speaking, Obito and Might Guy quickly changed their breathing and entered the breathing state. Flame breathing, full concentration breathing. Obito even directly entered the concentrated breathing state that consumed a lot of physical strength. After a period of constant training, Obito felt that his endurance in breathing should be stronger. Bang! Bang! The two of them kept flashing, punching, and kicking very quickly. Although they were old opponents who had fought countless times, not only often fought in the school's practical exams, but also often arranged various combat training by Mu, but they all tacitly carried out a wave of tentative attacks first. Because they all knew that the other party's strength had increased a lot. Although Obito could not open the Sharingan, the chakra he had increased could be used, and his breathing method and yin escape had also improved significantly. Although Might Guy could not use the second gate of the 8 gates, his breathing method had also improved, and his physique had become stronger. After some probing, both sides had a little confidence. The first gate of the 8 gates, open the gate, open. Might Guy directly opened the 8 gates, further increasing the strength of his body. After the probing, Obito quickly dodged and distanced himself. Because it was a flat open space, and the range was not large, he had to leave enough distance to give himself time to release ninjutsu, so as not to be directly knocked down by Might Guy's full-strength kick. Since the venue was at a disadvantage, he had to be fully prepared. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Obito gathered chakra in his throat, quickly changed its nature, and burned a huge fireball with blazing flames. Might Guy remained calm as he watched the incoming fireball. He knew that this ninjutsu was just a feint and he had to be careful behind. Whoosh! Might Guy burst out his leg chakra, and his already fast speed increased again, dodging the huge fireball rushing towards him at a very fast speed. Such a fast speed, it feels like he appeared in another place in the blink of an eye. The students watching were amazed at the terrifying physique of Might Guy. Swish, swish, swish. Obito kept throwing shurikens with his right hand to interfere with Might Guy's actions, but Might Guy dodged at a very fast speed and kept approaching Obito. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Suddenly, Obito he opened his mouth and spit out small fireballs at Might Guy at high speed. Might Guy was slightly surprised. He knew this ninjutsu, which was not a ninjutsu without seals. But when he saw Obito's left hand hidden behind his back, he immediately understood everything. In the past, Obito liked to use Kunao to seal with one hand to launch the Phoenix Claw Red. This time, he chose not to combine ninja tools and changed his habit to catch Might Guy off guard. Might Guy understood it, but the students watching below were immediately shocked by Obito's methods. What's going on? I didn't see Obito seal. How could he release the fire escape? Don't ninjutsu require seals? The students watching said in surprise. Yes, I saw him throwing shuriken, how could he suddenly spit out fireballs? Shiranui Genma showed a thoughtful expression. Not to mention the students were surprised and confused, the teachers were all confused, not knowing what happened. How could Uchiha Obito release the fire escape ninjutsu without seals? A teacher asked in a daze. Teacher Ikegani, he is a student in your class, do you know that? The teacher next to Ikegani asked Ikegani. Well, he can have his current strength mainly because of his own efforts, maybe it's the advanced application skills of Uchiha's fire escape. Ikegani answered after thinking for a while. If others ask him, he can't understand it, so he can only make up a decent one. It is indeed possible, after all, the Uchiha clan is very good at fire escape. The teacher who asked the question felt that what Ikegani said made sense. It can be said that it is the application skills of fire escape, but this is not a no-seal ninjutsu, but a one-handed seal. You can recall whether Obito only used one hand to throw the shuriken just now. Mu stepped forward to popularize science. The essence of hand seals is to guide chakra. If you have a sufficient understanding of ninjutsu, you can make hand seals with one hand, but it may affect the power of ninjutsu. This is a little-known fact in the ninja world, but it is not too outrageous. The advantage of hand seals with one hand is mainly the concealment of ninjutsu. Real masters can make hand seals very quickly and have strong physical skills. There are rarely times when they cannot use ninjutsu. The stronger ones can even simplify or not make hand seals without affecting the power. Obito is actually taking advantage of this. He has the blessing of the breath of fire. Mr. Mu, you are still observing carefully. Ikegani Yang thought about it and felt that what Mu said made sense. By the way, isn't Uchiha Obito the intern you are leading, Director Mu? Could this skill? The Chunin teacher next to him looked at Mu in surprise. It's not a great skill. If you practice more, everyone will have a chance to learn it. Mu smiled and replied. Today is different from the past. He has to gradually strengthen his apparent strength. If he has the opportunity, he can come out to explain some battles and demonstrate his ninja knowledge. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing. At close range, facing the small fireballs that are attacking, Might Guy can only concentrate his breathing to enhance his physical strength. At this time, except for the second gate of the 8 gates, he has already burst out all his strength. When full concentration breathing is used, Might Guy's momentum immediately becomes stronger. The power increased by full concentration breathing is not static, it will become stronger as the breathing method is improved. Now Might Guy's breathing method is much stronger than when he first started. Might Guy concentrated his chakra on his feet, kicked the first 2 fireballs to explode, and then burst out to dodge the next fireball at a very fast speed, and hit the fireballs that he couldn't dodge. Rock breathing can greatly strengthen the body, not only in terms of strength and speed, but also in all aspects of the body, so the body's defense ability will also increase. In game terms, it can not only increase attack power, but also increase life defense. Thanks to the chakra amplification and the improvement of rock breathing, Might Guy looked very embarrassed on the surface, but in fact he did not suffer any damage that could affect the battle. Akai's body is so strong. He kicked away several fireballs and still ran so fast. Wasn't he burned by the fire escape? Obito's one-handed seal of fire escape surprised everyone, and Might Guy's resistance to fire escape also shocked the students watching. Just when everyone thought the situation was about to change, Obito retreated while quickly forming seals. Magic tree binding kill. Obito immediately used this illusion he had just learned on Might Guy. Everything is still under his control. The huge fireball forced him to move, and the sudden attack of the Phoenix Fire forced Might Guy to use his full strength and get injured. The next step is a good time to use illusions. Might Guy only felt that a big tree suddenly drilled out of the ground and tied him tightly, making him unable to move. Haha, I saved this for the actual combat in the grade, just to win the first place in the grade. Obito couldn't help but smile proudly. Yesterday, when he fought with Might Guy in the class combat, he saved this trick for the actual combat in the grade. Obito walked towards Might Guy with a kunao in his hand. The tree didn't exist in the eyes of other people. In the eyes of the spectators, Might Guy just stopped running. When he put the kunao on Might Guy's neck, the invigilator would announce his victory. What's going on? Why did Akai suddenly stop moving? Shiranui Genma felt that the fight between the two had become weird. It should be a genjutsu. It seems that Obito is going to win. Ebisu guessed. Although his actual combat ability is average, he has learned theory very well, and he immediately thought that Might Guy was under a genjutsu. Genjutsu resolve. Just when Obito was about to open the champagne in his heart, Might Guy, who had been in a trance, suddenly regained clarity in his eyes. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. Might Guy's chakra burst out and he kicked out a whirlwind kick at high speed. After suffering from the loss of illusion, he later specifically looked for Miyu to learn how to deal with illusion-type ninjas and remove illusions. Might Guy's sudden burst caught Obito, who thought he had succeeded, off guard. He could only protect his chest with both hands to resist Might Guy's attack. Bang! Under Might Guy's powerful kick, Obito flew backwards directly, and Might Guy took advantage of the situation and jumped up to give Obito an aerial elbow, causing Obito to fall rapidly. Bang! Obito hit the ground hard, splashing a cloud of dust. Obito, who fell to the ground, and Might Guy, who was standing next to Obito, had already decided the winner of the battle. Might Guy wins. The Invigilator announced Might Guy's victory. It seems that Obito's fighting quality still needs to be improved. Miyu thought to himself. Although the terrain was favorable to Might Guy, Obito gained the advantage through a surprise move in the middle, and had a great chance of winning, but he lost in the last wave. There will be another 3K later. Chapter 235 Mastery of Taijutsu. Akai really can't be underestimated at all. Although his offensive means are only taijutsu, this taijutsu is too strong. Shiranui Genma sighed. At first, he was more optimistic about Obito, because Obito's own ninjutsu was very powerful, and this time he showed powerful taijutsu, with no shortcomings. Could it be that Might Guy's father is a powerful taijutsu ninja, so strong? Ebisu fell into deep thought. There was constant discussion on the scene. The performance of Might Guy and Obito in the battle just now was too extraordinary for ordinary students. I didn't expect that you also have a trick up your sleeve, Akai. Obito said weakly. After enduring a full-strength kick and an elbow strike from Might Guy with full concentration, Obito felt that if he didn't have the breath of fire, he would have fainted now. Haha, I didn't have a chance to use it before. Might Guy said with a big laugh, showing 2 rows of white teeth. He didn't hide it on purpose. This was the first illusion he had encountered after learning how to remove illusions. Might Guy stretched out his hand to Obito, and Obito reached out and grabbed it. Then Might Guy helped Obito out of the battlefield. There was another 4-2 battle to be carried out later. Obito, are you okay? Nohara Rin asked softly with a concerned look on her face. Hearing Nohara Rin's words, Obito seemed to be healed all of a sudden, and he didn't need Might Guy to support him anymore. He walked a few steps in front of Nohara Rin with his chest and head held high and said, "It's okay, what can happen to me, I was just hit twice." Really? Nohara Rin looked at Obito with suspicion, and poked Obito's waist with her finger. Hiss! Obito felt a sharp pain in an instant, his eyes widened and he took a breath. "You said you were fine, but your face turned pale with pain." Nohara Rin stared at Obito's eyes and said with a straight face. "I have been watching you and Kai fighting. When you were knocked down, it seemed that the ground was about to be smashed. How could you be fine?" Obito remained silent. He wanted to be a strong man in Nohara Rin's eyes. How could a strong man say that he was in pain? "Let me help you heal." Nohara Rin showed a helpless expression and prepared to pull Obito to the side for treatment. "Kai, come here too. You should have been injured by the fire escape. It would be bad if it affects the next battle." Might Guy nodded. He was not at the level of being able to resist ninjutsu without getting hurt. He was still a little injured when resisting the Phoenix Fire, but he could endure it with perseverance. Miyu watched this scene and did not treat it himself. He would not compete with Nohara Rin for this job. The 3 of them avoided the crowd and began to treat beside a quiet tree. Nohara Rin's hand emitted a green chakra light, and then placed it on Obito's belly. She has been learning medical ninjutsu for more than 5 months and can use medical ninjutsu for treatment. "Thank you, Xiaolin." Obito scratched his head and thanked Nohara Rin. Although his pretended strength was seen through and made him feel a little subtle, Obito was still very grateful to Nohara-rin. Might Guy also thanked her out loud, gave Nohara-rin a thumbs up and said, "I have recovered to the peak in an instant. Thank you so much. I don't have powerful fire escape or fast physical skills like you, but you can leave the treatment to me without worry." Nohara-rin smiled. "Especially Obito, don't be stubborn. You must tell me when you need treatment, or do you not believe in my ability?" Nohara-rin asked Obito with her hands on her hips and her cheeks slightly puffed up. "Of course not." Obito denied it immediately. Although he was not particularly good at pleasing girls, he knew that he must not say yes at this time. "It's just that sometimes I really feel that there is no problem." Obito couldn't think of a good answer, so he chose to be stubborn. You really make me worry," Nohara-rin said helplessly with her forehead in her hand. She was really worried about what would happen after Obito graduated. By then, Miyu and she would not be with Obito, and his teammates might not be with Kaka. If Obito is as reliable as Nishi and Might Guy, what should he do if he gets injured during the mission? Hee. Listening to Nohara-rin's words, Obito couldn't help but laugh. Although it sounded like a reproach, it just showed that Nohara-rin cared about him. After the treatment, the few people returned to the examination venue. Not long after, the last 4-2 match was over, and the final battle of this practical exam was ushered in. However, at this time, half of the students who watched the match had left, because they felt that there was no need to watch it, and the winner would definitely be Might Guy. The remaining half who didn't leave also thought that the winner would definitely be Might Guy, but some of them thought that since they had seen the 4-2 match, they might as well just watch it and leave. Might Guy wins. The fact is just as they thought, Might Guy won, and won very cleanly. The opponent was not Obito. Might Guy didn't even open the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and he was defeated in seconds as soon as the breathing method was opened. The invigilator shouted victory as soon as he shouted the start. Today's youth is burning very hot. Might Guy, who won the first place in the grade, gave himself a thumbs up. Once again, he is on the road to his dream. Akai, congratulations on winning the first place in the grade. You performed very well today. Miyu smiled and gave his disciple blessings in time, and gave him a calligraphy written by Might Guy himself. Where there is a will, there is a way. Looking at the words above, Might Guy seemed to feel Miyu's expectations for himself. Teacher Miyu, don't worry, I will definitely try my best to practice, realize my dream, and live up to your teachings. Might Guy cried with tears and clenched his fists. I believe in you, you will succeed and become the strongest in physical skills. Miyu said with a warm smile. You gave your disciple a handwritten calligraphy, and the disciple is very grateful for the reward of a big critical hit, and got the reward splitting tiles, mastery. When seeing this reward, Miyu didn't react for a while, thinking what the hell is mastery level splitting tiles, is it extremely proficient in splitting tiles? When the system skill training memory was in Miyu's mind, he remembered which world this skill came from. Brick splitting is a fighting skill in the Pokemon world. It is performed by using a hand knife to chop down. It is powerful and can destroy light walls or reflective walls. After the system was localized, brick splitting became a physical skill. It is still performed by using a hand knife to attack, but there are 2 ways of attack. One is melee brick splitting, which uses chakra to wrap the hand to enhance the penetrating ability of the hand and then chop out the hand knife. The second is a long-range attack, which consumes more chakra and is less powerful than melee brick splitting, but the advantage is that it can chop enemies at a distance, which is a bit similar to the 8 diagrams palm. After sorting out the training memory a little, Miyu was very satisfied with this reward, because this physical skill not only has 2 ways of attack, but also has good power. Although it is just a chop of a hand knife, it is obvious that a random chop of a hand knife cannot be compared with the system's brick splitting. For example, Tsunade's super strength punch looks ordinary, but in fact, it contains very technical chakra operation skills. Although the tile breaking is not as easy to operate as the super strength, it is not easy to use. The key is to compress the chakra to make the chakra density higher and stronger. Why not change the name to Konoha hand knife? The tile breaking sounds weird. Miyu felt that she could change the name when teaching her disciples. In addition to giving gifts to the victorious disciples, Miyu did not forget to comfort Obito who failed. After the training in the South Forest, she chatted with him. Although she knew that the reward could not be triggered, she also gave Obito a calligraphy written by herself. The ninja school exam is over, and Miyu's disciples' vacation is over, and they have resumed their previous training rhythm. On the first day after the exam, in order to let the disciples recover as soon as possible, Miyu directly increased the intensity. Shisui and Obito conducted special training on questions, and Kakashi and Miyu's shadow clones used thunder breathing to fight. We will try to limit the number of questions to less than 30 this time. Obito was full of fighting spirit, and the number of questions he had in almost every special training session was decreasing. Just dodge like before. Shisui was also extremely confident in himself, because he had successfully dodged Miyu's attack, and that was without opening the Sharingan. The training began, and the two ran separately as usual, and were chased by the shadow clones. Shisui directly opened the Sharingan to observe the actions of Miyu's shadow clones. Although he had dodged once, Shisui still did not stand still and waited for Miyu to attack. Because he knew that such a good state was not available all the time, and if he wanted to be hit less, he had to reduce the number of times he was attacked by Miyu. When he had to dodge, Shisui stopped, his bloodshot eyes staring at Miyu's fingers. I want to complete what my grandfather had not completed. I want the Uchiha people to no longer be prejudiced. I am the first disciple of teacher Miyu. I can dodge this attack. Shisui's expression became more and more relaxed, but his eyes became more and more determined. Breathing of flames, breathing with full concentration. As he continued to concentrate his breathing, Shisui seemed to be able to really feel the flames burning in his body, providing him with a constant source of power through the burning. Finally, Miyu's fingers brushed against Shisui's hair, and he succeeded. Shisui's mouth slightly raised, and he immediately used the instant body technique to distance himself and continue to avoid Miyu's pursuit. Obito was hit 17 times and dodged twice, so he needed to do 30 questions in total. Shisui was hit 15 times and dodged avoid twice, a total of 26 questions. After the end, Miyu announced the results of the special training. Only 26 questions are needed. Obito looked at Shisui with envy. Although he still made progress, it was a little less than Shisui's huge progress. Only 4 questions are missing. Shisui smiled and comforted Obito, he was very satisfied with his results this time. That's a full 4 questions. Obito just felt that people's joys and sorrows were not the same. How could 4 questions be described as just? Pa. Miyu's finger hit Obito's head. Obito subconsciously dodged with all his strength, but Miyu's finger finally landed accurately on Obito's forehead and said, "If you think it's too much and can't finish it, you can do it in installments." No, I still want to try hard. Obito wants to get rid of the bad habit of installment payments. On the second day after the exam, Obito did not go directly to the South Forest after getting up in the morning, but went to the ninja school. Because today is the day when the ninja school releases the results, Miyu said that he could go to see the results first and then go to the South Forest for training. Obito is looking forward to the expressions of those people when they see his mission resume on his results. Chapter 236 Exam Settlement. How many points can I get this time? With a good mood, Hongdu and her 2 good brothers squeezed into the results column surrounded by the crowd. Hongdu's big eyes quickly scanned the results column, successfully found their first-year Class 1 results, and then looked for his own results from it. Hey, only 81 points. Hongdu looked at her score and scratched her head, not very satisfied. This time she really reviewed for 2 days, and did not go out to play on Saturday and Sunday, but reviewed instead, and the result was still about the same as before. Then Hongdu looked at the score of Gang Zisha, who said that he had done average before, and saw a big 97 on it. Hongdu couldn't help but clench her fist. Then Hongdu looked for Shinayu Izumo, who claimed that he had done a little bit poorly, and found that he had 98 points, 1 point more than Gang Zisha, and couldn't help but clench her fist a few more points. As for Shisui's score, Hongdu had already seen it when looking for their scores, 100 points. Okay, 97 is average, and 98 is bad, right? Hongdu immediately wanted to give the two good brothers a little shock of being the second in the grade. Shisui said that it was just so-so, but he got 100 points. Why don't you go and make trouble for him? Shinayu Izumo saw that the situation was not good and wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. Because he always got 100 points, even if he said it was still the same, it does make sense. Hongdu said, rubbing her hands. Of course, the main reason was that she didn't have such a good relationship with Shisui, and then she couldn't beat him. We always get this score. Gang Zisha said, unconvinced. But you are too pretentious. Hongdu was ready to hit hard. Wow, look, Might Guy and Uchiha Obito actually completed a B-level mission, and even 2 A-level missions. I remember the teacher seemed to say that D-level and C-level are the tasks of Genin, and Chunin do C-level and B-level. Even Chunin can't do A-level tasks. How did they receive A-level tasks? The students who were also interns were very puzzled by this. The results column was immediately full of discussions about the amazing mission records of Might Guy and Uchiha Obito. Among the D-level mission records of the interns, Might Guy's 2 A-level and 1 B-level were really eye-catching. In fact, not only were the students who looked at the results surprised, but the teachers were also shocked when they saw the resumes of the two when the results were posted, because they had only done some B-level tasks, not A-level tasks. Red Bean, who loved to join in the fun, temporarily let go of the two good brothers and squeezed over with them to watch Obito's results. Uchiha Taihuo was not used to looking at grades, but because of Obito's big talk in class before, he curiously came to the results column to watch the show, wanting to see how Obito would end up, and as a result, he heard the shocked words of the students. How is it possible? Uchiha Taihuo frowned, this is not a ninja at all. Seeing is believing, hearing is false. Uchiha Taihuo squeezed in with his hard power, looking for Obito's achievements. He really completed A-level and B-level tasks, even 2 A-level tasks and 1 B-level task. Uchiha Taihuo instantly showed an extremely shocked expression. He didn't expect that Obito's words that sounded so fake were actually true. How is it possible? How did he, an intern, take on tasks that even official genin couldn't take? Uchiha Taihuo racked his brains but couldn't figure out what was going on. Could it be that he was worried that his lie would be exposed and changed it himself early? Uchiha Taihuo thought in his heart. He would rather believe that it was fake than to believe that it was true, because it really went against his common sense. Not only Uchiha Taihuo, many people came here specifically for Obito's grades. There were classmates from Obito's class, and interns who thought Obito was bragging before. When they saw the results on the results column, they were shocked instantly, and then they had the phantom pain of being slapped in the face by the void. How? Could there really be 2 A-level missions? Is it possible that Teacher Miyu is not only a strong teacher, but also stronger than ordinary jonin? The intern who questioned Obito felt his face burning. It's just like what Obito said. I really envy Obito and Kai. This internship is too exciting. They actually fought with Jonin in the mission. Shiranui Genma looked at Obito's 2 dazzling A-level missions and showed an envious expression. Jonin should be solved by Teacher Miyu. Obito and his team will mainly deal with enemies below the enemy Jonin, or assist Teacher Miyu in the battle with Jonin. Ebisu analyzed rationally. He felt that no matter how strong Obito and Might Guy were, they were not strong enough to fight with Jonin, which were the high-level combat forces of the 5 major ninja villages. Anyway, this is amazing. We are all trainee ninjas. When we were doing the grocery mission, Obito and his team were already fighting with the enemy village ninjas. Shiranui Genma sighed. He felt that he and Obito were not in the same world. Ebisu nodded. This resume was really amazing, beating all the trainees of the same period. The facts were in front of them. Even those trainees who didn't believe in Obito before had to admit that they underestimated Obito. Just then, Obito and Might Guy appeared, and beside them were Nohara-rin and Kakashi. At this time, the students watching were still discussing how Obito and Might Guy completed the A-level mission. Hee, Kai, they seem to be discussing us. Obito smiled as he listened to the students' discussion. The reason why Kakashi appeared here was that he deliberately pulled him here, wanting to show off in front of Kakashi. He had always been unilaterally shown off by Kakashi before, and he had long wanted Kakashi to experience his feelings. But it's true that we are too outstanding. Not everyone has the privilege of doing higher-level tasks in advance. Without waiting for Might Guy to speak, Obito said another sentence. I think this has a lot to do with Teacher Miyu. Kakashi, who was disgusted, said lightly. Indeed, in the end, the Hokage asked Teacher Miyu before giving us the privilege. Might Guy touched his chin and nodded. He admitted that he was excellent and felt that Miyu played a big role in it. Because there were too many students watching and it was messy, not many people noticed the arrival of Obito and his friends. Even if they saw it, they would chat with their friends at most, and would not suddenly shout, "Look, Uchiha Obito is here." When a few people squeezed in, they were gradually seen by more people. Obito, Kai, Xiaolin, hello, Kakashi, you are here too, long time no see. Shiranui Genma looked at Kakashi as if he saw something strange. He was not as close to Kakashi as Obito and Nohara-rin, so he hadn't seen Kakashi for more than 3 years. Yet, long time no see. Kakashi nodded calmly in response. I knew what you said was true, Obito. You're so strong. Shiranui Genma patted Obito on the shoulder and said with a smile. Of course I won't brag. Actually, it's just okay. Hearing Shiranui Genma's direct praise, Obito was overjoyed. He tried to control the corners of his mouth from floating too much and said modestly. How about it, Kakashi, this is something you couldn't do before. Obito raised his mouth and pointed to the number of tasks completed on his grades. When I graduated, there was no system of trainee ninjas. Of course, there was no system. Kakashi said calmly. Although he felt that it would be difficult to replicate such a resume even if he became a trainee ninja, but the person standing in front of him was Obito. Kakashi didn't have the slightest idea of complimenting him, and just wanted to hit him hard. You said it as if you can do it during internship. Didn't you say that there would be no accidents in sea-level missions? Obito said with a curled lip. Obito's words made Kakashi silent. This was something he hadn't figured out yet. Although accidents were more likely to happen during wartime, it was a bit exaggerated that all 3 of their missions had accidents. They even encountered elite Jonin candidate Raikage. It was because of the wartime, plus bad luck, it wouldn't normally be like this. Kakashi gave what he thought was the most reasonable explanation. Then Kakashi looked at the score column and found a point where he could attack Obito. You have one thing that I really can't do. Oh, Kakashi, you finally admit it. Obito's smile became brighter. But before Obito finished laughing, Kakashi continued. I can get 40 points in the theory exam, which I really can't do. After all, it's such a simple test paper. Even if I just do it casually, the total score should be more than 60. The smile on Obito's face froze, and he thought to himself that he was in trouble. He only thought about getting a slap in the face today, and forgot that there was also his poor theory score on it. He has been training with Miyu this semester. He was able to get 40 points because the last semester's exam was based on what he had taught before, and he also did the questions given by Mu Yu. So what if the theory is a little worse? Even if you are good at doing questions, you can't beat your opponent. You still lost to me in actual combat. Seeing Kakashi targeting his weaknesses, Obito also talked about the last time he defeated Kakashi. Not to mention Kakashi's feelings, the students who were looking at the results next to him were shocked by Obito's words with a huge amount of information. Obito defeated Kakashi in actual combat. Shiranui Genma was stunned by surprise. Any student who is in the same class with Kakashi knows how strong Kakashi is. He is not just ordinary strong, but extremely strong. He gives people a feeling that no matter how hard you try, you can never surpass him. When others have not yet mastered the clone technique, Kakashi can already use shadow clones. When others are still trying to get the shuriken kunao on the target, Kakashi can already casually throw out a hand of shuriken and hit them all. When others are still in the Jonin school, Kakashi quickly graduated early. He became a genin at the age of 5 and a chunin at the age of 6. His promotion speed has left behind a lot of old seniors who have already become genin. That's why Shiranui Genma was so surprised when he heard Obito say that he defeated Kakashi in actual combat. One victory does not mean victory every time. I will win back sooner or later. Kakashi admitted his failure. The conversation between the two made the surrounding 4th grade students fall into silence, and they all showed an expression of worldview collapse. Especially those interns who knew Kakashi was Obito's teammate. They thought Obito was led by Kakashi, but now Obito's strength is stronger than Kakashi. My dear friend, keep working hard, I've been waiting for your challenge. Might Guy showed his big white teeth and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. That day won't be too long. Kakashi said seriously. He has almost mastered the full concentration breathing of thunder breathing. When the time comes, he will complete the training of Chongzhong and learn to use the change of nature to strengthen the reaction nerves, and his strength will change qualitatively. The conversation between Might Guy and Kakashi shocked the people around him again. Kakashi and Might Guy's battle was actually in the posture of a challenger, so didn't he lose to Might Guy? However, thinking that Obito, who defeated Kakashi, also lost to Might Guy a few days ago, everything made sense. It's really getting farther and farther away from them. Shiranui Genma sighed in his heart. During the summer training, he had the idea of catching up with Might Guy and Obito, but now he has completely given up the idea because the gap is too big and he can't even think of catching up. He has defeated a Chunin before he graduated, and it was a genius ninja like Kakashi. No wonder I always feel that Kai and the others are so strong when I see them fighting. It turns out that their strength has reached this level. Shiranui Genma seemed to understand everything. Kakashi noticed that someone was looking at him with strange eyes, as if they saw the star he once chased collapse, but Kakashi ignored it. The only useful thing he learned after that incident was to ignore the eyes and words of irrelevant people. After looking at the results, accompanied by the back and forth communication between Kakashi and Obito, the few of them returned to the forest to start training. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to achieve perfect results in the academic assessment and received rewards, Chakra plus 300, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to achieve good results in the academic assessment and received rewards, Chakra plus 170. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to achieve good results in the academic assessment and received rewards, Chakra plus 230. After the results were released, Mu Yu also received the settlement of the exam rewards, with a total Chakra gain of 700 points and a useful ninjutsu proficiency scroll. Although the actual combat results were similar to the previous ones, the theoretical results dropped a little because he had not studied for a while, but Mu Yu did not care. Because the chakra he earned from taking Obito and others to do tasks during that time was much more than the points settled in the exam. As usual, he trained with the disciples for 3 days. On the 6th day after the exam, Mu Yu took the disciples to the Hokage building to do tasks. In addition to Obito's birthday and the exam, they stayed in Konoha for more than half a month this time, so they could do some tasks to stretch their muscles. Are there any sea-level missions? Any country and type are fine. Miyu asked. This time he didn't have a strong purpose, so he was ready to go with the flow. It's already 10 o'clock. I'm worried that someone is waiting anxiously, so I just posted it. It's not a malicious interruption. I feel a little uncomfortable today and have diarrhea. I'm ready to go to the bathroom when I type this paragraph. There are more later. Chapter 237 War Missions. Sea-level missions, let me see. The registered ninja lowered his head and looked through it for a while. There are sea-level missions, but the rest are some war missions. The recent ordinary sea-level missions have been completed. The registered ninja looked up and said. There are still a few D-level missions. How about Miyu, you take some D-level missions first, and wait until tomorrow to see if there are any new sea-level commissioned missions. The registered ninja recommended. What a coincidence. Miyu didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. He originally wanted to see how much reward he could get from a normal sea-level mission, but he didn't expect that the mission was actually completed. After thinking about it, Miyu decided to take the students back to practice. There was no need to do D-level tasks. The reward of chakra was too low. It would be better to let the disciples train for a day. Hehe, then uncle, just let us do B-level tasks. You see, we have completed 2 A-level tasks. There must be no problem doing B-level tasks. Obito said with a smile. He didn't want to do D-level tasks. After doing C-level tasks, he didn't want to go back to do those miscellaneous tasks, unless he was really short of money and had no other tasks to do. When you become a chunin, I can give you a B-level task. The registered ninja said that resumes were useless to him. He only looked at the ninja level. Look, Miyu in our team teacher Yu is a special jonin, Kakashi is a chunin, and we two haven't graduated yet, so we don't count. This must meet the requirements for taking B-level missions. Obito tried to get away with it. No, you have a trainee ninja certificate, so you are considered trainee ninjas. The registered ninja said with a merciless face. Then let us take sea-level war missions. Anyway, they are all sea-level missions, so there shouldn't be much difference. Obito was still not giving up. Very different. The expression of the registered ninja suddenly became serious. War missions are related to war after all, and the battlefield is not something a child like you can set foot on. Wait until you become a chunin before you have this idea. What's wrong, Sawada? You have a stern face even when talking to a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen just walked down and asked with a smile. If he finished his official business, he would sit in the mission hall for a while, so that the client could feel the importance of Konoha to the commissioned task, and the Konoha ninja who came to take the task could feel the care of the Hokage. Sandaime-sama, the thing is, Miyu Jonin came to take the sea-level mission, but now the only sea-level mission is the war mission, and this child named Obito. Sawada Kazuya greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen with respect and explained the whole story. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, put the pipe in his mouth, and showed a thoughtful look. In terms of strength, he felt that Miyu's team would have no problem carrying out B-level missions. The overall strength of Miyu's team is not weak. Miyu, a ninja from the root, is not just a special jonin. Kakashi is an experienced chunin, and Obito and Might Guy are also good. The ninjas encountered in B-level missions are generally genin. The higher the ninja level, the more money and mission level you have to pay. Miyu's team will definitely not fail to fight against genin with this configuration. However, after all, there are 2 interns in Miyu's team. He has already given them the privilege of sea-level missions before, and it is not good to give them higher privileges. Uncle Hokage, you know the strength of our team. Sea-level war missions are also sea-level missions. We will definitely have no problem. Obito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with expectant eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed out smoke for a while, thought for a while and said to Sawada Kazuya, "Show me the C-rank war mission." Taking the mission scroll handed over by Kazuya Sawada, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at it carefully and found an escort mission, escorting food to the battlefield of Grass Country. Sea-level war missions will not involve ninja battles, and are basically logistics. Originally, this kind of mission to escort food should not be sea level, because there is a high probability that ninjas from enemy villages will attack. But the current situation is that Konoha and Iwagakure are fighting in Grass Country, and each occupies half of the land, so it is difficult for Iwagakure to go around to the Country of Fire to attack. Team ninjas can bring their own dry food or hunt on the spot, but this large-scale and long-term war is not possible, and food must be transported from the rear. Generally, there are two situations. One is that the front line has no food due to various accidents and the rear is urgently transported at a high speed. The other is that the rear regularly transports food to the front line. This sea-level mission belongs to the latter. Your team has indeed performed well. I will make another exception for your excellence and let you do a war mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and handed the task of escorting food to Miyu. Miyu, what do you think of this task? Miyu took the task scroll with both hands, read the task content carefully, and then nodded and said, "We will definitely not disappoint your expectations, Mr. Sandame, and we will definitely complete this task perfectly." Miyu was quite satisfied with this task. Although it was a war task, it was a war task that would not encounter danger. He thought it was quite good to have a community cow in the team. If it weren't for Obito, they would not be able to do the task today and could only go back to training. Miyu could be as shameless as Obito, but his identity was not suitable. Obito was an intern who was ignorant. He was a special ninja and a teacher in the ninja school. It was obviously not possible to force a higher level task, which did not fit his personality. "Great, thank you, Uncle Hokage." Obito smiled instantly and thanked Sarutobi Hiruzen. "You are all the future of the village, so you should pay attention to your safety." Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe and said with a kind smile, "Teacher Miyu, let me see what the mission is." When Miyu and others walked out of the Hokage building, Obito couldn't wait to take a look at the content of the mission. Maybe this is human. The more he doesn't want him to do something, the more curious he is and he wants to do it. Obito is very curious about what is so special about this war mission that interns are forbidden to do. You can take a look at it too. Miyu directly handed the mission information to the disciples for circulation. After taking it, Obito couldn't wait to check the content, and then showed a look of disappointment. "What? Isn't this the same as an ordinary sea-level mission? Isn't it just changing from people to food?" Obito couldn't help but complain. He thought this war mission was so special, but he was greatly disappointed. "This is different. We are going to a battlefield, or a battlefield of 2 of the 5 major ninja villages, which can be called the most dangerous place in the ninja world." Kakashi corrected with a serious expression. "It doesn't matter at other times." Kakashi will never allow Obito to underestimate the battlefield, because this is a place where even the shadows may encounter accidents. Although there is a high probability that there will be no battle, you must remain vigilant. Although it is a war mission, it is only a sea-level mission. Kakashi believes that there should be no battle. After all, they encountered accidents in the first 3 sea-level missions, and it is impossible to encounter them again this time. "Kakashi, since you said so, it is likely that we will encounter a battle with ninjas," Obito said with a look of joy. Kakashi looked at Obito with a puzzled look, curious about how he extracted the opposite information from his words. "Kakashi, you said so in the first 3 missions, and a battle occurred every time, so this time must be the same." Obito analyzed seriously. Kakashi. He was speechless. How could he be so crow-mouthed? Everything was just a coincidence. It's just that we were unlucky the last few times. Most of the mission route is in the country and it's very safe. The part to the land of grass will also be guarded by our Konoha ninjas. Kakashi said lightly. Don't discuss this, hurry up and carry out the mission. The war mission can't be delayed. Miyu said with a smile. The previous missions were lucky, but also Miyu's credit. He specifically chose more dangerous places, so of course the probability of encountering accidents would be higher. Then Miyu took his disciples to the location of the grain transport team. Master Ninja, we are ready here and can set off at any time. A middle-aged man came forward and confirmed that it was Miyu who took the mission and said, "There is no problem here, let's go." Miyu nodded and gave the order. This mission is different from the previous ones. In the past, there were clients for the missions, and the client of this war mission was Konoha itself, so Miyu, the captain, had absolute command power, followed by Miyu's disciples, and finally those ordinary people who transported grain. Under Miyu's order, carriages filled with food drove towards the land of grass, and Miyu took 3 disciples to sit on a carriage without food. Teacher Miyu, isn't there a technique that can seal things into a scroll? Why don't you just put all the food in? That way, we don't need so many carriages and so many people. We can just escort them. Obito asked curiously. If only the 4 of them escorted, the concealment would be greatly improved. That's not how much you want to put in. Miyu smiled and explained to Obito the principle of putting items into a scroll for storage. The scroll that can hold items is itself a kind of ninja tool. How much can be put in and how much can be taken out depends on the ability of the ninja. Not every ninja can put in as much as they want and take as much as they want. Ninjas are generally very good eaters, and they will eat even more if there are extremely fierce battles in the war. To satisfy these thousands of foodies, a huge amount of food is needed. It is impossible for powerful ninjas to be assigned to deliver food. They have more important tasks, so in the end, it is still a ninja team plus ordinary people. Obito nodded, not quite understanding, as if he had gained some rare knowledge. What will the battlefield look like? Teacher Miyu, have you been there? Obito no longer thought about food but the battlefield. Miyu shook his head. He had never been to the battlefield in his previous life or this life. What about you, Kakashi? Obito asked Kakashi. Might Guy was a student like him, so he must have never been there. I have done a few war missions, but I have never fought on the battlefield. Kakashi recalled and answered. He is experienced in ordinary missions, but he is only an 8-year-old child, and there is no battlefield experience. Then you looked like you knew a lot before. Obito complained. Kakashi's serious face almost scared him. I haven't fought on the battlefield, but I have listened to some of the teachings of my predecessors. Kakashi replied with a serious expression. War should be taken seriously. Naruto by a friend. Title, Naruto, Be My Son. Introduction. After the war on the top, Edward Newgate, who was once known as one of the 4 emperors of the New World and the strongest man in the world, thought that he would rest in the headquarters of the Navy today. Until he opened his eyes and found himself in a place called Ninja World and met a child named Naruto. Gulala. Kid, do you have parents? Looking at the giant-like white beard, the 5-year-old Naruto trembled. No. No, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, I am an orphan. Naruto, be my son. G. This book is also known as Now, Let the Ninja World Welcome the New Whitebeard Pirates, Ninja World Orphans, Be My Sons, Ninja Father. Chapter 238 War Breaks Out. The Land of Grass is a small country located in the northwest of the Land of Fire. Unlike the Land of Fields and the Land of Rivers that Miyu had visited before, the Land of Grass not only has its own ninja village, the Kusa Ninja Village, but is also considered to be relatively strong among the small countries in the ninja world. However, the awkward location of the Land of Grass leaves it with nowhere to display its little strength. The Land of Grass borders 4 countries in total, 2 small countries and 2 large countries. The 2 small countries bordering it are the land of Taki and the land of rain. The land of Taki is in the northeast of the land of grass. Due to its special terrain, the land of grass has no way to start and cannot attack the land of Taki. The development of the kingdom of grass is easier for the kingdom of rain. Half of the land of the kingdom of grass borders the kingdom of rain, but the kingdom of rain is the strongest ninja village under the 5 major ninja villages, and its strength is too strong to be attacked. The 2 major ninja villages bordering it are the kingdom of earth and the kingdom of fire, which are even more so. They can't afford to offend them at all, and can only lick their faces and be their younger brothers. During the Second Ninja World War, the Rain Village had already proved to the ninja world how powerful the 5 major ninja villages were. Even if the top combat power had a chance to compete, the small ninja villages at other levels would only be crushed by the 5 major ninja villages and eventually lead to defeat. As a small country, the way of survival of the Kingdom of Grass is to help whoever wins, so Konoha, which has always won, has become its solid ally. Of course, the Kingdom of Grass cannot completely turn to Konoha. While being a younger brother of Konoha, it will also show goodwill to Iwagakure to avoid being easily dealt with during the war. Although the Kingdom of Grass has tried very hard to deal with it, it still cannot avoid becoming a battlefield for the confrontation between major powers because its geographical location is too good. The best battlefield for Iwagakure and Konoha to fight is the Grass Country, no doubt about it. In fact, the location of Rain Country is better, but because of the better location, it is more troublesome. If Iwagakure attacks Fire Country through Rain Country, it will not only face the powerful Rain Village, but also arouse the fear of Wind Country, because Rain Country borders Wind Country. Iwagakure has no idea about Wind Country, so although Rain Country is in a better location, Grass Country is the best route for it to invade Konoha. Maybe because the situation on the front line is good, this escort mission is particularly smooth, and there is no attack on the way, and they didn't even encounter robbers. Miyu thought about it, and ordinary robbers saw such a large convoy, and they knew that they would definitely ask ninjas to escort them. Of course, it may also be because during the war, robbers did not dare to wander around, in case they were affected by the ninja fighting. Hey, there hasn't been an enemy for so long. Could it be that Kakashi is right this time? Obito looked around on the top of the carriage but didn't see any trace of the enemy. He said with some disappointment. I told you, I was unlucky before. It's impossible for accidents to happen 4 times in a row. Kakashi said calmly. He thought it was normal. This was how a sea-level mission looked like. The previous few times were really accidents among accidents. The first and third times were S-level missions without any problem. 2 Jonin appeared once, and another time there was a candidate for Reikage. It was so exaggerated that Kakashi doubted whether he would really bring bad luck. How about a race full of youth and passion? Might Guy invited with a passionate face. Excuse me. Kakashi refused immediately. He didn't want to do this kind of meaningless physical consumption during the mission. Forget it. Obito also rejected Might Guy's proposal because he felt that he couldn't win at all. Obito didn't really want to participate in this kind of game that didn't make much sense and was bound to lose. If Kakashi wanted to compete with him, Obito would be happy to agree. That's a pity. Might Guy said with regret, then jumped off the carriage and ran at the same speed as the carriage. Miyu did not stop Might Guy. This amount of exercise was nothing to Might Guy. It could only be called a warm-up. After leaving Konoha, Miyu would occasionally launch a perception ninjutsu to ensure that there were no enemies around. If the Byakugan could be kept open for a long time, it would not be so troublesome, but it would consume too much chakra and the cost performance was very low. Since there were no enemies, Obito, who was bored, went around looking for people from the grain transport team to chat. He talked about everything, including work, life and family. How much do you get for completing a commission? Obito asked curiously. Commission? The worker who was asked was a little confused at first, but later thought that Obito might be asking about wages. When there is a lot of work, it may be 7,000 taels a month, and usually around 5,000 taels. The worker thought for a while and answered. Do you work very little every month? How come you only make 5,000 taels a month? Obito scratched his head and asked in confusion. The minimum commission for a D-level mission is 5,000 taels, and this lowest commission for a D-level mission is tax-free. Mu still divides the commission equally. Obito can earn 5,000 taels by doing 4 D-level missions, which usually takes only an afternoon. Obito's words made the workers silent for a while, and they didn't know how to answer for a while. Working very little? Of course not. Basically, they work every day, but sometimes they work day and night for a higher salary. Of course, we ordinary people can't compare with you ninjas. The worker finally said. This is the disparity of the world. The cost of ninjas purchasing ninja tools every month may be the cost that ordinary families can hardly reach in a year. Obito didn't understand the difference. Why is there such a big gap? He couldn't figure it out. When the convoy arrived at the border of the land of fire and was about to enter the land of grass, Mu asked the disciples to return to the carriage to warn. We are about to enter the land of grass. The land of grass is very dangerous now. You need to be vigilant at all times. Mu reminded with a serious face. There are thousands of ninjas fighting in this country now. Anything can happen. Then Mu spent half an hour preaching to several disciples about the cruelty of war. Mu is capable of protecting himself and his 3 disciples in the war, but he does not want Obito and the others to be killed because of this. Underestimate war. Any war is cruel, many people will be sacrificed, and many beautiful things will be destroyed. Even the most eccentric Obito showed a cautious expression at this time, and did not say anything questioning. After entering the land of grass, it seemed that the air had a more solemn atmosphere, and the environment on the road began to change. Mu and his team began to gradually encounter ninjas, but they were their own Konoha ninjas, or ninjas from the land of grass, which were considered allies. Based on the atmosphere of the ninjas, Mu guessed that the situation was not bad, otherwise the expressions of those ninjas would be more serious. Is it finally the first normal sea-level mission? Mu thought in his heart. After completing 3 sea-level missions, there was no sea-level completion record in their resume. Their team was unique. As they got closer and closer to the destination of the mission, Mu sensed more and more ninjas through the perception ninjutsu. So Mu switched to the Byakugan, because the perception ninjutsu can only sense chakra, and the Byakugan can directly see who it is. Every hour, Mu would open her Byakugan and look around. All ninjas within a radius of 1.5 kilometers were exposed to Mu's Byakugan. Finally, the grain transport team led by Mu arrived at Konoha's camp in the grass country battlefield without being attacked once. Mu, why are you here? Minato asked in surprise when he saw a familiar figure. In Minato's understanding, Mu would not be here because she was a teacher and she was still in the ninja school. Unless Konoha was at a critical moment, it would not let an excellent ninja school teacher like Mu go to the battlefield. I'm an intern teacher. I'm actually similar to a class instructor. This time I'm leading students to carry out a sea-level war mission. Mu explained with a smile. I see, to carry out a logistics mission. Minato looked at the grain transport team over there and roughly guessed what mission Mu had taken. Mu, try to keep your students in the camp. Iwagakure has been silent for 2 weeks. They may be planning a big attack. Minato reminded. This camp is behind the front line and is very safe. He knew that there were 2 students from the ninja school in Mu's team, so he was a little worried. We won't run around. Obito felt underestimated. That's the best. Only by obeying your teacher's orders can you become an excellent ninja. Minato didn't care about Obito's words, but responded with a kind smile. When this guy laughs, he really looks like Mu teacher. Obito couldn't help but complain in his heart, and the guess that Miyu and Minato were long-lost brothers couldn't help but float in his mind. It seems that there will be no accidents in this mission. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Here we have completed the mission. Next, we just need to wait for the food to be unloaded and take a short rest before returning to Konoha. Crack! Suddenly, a burst of sound was heard, and a firework rose and bloomed in the distance. Boom! Then there was a violent explosion. The flames were so fierce that they could be seen clearly even from a long distance. Oh no, Iwagakure has launched a large-scale raid. Minato showed a serious look. The signal just now was Konoha's highest-level alert signal on the battlefield, and all Konoha ninjas who saw it had to prepare to join the battle. Kakashi looked at the signal in the sky with a look of surprise. Even the students of the ninja school would know what this signal meant. Will I really bring bad luck? Kakashi was a little unconfident about himself, and he sent the highest-level alert signal as soon as he arrived at the battlefield. Miyu was also a little surprised. He also knew the meaning of this signal. Who will the enemy be? The third Tsuchikage? It shouldn't be that, could it be? Miyu's eyes flickered, guessing the main force of Iwagakure's attack this time. I am not feeling well today, so there is only one chapter. I will update more tomorrow depending on my condition. Chapter 239 to Jinchuriki. Miyu, I'm sorry, I have to leave. Minato said goodbye to Miyu with an apologetic look. He originally wanted to chat with Miyu for a while, but the sudden situation at the moment forced him to act. Without waiting for Miyu's response, Minato disappeared in front of Miyu with a flying thunder god. What happened? He disappeared just like that. I can't see where he went at all. Obito looked left and right but didn't see Minato's figure. He said with a puzzled look. Generally, even if the speed is so fast that you can't see it, you can still detect the movement through the extremely fast speed, but Obito felt that Minato disappeared out of thin air. It should be a time-space ninjutsu. Miyu explained to Obito. You can just treat it as a very powerful instant body technique. Although Flying Thunder God has other uses besides fast movement, Miyu simplified it for Obito to understand better. I feel like he's a very strong person, worthy of being recognized by you, Miyu. Although Obito didn't quite understand Miyu's words, he felt how powerful Minato was. He remembered that when he first met Minato, Miyu said that Minato was very powerful. Obito felt that Miyu, whose strength was above that of the candidate Raikage, said that Minato was very powerful, so Minato must be very strong, maybe as strong as Miyu. So fast. Kakashi was also surprised when he saw Minato disappear. Teacher Miyu, what should we do now? Might Guy looked at Miyu and asked. Normally, they also need to join the war when they see the signal, and the specific actions still depend on Miyu's arrangement. Help the villagers defeat the enemy while protecting themselves. Miyu thought for a while and answered. The highest level warning signal has been sent up. Although they are only here to complete the sea-level mission, they must join the battle at this moment. Although it is an accident, it is also a rare opportunity to show off. Miyu planned his next move in his mind. Miyu has the idea of showing his strength step by step, because in this ninja world, fists speak, and the stronger your strength is known to the public, the more convenient it is to act. If it weren't for the super ability in education to be promoted to a special ninja, it would be impossible to achieve what the special training class interns are. An ordinary teacher is not qualified to propose these, and they will not be taken seriously if they are proposed. Of course, showing strong strength for no reason will only attract suspicion and danger unless it is strong enough to ignore everything. In order to make his strength more reasonable, Miyu has been making all kinds of preparations. For example, he showed a strong talent for sealing techniques with Minato and Kushina. When teaching Asuma, Miyu not only showed his proficiency in water escape and fire escape, but also created a character with strong learning ability, from not knowing wind escape at the beginning to being able to skillfully use powerful B-level wind escape ninjutsu. His birth in the root adds greater rationality to Muyu's strength. After all, it is a root that is darker than the Anbu. Under normal circumstances, due to the special reasons of the root organization, Danzo must have a sufficient understanding of the strength of his subordinates, because the root mission is directly issued by Danzo, instead of accepting commissions like ordinary ninjas, and if you don't understand the abilities of your subordinates, you can't reasonably assign tasks. So Danzo made a rule that root members must take an ability test every year so that he can have a better understanding of his subordinates. But members who are illegally trained like Muyu can't be brought to the surface after all. For the sake of concealment, members who are not in the establishment like Muyu are tested every 2 years. Now Muyu has been taken out of the root by Sarutobi Hiruzen for half a year, which means that the information about Muyu from Danzo is from 2.5 years ago. As long as Muyu is not too strong, Danzo will only be a little surprised if he knows it. Because from Danzo's perspective, Muyu is in the golden period of strength growth. 2.5 years is enough for Muyu to grow a lot, and even after leaving the root, he may be trained by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that he is the elite of the root and a genius ninja with little reputation. Danzo also has enough blank period. It can be said that Muyu has considered all the influences of the black and white sides of Konoha. Sure enough, contrary to what Kakashi said, we still have to fight this time. Obito moved his body and was ready to fight at any time. Kakashi couldn't say anything to refute Obito's words. 4 accidents happened in a row. This time, a war with the highest alert level broke out. He himself was a little unconfident. Go, protect our companions and defeat our enemies. Muyu silently opened his Byakugan and led his disciples to support the battlefield in the distance. Even though Muyu was no longer a newbie who had just traveled through time, he had witnessed the deaths of more than 10 people and had killed ninjas with his own hands, but the cruelty of the war still surprised Muyu a little. The ground was dirty and messy, with all kinds of broken limbs and broken stones and wood. The red blood dyed the soil red. Ninjas that were rarely seen were scattered on the ground, some from Konoha and some from Iwagakure. Whether they were teenagers, young people, or middle-aged people, everyone was fighting together. They might not have known each other before this battle, but on this battlefield, because of the different forehead protectors they wore, everyone fought together as if they had a blood feud. This is war. Obito looked at the tragic scene in front of him stupidly, and the kunai that was originally tightly grasped loosened a little. The cruelty of war exceeded Obito's imagination. In Obito's mind, war is fighting, but there will be more people. The large number of corpses on the battlefield, the various human body parts all over the ground, and the bloody traces everywhere, all of which severely stimulated Obito's nerves. This was the first time that Obito saw so many dead people. Just when Obito was stunned, he noticed that a Konoha ninja not far from him was about to be pierced by a kunai. Little Obito subconsciously reminded him, but he didn't notice that several shurikens were stabbing at him at high speed. When he found out, the shurikens were already very close. Dang dang! Muyu took out a kunai and quickly shot down all the shurikens that attacked him. He said to his disciples, "In this kind of war, you must pay close attention to your surroundings and don't let yourself get hurt. Strength must be demonstrated, and reputation must be improved, but you can't pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons. The most important thing for him is the disciples." The 3 disciples nodded cautiously. There was no need to say more at this moment. Just looking at the tragic scene, you can understand the danger of war. Because of the transmission signal, Konoha ninjas continued to join the battle. Because of his Byakugan, Muyu can see the overall situation and the direction of the war. He can see the battles between low-level and medium-level ninjas, and the battles between strong ones cannot escape his Byakugan observation as long as they are not too far away. 2 Churiki actually attacked together, no wonder they sent the highest level warning signal. looking at Jiraiya with a look of looking as if he was facing a great enemy, and then looking at the two Iwagaku not far away who were emitting terrifying chakra aura, Miyu knew the top combat power of both sides in this battle. Of course, Jiraiya had no intention of fighting two Chouriki alone, and he was followed by several elite Jonin including Minato. The Jinchuriki on the Iwagaku side was not acting alone, and there were also elite Iwagaku around him. The distance was too far, Miyu could only see but not hear what the two sides were saying, but it was certain that the Iwagaku side was very arrogant, and Jiraiya was consciously separating the battlefield of their top combat power from the battlefield of ordinary ninjas. "Are you worried about the tailed beast ball?" Miyu could guess Jiraiya's thoughts. Even if Jiraiya could turn on the Sage mode, his Sage art was not strong enough to offset the tailed beast ball, and the aftermath of the tailed beast ball could kill a bunch of middle-level ninjas. The 360-degree Byakugan without blind spots allowed Miyu to clearly see all the situations around him. He temporarily ignored the top battlefield and focused on dealing with the Iwagaku ninjas around him. Reputation is all about discussion. He has so many Konoha ninjas and Iwagaku ninjas here. As long as he shows his strength, he will be able to hear his name in other countries in the future. All kinds of thoughts only last for a moment. In Obito's perspective, Miyu blocked the attacking shuriken for him, and then dodged to save a Konoha Chunin who was in danger. "Thank you." The rescued Konoha Chunin only had time to say 2 words before he immediately joined the battle. There were too many Iwagaku ninjas at the scene. Miyu maintained the state of rock breathing, holding a standard kunao and quickly harvesting the lives of every Iwagaku around him. Although breathing methods have their own uses, whether it is the enhanced flame of the flame breathing or the lightning and explosion of the thunder breathing, they are all very practical, but Miyu's favorite daily use is rock breathing. Rock breathing does not have the gorgeous special effects of other breathing methods, but it has the strongest increase in physical ability and the strongest effect on physical training. Even Miyu, who didn't practice physical skills much, gradually developed the physique of a physical skills ninja through the training of rock breathing. Even if he didn't use any other abilities and just maintained the state of rock breathing to use physical skills, Miyu had the strength beyond ordinary Jonin. The Iwagaku killed by Miyu was nothing to the whole war, but the Konoha ninjas around Miyu noticed Miyu's companion who looked unusual. Such a fast speed and strength. Is this the newly promoted Jonin? Why do I feel like I've never seen him before? The Konoha ninjas rescued by Miyu and the Konoha ninjas who were relieved of pressure because of Miyu's killing of the enemy all discovered that Miyu's strength was unusual. He could kill a group of Iwagaku just by using physical skills. Is there any Jonin? There is a difficult enemy here. Miyu heard the voice for help. He looked with his white eyes and saw a bare-armed Iwagaku ninja who quickly and severely injured several Konoha ninjas wearing Chunin vests. Miyu gave the Iwagaku ninja an appraisal and found that he was a ninja with a skill proficiency of more than 5,000 chakras and a maximum proficiency of 2,500 points, and immediately rushed up. 3K, let's try 10,000 points today. Chapter 240 Strong Enemies on the Battlefield. Go to hell. The Iwagaku ninja waved the sword in his hand, trying to kill the Konoha ninja in front of him. Just when the injured Konoha ninja thought he was going to die in the battle, he subconsciously closed his eyes, but the long-term training made him open his eyes quickly. He didn't feel any pain in his body. He saw a blonde ninja appeared in front of him at some point and blocked the Iwagaku's slash for him. Clang! The sound of metal collision rang out, and the Iwagaku ninja found that the Konoha ninja who suddenly appeared was surprisingly strong. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't make the sword go down a bit. Miyu focused his breathing a little, burst out with greater strength, instantly pushed away the blade of the Iwagaku Jonin, and kicked the Iwagaku Jonin in the chest. Bang! Under the powerful force, the Iwagaku Jonin fell backwards at a high speed. Are you okay? Miyu turned around and smiled at the injured Konoha ninja with concern. Looking at Miyu's warm smile, the injured Konoha ninja had a strong sense of deja vu, but he didn't have time to think too much, and quickly said, "My lord, I can still move on my own, you don't have to worry about me, that Iwagakure is coming again. Don't worry, I will deal with him." Miyu raised his glasses with his left hand and showed a confident smile. He didn't want to show his strength too much, otherwise Miyu could kill the Iwagakure Jonin in an instant. It would be too easy to kill a qualified Jonin with his current strength. Earth Escapee Rock Pillar Spear. The Iwagakure Jonin formed a seal while running at a high speed. Miyu, who had his Byakugan open and had a perfect vision, had a very strong observation ability. When the Iwagakure Jonin formed a seal, he instantly noticed that the ground began to move. Miyu grabbed the injured Konoha ninja and threw him to a deserted place, while he quickly dodged. Boom boom! The next moment, 3 thick and sharp rock spikes appeared where Miyu had just stood. While Miyu was dodging, the Iwagakure Jonin he immediately swung the sword towards Miyu's eyes. Clang! Miyu's kunai blocked the incoming sword steadily. Damn, his reaction ability is so fast. Iwagakure Jonin couldn't help cursing in his heart. Originally, he thought that Miyu would be caught off guard because of saving people, but in fact, Miyu handled it very easily. Dang dang dang! An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Miyu used kunai to fight against Iwagakure Jonin's long sword. He relied on the powerful observation ability of the Byakugan and the physical ability provided by the breathing method to leave one bloody scratch after another on the body of Iwagakure Jonin, while he himself was unscathed. He is a master of using short blades. With more and more wounds on his body, Iwagakure Jonin decided to change the battle plan and use ninjutsu to deal with Miyu. But just when Iwagakure Jonin slightly pulled away, Miyu used ninjutsu. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Miyu only made a tiger seal, and 3 huge fire dragons several meters high spewed out of Miyu's mouth and bit towards the Iwagakure Jonin at a very fast speed. Looking at the 3 huge fire dragons approaching quickly, feeling the heat of the fire dragons, the Iwagakure Jonin showed a look of shock. He didn't even see Miyu's seal clearly, but he actually used this level of terrifying fire style. This is not a master of short blades, but a fire style master. Miyu used ninjutsu too quickly, and the timing was too good. The range of fire style was also large. The Iwagakure Jonin had no power to dodge, and could only stimulate the chakra of the whole body in the hope of surviving this disaster. The change in the nature of earth chakra can make the body harder. Although it can't be as offensive and defensive as the earth spear, and has a good power while being strong in defense, an excellent Iwagakure ninja can still use earth style to harden his body. If the Iwagakure Jonin had met an ordinary Konoha Jonin, he might have escaped, but unfortunately he met Miyu, who was planning to use some Jonin to establish his prestige. No matter how much the Iwagakure Jonin struggled, it was useless. Miyu used ninjutsu according to the standard that even the Iwagakure Jonin could be killed. Even if the Iwagakure Jonin fought like Obito, he still couldn't withstand his fire escape, unless the Iwagakure Jonin transformed into a warrior of light or came in on the spot, then the fire escape that Miyu just used was indeed a bit difficult to burn. As soon as the fire dragon touched the body of the Iwagakure Jonin, he immediately felt the blazing flames burning on his body, and couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. His earth escape hardening couldn't withstand Miyu's flames. But the attack was far more than that. The power of the dragon fire was one of the most destructive among all the fire escapes. Soon, 3 fire dragons completely engulfed the rock village Jonin. The dazzling orange-red flames bloomed in the war, and the rock village Jonin no longer made any sound, leaving only ashes on the ground. Such a dazzling fire escape was rare on this battlefield, attracting the attention of many rock village ninjas and Konoha ninjas. What a strong fire escape! One rock village ninja looked at the figure that instantly turned into a charred black in the flames, and his eyelids twitched. The rock village ninja who knew the rock village Jonin was even more surprised. That was a Jonin who mastered hardening, but was directly burned into black ash by a ninjutsu. This lord is so strong that he killed a jonin so quickly. The Konoha ninja who was injured by the rock village jonin exclaimed. Just now, several of their chunins were quickly injured together, but Yu killed them in just a few moves. First, they fought a simple fight to save people, then they used kunao to suppress the opponent's long sword in close combat, and finally used a powerful fire escape to kill directly. The whole process may take less than 3 minutes. Why do I feel that this sir is similar to Lord Minato? Gradually, Watson discovered the blind spot. I haven't heard that Lord Minato has a powerful brother. Some people have begun to think that Yu and Minato are brothers. After all, they are still in the war. After everyone found out, they just complained in their hearts and discussed such things after the battle. Using fire escape to kill a jonin, Yu exhaled a breath. Fighting this kind of battle is also a challenge for him. He has to use the right strength to disguise himself. It's not good to exert too much force, and it's not good to exert too little force. The Uegaku are not stupid. They noticed that there was a Konoha ninja who was difficult to deal with, and they joined forces to attack Yu. But Yu has developed so far, it can be said that except for chakra, there are almost no other shortcomings. Even in chakra, he is much stronger than these chunins or ordinary jonin, so no one can hurt Yu, and Yu can always dodge every attack just right. The other Konoha ninjas present were not dead men. If the strong men on their side were besieged, they would come to help and relieve Yu's pressure. In this situation, more and more Uegaku died at Yu's hands. Some were stabbed to death by his kunao, and some were burned to death by his fire escape or killed by his wind escape. With Yu's help, the situation of the Konoha ninjas on his side quickly improved, and more Konoha ninjas noticed this powerful companion with dazzling golden hair. On the same battlefield, what the Konoha ninjas could see, the Uegaku ninjas could also see. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Instead of looking at the Konoha jonin who was blown to pieces by him, Shao set his sights on the blonde Konoha ninja who easily killed the Uegaku ninja with a kunao. Shao appeared not far from Yu with a flash body technique, and blew up a Konoha ninja with one punch. Looking at Yu, he said lightly. It seems that you are the strongest Konoha ninja around here. If you are eliminated, the other Konoha ninjas here will be killed quickly. If you can do it, you can give it a try. Yu said with a faint smile. There are people in the ninja world who are qualified to say this to him, but the Uegaku in front of him is not one of them. Although the Byakugan can see through the chakra in the human body, out of caution, Yu still gave the Uegaku ninja in front of him an appraisal. Name, Shao. Chakra, 31,000. Skills, Explosion, Mastery, 500/15,000, Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 1500/15,000, Earth Escape a Turbulence Spear. As Yu expected, Shao is a very powerful jonin, and both the amount of chakra and the proficiency of skills are far superior to ordinary jonin. But it is a pity that he met Yu, who not only has more than 10,000 chakras than him, but also has more skills. Shao he doesn't have the Byakugan that can see through chakra, nor the identification technique that can read information, but he is very confident in his own strength. He is a member of the Uegaku demolition team. The Uegaku demolition team has a very special status in the Uegaku village. It is the strongest special force of Uegaku. Everyone who can join the Uegaku demolition team is a carefully selected powerful genius, and must have the blood limit explosion. This time, participating in the war, Carrie is going to become famous in the ninja world. During the Second Ninja World War, he was still young and had not been practicing for a long time, so his strength was not strong, but this time is different. He has practiced Earth Escape and Blood Limit Explosion very skillfully. In his mind, even if there are many strong people in Uegaku, he can be ranked in the top 20. My lord, be careful, this person is Carrie from the Uegaku demolition team. He is very strong. Don't engage in close combat with him. A Konoha ninja saw Mu Yu and Xiao confronted each other and quickly reminded them. It has been a while since Konoha and Iwagakure started fighting. Both sides are aware of the rising power of the other side. For example, Minato on the Konoha side has a great reputation in Iwagakure. In contrast, Xiao, who has the explosive blast bloodline limit and is powerful, is also remembered by many Konoha ninjas. For ninjas, information is strength. In order to let Mu Yu know Xiao's information, some Konoha ninjas are trying to pass on information to Mu Yu loudly even if they are still under attack. His technique can make the things he hits explode. Don't let him get close to you. Hearing the voices of the Konoha ninjas, Xiao showed a disdainful smile. What's the use of knowing the information? It's easy to say not to get close to him, but it's difficult to fight. Thank you for the information, I will deal with this enemy. Mu Yu said with a warm smile. There will be more later. Chapter 241 Powerful Combination of Ninjutsu. Swoosh. Carry condensed his chakra on his feet and rushed towards Mu Yu at a very fast speed. Now he ignored all other ninjas and only had Mu Yu in his eyes. Even if they have the same bloodline limit, they will be developed in different directions according to different people. For example, they are all magnetic escape. The third generation Wind Shadow likes to control iron sand, the fourth generation Wind Shadow likes to control gold sand. Both of them are more inclined to attack, but Troy of Kumagakure has developed magnetic escape into a control ability. Carry does not look burly, he does not have big muscles, he is not tall or strong, but he is actually stronger and faster than ordinary people. He can't be called a natural supernatural power, but he can be said to be a natural strong force. So in the end, Carry integrated the explosive escape into his best physical skills. Whether it is punching or kicking, he can create a powerful explosion. Originally, this combination of explosive escape and physical skills is very dangerous, because ninjutsu will not be immune to damage just because it is released by oneself, and the power of the explosion will also affect Carry himself. But Xiao also has excellent earth escape talent. He has practiced the hardening technique of earth escape very well. Even when using explosive escape, he can use the hardening of earth escape to protect his body from explosive escape. Swish, swish, swish. Mu Yu took out a large number of shurikens from the ninja tool bag and threw them at Xiao. Facing the sharp shurikens with a cold light, Xiao just dodged slightly and let the shurikens hit him. Dang dang! The shurikens hit Xiao, and it didn't seem to hit a person, but it seemed to hit extremely hard rocks or steel, and they were all bounced off. Mu Yu was not surprised. His appraisal had already seen through all of Xiao's skills. Mu Yu knew all of Xiao's abilities. After all, not everyone has a dense skill column like Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he really couldn't remember them all at once. The reason for doing this useless work is to make his battle with Xiao look evenly matched, and both sides have their own abilities. Remember, the one who killed you is Xiao of Iwagakure's explosive escape. Xiao concentrated his chakra on his fist, leaped up, and smashed towards Mu Yu. Whoosh! Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the ground was blown apart by the terrifying explosion force. The dirt and gravel flew around at a high speed. The crack of the earth caused yellow dust to rise into the sky. For a while, the yellow fog was filled, making it difficult to see the scene inside. Is that sir okay? A Konoha ninja couldn't help but look at him worriedly. With such a big commotion, on the battlefield on their side, there was only the battle between Mu Yu and Xiao. The yellow dust soon dissipated with the wind, revealing the dusty Xiao and the unscathed figure of Mu Yu not far away. The speed is good. I hope you can dodge my attack every time. Xiao shook his fist, and his eyes became more serious when looking at Mu Yu. Mu Yu smiled without saying anything. This was just a short time, and it was not fast for him. After all, he didn't even use the fastest thunder breathing. He just used rock breathing and shaving. In fact, Mu Yu can defeat Xiao in close combat. Although Xiao's explosive escape technique is very powerful, Mu Yu Yanhujia 8 gates can crush Xiao with numerical values. But Mu Yu does not want to expose too strong physical skills in this battle, because he has not laid the groundwork for physical skills, and showing too strong physical skills will appear very abrupt. Mu Yu is preparing to create a persona of a ninjutsu genius for himself. He will use ninjutsu more in the war to prove his strength. Fire escape technique, great fireball technique. Mu Yu quickly formed a seal and spit out a huge fireball about 5 meters high towards Xiao. Mu Yu can make the great fireball bigger, but this ninjutsu usually can't hit people, so there is no need. Earth escape technique, earth flow wall. Xiao did not choose to dodge, but also formed a seal, and then slapped the ground fiercely, using the earth escape chakra to control the ground to raise a thick earth wall to block the great fireball, and at the same time, Mu Yu temporarily lost Xiao's vision. The next moment, Xiao's figure appeared on the earth wall. With the help of the height of the earth wall, he rushed towards Mu Yu at a very fast speed. Water style, water array wall. Mu Yu quickly formed a seal and then opened his mouth to spit out a large amount of water to form a water wall to block Xiao. Just then, a hand quietly stretched out from where Mu Yu was standing and quickly grabbed Mu Yu's calf. And Mu Yu seemed to have noticed something and immediately dodged away, leaving the sudden attacking hand empty. Such a keen perception! Xiao quickly drilled out from the ground, frowning slightly, feeling a little tricky. With a fast burst speed and keen perception, Mu Yu seemed to be able to restrain him. You really can't underestimate these ninjas. They look reckless on the surface, but in fact, they are more sinister than each other. Mu Yu sighed in his heart after dodging Xiao's attack. After Xiao used the earth wall, he immediately used the rock clone. The clone jumped onto the earth wall to attack and attract his attention, while the main body used earth escape to attack him. This move of Xiao might work for others, but Mu Yu's black-framed glasses are full of white eyes that can see through everything. All of Xiao's actions are clear to Mu Yu. If that's all, then I will be the winner of this battle. While dodging, Mu Yu quickly split a shadow clone, then the main body formed a seal to use fire escape, while the shadow clone formed a seal to use wind escape. Fire escape, great dragon fire technique. Mu Yu concentrated a large amount of chakra in his throat, and then quickly changed the nature, creating a large amount of flames that continued to spew out. The strong flames burned fiercely, forming 3 hideous and huge fire dragons. 3 huge fire dragons appeared, and the dazzling flames illuminated the surroundings. The orange-red flames seemed to burn everything they touched. After the 3 huge fire dragons appeared, they rushed towards Xiao at a very fast speed, and at this time the wind escape of the shadow clone was also completed. Wind style, big breakthrough. The shadow clone opened his mouth and blew out a huge gust of wind. The wind helped the fire, and immediately the 3 terrifying fire dragons turned into a sea of orange flames, pressing towards Xiao. In fact, Mu Yu's wind style is very ordinary, which is not good even among the senior ninjas. Apart from suppressing harm, he has basically nothing to show for it, but Mu Yu's fire style is strong, and he also has a skilled combination ninjutsu, so he has good experience in this. Facing such a powerful fire style attack, Xiao was a little distracted. The last time he saw such an exaggerated fire style was on Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. The difference was that Jiraiya didn't need him to deal with it, but now Mu Yu is his opponent. Xiao wanted to retreat and dodge. It would be too unwise to resist this level of fire style. But when Xiao felt a burst of moisture, his expression suddenly changed. Behind him was the water array wall that had not dissipated. Xiao looked around very quickly, and he suddenly found that there were not many Uegakure around him, but there were many Konoha ninjas. Oops, I've chased too far. Xiao thought to himself that it was not good. He had fallen into Mu Yu's trap. Just now, Mu Yu had been dodging the attack and not attacking, not because he had no chance to attack, but because he had been deep in the enemy's formation. Now he had a water formation wall behind him, and there were many Konoha ninjas on his left and right. In front of him was a sea of fire that kept rushing towards him. He had only one choice, which was to block the sea of fire. Earth escape technique, earth flow wall. Xiao made a prompt decision and quickly formed a seal to use the earth flow wall. The earth flow wall only needed 3 seals to be used, and it was very fast to use, and he had no other choice. Boom! Thick earth walls rose in front of Xiao and on the side, protecting Xiao in them. Boom! The next moment the earth wall rose, the sea of fire descended, a huge explosion sounded, and fierce flames rushed to the sky. Thousands of ninjas on this battlefield could carefully see the powerful power of the sea of fire. The surrounding Iwagakure ninjas and Konoha ninjas all distanced themselves to prevent being affected by the terrifying sea of fire. I didn't expect that Myu Jonin actually had such a strong strength. The power of this combination of ninjutsu is really too strong. A Konoha Jonin who knew Myu couldn't help but sigh. Although Myu's presence in Konoha was relatively low, she had attended several Jonin meetings after all, and with Minato's help, although he was not very familiar with Myu, he still had an impression of her. Since Myu was a special Jonin of the ninja school, he was very familiar with Myu's. First I felt that his strength would be average, but it was not because I looked down on him, because Myu was a teacher at the ninja school and a special Jonin. It was very embarrassing to put these two identities together. No one would believe that he was strong. If he was strong, why would he be a special Jonin and teach at the ninja school? Damn it, Lord Carry, wouldn't he? Iwagakure looked at the place covered by the sea of fire with a worried look on his face. The power of Konoha and Iwagakure on the field was generally equal, but in order to prevent Carry from being killed, the Iwagakure used their lives to push the Konoha ninja back. Myu didn't care about it. His chakra was low in top-level battles. He could use the combination ninjutsu he just used 3 more times without any problem. When the flames dissipated, a piece of black and grey scorched earth was exposed. The thick earth flow wall was melted under the high temperature of the sea of fire. The water array wall that Myu had used before was evaporated by the powerful flames, and Carry himself fell to the ground with a serious injury. Even the Iwagakure clone could not be maintained and automatically dissipated. Xiao struggled hard to get up, proving that he still had a breath left, but he was so badly injured that he couldn't even hold up the ground with his arms. At this moment, Xiao was glad that he had chosen the path of physical technique, explosion release, which allowed him to practice a powerful hardening technique and make his body extremely hard, otherwise he would have died directly in this extremely powerful and terrifying fire release. After this battle, I'm afraid he will never dare to face fire release again, although the power of ordinary ninja's fire release is not as strong as his explosive impact. Although there is still a lot of chakra in his body, Myu also made a panting appearance, with sweat on his forehead, as if he had exerted a lot of strength. After all, this kind of powerful ninjutsu is too strong for a senior ninja. If he acts like nothing happened, there will be a problem. Myu wants to give everyone an impression that he is stronger than Xiao, but the strength is limited, and he wins by strategic operation, not by crushing Xiao with hard power. Seeing that Myu seemed to be in a bad state, many Konoha ninjas approached Myu spontaneously to prevent Iwagakure from attacking Myu and causing Myu to be injured. A Konoha ninja used ninjutsu on the lying Kori to finish him off. Although Kori looked seriously injured and looked like he was about to die, the vitality of ninjas was tenacious, especially for powerful ninjas. It was very meaningful to be able to completely kill an elite ninja from a hostile ninja village. The Iwagakure ninjas would naturally not watch the strong men of their own ninja village being finished off. Many Iwagakure ninjas formed seals and used earth flow walls to resist attacks for Kori who could not move. Just when both sides were about to start a new round of war with Kori's attack and defense, a violent explosion suddenly sounded, followed by a ground shaking. Boom! Everyone heard the huge explosion, and the explosion light that was more than 100 times brighter than Myu's previous fire escape bloomed in the distance from them. Tailed beast ball. Muyu's eyes flickered, trying to sense the situation on the top battlefield. The distance was too far, the Byakugan could no longer see Jiraiya and the others fighting, and the range of perception of ninjutsu was farther than the Byakugan. I wrote a total of 9,400 words. It's too late, I'm so sleepy, I can't write any more. I'll continue to work hard tomorrow, and I'll ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 242 Supporting the Top Battlefield. After Muyu rescued the injured Konoha ninja, the disciples also took action to rescue the Konoha ninja and attack the Uegakure ninja. They didn't have the strength of Muyu, so the three of them acted together, and they didn't stay too far away from Muyu. At first, the three of them seemed a little confused, because the scene was too chaotic. Even Kakashi, who had the most experience before, had never experienced such a big scene, with thousands of ninjas fighting. However, they had just experienced a difficult life and death fight not long ago. Although they were a little confused for a while, their combat effectiveness was still online. When Uegakure saw that the three of them were short and looked like newcomers to the battlefield, they directly picked up the kunao and attacked the three of them. Might Guy immediately entered the state of rock breathing and opened the 8 gates. 8 gates, open, open. Using the breathing method and the 8 gates at the same time greatly improved Might Guy's physical ability. Whoosh! Konoha Great Cyclone. The chakra on Might Guy's feet burst out, and he disappeared in front of the Uegakure ninja with a body flickering technique, and then kicked out a whirlwind kick at high speed, kicking the Uegakure ninja away. Fire Style, Phoenix Claw Red. Obito used the breath of fire to enhance the ability of Fire Style, and quickly threw 3 flaming kunao at the Uegakure ninja who was knocked away. Boom! When the flaming kunao hit the Uegakure ninja, it exploded immediately, and the strong flames enveloped his body. The high temperature and explosion of the Fire Style, the powerful piercing power of the kunao, the attacking Uegakure ninja turned into a charred corpse and fell from the air under the combo of Obito and Might Guy. Just fight like before. After successfully dealing with an enemy, the confusion in Obito's eyes disappeared. You shouldn't have used ninjutsu just now, just throw out shuriken and kunao. Kakashi shook his head and said. Originally, he was going to attack with shuriken, but he put it down after seeing Obito use ninjutsu. After all, ordinary ninjas definitely can't withstand the bombardment of fire escape. Why? It seems that you can't kill with just ninja tools. Obito asked doubtfully. He believes that if you can deal with the enemy, you should beat the enemy completely without fighting ability in one breath to prevent accidents in the battle. If it is a normal sparring, there is no problem. If there are only a few enemies, there is no problem. But look at how many enemies there are here. You should save your chakra as much as possible. Kakashi expressed his own views. Although he has not experienced a large-scale melee of thousands of ninjas, Kakashi thinks that you should save your physical strength on the battlefield and use the least physical strength and chakra to achieve the greatest results. For example, just now, even if Obito did not use fire escape, he and Obito used ninja tools together. The enemy would be seriously injured if not killed for a while. Suffering such a degree of injury on the battlefield is almost equivalent to death. Akai, you too, don't consume too much physical strength. Kakashi then said to Might Guy. Full concentration breathing and 8 gates ninjutsu are both good skills to enhance strength, but they also consume physical strength. Obito glanced at the battlefield where he didn't know how many enemies were still there, and had to admit that what Kakashi said was indeed very reasonable. War is completely different from their previous battles. He dared to guarantee that consuming too much chakra and physical strength here is definitely not a good thing. Might Guy also nodded, agreeing with Kakashi's point of view, and decided that if he didn't encounter a very strong enemy, he would never use full concentration breathing in the second gate. In fact, Kakashi didn't say another sentence. If the enemy's strength is strong enough and his status is high enough, it is still meaningful to consume more physical strength to kill, but this is not something they should think about at their current strength. Kakashi pulled out the white fang short blade behind him. It is obviously more labor-saving to use a knife to finish off the enemy than to use ninjutsu. He has already made the purple. The two high-cost ninjutsu, lightning and pseudo-darkness, were banned. Although both ninjutsu were powerful, he would run out of chakra after using them twice. Obito took out another ordinary standard kunai from his ninja bag, ready to save chakra for using ninjutsu at critical moments. In fact, he also brought the birthday kunai Miyu gave him, but he was worried that it would be damaged in the battle, so he didn't take it out. Even if they didn't use ninjutsu, the three of them had good physical skills, and with tacit cooperation, even if they were dealing with the same number of Iwagaku Chunin, Kakashi and the others could still defeat the enemy steadily. However, compared to them, Miyu's efficiency was obviously faster. A long fire easily eliminated Iwagaku Jonin, and he quickly killed several Iwagaku ninjas with a standard kunai like cutting melons and vegetables. Teacher Miyu is still amazing, but why didn't Teacher Miyu use the previous super large range fire escape? Is he worried about hurting his companions? While Obito was impressed by Miyu's rapid killing, he was also a little confused. Teacher Miyu must have his own considerations in mind. You should worry more about yourself. We seem to be targeted. Kakashi quickly reminded. Kakashi paid more attention to their surroundings. He suddenly found that several Iwagaku were approaching them intentionally or unintentionally. Not long after Kakashi finished speaking, 5 Iwagaku rushed towards them. One Iwagaku was stopped by a Konoha ninja on the road, but 4 Iwagaku continued to rush towards them. At such a young age, he has such strength. He must be a genius of Konoha. Eliminate them first. The Iwagaku who was in the front shouted. Miyu, who was always paying attention to his disciples, saw this scene and used the appraisal to measure the strength of the 4 Iwagaku. After finding that there was only one 5,000 chakra jonin with no proficiency in skills and 3,000 chakra chunins, he continued his actions. The leading Iwagaku jonin approached Might Guy and quickly stretched out his fist, condensed a large amount of chakra in his right hand, and then changed its nature. Earth-style rock fist. The right fist of the Iwagaku jonin was covered with kaki rock, which greatly increased its hardness and power. But Might Guy was prepared. He gathered chakra on his feet and burst out several meters at high speed. Swish, swish, swish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Obito and Kakashi quickly threw out shurikens. Dang, dang! The rock fist of the Iwagaku jonin was very hard. He swung the rock fist with great force and knocked away all the incoming shurikens. At this moment, the other 3 chunins also reached an effective attack distance and spit out sharp stones at the 3 people at a very fast speed. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Bang, bang, bang. Kakashi quickly formed a seal to control the ground to raise a thick wall with a dog head, blocking all the flying stones. Although he was the first to bring up the idea of saving chakra, it was obviously not the time to save chakra in this situation. Bullying a few children is not a big deal. A Konoha ninja saw the young ninjas in his village being besieged, and wanted to help Kakashi and the other 2 deal with Iwagaku. But he obviously overestimated his strength and engaged in close combat with the Iwagaku jonin. As a result, he was punched by the Iwagaku jonin and vomited blood and flew backwards. The Iwagaku chunin also continued to spit out flying stones to make up for it. The second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the rest gate, open. Seeing that the Konoha ninja who wanted to help them was injured, Might Guy directly opened the second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and concentrated his breathing, bursting out at a very fast speed to catch the injured Konoha ninja. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Obito quickly formed a seal, concentrated his chakra on his throat and spit out a large number of small fireballs that just bypassed Might Guy's body and blew up the flying stones. Might Guy fell behind the earth flow wall and put the injured Konoha chunin down. Sorry, I was a little reckless. I didn't expect the enemy to be so strong. The injured Konoha Chunin said to the three people with an apologetic look. He really did more harm than good. Not only did he fail to relieve the pressure on the three people, but they had to use ninjutsu to rescue. Senior, you have done your best, leave it to us next. Might Guy gave a thumbs up to Konoha Chunin and smiled brightly. Don't say he is a rock fist, even an iron fist can burn him. Obito has sufficient confidence in his fire escape ninjutsu. Kakashi gave Might Guy and Obito a look, and both nodded. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Obito suddenly jumped out and spit out a 3-meter-high hot fireball. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing. Then Might Guy concentrated his breathing to the limit, allowing his own physique to reach the limit of what can be strengthened, and rushed out with the cover of the great fireball. Kakashi split a shadow clone and rushed out of the earth flow wall, and the main body used earth escape to slowly approach the Iwagakure Jonin underground. While Obito and the others were rescuing people, 3 Iwagakure Chunin came behind the Iwagakure Jonin. They used earth escape ninjutsu to block Obito's fireball, but they failed to react to Might Guy's surprise attack. Ultimate Konoha Grunt Whirlwind. Might Guy appeared beside the 4 Iwagakure ninjas, poured all his strength into his legs, and kicked out with his limit. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 Iwagakure ninjas were kicked and vomited blood and flew backwards. Only the Iwagakure Jonin blocked the attack, but a crack appeared on the rock fist in his hand. How is it possible? He is so fast. What a strong power. Is he actually a short middle-aged ninja? The severely injured Iwagakure Chunin was full of doubts. Might Guy's age was definitely not more than 10 years old, but his physique was abnormally strong. They felt that even if he started training before he was born, it would be impossible for him to train his body to be like this. Pure physical skills actually have such power. We must kill him. The Iwagakure Jonin was also very surprised. Because he found that if he only used physical skills, he might be beaten up by the child in front of him who was less than 10 years old, and he was a Jonin. The Iwagakure Jonin had a premonition that if Might Guy did not die in the war, he would definitely become a famous Jonin in the future. In order to wipe out this future strong man, the Iwagakure Jonin burst out his strongest power and launched an extremely heavy attack on Might Guy. But Obito and Kakashi were not dead men, and they would not watch the Iwagakure Jonin attack Might Guy. Flame breathing, concentrate on breathing. Obito also concentrated his breathing to the limit of his concentration to obtain the strongest power. He threw out 2 shurikens with flames at a high speed. If the Iwagakure Jonin wanted to attack Might Guy, he would have to take his 2 high-temperature shurikens. There were actually some shurikens in the ninja tool bag, but Obito was worried that throwing too many would affect Might Guy. But what Obito didn't expect was that the Iwagakure Jonin really chose to resist his shuriken and use his rock fist to attack Might Guy, who had just launched a powerful attack and couldn't leave immediately. As long as I kill this person, it's worth it even if I get hurt. The Iwagakure Jonin thought to himself. Without a chance to dodge, Might Guy burst out his chakra and concentrated all his strength on his fist, meeting the Iwagakure Jonin's huge rock fist. Boom! The sound of the gas explosion sounded, and the powerful force made the ground where the two stood violently shake, and the grey-yellow dust rose. Might Guy's right fist became bloody, and the Iwagakure Jonin's rock fist was also covered with cracks. At the same time, Obito's flame shuriken also pierced the body of the Iwagakure Jonin. Although the Iwagakure Jonin also mastered the hardening technique, his hardening technique was obviously not as proficient as that of the hunter. The shuriken carrying high-temperature flames successfully pierced the abdomen of the Iwagakure Jonin, and the blood that burst out splashed on Might Guy. The pain of the high-temperature weapon piercing the body and the pain of the flame burning the body, even the face of the Iwagakure Jonin who naturally has a rock-like will can't help but twist a little, but he knows that now is the most crucial time. He endures the pain and concentrates on controlling the chakra to repair the rock fist on his arm, wanting to swing another rock fist at Might Guy. But Kakashi will not let him do what he wants, holding a kunao and stabbing at the head of the Iwagakure Jonin. The Iwagakure Jonin had to be distracted to deal with the attack of Kakashi. And Might Guy did not take the opportunity to leave, but concentrated his strength again and attacked with the uninjured arm. The Iwagakure Jonin blocked the attacks of the two people to the limit, but suddenly felt a huge pulling force coming from the ground, and the whole person was pulled into the ground. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Obito threw a kunao burning with flames at the exposed head of the Iwagakure Jonin. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the head of the Iwagakure Jonin disappeared on the ground. What a wonderful teamwork! The injured Konoha ninja wanted to help, but he saw the three people cleanly and neatly deal with the opponent, and couldn't help but praise. The three had a clear division of labor throughout the whole process. Might Guy was responsible for close combat and cleaning up the weaker Iwagakure Chunin, while Obito was responsible for fire escape cover and finishing off the opponent, and Kaka XZ was secretly waiting for the opportunity to kill with one blow. He had to sigh that the gap between people was too big. He, an adult ninja, wanted to help but was almost killed instantly. Instead, the three children he thought were in danger saved him and eliminated the enemy. Eliminated a real Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the enemy was not weak, and then he noticed that a familiar figure was in danger, and it seemed to be his former teammate. Thunder breathing, concentrate on breathing, flash. Kakashi immediately exerted the power of the breathing method to the maximum, bursting out with a very fast knife. Ryusein only felt a yellow lightning passing through, and then the enemy in front of him was split into two. He was about to thank this powerful ninja, but suddenly felt that the back of the person in front of him was very familiar. When Kakashi turned around, his former teammate couldn't help but show an extremely shocked expression. "Kakashi, why is it you? Why not me?" Kakashi looked around vigilantly and said lightly, "You are not." Ryusein finally did not tell the previous things, but said thank you to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded slightly, and then immediately ran to Might Guy to ask about his condition. "Haha, it's just a small injury, it won't affect my battle." Might Guy quickly wrapped the injured hand with a bandage, and then laughed and said, "He has really changed, completely different from before." Looking at the way Kakashi got along with Might Guy and Obito, Long Xian couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he noticed a little when he met Kakashi on the road twice before, but he didn't expect Kakashi to change so much. "Be careful next time, and focus on rescuing your companions," Kakashi suggested. When Kakashi finished speaking, there was a sudden earthquake, and an extremely dazzling explosion came from a distance. Is it a ninjutsu? But what ninjutsu would be so powerful? Kakashi looked into the distance with a puzzled look. Taking advantage of the big noise, many Iwagakure ninjas rushed out suddenly, trying to save the dying Carry. The Konoha ninjas used various ninjutsu to attack the Iwagakure without hesitation, and took the opportunity to kill many of the Iwagakure. Carry, who had already suffered heavy damage, was directly missing. Miyu also followed the crowd and threw out a fire escape with ordinary power, and then began to recover chakra. The basic purpose of his coming to the battlefield has been achieved. When he returns to Konoha, his identity will change from a special jonin who is very good at teaching to a powerful jonin who is very good at teaching and very strong. Next, Miyu wants to see the battles in the top battlefield and see how Jiraiya actually fights with the Jinchuriki. He wants to know how many tens of thousands of chakras can be raised when the Jinchuriki fights, and wants to see what level Jiraiya is at when he fights with all his strength now. After recovering for a while, Miyu took out a kunao and quickly killed every Iwagakure he saw. A jonin of Iwagakure brought 8 chunins to deal with Miyu by numbers, but they were all burned to death by Miyu's fire escape. Iwagakure had already lost the powerful fighting force of Carry, and lost some ninjas in order to rescue the seriously injured Carry. No one could stop Miyu, so the original balance was broken and became a disadvantage. Retreat. The commander of Iwagakure had no choice but to issue a retreat order and fired a retreat signal flare. Although the top fighting force had not yet decided the winner, if they did not retreat, they would not even have a chance to leave. The Iwagakure began to fight and retreat. Miyu nodded in his heart, retreating is good, retreating is the only way he can legitimately go to another battlefield. The Konoha ninjas stopped chasing after a while, worried that they would be ambushed if they chased too deep. You go back to the camp and have a good rest. I'm going to support Master Jiraiya and his men. Miyu said to his 3 disciples. He left a shadow clone to protect his disciples, and then followed several other Konoha Jonin to support Jiraiya. 5k, so it's a little late. Readers with ideas can help think of the protagonist's nickname. Chapter 243 The Terrifying Chakra of the Tailed Beast. Miyu Jonin, you just used such a powerful combination of ninjutsu, is it okay? A Konoha Jonin asked when they were about to set out to support. The enemy on Jiraiya's side is very strong. It will be very dangerous if you are not in good condition. Miyu smiled and thanked him, saying, it doesn't matter. I have seized the opportunity to recover some chakra, which will not affect the battle. After Miyu said so, the Konoha Jonin nodded and said nothing more. He rushed to the explosion site with Miyu and others. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is powerful, handsome, humble, and cherishes his companions. If he is not too low-key, he would have been famous in Konoha long ago. Although he had no contact with Miyu before, he is now very happy to be friends with Miyu if he can survive the war. Since they are all Jonin, they move very quickly and soon arrive at the battlefield between Jiraiya and Jinchuriki. When Miyu and others arrived, the two sides seemed to have just had a fierce battle. Everyone was covered in dust. There were also several bodies of Iwagakure ninjas and Konoha ninjas on the field. Master Jiraiya, we have repelled the attacking Iwagakure troops and won a great victory. We have come to support them. Konoha Jonin quickly reported to Jiraiya. Haha, well done. Jiraiya laughed loudly. Although he had expected it when he saw the signal from Iwagakure before, he was even happier when he heard that it was a great victory. Minato was a little surprised when he saw Miyu coming over, but he didn't go over to ask since he was facing a powerful enemy. Did you hear that? You have already lost. Jiraiya said provocatively to the two Jinchuriki with a smile on his face. Iwagakure hasn't been defeated while we're still standing here. Old Purple said with a cold face. He didn't take those Konoha ninjas seriously at all. In his eyes, it was just a matter of using one more tailed beast ball. Kill you all, and then break through the defense line, and we will be the winner of Iwagakure. Han said lightly. He didn't think Jiraiya could defeat him and Old Purple together. Just now it was just a tentative attack, they haven't shown their true strength yet. You are so arrogant, let me show you the strength of the 3 ninjas Jiraiya. Jiraiya raised his mouth, very confident in his own strength. You will know who is arrogant soon. Old Purple laughed when he heard Jiraiya's words, and then directly exploded the tailed beast chakra in his body. Boom boom. The extremely powerful momentum suddenly rose, and the ground could not withstand this powerful force just by releasing the chakra, and cracks appeared. Almost substantial red chakra appeared around Old Purple, and finally turned into a huge monkey head. Seeing Lao Ziai showing his true ability, Han next to him also used all his strength to explode the tailed beast chakra in his body, forming a huge white beast head. The moment the two exploded their chakra, a strong wind was caused, blowing Jiraiya's hair backwards, and also blowing up the dust on the ground, making the atmosphere solemn and murderous. Is this the Jinchuriki? Such a terrifying chakra! A Konoha ninja saw the terrifying power of Lao Ziai and Han, and couldn't help sweating on his forehead. The chakra of the two was so strong that it could be detected without any perception ninjutsu. Miyu calmly gave the two an appraisal. Name, Lao Ziai. Chakra, 325-0000. Skill, Lava Release, Mastery, 100/15,000. Name, Han. Chakra, 365-0000. Skill, Boiling Release, Unparalleled Power, Mastery, 2200/2500. Yu couldn't tell whether the two's panels were strong or not. If they were strong, the proficiency of the skills of the stronger jonins was much higher than theirs. If they were not strong, the chakra of the two was ridiculous. It can be said that the chakra of all the people in Konoha combined was far less than half of that of one of them. The chakra of the tailed beasts is indeed terrifying. Yu sighed in his heart. His appraisal could see that the chakra of the two was still rising wildly. If there were no tailed beasts, Lao Zi would be fine, and Han would be a qualified ninja at best. Because Lao Zi's lava release is his own, Yu can see his master-level lava release skill, but Han's boiling release is the ability of the five tails, and Yu can only see the application of boiling release and the boiling release skill itself. When the chakra of the two people increased to more than 5 million, it stopped increasing. Yu didn't know whether this was their limit or the limit of the 4 tails and the 5 tails, but this was already a very scary number for Yu. This shows the importance of skills. Even with a huge amount of chakra, the Jinchuriki were finally captured by Akatsuki. If so much chakra was given to Yu, who had a bunch of powerful and highly proficient skills, could single-handedly defeat the Akatsuki organization. If you want to fight us, go and bring the 9 tails Jinchuriki here. You are not qualified. Lao Zi shouted with a big laugh, and then began to condense the tailed beast ball. The monkey's head opened its mouth, and the terrifying chakra began to condense, and finally formed a small black ball. The black ball became larger as Lao Zi continued to inject chakra. The 5 tails Jinchuriki Han on the other side also silently rubbed the tailed beast ball, and the 2 black balls kept getting bigger. It's different from last time. It seems that this time it's really full strength. Minato, we have to retreat, Jiraiya said with a serious expression. Lao Zi had used the tailed beast ball once before, but it was much smaller than this time, and this time Han also used it. Everyone come closer to me. Minato sensed the terrifying power in the tailed beast ball and his face suddenly changed drastically, and he shouted hurriedly. He could feel that the power of the black ball was enough to destroy the entire Konoha in an instant. With such a terrifying attack, although he believed in Jiraiya's strength, he didn't think Jiraiya could block this terrifying tailed beast ball. It was the best strategy to dodge with Flying Thunder God. Yu went to Minato as soon as possible. Although he could run out of the attack range, it would expose his true strength. It would be better to take a ride. Minato's 2 teammates knew Minato's ability, so they quickly approached Minato. Several Konoha Jonin were the last to arrive, but they also managed to get to Minato before the tailed beast ball landed. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato quickly covered the people around him with chakra and took them away. Whoosh! Boom! The violent explosion light rushed straight into the sky. The moment the tailed beast ball hit the ground began to crack rapidly, forming an extremely huge pit. The movement of the 2 tailed beast balls was so loud that even if Minato and others used Flying Thunder God to leave, they could still see the terrifying white light of the explosion and feel the slight tremor of the ground. Hey, have we come to the other world? A dark-skinned, slightly fat ninja couldn't help but complain. Obviously not, but if Minato hadn't learned Flying Thunder God, we would probably really go to the other world. The black-haired ninja felt sigh. Only by feeling the tailed beast ball directly can one understand the importance of Jinchuriki. He felt that if this was launched against the ninja camp of Konoha, no barrier defense ninjutsu would be able to stop it. Minato exhaled lightly. It was also the first time for him to feel the full power of the tailed beast ball of Jinchuriki. The power was too terrifying. If his ninjutsu had failed just now, everyone would have died under the tailed beast ball. The power of the tailed beast is so terrifying. There is also such a monster living in her body. Because of Lao Zi's last words, Minato couldn't help but think of Kushina, who was far away in Konoha. Konoha wanted Kushina to exert the power of the 9 tails so that Kushina had special training. Thank you, Minato. Miyu smiled and thanked Minato. Miyu's words pulled Minato out of his thoughts. Minato smiled gently and replied, "It is natural to help your companions during a battle. I know you have a good relationship, but now is not the time to reminisce. The rest of you should go back to guard the camp. Minato, you teleport us back." Jiraiya thought about the tactics for a while, then spoke. After the Jinchuriki has fully exerted his strength, ordinary Jonins will not be able to play a role in the battle. Minato has to waste extra chakra to use Flying Thunder God to protect them. He is ready to take the class he taught personally to fight against the 2 Jonin. Master Jiraiya, I think I can help a little by staying. Miyu took the initiative to stay. He didn't come here just to take a look at the power of the tailed beast ball and leave. Miyu's Jonin is much stronger than us. This battle was won thanks to Miyu's Jonin. He severely damaged the explosion hunter of Iwagakure and killed many Iwagakure ninjas. In case Miyu's kindness was not understood, the Konoha Jonin who was on the same battlefield with Miyu briefly talked about Miyu's record this time. That hunter was defeated by you. Jiraiya was a little surprised after hearing this. In Jiraiya's impression, Miyu was just an ordinary special Jonin who cooked delicious food and had a good talent for sealing techniques, but that Bakutan hunter was not an easy character to deal with. Among the Konoha troops on the front line of the Land of Grass, only Minato had the ability to defeat the Bakutan hunter in a single fight. He underestimated me. In fact, I am only a little stronger than him. Miyu said modestly. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Jiraiya smiled heartily and patted Miyu on the shoulder. Then let's do it together, let those 2 Jinchuriki know the power of Konoha ninjas. After hearing Miyu's record, Minato's expression was more surprised than Jiraiya. When he was fighting with Jinchuriki just now, he occasionally worried about Miyu who was in another battlefield. He didn't expect Miyu to be so strong that he defeated the Bakutan hunter. Miyu, this is my Flying Thunder God Kunao, you take it first. Minato handed a Flying Thunder God Kunao to Miyu. Miyu didn't act pretentiously. After receiving it, she thanked Minato. Everyone, get ready. We're going back. Minato reminded him, and then used Flying Thunder God 10 seconds later. Whoosh! The scene in front of him changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Miyu and the others returned to the battlefield and stood on the edge of the pit, while the 2 Jinchuriki were still at the place where they had just released the tailed beast ball. Today, I only wrote 8K. My condition is not very good. I hope I can write more tomorrow. I also ask for monthly tickets. Chapter 244 Battle with Jinchuriki. I thought you ran away directly. It seems that you still don't recognize your own strength. Lao Zi crossed his arms and said in surprise. After seeing the power of their tailed beast ball, he dared to come back and continue fighting with them. I'll let you know the true strength of the Toad Sage right away. Jiraiya laughed loudly. I saw that 2 small toads wearing cloaks appeared on his body at some point. Please, 2 sages, this time the enemy is not simple. The opponent is 2 Jinchuriki who can use the tailed beast jade. Jiraiya did not dare to be arrogant. After Minato used the Flying Thunder God to transmit away, he immediately prepared for the sage mode and summoned 2 sages from Myaboku Mountain before transmitting back. His sage mode training is not perfect, and he needs the assistance of 2 sages. However, because of the assistance of 2 sages, it is more durable than a normal person using the sage mode. Isn't this a tailed beast? There are 2 of them. It is indeed a very difficult enemy. Fukasaku Sage said with surprise when he sensed the powerful tailed beast chakra on Lao Zi and Han. He has lived for 800 years, but this is the first time he has encountered such a situation and faced 2 tailed beasts at the same time. Little Jiraiya, you summoned at a really bad time. I am thinking about what to cook for dinner. Shima Sage said with some dissatisfaction. Now is not the time to care about such things. You must pay attention to the enemy. These are two human Ricky. I can feel the terrifying chakra in their bodies. Fukasaku sage said with a serious face. What do you mean by this? Dad, do you think being a housewife is easy? Shima Senin felt underestimated. After the battle, I will introduce you to a cooking expert, but now let's focus on the battle. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a headache when two toads were arguing beside his ears. They were really talking beside his ears. Mysterious. Lao Zi's chakra burst out, and he used ninjutsu with both hands. Lava style, burning river rock technique. A large number of lava balls burning with flames were spit out from Lao Zi's mouth. The lava balls were not big, just slightly taller than an adult, but there were so many of them, like a group of falling meteorites. It's time to use the celestial art Gomen. Jiraiya laughed loudly and used the celestial art to fight against Lao Zi without dodging. He gathered the chakra in his throat and transformed it into chakra oil, spitting it towards the lava ball. At the moment when Jiraiya spit out the chakra oil, Shima Sage spit out the celestial art flame, which made the chakra oil spit out by Jiraiya hot. At this time, Fukasaku Sage spit out the celestial art wind escape, and the wind helped the fire to make it more vigorous, and also expanded the range of the boiling hot oil. Boom! When the extremely hot oil touched the lava, a series of explosions sounded, and the boiling hot oil was blown up and the lava fell one by one. Finally, all the lava fell, and the hot oil and flames were damaged, but they continued to rush towards Lao Ziai and Han. Mu Yu showed a thoughtful expression. The increase in the celestial mode was naturally considerable, but Jiraiya alone could not achieve such power by using the celestial art fire escape. It must be said that having a good summoned beast can increase a lot of combat power. Mu Yu feels that if Jiraiya cannot summon the Mayaboku mountain toad, his overall strength will drop by 1/3. Mu Yu is willing to train Kuroyu, and try to get Kuroyu out of the status of a means of transportation, and also be useful in battle, but after trying a few times, he found that it is not very useful. Summoned beasts seem to rely more on innate talent than humans. Swoosh! Lao Ziai and Han burst out chakra and retreated. What kind of ninjutsu is it? It's more powerful than my lava escape. Lao Ziai looked very surprised. He didn't expect Jiraiya's strength to suddenly become so much stronger. You know, he used the lava escape of the tailed beast's chakra. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Minato quickly took out 4 Flying Thunder God Kunao from the ninja tool bag and threw 2 at Lao Ziai and Han, but they were easily blocked. Haha, I will let you learn more fairy techniques next. Jiraiya rushed towards Lao Ziai at a high speed. With the blessing of the Sage Mode, his physical skills were greatly enhanced. Lao Ziai wanted to fight Jiraiya in a physical skill, but he overestimated his ability. Facing Jiraiya in the Sage Mode, he was already difficult to resist, and with 2 toads interfering beside him, he was even less of an opponent. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and Lao Ziai was hit by Jiraiya's punch with fairy chakra and slid on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping, leaving a deep scratch on the ground. Han, who had been fighting with Mu Yu and others, immediately burst out the tailed beast chakra when he saw this, and white steam kept coming out of his body, and his physical strength was greatly enhanced. Although he himself could not use boiling escape, he could use the chakra of the 5 tails. When there was a tailed beast in his body, it was no different from having boiling escape himself. Unlike other boiling escape ninjas, Han developed boiling escape into a ninjutsu to assist physical skills, and cleverly used boiling escape chakra to enhance his own strength. The slightly plump black-skinned ninja was originally using the lightning release ninjutsu to fight Han in close combat. After Han used the boiling release to increase his strength, he was no match for him and was knocked back after the fight. Dekai! The black-haired Konoha ninja couldn't help but shout worriedly when he saw his teammate being blown away. Han seized this opportunity and immediately concentrated his chakra on his feet to increase his speed and rushed towards the black-haired Konoha ninja. Miyu noticed Minato's position and gave Minato a hint with his eyes while making hand seals. Minato saw Miyu making hand seals and using ninjutsu and instantly understood what he meant. He deliberately waited until the last moment when Han was about to rush to appear next to his teammates and used Flying Thunder God to transfer his teammates. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Miyu directly aimed at the position where Minato's black-haired teammate was standing and released Fire Release. A large number of small fireballs were spit out from Miyu's mouth and quickly hit Minato's black-haired teammate. When Han rushed over, Minato and his black-haired teammate disappeared, but Miyu's Fengxian fire was about to arrive, and more than 30 small fireballs instantly hit Han. Boom! A burst of dense explosions sounded, and the fierce flames enveloped Han, and the dust and smoke stirred up covered Han's figure. "Brother, your fire escape is powerful enough. It's not unfair that the hunter lost to you." Dekai climbed up and saw Miyu's fire escape drowning Han, and couldn't help but smiled and praised. "Even if it is a Jinchuriki, it should be." Before Dekai finished speaking, the gray-yellow smoke faded, and white steam and smoke continued to be generated. Han, who was emitting dark red chakra, appeared in front of everyone, and there was a trace of burnt black marks on his red armor. "You are very good. If I was a little slower, I might be seriously injured by you." The calm expression on Han's face disappeared, replaced by seriousness and solemnity. At the critical moment just now, he quickly used a huge amount of tailed beast chakra to create a tailed beast coat to block the attack for himself. Originally, he did not take the Konoha ninjas other than Jiraiya seriously, thinking that except for Jiraiya who had some strength, the others were not worth mentioning at all. But now Han has changed his mind. He does not comment on others. The two blonde ninjas are indeed quite capable and can cause him a lot of trouble when they join forces. Then you have to be careful next time. I still have a stronger fire escape that I haven't used yet. Miyu said with a smile. No matter how strong your fire escape is, it will be useless. Next, you will know the true power of the tailed beast. Han said confidently, with more and more dark red chakra on his body, and 5 thick dark red tails appeared behind him. Half-tailed beast Han has terrifying power without using boiling escape. One impact can knock the ground out. A huge crack appeared. However, with the help of Minato's Flying Thunder God, the people present were basically the elites among the Jonin. It was not so easy for Han to solve them with brute force. On the other side, Lao Ziai, who was taught a lesson by Jiraiya's physical skills, was still unconvinced and directly entered the lava chakra mode. His whole body was covered with extremely hot lava, and his defense and attack power were greatly improved. This is the chakra mode developed by Lao Ziai by combining his lava chakra with the Four Tails special chakra. The continuously burning lava can not only greatly increase the power of his physical skills, but also block the attack of ninjutsu for him. Has your whole body turned into lava? It seems that you can't continue to use physical skills. Jiraiya saw that Lao Ziai had an extra layer of lava armor on his body and gave up the physical attack. Although the Sage mode can strengthen his body, it is very unwise to directly use his body to fight against lava. Senjutsumajin Qian Ben. Jiraiya launched a wave of tentative attacks. This technique is the fastest ninjutsu he can release, and the range is also very large. Molten Release, Granite. Lao Ziai used the change of nature to strengthen his own defense, and then ignored Jiraiya's attack, allowing the hard white hair to continue to pierce him. Under the reinforcement of the fairy chakra, the hair shot out by Jiraiya was harder than the real Senbon, but it still did not break through the defense of the lava armor and was soon melted by the lava. Dad, why don't you use illusion? It's dangerous to be close to this guy. Shima Sage said. She and Fukasaku mastered a powerful fairy illusion, and only they could use it in the entire Miyaboku mountain. Without waiting for Fukasaku Sage to answer, Jiraiya dodged and shook his head and said, There are tailed beasts in the body of the Jinchuriki, and illusions are difficult to work on them. He knew how powerful the illusion of Gamelin Chong was, but this opponent was not suitable. First of all, Gamelin Chong must take a period of time to take effect. During this period of time, because the sound must be sung all the time, it is basically equivalent to continuously reporting the position to the enemy, and the two sages cannot provide him with help during the use of the illusion. The battle became more intense. Mu Yu noticed the situation on Jiraiya's side and thought of a way. He said, "Minato, my water escape technique is still good. It should be able to block the attack of the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Let's look for an opportunity to move Jiraiya to this side to attack the Five Tails Jinchuriki." Minato's battle ideas were very clear. He understood Mu Yu's idea instantly and nodded. Mu Yu split a shadow clone and let the shadow clone carry the flying thunder god Kunao and run towards Jiraiya. Han noticed the movement of the shadow clone, but he ignored it. He wished that Mu Yu's body would go over, and then he would quickly kill the remaining three people and go to support Lao Ziai. After discovering the difficulty of Minato and Mu Yu, he now focused on attacking Minato's two teammates and had injured them. Jiraiya in the sage mode had a strong perception. He sensed the arrival of Mu Yu's shadow clone, but he didn't know the specific tactics of the two. "Master Jiraiya, I can temporarily stop this Jinchuriki, you go deal with the other one," the shadow clone said quickly and concisely. The next moment, Minato used Flying Thunder God to teleport Mu Yu's body over. Jiraiya's rich experience immediately realized that the two wanted to catch the Five Tails Jinchuriki off guard by switching positions with Flying Thunder God, and immediately began to make hand seals to prepare to use fairy arts. The situation was urgent. Minato did not say a word, and immediately took Jiraiya back to the teammates who were being attacked by the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Fire style, Great Flame Bomb. The moment Jiraiya landed, he spit out a powerful fairy art flame at the rushing Han. The huge fireball just collided with the flying Han, directly hitting the full damage. Jiraiya did not waste time, and immediately rushed up and burst his chakra to give the injured Han a heavy punch. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and Han flew back more than 10 meters, and blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Water style, Water Rush Wave. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Facing the attacking Lao Ziai, the shadow clone first spit out a large amount of water, and Mu Yu's body used this huge water flow to form a seal and use the extremely thick Water Dragon Bullet to rush towards Lao Ziai. The powerful impact of the Water Dragon Bullet pressed Lao Zi's body backwards, and the fire of the lava on his body also became smaller. Where did the water style master come from? He just happened to restrain my power. Lao Ziai frowned. This water dragon bullet that was more than 20 meters long and several meters high was obviously not something that ordinary people could use, and it was not on the lake or the ocean. What he hated most was the water-style ninja. The only way he could counter the water-style ninja was the tailed beast ball. Although he felt that it would take some time to kill Mu Yu, Lao Ziai was more worried about the injured Han, so he also entered the state of half-tailed beast to support Han. In order to force Jiraiya and others to retreat, Lao Ziai directly accumulated a small-tailed beast ball. Jiraiya and Minato immediately distanced themselves from each other and joined Mu Yu. "Han, are you okay?" Lao Ziai stared at Jiraiya cautiously and asked Han. "It's not life-threatening, but I can't use my full strength next time," Han said as he got up. The tailed beast chakra gave him a strong recovery ability, but Jiraiya's senjutsu was strong. Big, he can't recover for a while. Let's use the tailed beast jade together and retreat. These guys are not easy to deal with. Fighting further will only hurt both sides. Lao Ziai said. He felt that he could defeat either Mu Yu or Jiraiya in a one-on-one fight, but if Jiraiya was assisted by Mu Yu, it would be difficult to fight. Add the elusive Minato, and it would be even more difficult. Then retreat. Han nodded in agreement. Anyway, the Uegakure troops had already lost, so there was nothing wrong with their retreat. Then the two used the tailed beast Jade together, and Minato used Flying Thunder God to move everyone to a safe place again. The same terrifying white light of the explosion, even if you are far away, you can still feel the terrifying power. It's really exciting, the second time. Deke I couldn't help but complain. It's really stressful to fight with Jinchuriki. The black-haired teammate touched the clothes behind him, which were already soaked with sweat. Teacher Jiraiya, do you want to go back and continue fighting? Minato asked. Let's go back to the camp. Two Jinchuriki together are too difficult to deal with. Jiraiya shook his head and said. Han was seriously injured, but Jiraiya's chakra was also consumed a lot, so he had no intention of chasing. Although we didn't defeat them completely, there is no doubt that this time we Konoha won a great victory. Jiraiya said with a big laugh after releasing the summoning technique and the Sage mode. As one of the 5 major ninja villages, Iwagakure has sent 2 Jinchuriki, and they won without sending Jinchuriki, which can be said to be far ahead. Everyone performed very well this time, especially Minato and Miu. Jiraiya looked at Miu with great appreciation and said. He knew that Minato was excellent, after all, he brought him here, but Miu did give him a surprise. He found that Miu's ninjutsu skills were very solid. Although he had not used too many advanced ninjutsu, every ninjutsu he used was very skilled and had a good power. If there were output data for this battle, Miu's output value would definitely be second. Of course, if he had to choose the most important auxiliary, Jiraiya would still choose Minato, because without Flying Thunder God, he could not block the 2-tailed beast balls. I didn't expect that Miu, in addition to your unique cooking level in the ninja world, you are also so good at ninjutsu. Compared with me before, you are more like a disciple of Sarutobi teacher. Jiraiya touched his chin and said. In the battle, Miu used a total of 3 attributes of ninjutsu, which seemed very skilled, and could be combined to exert greater power. It's mainly because Minato's space-time ninjutsu is powerful. Miu smiled and gave the credit to Minato. In fact, he thought so in his heart. In Miu's eyes, this battle is first Jiraiya, who can fight alone to suppress a human pillar, then the best auxiliary Minato, and then he is the third. Through this battle, Miu also roughly figured out the strength of ordinary human pillars. It's no problem to fight, but you can't kill. Because Miu's full strength attack is not as long-lasting as an ordinary person's Sage mode, and most of the chakra will soon be consumed. No matter how powerful my space-time ninjutsu is, someone needs to create opportunities. If it weren't for your strong water escape, it would be difficult for us to achieve such a result. Minato smiled and talked about Miu's role. Haha, you two are really, Minato, if you continue to do this, I will doubt whether you are lying to me. In fact, you are really brothers. Jiraiya looked at the two people praising each other, put his hands on Miu and Minato's shoulders and laughed. Okay, you are all great contributors. Jiraiya announced the result, and then took a few people back to the rear camp. 5K, I was a little stuck in writing this chapter, so it's a little late. In addition, there have been a lot of updates recently, all 9K 8K, but I merged the chapters, so it looks a little less. Chapter 245 Battle Victory. When Jiraiya and his friends returned to the camp, the senior ninjas in the camp came forward to ask about the battle situation. The battle with the Jinchuriki was a small victory. Only the 5-tails Jinchuriki was seriously injured, and the 4-tails Jinchuriki was not seriously injured. Jiraiya did not exaggerate his achievements and told the results of the battle in the top battlefield. But overall we won a big victory. Jiraiya then smiled and said that it was still necessary to boost morale. When the Jonin heard Jiraiya say that the 5-tails Jinchuriki was injured, they all looked relieved. If they suffered a loss in the top battlefield, the advantages they had previously gained would be wiped out. The good news that Jiraiya and others had gained an advantage in the battle with the Jinchuriki spread throughout the Konoha camp in an instant. The Konoha ninjas who heard the news were very excited and felt that they saw the dawn of victory in the war. The enemy sent out 2 major Jinchuriki and did not get any benefits from their Konoha, which gave them a feeling that Konoha's slight attack was already the limit of Iwagakure. Of course, such optimistic people are generally genin or young chunin. Jonin and experienced chunin know that neither Iwagakure nor Konoha has yet to show their full strength. Only Jiraiya came to the battlefield among the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and no other well-known strongmen were sent. Although Iwagakure sent 2 Jinchuriki, there were only 2 of them. In addition, the strongest one was the explosion-style Jonin, Kari, and they did not send too many ordinary ninjas. Muyu, who was familiar with the plot, knew that Iwagakure was holding back a big one, and the military strength it showed at the moment was very likely to be a false formation. Muyu could easily understand everything by putting herself in the perspective of Onoki. He sent 2 Churiki to this war. From the perspective of other ninja villages, Iwagakure has taken it very seriously this time, and 2 Churiki went to the battlefield together. But in fact, there are still a large number of ninjas hidden inside Iwagakure, tens of thousands of ninja troops, and a group of elite ninjas like Huangtu. If this battle fails, Onoki can make other ninja villages misjudge the strength of Iwagakure and be more vigilant against Konoha, which remains strong in the war. For example, Kumagakure, which also went to war with Konoha, will let go of its vigilance against Iwagakure and use more power against Konoha. If the battle is successful, it will be even better, proving that Konoha is already weak. Onoki can directly launch a large army to enter the Land of Fire to take Konoha directly, snatch the title of Konoha's first ninja village, and prove his own strength to obtain more commissions and military expenses from the daimyo. Onoki will not lose either way, because with 2 Churiki going together, even if he can't win, he can't be forced to stay. Teacher Muyu, are you not injured? When Muyu found a few disciples, Obito asked with concern. Although he didn't know how strong the Jinchuriki was, the movement of the tailed beast ball was so loud that Obito could feel the terrifying strength of the Jinchuriki just by looking at the dazzling light of the explosion from a distance. Kakashi and Might Guy also looked at Muyu. Do you think I look injured? Muyu asked with a smile. No. Obito answered honestly. Muyu's clothes were not torn except for dust. It could also be an invisible internal injury. Obito explained. I'm not injured. Come with me. I'll treat you first. Muyu touched Obito's head and said. Except for Might Guy's fist injury, Kakashi and Obito were slightly injured, but not as serious as Might Guy. Muyu took a few people to a deserted place and began to use medical ninjutsu for treatment. At present, his medical ninjutsu has not been cleaned up, so he cannot use it in front of other ninjas. The powerful ninjutsu can be explained by training, but neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Danzo taught him medical ninjutsu, so it can't be that he figured out the palm fairy technique himself. Mr. Muyu, which one is stronger, the Jinchuriki or the candidate Reikage? Obito asked curiously. It's not easy to compare, but in terms of comprehensive strength, the Jinchuriki is stronger now. Muyu thought for a while and said. In fact, if the 4th generation AI and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki were to fight one-on-one, Muyu couldn't guess the result of the battle. In addition to a tailed beast ball, the main output method of the 5-tailed Jinchuriki is also physical skills, but the tailed beast ball can't hit the extremely fast 4th generation AI. The 4th generation AI has a speed advantage, and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki is more meaty and has more chakra. Compared with the 4th generation AI, Minato at this stage is a little worse in dealing with tailed beasts or Jinchuriki because he has no powerful output methods. But in terms of people, Minato will be more efficient and can deal with the strong better. I don't know when I can become as strong as you, Muyu teacher. Obito showed a yearning look. Then start training from now on. The passionate youth needs to seize all the time to strengthen themselves. After the treatment, Might Guy immediately did handstand running training. I mainly think that if the 3 of us are as strong as Muyu teacher, then we should be able to end the war, and so many people will not die. Obito said what he thought. In the past, when he encountered enemies on missions, Obito didn't feel much after killing them, because if he didn't kill the enemies would kill him. But seeing so many strangers die on the battlefield, Obito was very uneasy. In just a few hours, he completely hated the existence of war. Obito's words made Kakashi look sideways. He didn't expect Obito to say such words. If you want to end the war, it's not enough to be as strong as I am now. You need to be stronger. Miyu raised her head slightly and looked at the sky and said, if the ninja world wants to restore peace, either everyone will fight to pieces and go back to recover their strength, or they will rely on the strength of Senju Hashirama to suppress others and make them afraid to move. And if they want to achieve long-term peace, even Senju Hashirama's strength may not be enough, because there are Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, and the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya in the dark. But as long as you keep working hard, you will succeed one day. Miyu said with a warm smile. Encouraged by Miyu, Obito also practiced with Might Guy as if he had been injected with chicken blood. And Kakashi naturally couldn't just watch the two practice and do nothing, so he practiced with them. Because of the big victory and the food just delivered from the rear, the Konoha ninjas began to eat a lot to celebrate the victory at night. And Miyu also showed off her skills and made a few big pot dishes. Is it my illusion? This dish is so delicious that I thought the enemy was attacked by an illusion. A Konoha ninja showed an astonished expression after eating Miyu's food. Me too, I thought the food was especially delicious after winning the victory. The Konoha ninja next to him said. You are lucky. This is cooked by Miyu herself. Not many people have the opportunity to eat it. Jiraiya said with a big laugh. He was in a very good mood. If he was not on the battlefield, he would have wanted to drink. Minato did not speak, and ate quickly in silence. He had never eaten Miyu's food since he came to the battlefield. He often dreamed of returning to Konoha and continuing to eat at Miyu's house every day. Minato, you don't have to be so fast at this time. Jiraiya found that he had only said a few words, and Minato had already finished 2 bowls of rice and a lot of dishes at the same time. Without time to complain more, Jiraiya also quickly joined in the meal. After the meal, several people sat together and chatted. Miyu told Minato some of Kushina's situation in Konoha. Kushina misses you very much. My disciple Uchiha Obito happens to have a camera. Why don't you ask him to take a few photos of you and bring them back? Miyu said with a smile. Minato's eyes lit up, feeling very good, and thanked Miyu. Let me take the photo, I will definitely make you as handsome as teacher Miyu. Obito volunteered. Thank you very much, Obito. Minato readily agreed and thanked with a smile. Then Minato stood there, waiting for Obito to take pictures with a serious face. Why don't you smile? I think you look better when you smile. Obito asked with a puzzled look while holding the camera. He saw that Minato and Miyu usually smiled a lot, so why didn't they smile when they were taking pictures? Minato forced the corners of his mouth to rise, trying to maintain a smile. Haha, I didn't realize that you were so humorous, Minato. Jiraiya couldn't help laughing at Minato's expression, and then ran to Obito's side to help Minato take several photos. Minato now gave him the feeling that he was a face paralysis who forced the corners of his mouth to smile. It should be that Minato took it too seriously, and deliberately smiling seemed abnormal. Deke I analyzed. Damn white-haired uncle, what a bad taste. Obito said while looking at Minato in the picture. You are still young and don't understand, this is to record happy times. Jiraiya said with a smug smile. I'm not young, I have completed 2 A-level missions, and I saved several companions on the battlefield today. Obito said unconvinced. A-level mission? I have done more than 20 S-level missions. Jiraiya said that he didn't know how many times he had done A-level missions. So strong. Obito was surprised. S-level missions were a bit far away for him. Of course, I am Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, known as the Toad Sage. Jiraiya raised his head and introduced himself. Minato looked at Jiraiya and Muyu's students and couldn't help but smile helplessly. And Obito just found that he didn't listen to Jiraiya, but took the opportunity to take a picture of this normal smile. What toad? Obito asked back. You little brat, you are the Toad Sage, not the toad. Jiraiya corrected. Looking at the legendary 3 ninjas and Obito comparing the number of tasks as if they were comparing who had more snacks, and even boasting about their titles, Kakashi couldn't help but feel like a star had collapsed. Although Kakashi didn't worship any of the 3 ninjas, the 3 ninjas were very famous in Konoha. Kakashi naturally thought that the 3 ninjas were extremely reliable ninjas, but the facts seemed to be different from what he thought. Today's words are also 8K. Chapter 246 Competition with the Immortal. Since you say you are an immortal, do you have any special skills? Obito looked at Jiraiya for a few times and then asked. In Obito's mind, only extremely powerful people can be called immortals, such as the creator god Six-Path Sage recorded in the textbook, or the Muyu Sage who always helps him. If the shadow clone technique can be used to solve problems and cannot flow back to memory, Obito is willing to call Senju Tobirama the clone sage, but after discovering the huge disadvantages of the shadow clone, he thinks Senju Tobirama is not suitable. I can enter the sage mode and use extremely powerful immortal techniques. Jiraiya said with pride. When he was a child, his performance was mediocre, and his teammates were Tsunade and Orochimaru. Tsunade was the granddaughter of the ninja god Senju Hashirama, and had the blood of Senju, and was born with powerful chakra. Although Orochimaru was a commoner like him, he was extremely talented and learned everything quickly. Compared with them, Jiraiya was as bad as a slacker. But now it is different. The 3 of them signed a summoning contract with the 3 holy places because of their own opportunities, but only Jiraiya can use the sage mode. Although it requires the assistance of the 2 great sages Fukasaku and Shima to use it, there is an essential difference between being able to use it and not being able to use it. He used to train alone and suffered and was tied to a pillar. Now he has learned the sage mode and a lot of sage techniques. He is confident that he can beat any Konoha ninja except Sarutobi Hiruzen, including Tsunade and Orochimaru. What is it? It sounds like you have mastered a very strong ninjutsu. Obito said that just like this, he couldn't be called a sage, and he didn't develop the sage mode himself. I see you really don't understand anything, but if you don't accept it, why don't you fight my disciple? Jiraiya suggested with a smile. It's too troublesome to explain the sage mode and sage arts to a child. Okay, then Uncle Toad, call out your disciple. Obito thought Jiraiya's disciple would be about the same age as him, so he agreed directly. Minato, someone wants to fight you, come here quickly. Jiraiya shouted to Minato with a big laugh. Ah! Obito looked at the face that looked a bit like Muyu, and was a little dumbfounded. How could he fight this? He had never seen Minato fight, but he had seen Minato use Flying Thunder. God, disappeared in an instant. And Muyu also said that Minato was very strong, surpassing many Konoha Jonin. Obito did have a record of defeating Jonin, but he worked with his teammates, not alone, not to mention that Minato was an elite among the Jonin. What do you think, Goggles Kid, are you scared? Jiraiya looked at Obito with a smile on his face. I'm not afraid, but your disciple has practiced for many more years than me, it's unfair. Obito thought that he would not necessarily lose at the same age. Teacher Jiraiya, don't tease Muyu's disciples. Minato walked over with a helpless look on his face and said, how could he really fight with Muyu's disciples? Jiraiya laughed a few times and stopped teasing Obito, he just thought Obito was an interesting kid. Muyu, are you interested in discussing cooking with the immortal of Myaboku Mountain? At this time, Jiraiya thought of his promise to Shima Immortal, so he asked Muyu. They are the two immortals I summoned during the previous battle. Jiraiya briefly explained the existence of Myaboku Mountain to Muyu. Shima and Fukasaku are both immortals who have lived for more than 800 years. They are knowledgeable and powerful, and have mastered various immortal methods. In order to arouse Muyu's interest, Jiraiya tried his best to describe the two immortals as powerful. A hint of thought flashed across Muyu's eyes. According to Heiyu's performance, the dishes made by his chef skills are also very lethal to summoned beasts, and should also be useful to the toads in Myaboku Mountain. It should not be difficult to improve his favor ability, but Muyu is a little concerned about the Big Toad Immortal. The Big Toad Immortal has a very magical ability, which is to dream and see the future. In the original work, his predictions are basically all realized, which can be said to be quite accurate. Muyu couldn't understand the ability of prophecy. At this time, he was already a master of ninjutsu and mastered many ninjutsu of various natures. He could understand why the tailed beast ball had the terrifying power to destroy a city with one blow, and why Amaterasu could continue to burn. But no matter how much Muyu thought, he couldn't figure out why he could see the future. Muyu felt that being able to see the future was a very scary thing. If the future could be observed, then everything was destined to be good, and even observing the future itself was destined to happen. We will soon know whether the future can change such things. Muyu stopped thinking divergently and stabilized his mind. In the future without him, Might Guy would die in battle for Might Guy to open the Death Gate, Obito would turn black and become a psychopath to kill Minato and Kushina, and Shisui would be attacked by Danzo and then commit suicide. But if he continued to practice at his pace, when the battle between Kirigakure and Konoha began, Might Guy would at least have the breathing method plus the 5 gates of the 8 gates, and he would definitely not need Might Guy to open the Death Gate. Shisui's problem is easy to solve. By that time, regardless of how strong Muyu has developed, even Shisui is far beyond the original work and is not so easy to attack. Muyu thinks that the most difficult thing is Obito, because what happened to Obito was not because of the war, but because he was targeted by Uchiha Madara. At this stage, Muyu does not have a foolproof solution. She can only try to improve the strength of Obito and Kakashi. Stronger strength can deal with more dangers, which is beneficial and harmless. Very interesting. A sage who has lived for more than 800 years must have a lot of insights into cooking. Muyu smiled and nodded. Although I am a little afraid of the prophetic ability of the Big Toad Sage, contacting Myaboku Mountain is more beneficial than harmful. If you want to improve your strength, the Sage mode is a very good choice. Muyu, one of the 3 holy places where you can learn sage arts, believes that Myaboku Mountain is the best solution at present. As for the wet bone forest, you have to have a good relationship with Tsunade, which is not an easy thing, and the wet bone forest's sage mode does not appear clearly in the original work. Orochimaru would be too dangerous if he went to Ryokai Cave. Muyu had many secrets, so he didn't want to arouse Orochimaru's interest for the time being. After comprehensive consideration, Muyu agreed to the cooking discussion Jiraiya mentioned. It was not certain whether Myaboku Mountain would sign a contract with him. He would do it if he had the chance to improve his favor ability. It was never a bad thing to have more friends. Summoning technique. Seeing that Muyu agreed, Jiraiya performed the summoning technique to summon the 2 toad sages. Little Jiraiya, why did you summon us at this time? Fukasaku asked with a puzzled look when he found that they were not fighting. Yeah, I was going to sleep, and I have to get up early to make breakfast tomorrow. Shima Sage laughed. Didn't I say before that I would introduce you to a cooking master after the battle? His name is Hanya Muyu. I have traveled all over the ninja world and have never eaten better food than his. Jiraiya introduced Muyu to the 2 sages with a solemn face. He sincerely believed that Muyu's cooking had reached an unsurpassable peak. Not to mention that it was as delicious as Muyu's, Jiraiya even felt that he had never eaten Muyu's cooking at half the level. His cooking skills are enough to be called the best in the ninja world. The best in the ninja world. Fukasaku sage showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect Jiraiya to praise Muyu's cooking skills so much. I don't dare to claim the title of the best. Maybe there is a cooking master who is better than me in some unknown mountain. Muyu said modestly. It was a bit arrogant to admit that he was the best. Yes, the cooking skills of the housewives in our mountains should not be underestimated. Shima Sage looked at Muyu with a much more pleasing look. Jiraiya recalled the words that Shima Sage had given him. The corners of his mouth twitched when he saw the dishes he had cooked. In a sense, they were indeed not to be underestimated. Since little Jiraiya said you are the best in the ninja world, let me, a housewife, compete with you, the best chef in the ninja world. Shima Sage became interested. Muyu smiled and nodded and agreed. When he heard that the two were going to compete in cooking, Jiraiya felt something was wrong. He was happy to eat Muyu's dishes, but he would forget about Shima Sage's insect feast. Then little Jiraiya and I will be the judges. Fukasaku Sage said with a smile. He felt that this was quite interesting. After Fukasaku Sage said this, Jiraiya knew that he could not escape tonight. He had only summoned them to fight the tailed beasts during the day. How could he refuse? Minato, Dekkai, Sohei, you are free anyway, come and be the judges together. Jiraiya coughed twice and invited his disciples. There is such a good thing. Dekkai smiled instantly, feeling that Jiraiya was too good to them and never forgot them when he had food. He was just savoring the taste of Muyu's cooking, and now he can eat it again. Ueyama Sohei nodded with a smile. Although he was not as excited as Dekkai, his thoughts were similar. Minato also smiled and agreed. It was a good thing to be able to eat Muyu's cooking. Although Minato had signed a contract with Miyaboka Mountain, he had not been to Miyaboka Mountain, so he did not know that Shima Sage made insect feasts. After dragging all three disciples into the water, Jiraiya thought of Obito who had just competed with him. It's your teacher's competition anyway, so you can also be a judge. Jiraiya invited Obito. Obito immediately agreed after hearing it, and pulled Might Guy and Kakashi to participate in supporting Muyu. Jiraiya couldn't help laughing after seeing it, as if he could foresee their expressions when they saw Shima Sage's insect dishes. I'm going back to cook. Wait for an hour and a half before summoning me out. Shima Sage said. Although there are bugs here, Shima Sage thinks that only the bugs from Miyaboka Mountain taste the best, and if they want to compete, they must use the best ingredients. Jiraiya lifted the summoning technique and asked the two sages to return to Miyaboka Mountain. After the two sages returned, Muyu thought briefly, then quickly began to look for ingredients and began to cook. During the period, Jiraiya and others followed Muyu throughout the whole process. Some wanted to help, and some were curious about how Muyu made such delicious dishes. It seems that there is nothing special except that everything is very skilled and smooth. Shang Shan Shuping was even more confused after watching it. Yes, Jiraiya teacher, do you understand it? Dekkai looked at Jiraiya. This is the technique that has reached the peak and has begun to return to its original simplicity. Every step is just right. It's like practicing ninjutsu. If every step of practice is done to the extreme, the ninjutsu will be extremely powerful. Jiraiya thought for a while and replied. I see, you are worthy of being Jiraiya teacher. The two felt that what Jiraiya said made a lot of sense. Uncle Toad, you have good taste in this area. Teacher Muyu's cooking skills are at the level of a cooking immortal. Seeing Jiraiya praising Muyu, Obito liked Jiraiya a lot more. Jiraiya was too lazy to correct Obito's address. He could call the child whatever he wanted. Muyu's cooking skills were indeed indisputable. An hour later, several people sat in a tent with a long table. Jiraiya used the summoning technique to summon the two immortals again. You are in for a treat. I usually only cook for the child's father. Shima Immortal showed pride and wanted to bring the insect feast he made to the table. Dekkai looked at it. There were dishes and soup, but the color of the soup was a bit strange. It was purple, and there were grey-green insects as thick as arms in it. The dishes were pink insects as thick as fingers with unknown brown sauce. Obito's throat was bulging, and he couldn't help wanting to vomit. He quickly looked at Muyu's dishes for a few times, and then he calmed down. Dekai and Ueyama Sohei all looked at Jiraiya, and even Minato couldn't help but look at Jiraiya in confusion. Jiraiya's eyes drifted upwards. As long as he couldn't see it, nothing happened. Teacher Jiraiya, I suddenly feel that I'm very full for dinner and can't eat anything anymore. Dekai looked at the purple soup and the grey-green insects, and cold sweat instantly flowed down his forehead, wanting to quit. If you're full, then eat less. There are not many opportunities to taste the food of Shima Sage. Jiraiya said that it was impossible to run away. No, won't you die if you drink this soup? Obito couldn't help asking. He even felt that there might be poison in the soup, otherwise why would it be this color? It may not be poisoned, it may be that the insect itself is poisonous. Looking at Shima's insect feast, Might Guy, who has never been picky about food, couldn't help but shudder. He believed that men should not be picky about food, but the food of Shima Sage did not look like it was meant for human consumption. How rude! This is a tonic soup I made specially. Eating it after training and fighting can replenish energy. Shima Sage said with dissatisfaction. Yes, Shima Sage's food is very good for training. You must eat more. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, and then picked up Muyu's food with chopsticks. Muyu made 2 dishes and a soup. The soup was emerald white jade soup, and the dishes were fried tempura and stir-fried meat with fresh wild vegetables. I have eaten a lot when I was training before, so I will suffer a little loss and eat more of Muyu's food, leaving Shima Sennin's food for you. Jiraiya tasted the tempura, and an illusion immediately appeared in his mind. Kakashi. Jiraiya's image continued to collapse in his mind, and he no longer dared to imagine what Orochimaru and Tsunade would do in private. Teacher Jiraiya, don't say that. You are Konoha's 3 ninjas, and you have the opportunity to become Hokage in the future. Strength is too important to Konoha. Let us suffer this loss. Shohei Ueyama smiled when he heard Jiraiya's words, and picked up a wild vegetable and put it in his mouth. Shohei Ueyama immediately felt as if he had turned into a green grass and merged into nature, everything was so comfortable and harmonious. Hokage? I can't become Hokage. Jiraiya laughed and continued to pick up vegetables. If Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted him to be Hokage, he would directly refuse. Jiraiya didn't have the slightest idea of becoming Hokage in his heart. Not only did he think that the heavy workload of Hokage affected his collection of materials, but he also believed that he had a more important mission such as finding the Son of Prophecy. Uncle Toad, why are you so unambitious? I just think I can become Hokage. Obito said proudly. Then you have to practice well. You can't become Hokage like this now. Jiraiya didn't care about Obito's words, and encouraged him with a smile. Although he didn't want to become Hokage, he didn't think the dream of becoming Hokage was bad. Of course, with Teacher Muyu teaching me, I will definitely be stronger than your disciples and you in the future. Obito said with a smile. Youth is not picky about food, and men should be brave enough to challenge. After a self-hypnosis, Might Guy finally mustered up the courage to pick up a red bug and put it in his mouth to chew. Although he also wanted to eat Muyu's food, Might Guy felt that the food that Shima Sennin worked hard for an hour should not be wasted. Bitterness and a very strange but unpalatable taste burst out in Might Guy's mouth. He tried his best to grit his teeth to prevent himself from spitting out the food. Then Might Guy took another sip of the purple soup. He originally drank it with the courage to faint after drinking it, but he found that the soup tasted better than the pink bug. Although it was still unpalatable, it was much better than the bug just now. If Might Guy had to describe it, the taste of the bug just now was simply made into sauce with unwashed stinky socks, and then poured on the mud and eaten directly, which was about the same taste. Thank you for the treat. Might Guy smiled and gave Shima Sage a thumbs up. Your taste is not bad. Shima Sage, who was originally a little dissatisfied, saw Might Guy giving her a thumbs up and his mood began to improve. Jiraiya didn't really eat all of Mu Yu's dishes. He was just joking with his disciples. He had such a good relationship with the toads, so how could he not eat them? After eating a few bites of Mu Yu's dishes, Jiraiya also drank a mouthful of insect soup, and then quickly put another Mu Yu tempura into his mouth. It's been hundreds of years, and it's still as delicious as before. Senran Fukasaku praised with a smile after eating the insect food. He didn't praise it because Shima was his wife, but he really thought it was delicious. After all, it was a competition. Although Senran Fukasaku didn't like those strange foods of humans, he also picked up a wild vegetable and tasted it. After eating it, Senran Fukasaku was instantly shocked. At this moment, he seemed to no longer be a toad, but a thriving green grass growing in nature. Dad, that person's food is not as delicious as mine, right? Senran Shima asked. Senran Fukasaku recalled the experience just now, then shook his head and said. Although your food is delicious, Xiaomuyu's food can make people understand the true meaning of nature. The gap between you is like ordinary ninjutsu and fairy art. At the moment of eating, Senran Fukasaku was really shocked. He had lived for more than 800 years and had never eaten such food. The feeling was too real. He seemed to feel the throbbing of natural power. Is it that powerful? Shima Immortal was a little unconvinced when she heard her husband praise an outsider like this. So she also picked up the wild vegetables that Fukasaku Immortal had just picked up. After eating, Shima Immortal's unconvinced heart immediately disappeared, and the dissatisfaction on her face turned into shock. When did human food become so delicious? Shima Immortal said with a surprised face. And the feeling just now was so real, how did you do it? After being surprised, Shima Immortal became very curious. But Shima Immortal soon had no time to be surprised, she had to eat quickly, otherwise it would be eaten by others. Soon, Mu Yu's food was swept away, and Shima's insect feast was also solved after everyone showed a fearless expression. Little Mu Yu, what do you think of my food? Shima Immortal asked Mu Yu how she felt after eating her food. For a housewife, it is excellent in all aspects, but it is not suitable for ordinary humans. Mu Yu adjusted her expression and commented with a smile. It's really not as good as your cooking, little Mu Yu. Shima Sage was quite satisfied with Mu Yu's evaluation. Little Jiraiya, what do you think of little Mu Yu? Fukasaku Sage suddenly asked Jiraiya. Very good, both in strength and other aspects. Jiraiya thought for a while and answered. Although he didn't have much contact with Mu Yu left a good impression on Jiraiya. If it was in the past, Jiraiya might have accepted Mu Yu as his disciple. After all, it was really good to have two disciples who were very similar and excellent in all aspects. But now Jiraiya is only thinking about finding the child of prophecy. He will continue his journey after the war and has no time to teach Mu Yu. Then you should bring little Mu Yu to Myaboka Mountain when you are free. I am looking forward to him making a table of delicious food with ingredients from Myaboka Mountain, said the immortal Fukasaku with a smile. Jiraiya understood what the immortal Fukasaku meant, laughed and nodded, and said, I will definitely go when I am free. Mu Yu had some guesses after hearing the conversation between the two. Maybe the two sages liked him and thought he could become a contractor of Myaboka Mountain, but they were not familiar with him, so they asked Jiraiya to help observe him. If he passed the test, he could be taken to Myaboka Mountain. Of course, it is not ruled out that the sage Fukasaku really wanted his cooking and just wanted him to visit Myaboka Mountain. For Mu Yu, it was a win-win situation. He just cooked a few dishes, which was a piece of cake for him. In order to prevent Iwagakure from doing anything fancy, Mu Yu stayed in the war camp for a few days. Nothing happened, so he said goodbye to Minato and Jiraiya. Minato, do you want me to bring something to Kushina? I can go back and tell Kushina for you. Miyu asked with a smile. Minato thought about it. He did have a lot to say to Kushina. He wanted to ask Kushina if it was tiring to have a monster living in her body, and if she would be bored when practicing alone. But if Miyu had to tell him all these, he would have to write a paper of tens of thousands of words. Minato condensed thousands of words into one sentence. Tell her I'm fine, tell her to take care of herself, don't stay up late, and eat on time. I'll tell her the exact words. Miyu remembered every word in her mind, then nodded and said. Miyu, I have passed on all the merits you have made on the battlefield. Maybe there will be a surprise when you go back. Jiraiya said goodbye to Miyu with a big laugh. On the first day after the battle, he passed on the news of the great victory. Jiraiya specially wrote a letter to Sarutobi Hiruzen to write about Miyu's performance in the war, saying that he could train Miyu more. Thank you, Master Jiraiya. Miyu heard Jiraiya asking for credit for him, and said with a gentle smile. If you want to thank me, wait for me to go back and cook a big meal for me. In addition, your 3 disciples are very good, continue to train them well. Obito and the others are used to following Miyu, and they practice wherever they go. They have been practicing in the camp these days. Jiraiya found that the 3 of them are extremely excellent and are the strongest among their peers. If they continue to maintain this, they may have a chance to become the next generation of Sunin, but it feels weird that there are not 2 men and 1 woman. Jiraiya thought in his heart. Senior Minato, Uncle Toad, goodbye. Obito and Minato and Jiraiya waved goodbye. Minato is as humble and excellent as Miyu. After spending a few days with Minato, Obito has a very good impression of Minato. As for Jiraiya, although he is sometimes annoying, Obito feels that he is still very good. Senior Dekkai, let's have a chance to fight youthful battles together again in the future. Might Guy gave Dekkai a thumbs up. After discovering that Dekkai was a master of lightning release ninjutsu, he tried to challenge him. Although he failed miserably, the 2 got along well. Haha, if you can pick a good time, there is no problem. Dekkai laughed and agreed. Master Jiraiya, Senior Minato, goodbye. Kakashi said goodbye politely. After saying goodbye, Miyu returned to Konoha with his disciples and the grain transport team. On the way, Obito kept fiddling with the camera and looking at the photos he took. It turns out that there are so many kinds of plants. If you don't look carefully, you really can't find them. Obito found that the green trees that looked similar in his eyes actually had many kinds, and the leaves were not quite the same. When he turned to the smiling face of Minato taken by Jiraiya, Obito couldn't help laughing and said, Teacher Miyu, do you really want to take this back to show Senior Minato's girlfriend? Obito felt that if he showed this kind of photo to Nohara-rin, he might not dare to show his face in front of Nohara-rin for 2 days. This is the most precious one, she should like it. Miyu replied with a smile. 7k, I'll see if I can stay up late to write another chapter. I'll post it if I write it before 2:30. If I don't write it, I'll post it tomorrow. Tomorrow will definitely be 10,000. The protagonist will develop the Sage mode by himself later, but this advanced ability must not be thought of by brains. He will first contact the existing Sage mode. Please double the monthly votes. Chapter 247's Level Mission Rewards. Finally back. Obito sighed as he looked at the tall wooden walls of Konoha. Whenever he went out on a mission, he realized how comfortable it was to have a soft big bed when sleeping. Obito felt that he had discovered the essence of human beings. When he was training in Konoha, he thought about going out to perform missions, and when he was doing missions, he thought about completing the missions and going back quickly. Maybe this is what people are like. I can't wait to start training. Might Guy said with an excited expression. After the melee on the battlefield, his fighting ability has become stronger, and he also gained a little from the sparring with Dekkai. Might Guy can't wait to continue to enrich himself through training. Kakashi, who originally wanted to take a day off to rest, couldn't sit still after hearing what Might Guy said. If he rested, it would be like he stopped running while Might Guy continued running. Teacher Miyu, will you go to the South Forest later? Kakashi asked. If Miyu went to the South Forest, he would go to the South Forest to practice. If not, he would practice at home until 12 o'clock in the evening. Yes, I will go. If you want to practice, you can go there. I will guide you as usual. Miyu smiled and nodded. Of course, if you want to rest, you can also rest for a day and start normal practice tomorrow. Originally, after experiencing such a big event, they should have taken 2 more days off, but when Kakashi and the others stayed in the camp, Miyu reduced the amount of training due to the location factor, which was rounded off to a few days of rest. Then I'll trouble you, Teacher Miyu. After confirming that Miyu would go to the South Forest, Kakashi prepared to go to the South Forest to practice. Seeing the two of them going to train hard as soon as they came back, Obito, who only wanted to develop the photos and then explain the mission to Nohara-rin, felt that he was out of place. In the end, as Obito expected, Might Guy and Kakashi went straight to the South Forest. Obito could only sigh and split a shadow clone to let the shadow clone go to the main city of Konoha to develop photos, while the original body also went to the South Forest to practice. They came back together, but he didn't go to practice, which made him look the laziest. After separating from the disciples, Miyu went directly to the Hokage building and went directly to the Hokage's office to report the mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Jiraiya should have sent back all the information, he still had to report it because it was his responsibility. Knock, knock. Miyu knocked on the wooden door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from inside the office. After getting Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval, Miyu opened the door and walked into the Hokage's office. Looking up and seeing that it was Miyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. He took off his pipe, exhaled a stream of white mist and said, Miyu, are you here to report the mission? Well, Sandaime-sama, we encountered an unexpected situation in this mission. As soon as we arrived at the camp, we encountered a large-scale attack by the Uegakure ninja force, and then Miyu began to explain the specific situation of the mission. Miyu, I don't know what to say about your team. Every time I assign you a sea-level mission, there will be an unexpected situation. Give me a surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen complained in a joking tone. 4 consecutive sea-level missions encountered accidents, and the 4th time was directly caught up with the outbreak of the war. No one else can do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that if Miyu was not strong, the team might have suffered heavy casualties if it was replaced by an ordinary jonin. Maybe I'm unlucky. Miyu made fun of himself. He didn't expect this to happen in the 4th mission. After all, he was ready to complete the sea-level mission steadily, but he was hit by a big wave. Maybe Konoha is lucky, and you just happened to catch up with this wave of battles. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Kari, who defeated the Uegakure blasting team, also used water escape to block the attack of the Four-Tails Jinchuriki in the battle with the Jinchuriki. No wonder Danzo looked unhappy when I asked you to leave. It turned out that I was going to take away his elite. When Jiraiya's intelligence came back, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very surprised, because Miyu had killed Jonin twice in the mission before. He knew that Miyu was stronger than ordinary Jonin, but Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect Miyu to be so much stronger than ordinary Jonin. During the war with Uegakure, the blast escape ninja Kari was very popular. During the period of fighting with small teams, he repeatedly defeated Konoha's teams. Ordinary Jonin were no match at all. After the war became more intense, Kari's performance was also excellent. He relied on his skilled physical skills, blast escape and hardening techniques to be invincible. Although Minato and Jiraiya could deal with him, they needed to deal with a more difficult Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally wanted to send an elite team to solve this problem, but they met Miyu on the battlefield and were beaten to a life-or-death situation. Although it was just some text descriptions, Sarutobi Hiruzen could see that Miyu performed well in this war, and Jiraiya's letter to him alone could also prove this. Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely saw Jiraiya pay so much attention to a person, and he also wrote a letter to remind Miyu of his strength and potential. I have the current strength, and Danzo has contributed a lot. Miyu nodded in approval, as if he was the elite of the route. He didn't like Danzo, but Danzo was a good shield. You defeated Kari, killed many Uegakure ninjas, and rescued many companions in the village. Your influence on the battlefield is enough to upgrade this mission to an S-level mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen read out Miyu's contributions to this mission one by one. This time, the situation is a little different from the previous ones. In the past, I just encountered hostile ninjas during the war, and then fought and killed them. This time, I played a big role directly on the battlefield, so it was directly upgraded to the highest level mission. In addition, the battle in which you and Jiraiya's team repelled the Jinchuriki was counted as another S-level mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. This was Jiraiya's request, because he felt that Miyu's such a great achievement is not worth an S-level mission. Miyu's performance in the Battle of Jinchuriki is completely worth an S-level mission. After reading the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt that there was no problem, but this S-level mission was only for Miyu, not the entire team. The entire team was upgraded from C-level to S-level. The original reward for the grain transportation mission was 100,000 taels, and the village will give an additional reward of 1.15 million taels, a total of 1.25 million taels. The reward for the S-level mission to repel the Jinchuriki is 1.2 million taels. Sarutobi Hiruzen said the reward for Miyu's mission this time. Thank you, Sandaime-sama. Miyu smiled and thanked him. The commission for the S-level mission is more than 1 million taels. However, this is the amount before tax. The more Konoha earns, the higher the tax. If it is a team, the money each team member gets in the end will not be too exaggerated. In addition to the commission, you can choose any 10 ninjutsu in the ninjutsu hall. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. The ninjutsu hall is where Konoha stores D-level to A-level ninjutsu. It has most of Konoha's ninjutsu, but there are fewer A-level ninjutsu, most of which are B-level and C-level. This is a reward given by Sarutobi Hiruzen considering that Jiraiya said Miyu has a strong foundation in ninjutsu. If Miyu can really quickly transform these rewards into combat power, there will be more training in the future. In addition, I will personally teach you 2 additional ninjutsu, namely Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique and Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and touched his mustache, looking like I am optimistic about you. Miyu's expression was very complicated. He seemed surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave so many rewards at one time, and then there was a strong sense of gratitude. Sandaime-sama, I will never forget your great kindness. Miyu said with a touched face. Although most of it was acting, it should be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen was really generous this time. 10 optional ninjutsu, and then taught Miyu 2 additional A-level ninjutsu, one of which was developed by himself. Miyu felt that if it was a native Konoha ninja, he might have been in the mood of dying for his friend. As a Hokage, watching you younger generations grow up is the greatest reward for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a kind smile. Listening to these familiar words, for a moment, he even suspected that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a Konoha prosperity system. The more powerful people in the village, the more rewards. But he immediately denied this idea. If that was the case, Sarutobi Hiruzen should have dealt with Danzo and appeased Uchiha. Danzo said that he was doing it for Konoha, but he only consumed himself internally without increasing the overall strength. He was a cancer. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Miyu didn't think more, and continued to blow along with Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. He didn't care whether Konoha was strong or not. Miyu never cared about Konoha, but his disciples, the students he taught, and the friends who helped him. As a time traveler who thinks he has a positive outlook on life, he really doesn't have much good feelings towards the military base of Konoha, and his impression of this world is even worse. It is obvious that productivity has developed, but the feudal nobles and landlords are still showing off their power over the people, which is simply outrageous. He can't change much by himself now, but he believes that when his strength becomes stronger and his disciples learn more knowledge and become stronger, he should be able to make this bad world a little better. If there is no unexpected situation, I will usually be at home after 7 o'clock in the evening. If you want to ask questions, you can come to me between 7 and 8 o'clock in the evening. After handing the ninjutsu scroll to Miyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. He said that he would teach him extra, so naturally he couldn't just give him the training method, he would teach him personally. If it's the ninjutsu hall, I will handle the procedures for you, and you can take the voucher to choose the ninjutsu when the time comes. I will practice seriously and will never let you down. Miyu said seriously. He had created the Shuriken shadow clone once, but he had to practice the waterfall technique himself. 3K, wrote until 2:30, tried my best, asking for guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 248 Panel Increase. Disciples Might Guy, Kakashi, and Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commissioned tasks, and received growth rewards of chakra plus 1540, and the teacher himself led an additional reward of chakra plus 770. The chakra settled in the task was similar to what Miyu imagined, or even a little more. Last time the situation was so critical, the 3 disciples all burst out and it was just about 2,000. This time the 3 disciples added up to 2,310 chakras, which was already very good. The chakra income from the 2 tasks almost caught up with the total amount of chakra when he just crossed over. Miyu could only say that it was really not easy for ordinary people to be ninjas. The chakra increased slightly again, and Miyu took a look at his current panel. Name, Hanyumwyu. Chakra, 50,200. Skills, Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Perfect, 9/80,000, Armament Haki, Perfect, 5/80,000, Thunder Breathing, Perfect. Myu's chakra finally reached the small goal of 50,000 that he set. Among them, there are a lot of chakras provided by tasks, and there are also fragmentary rewards such as exam settlement and return of apprenticeship. However, the largest proportion of chakra improvement is actually the chakra of apprentices returning to the master. The task chakra seems to be a lot, 2,310 points in one go, but if you really want to calculate the time allocated to each day, it is actually not much. And the apprentice returning the master's chakra seems to be added by one disciple little by little, but it is provided by 4 disciples together, and because Obito recently opened the Sharingan, the chakra growth rate has entered a stage of rapid growth, which has brought a great benefit to Miyu. In addition to reaching the small goal of chakra, Miyu's high-level skills are also pretty good now, with 3 perfect level skills and 12 master level skills. I have to brush up more skills from the 2nd school year. Miyu thought after carefully looking through all her skills. Although there are more than 10 master level skills, Miyu thinks the overall quality is average. Among the 12 master level skills, 3 are fire escape, and none of the other 5 basic nature ninjutsu, and then there are physical skills and sealing techniques. 2 master level sealing techniques are practiced by Miyu himself, contract seal and 5 elements seal. The best quality master level skills are undoubtedly the water attribute chakra nature change and rock breathing and flame breathing. Regardless of his proficiency, his skill configuration is quite good. He has all 7 types of ninjutsu with changing properties, and also taijutsu and sealing techniques, but those with high proficiency are basically fire escape or taijutsu. Miyu knows the reason, because the system rewards are not completely random. The return of apprenticeship will most likely be related to the disciple, with a small probability of randomness, and the training task will definitely be related to the disciple. Before accepting Kakashi, Shisui and Obito played with fire, and Might Guy played with Taijutsu, so his rewards in these two aspects are much more than others. The proficiency level lightning attribute and earth attribute chakra property changes were only exploded after Kakashi came. Brushing ninjutsu in class is a very efficient thing. Even if it is a small class, 2 entry-level ninjutsu can be brushed in a day. 1 more big class means 1 more entry-level ninjutsu. After obtaining the same entry-level ninjutsu 3 times, it is almost exactly at the proficient level. On this basis, it can reach the mastery level after obtaining it 18 times. However, the probability of a ninjutsu appearing 21 times is too low. Miyu just wants to brush more proficient skills. Through this battle with Jinchuriki, he fully realized the importance of skills. If Lao Zi had other stronger means besides lava release, Miyu would have to think more about how to reasonably block Lao Zi. After leaving the Hokage building, Miyu went directly to the South Forest to teach his disciples. He promised Minato to help convey a message to Kushina and show her photos, but it takes time for the photo studio to develop photos, and he couldn't contact Kushina immediately. Kushina didn't refresh regularly next to the Hokage building. The only way for Miyu to contact Kushina stably was to ask the ninja who delivered food to help him convey a message. So Miyu decided to wait until the photos came out before making an appointment with Kushina to meet, tell her what Minato said, and then give her Minato's photos. When Miyu arrived at the South Forest, it was no different from usual, and all the disciples were practicing seriously. Teacher Miyu, what is the final level of this mission? It shouldn't be sea level, right? Obito stopped practicing fire release and asked curiously. Of course not. Just because he fought with a ninja, he shouldn't be sea level. You're guessing too high. Miyu said with a mysterious smile. Wouldn't it be S level? Obito couldn't help but ask with a hint of excitement on his face. If it were an ordinary person, he might try to ask if it was A level, but Obito never lacked the courage to make bold assumptions, and directly guessed it was S level. You guessed it right, and I'll reward you with a candy. Miyu nodded with a smile, took out a candy and threw it to Obito. This is also one of the reasons why he is so popular among students. Miyu is always happy to reward students and will carry some snacks with him. Hee. Obito laughed, tore open the package and stuffed the candy into his mouth. Now the ninja uncle in the mission hall will definitely not dare to underestimate us. The S-level mission should be powerful enough. Obito said with a smile. Kakashi was a little surprised when he heard it. It is usually difficult to reach S-level in such missions that encounter unexpected situations and then upgrade. After all, S-level missions are the highest level missions in Konoha. Kakashi has been a chunin for several years and has never done an S-level mission. He did not have any S-level mission records when he followed a normal team to do missions, but he got 2 A's and 1 S in the same team with the interns. Kakashi felt that the world was really wonderful. It has nothing to do with us that the mission can be upgraded to S level. It should be the great credit of teacher Miyu. Kakashi analyzed rationally. I think the performance on the battlefield is okay, but Kakashi believes that Miyu's credit is the decisive factor. But teacher Miyu is also in our team, and it is also the overall strength of our team. Obito felt that Kakashi's division was unnecessary. He felt that their Miyu class was just killing people on the battlefield in this mission. Kakashi really couldn't refute what Obito said. When talking about the strength of the entire team, Miyu must be included, but the problem is that once Miyu is gone, the strength of their team will drop to the point of disbanding. I have made contributions, and your performance is not bad. Master Jiraiya attaches great importance to you and is optimistic about your future. Miyu said with a gentle smile. Keep working hard, and one day you will be able to complete the S-level mission with your own strength. In fact, it was indeed because of his great contribution that it was upgraded to an S-level mission, but there is no harm in encouraging the disciples more. To become a Hokage, how can you not have the strength to complete an S-level mission? Obito is full of expectations and confidence in his future. To become a Hokage, you need it's not just about strength. With your current knowledge, you are not even qualified to become a Jonin. Kakashi reminded calmly. Does it take an exam to become a Hokage? Obito looked surprised. You don't need an exam to become a Hokage, but people generally don't want people who are all muscle-brained to become Hokage. Damn Kakashi, you are the one with a brain full of muscle. Obito realized that Kakashi was mocking his poor theory. But I got full marks in all the exams at the ninja school, what about you? Kakashi asked with a slight smile on his face. Obito. He shouldn't have let Kakashi go with him to see the results. By the way, I also got full marks in the written exam of the Chunin exam. I'm really worried about your future teammates. It would be too funny if they were eliminated because of the first round of theory. Kakashi continued to attack. After defeating him, Obito jumped on his face many times. Now that he had the chance, of course he had to deal more damage. I should be worried about your future teammates. A Chunin lost to an intern ninja. Obito began to fight back. They all knew that the team would not exist forever. After Obito and his friends graduated, this team formed for internship would be disbanded. Okay, you are very energetic. Let's start practicing the breathing method with full concentration. Yu stopped the verbal battle between the two and asked them to put their passion into training. Although Kakashi had just started to learn breathing techniques, he had no urgent projects to practice. Thunder breathing was the highest priority skill for Kakashi at present, so there was no problem in starting to practice Chongzhong in advance. After all, the so-called Chongzhong is actually to increase the upper limit of full concentration, while allowing the body to maintain a state of high concentration of breathing for a long time. It was different for Might Guy. It was more important to master the third gate as soon as possible, and then practice Chongzhong, because the first 3 gates of the 8 gates were easier to practice. At the beginning of the full concentration breathing training, the two were still thinking about competing, but later they were so tired that they only thought about training. After the training, the two were tired and lay on the ground, without the strength to fight again. But Obito remembered that he had something to say, so he stood up with perseverance and slowly walked to Nohara Lin and sat down. Xiao Lin, you will never guess how many enemies we encountered in this mission. Obito took a deep breath to adjust his state and said. No matter how hard or tired he was, he had to tell Nohara Rin about his heroic deeds. Kakashi noticed Obito's movements, saw Obito and Nohara Rin chatting, and quietly sat by a tree not far away to prevent Obito from secretly slandering him. Did you encounter 20 enemies? Nohara Rin put her finger on her chin and asked with a smile. 20? Too few. Obito said with an exaggerated expression, there must be at least 600. There are ninjas wearing forehead protectors from the hidden rock village everywhere, as if there are endless. If you defeat 1, 3 will come to attack you. With so many enemies, you are not injured, right? Nohara Rin was very surprised. There are only more than 300 people in a grade of the ninja school. She found it hard to believe how dangerous it would be for so many formal ninjas to fight together, so she asked with a worried look. They are all minor injuries. They were healed by teacher Yu after the battle. It's nothing. Seeing Nohara Rin's concern, Obito felt warm in his heart. Although there are many enemies, we also have many companions here. I saved several companions, including Chunin. They all praised me for being awesome. The enemies were surprised by my strength and said I was a genius. As he said that, Obito couldn't help but smile proudly. That's great. Nohara Rin smiled with relief. I still remember that a few years ago, Obito couldn't take care of himself and even forgot to take the enrollment materials. Now he is also a reliable boy who can save his companions at a critical moment. Hearing Obito say that he saved his fellow villagers and was recognized by the enemy, Nohara Rin really felt the joy of the seeds she had planted with great effort blooming. For 4 years in the ninja school, she has been helping Obito as if he were her own brother. Seeing Obito grow to this point, Nohara-rin was surprised and happy. It feels as reliable as Kakashi. Nohara-rin squinted her eyes and smiled, her slightly upturned eyes were like two curved boats, full of the joy of harvest. Obito only felt that this smile was like the warm sun in spring, gentle and bright, dispelling his fatigue from training. It would be better without those 3 words. Obito complained in his heart. What do you mean by as reliable as Kakashi? He said it as if he was inferior to Kakashi. He thought it was okay to be as reliable as teacher Miyu. Hehe, that time it was really thanks to your help, Xiaolin, I thought I would miss the opportunity to enter school. Obito scratched his head and thanked him with a smile. After all, it's right for future classmates to help each other. Nohara-rin said softly. By the way, I took a lot of photos when I was doing the mission. Some of the flowers I haven't seen in Konoha, they look pretty good. I wonder if they are unique to the land of grass. Obito remembered the photos. I'll give you some after the photos are developed. Okay, then I'll thank you in advance. Nohara-rin replied with a smile on her face. Kakashi nodded in his heart because he didn't hear about his private goods. Nodding, he felt that he had rested enough, so he stood up and prepared to leave. It seems that Kakashi still understands you very well. He must have carefully selected it before buying it. You two should get along well. Nohara-rin put her palms together and said with a smile. Kakashi, who happened to pass by, turned his head slightly and explained, Don't think too much, it's just that the camera in the store is discounted. Maybe I bought the wrong one. I should buy dozens of papers from teacher Miyu and give them to him. He may need this more. Obito was dumbfounded when he heard Kakashi's words. He had never heard such a vicious idea. Dozens of test papers as gifts, wouldn't that let him die? Damn Kakashi! Obito wondered what to do if Kakashi really gave it to him. After speaking, Kakashi didn't stay for long and went home to eat. Knowing from Obito that he could only get the photos in 2 days, Miyu communicated with Kushina through the ninja who brought dinner after making dinner. After confirming the itinerary, Miyu returned to the village on the 4th morning and took Minato's photo and the cakes he made to the agreed place to wait for Kushina's arrival. 4K, monthly ticket requested, there should be 6K next. Chapter 249, Ideas for Ninja University. Miyu arrived at the designated place 10 minutes early as usual to wait. However, what surprised Miyu a little was that when he arrived at the place, Kushina was already standing there. Hehe, I'll get there first this time. Kushina put her hands on her hips, her snow-white chin slightly raised, and said with a smug smile. Miyu didn't expect Kushina to have a desire to win in such a strange place, but it was good to arrive early, so that the time to learn the sealing technique will be a little longer. Well, teacher Kushina, you are really diligent. Miyu praised with a smile. Haha, I am the first sealing ninja in Konoha, this is a matter of course. Kushina laughed and accepted Miyu's praise. Hurry up, I can't wait to see the photo you said will make you laugh. Kushina's eyes sparkled, urging Miyu. Miyu didn't hesitate, took out all the photos she brought, and put the photo of Minato forcing a smile on the top. Ha ha ha. Kushina laughed wildly at the familiar face showing such a funny expression. Did you use some ninjutsu to control Minato? How did he make such an expression? He looks like he wants to laugh but can't. Kushina laughed for a while and asked curiously. Maybe it's because he fought a big battle during the day and was very tired. Then because the photo is for you to see, he has to look very energetic and smile, and finally it becomes like this. Miyu made some speculations. It's so rare. I'm going to put this photo in a frame and keep it well. Kushina said seriously. She has seen Minato's normal smile many times, but she has never seen this kind of smile before. It is worth collecting. Kushina continued to look through the remaining photos. There were Minato's serious look, and there were also helpless expressions when seeing unknown events. Kushina carefully read them one by one. War, what a disgusting thing. Kushina put the photos away, and couldn't help looking up at the sky and sighing. Kushina was a very lively and enthusiastic person. She didn't like to sigh. War was one of the few things that made her sigh when she thought a little more. Kushina was not born in Konoha. She was born in the land of whirlpools, a small country with only the Uzumaki clan. The land of whirlpools is very small. It is called a small country, but in fact the entire country has only a small island, which is not as large as the big city of the land of fire. Although the land area is small, the land of whirlpools has no idea of expansion and has never attacked other countries. Because the Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan, it has a good relationship with Konoha. The two sides signed a friendly agreement. It can be said that Konoha's sealing technique is based on the Uzumaki sealing technique. In order to commemorate this friendly relationship, the uniforms of Konoha ninjas have added the clan emblem of the Uzumaki clan. In Kushina's impression, the scenery of Whirlpool Country is not worse than that of Fire Country. Whirlpool Country is also full of green trees. It is hot in summer but not cold in winter. She likes Whirlpool Country very much, but because of the special chakra, she was chosen as the second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at a very young age, and was sent directly to Konoha when she reached school age. After that, she got the news of the destruction of Whirlpool Country from Uzumaki Mito. It was not just one or two countries, but many countries joined forces to destroy Whirlpool Country. In this way, Whirlpool Country became history. Since then, Kushina hated war very much. If there was no war, her country would not have perished. Although Minato did not have any injuries, Kushina noticed that there were some stains on Minato's clothes that were difficult to remove, and his face was not as clean as usual at home. After all, it is impossible to wash your face twice a day on the battlefield. Minato asked me to tell you a message. I'm fine. Take care of yourself. Don't stay up late and eat on time. Miyu relayed what Minato asked him to say to Kushina. Really? In his eyes, am I the kind of kid who can't take care of himself? Kushina was slightly stunned and then complained, but an uncontrollable happy smile appeared on her face. Then the two walked to the place where they taught the sealing technique before. Kushina coughed twice, smiled lively again, and said, Kushina's sealing technique class is officially open, and student Miyu starts to report on her learning situation. Miyu thought about it and still concealed some progress, recalling Ash recalled her memory of when she was about to enter the sect, and then said it out. It's not that she is worried about Kushina, but the performance before and after can't be too different. The Anbu is still watching. He has shown a stronger talent for sealing than at the beginning. It should be cyclical and progressive, and the steps can't be too big at once. Is that so? Then you learn quite fast. You have almost mastered the 4-symbol seal after only 2 teachings from me. You must have studied a lot on your own. Kushina is very satisfied with Miyu's diligence. Under her training, Minato has become an excellent sealing ninja. If Miyu can be the same as Minato, then she can be regarded as teaching 2 excellent disciples. I feel that if I become a guiding jonin, I will definitely become the new ancestor of sealing in Konoha. Kushina couldn't help laughing and said. But she can only think about it. Her identity as a Jinchuriki means that she cannot be an instructor, because the instructor has to lead the team to go out on missions frequently, and the Jinchuriki often cannot leave the village at will due to various circumstances, which is very inconvenient. You don't have to be a guiding jonin to teach students. Maybe in the future, the ninja school will increase the teaching time and teach more advanced ninjutsu knowledge. Then, Kushina, you can just go to the ninja school to teach. Miyu said with a smile. He did have an idea to transform the ninja school into a school that integrates elementary school, middle school, and university. The elementary school curriculum is the same as the current ninja. The middle school begins to teach nature change ninjutsu, and the university adds sealing techniques, barrier techniques, medical ninjutsu and other majors. Giving classes to non-disciples is also an important part of his system. Mu guessed that if he could teach stronger disciples, there might be better rewards. For example, when he taught Kushina Minato cooking, there were only 2 people in the class, but there was also a lecture reward. Even if only one recipe was released, it was still a big reward. It's impossible. If you really do what you say, the more powerful students can become jonin directly after graduating from university. Kushina felt that Mu's idea was a bit unrealistic. It takes more than 10 years to train ninjas. This cycle is too long. Konoha has only been established for a few decades. Kushina, do you think it's normal to graduate and become a ninja at the age of 12? Mu thought for a while and asked. It's normal. Usually, people at this age graduate the latest. I graduated at the age of 12, and Minato graduated at the age of 10. Kushina nodded with a normal expression. Mu sighed in his heart. This is the difference in concepts. In Mu's eyes, letting a child of 10 or 12 graduate to become a ninja is equivalent to letting a child who has not graduated from elementary school become a killer. It is not normal at all. However, Mu had to admit that his ninja university plan is indeed not feasible at this stage. Now is a war period. Fortunately, there is no shortage of manpower in the current situation, but after Konoha is surrounded and beaten, let alone letting students go through more than 10 years of training, they can graduate in 2 or 3 years and then go to the battlefield to grow quickly and become a usable combat force. And the current Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Based on Mu's understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will not agree with Mu's major changes to the ninja school. The impact of setting up middle schools and universities in ninja schools and holiday special training and internship programs is completely different. Special training and internship programs are not good for extending the training time, and may even shorten it. Moreover, special training and internships will only affect students and chunin teachers. But setting up middle schools and universities is different. On the one hand, the training time of ninjas will increase greatly, and more advanced knowledge requires stronger ninjas to teach, which requires some professional counterparts to enter ninja schools to teach. There are too many points of influence, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is a person who likes stability. He will not agree to such a proposal that will bring great changes to Konoha. Although it is difficult to achieve now, I think it is difficult to say about such things in the future. Everything is possible. Mu said with a warm smile. Although it doesn't work now, fortunately this is a world where force is supreme, and he is a cheater. When he reaches the strength, the impossible will become possible. Haha, if the ninja school really becomes what Mu said, I will definitely become a famous seal instructor in Konoha. Kushina followed Mu's idea and said with a smile. Mu smiled, and did not talk about school anymore. She began to study the seal technique seriously with Kushina. Under Kushina's witness, Mu successfully used the 4-symbol seal. Not bad, not bad. You can say that I taught you the seal technique in the future. Kushina said with satisfaction. Then Mu took the opportunity to ask some questions about sealing chakra, and Kushina answered them one by one. Because it was close to noon, Mu and Kushina went to a restaurant to borrow the kitchen to cook and solve the lunch. Before Kushina left, Mu handed the box of pastries to Kushina and said with a smile. You should be able to take it back this time. Kushina opened it and found that it was the same delicious dessert as before, and her eyes lit up immediately. Okay, Mu, you actually waited until after lunch to give it to me. Do you think I am a weakling who can't eat dessert after lunch? Girls have a stomach specially designed for desserts. Kushina immediately ate an osmanthus cake with a satisfied smile. But she was just joking. This kind of delicious food must be digested before eating. It will be almost ready to eat when we walk back. After saying goodbye to Kushina, Mu went back to train his disciples as usual. He conducted another special training the day before yesterday. Shisui and Obito have dodged many times, so we can strengthen it appropriately. 3K, there should be another chapter of 3K later, please vote. Chapter 250 The Dream of Ending the War. At noon, in the southern forest, Obito showed the developed photos to Nohara-rin. Xiaolin, how about it, are these photos good? Obito asked, and because he was worried about Nohara-rin's evaluation, his fingers couldn't stop rubbing the clothes and drawing circles on the ground. Nohara-rin, who was looking at the photos carefully, stopped, smiled and nodded, then put his hands together and said, "Very good, I feel that these wild flowers are very beautiful, and they can still become so beautiful even if they grow alone in the wild. Hehe, I also think they are beautiful, so I took them." Obito was relieved in his heart, and said with a smile. Seeing Nohara-rin's happy smile, he instantly felt that his thoughts were not in vain. Of course, it is difficult to take pictures of beautiful scenery just by luck, and you have to spend time looking for them. If you like it, Xiaolin, I'll pick a few flowers for you next time you see beautiful flowers. Teacher Muyo should have a way to preserve them. Nohara-rin smiled and shook her head, saying softly, "Thank you for your kindness, Obito, but don't bother. Haven't we already recorded their beauty with the camera? There's no need to bring them back." Nohara-rin felt that it was already very difficult for wild flowers to survive in the dangerous wild. There was no need to let them suffer such harm. Just let them grow naturally in nature. Different flowers require different environments, and they may not survive if brought back. That's right. Flowers will wither soon, but if they are photos, they can be stored for a long time if they are properly preserved. Obito nodded and said, "The camera is really a magical and convenient thing. I don't know what kind of intelligence those people have to invent such a thing." Obito sighed. With his knowledge, he couldn't understand the working principle of the camera at all. Why can the picture be recorded with just one click, as magical as a ninjutsu? But Obito didn't care about this. Not knowing the principle didn't prevent him from using it. It's amazing, but the camera is not omnipotent. Hand-painted paintings have a feeling that cameras can't capture, and there are many things that cameras can't record, such as dreams. Nohara-rin thought for a while and said, "Speaking of dreams, what is your dream, Xiaolin?" Obito asked curiously. He thought about it carefully and found that he seemed to have no memory related to it. Although all students had to introduce themselves when they first entered school, dreams were not mandatory. Dreams, my dream is to save more people injured in war, and the best thing is to make war disappear. Nohara-rin looked up at the sky and said with a smile. Isn't it strange for a girl to have such a dream? I'm obviously not good at fighting, but I still have a dream of making war disappear. Nohara-rin turned her head and looked into Obito's eyes and asked with a smile. Whether it is Shisui, Kakashi, or Obito and Might Guy, they are all children of ninja families, but some of them lost their parents very early, and Nohara-rin is different from them. Nohara-rin has both parents but they are ordinary people, and there are no ninjas in the previous generation. Nohara-rin was not sent to the ninja school by her parents, but she took the initiative to tell her parents that she wanted to become a ninja. It was not because she envied the ninjas who could earn a lot of commission money through commission tasks, nor did she think that ninjas with strong strength could live better, but because the neighbor sister who had a good relationship with Nohara-rin when she was very young died in the war. Since then, the cruelty of war has been engraved in Nohara-rin's mind, and she has this dream. So Nohara-rin longed for Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, who could not only use medical ninjutsu to treat injured companions, but also play a big role in battle. It's not strange at all, I think it's great. Obito stood up and said excitedly. After going to the battlefield, I realized how cruel war is. Whether it's companions or enemies, it seems that people die every minute. After understanding this, my dream is not just to become a Hokage. Not only do I want to become a Hokage, I also want to end the war and make the cruel end of war never happen again. Obito clenched his fists and said excitedly. Obito was very happy to hear that Nohara-rin also wanted to make war disappear. It was great to have the same dream as the person he loved. When Obito thought about it casually, he would imagine that he and Nohara-rin would work together to realize their dreams. If it was you, Obito, and Kakashi and the others, maybe it could really come true. Nohara-rin put her hands behind her back, and yearning appeared in her eyes. Obito thought that the words Kakashi could be deleted. Graduation exams should come soon. Xylan will be affected by Kakashi if she is with him every day. Obito muttered silently in his heart. He felt that the sudden mention of Kakashi really ruined the atmosphere. Obito was eager to graduate quickly and disband the internship team, so that Kakashi would not have so much time to appear in front of Nohara-rin. However, what worried Obito was that if he graduated, he might not have many opportunities to see Nohara-rin. Six Paths Sage bless you, Muyu Sage bless you, Shima Sage bless you, Fukasaku Sage bless you. Please put Xylan and I in the same team. Obito prayed to all the gods he knew in his heart. Although Shima and Fukasaku didn't seem particularly reliable, Obito felt that they must have something to say about their 800 years of life. What are you talking about? Kakashi suddenly felt something and looked at Obito suspiciously. He always felt that Obito was slandering him in his heart. Nothing, just thinking about what will happen after graduation. According to the rules, the team should be rearranged. At that time, Kakashi, you should change the team, right? Obito said after coming back to his senses. Kakashi thought for a while and replied, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be. Although there are always accidents when carrying out missions with Muyu, Kakashi feels quite comfortable. Thinking of going to a new team, he is a little reluctant. But Kakashi knows in his heart that Muyu can't continue to be his team leader, because Muyu doesn't lead Genin at all. He is a teacher in the ninja school. Hearing Kakashi's words, Obito's mouth couldn't help but float upwards. If Kakashi left and Nohara-rin was still in the same team with him, life would be so comfortable. Even if I'm not in this team anymore, I'm still your teacher. If you have time, remember to come to my place to practice. Muyu, who came over, said with a smile. In the second school year, he plans to brush up more skills, but there is definitely time to teach his disciples. As long as he is willing to squeeze, he can always find some time. Yeah, even if I graduate, I will definitely come to see you more often when I have time. Obito nodded quickly. It has been nearly a year since he got along with Muyu. Unconsciously, he has made life with Muyu a habit. Obito even thought that if his instructor is not strong enough, he can just practice with Muyu as before. Me too. With Muyu's guidance, the flame of youth is easier to become hotter. Might Guy, who was running backwards, said as he passed by. After graduation, I also want to come to Muyu to ask you questions. I hope you don't find it troublesome. Nohara-rin smiled softly. If I have time, I will come. Kakashi promised. Shisui watched all this quietly. Graduation was too early for him as a first-year student. When Obito and the others graduated, he was only promoted to the second year. Everyone is very enthusiastic, so let's start training. Muyu smiled and announced the start of the afternoon training. Obito and Shisui, you should complete the special training first and then practice. Muyu stopped the two who were preparing for regular training. I have seen your growth these days. From not being able to dodge once at the beginning to being able to dodge more than 5 times, I am very pleased that you can have such growth. Muyu praised with a smile on her face. With a good teacher like you, Teacher Muyu, it is normal to make faster progress. Obito praised happily. Thanks to your careful teaching, Teacher Muyu. Shisui nodded in agreement. Muyu really took care of them both physically and mentally. Very good then. To make the special training more effective, I will increase the speed of the shadow clones. You should use the breathing method more intensively to strengthen your body to dodge attacks. Yu explained the changes in the special training. A little faster, how much faster will it be? Obito felt something was wrong. He had just finished solving the questions recently, so he would not be in debt again. You will know when we train. Yu replied with a gentle smile. After getting the two ready, Yu created a shadow clone and shouted to start. Obito immediately concentrated his breathing to the most concentrated state, and then continued to run. When he was caught up and could not escape, Obito tried his best to dodge, but found that he was just a little short of dodge. Why is it just a little short again? Obito began to doubt his life. If it was too short, he would not feel anything in his heart. If it was just a little short, he would really be unwilling. These were two questions. Is it because I was a little short during training, so I am always a little short during training? Obito felt that he needed to practice harder. Next, even though Obito tried his best to dodge and his Sharingan was used to its full potential, he was still just a hair short of successfully dodging. Obito was hit 15 times and dodged 0 times, a total of 33 questions. Shisui was hit and dodged the same number of times as Obito, also 33 questions. Yu announced the results. Damn it, it was just a little short. Obito made an unwilling sound. As long as he successfully dodged once, he could save 5 questions. The 2 questions dodged would also add an extra 10%. We must make a breakthrough. Shisui also felt the pressure. Yu's questions were not easy to do. Obito, if you want to become a Hokage, your theoretical knowledge can't be too bad. Noharin encouraged. It doesn't matter how many questions you have, I just want to perform better in training. Obito explained with a quick change of expression. He said not long ago that he wanted to become a Hokage, so he couldn't give in to the questions. Teacher Yu, I suggest doubling Obito's questions to save his theory. Kakashi suggested. Oh, in that case. Yu showed a thoughtful expression. Teacher Yu, I think the questions should still follow the rules and cannot be changed casually. Obito panicked when he saw that Yu seemed to be thinking seriously. Snap! Yu's finger fell accurately on Obito's forehead, and said with a smile, then finish all the questions seriously. That's for sure. Obito breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and was already thinking about how to face Kakashi after the training. 32K, I have completed 10,000 today, please vote for me. It is already 2 o'clock, I feel dizzy when writing, if there are any mistakes, please leave a message, I will correct it when I get up.